All right, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and that means that we have keywords on the hour on the 20s, or every hour on the 20s for each show, and each show is giving away a pair of tickets to which game? The Sacramento Kings on Monday in the return of Russell Westbrook. So, the keyword for this hour is Kings. Text Kings in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You get a chance to win those pair of tickets to the Kings and Nuggets on Monday night. You can also check out all those fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Hot dogs, sodas, popcorn, nachos, all that good stuff, $5. But the keyword for this hour is Kings. So text that to in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So, get back to the Nuggets in a second. I was thinking yesterday, we kind of dove into the numbers of how this Broncos team compares to 2015 and how remarkably similar yards per game, points per game, all of that stuff was to what they were doing 10 years ago. There's another number you should be aware of, and that is the Houston Texans are really good defensively. You could argue that the Broncos have the number one defense in the league, and I don't think you get too much pushback. But if you did get pushback, it's because the Texans are number one in top five in every category. They're the number one team in the league in yards allowed per game at 266.9. They're the number one team in the league in points allowed per game at 14.7. And then they're top five in both passing yards allowed per game, where they're fourth, and rushing yards per game, where they're fifth. They do everything well. Now, when you look at the Houston Texans, have they faced total gangbusters opponents? No, but they faced some good ones. They held the Rams to 14 points. They held the Bucks to 20. They held the Jags to 17. They shut out the Titans. They held the Ravens to 10. The Seahawks scored 27, and then the Niners last week scored 15. They're a really good, solid defense. And you look at their defense and their depth chart, you see why. Derek Stingley, Will Anderson Jr., Danielle Hunter, Sheldon Rankins. They're very, very good from top to bottom. So the question becomes this. Your defense is good, and so is theirs. The over-under for this game is 38.5, a wildly low number for a professional football game. You're out Patrick Surtain, the straw that stirs the drink, the guy who was voted the best defensive player in the league last year, the guy who you center your entire defense around, that you build everything off the idea that I can leave him without help and use my other 10 players on the field to shut down everything else the offense is trying to do. You might be the very rare occasion, and maybe the only time it happens this year, at a disadvantage on the defensive side of the football. So what does that translate to? Your offense needs to play high level again. We were just talking about this with the Nuggets. When you're a good team, regardless of the sport, it should not matter nor depend on the team that you're playing. It should depend entirely on what you do. So the Nuggets blow out the Pelicans last night. Don't really care. It's about you and your game and how are you going to step up to the plate. The Broncos, if they want to be a high-level team, need to be in the same place. This cannot be about, well, the opponent that we play does this and this. You need to inflict your will on somebody. The one thing that is still unanswered, we're happy about it, but we don't have a definitive sort of conclusion. The Broncos just put up 44 points last week in a game in which the offense couldn't be stopped. Third play of the game, they throw a pick, and after that, they end the first quarter with 160 total yards and 14 points. And they did that for 4 straight quarters. For basically the first time this year, maybe outside the Cincy game. I don't think you're expecting 44 to be put on the board. It's a little too much against a defense of this caliber. But can you play well enough to make up for what your defense might lose with Surtain being out? And this is where the responsibility falls on the shoulder of Bo Nix. He's a year and a half into his career now. The arguments of young quarterback and still figuring things out are starting to dissipate, as they should. You play against a defense of this caliber, and you're going on the road in an early time slot to try and get the dub. Can you outplay C.J. Stroud? Because I think the game can come down to something as easy as that. You got another quarterback that had the same thing you had, a very hot start to his career, and then kind of cooled off for a second. And now C.J. Stroud seems to be finding a little bit of a rhythm again. His last month worth of football, the team is 3-1. They are averaging, what did I say the number was yesterday? Was it 28 points a game in the last month, I believe? 29 points a game over the last 4 weeks. And C.J. Stroud, who had a really big struggle to start the year. He started the year with 2 touchdowns and 3 picks in the first 3 weeks of the season. Now, in the last 4, has 9 touchdowns to 2 picks. Can Bo Nix match or best that matchup on the field? Because that's what it's going to come down to. And if you want to know how much can you trust the Broncos to be true contenders for the AFC West, for the AFC in general, for a Super Bowl, I think this is a big indicator. You're playing a team that has an elite level defense that you're going to have to outscore, where points are going to be tough to come by. Can you put together enough? Doesn't have to look perfect. Doesn't have to be every drive. But what you can't have is 3 or 4 drives that end in 3 and outs, quick off the field, defense jumps back on. Because my guess is it's going to take the defense a minute to figure out what they do without Surtain. It's going to take them a while, whether it's Chris Abrams-Drain or whether it's Jahdae Barron starting in place of Pat Surtain. The things that they have done defensively, which is just ignore one side of the football field in the pass game, you're probably going to have to rethink that strategy. Because my guess is, if they're picking on anybody in this game, it's not going to be Riley Moss. He's the one that started a whole bunch. You know who hasn't? Jahdae Barron and Chris Abrams-Drain. They'll look over to one of those guys and say, can we pick on one of you? You don't have the experience in this league yet. You haven't been a starter long term. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Riley Moss is the guy that barely gets targeted throughout the course of the game. You know, I saw a clip of Pat Surtain's podcast where he was talking about Riley Moss. And he said the same thing that Bomani Jones said that we played on the show last week, or was it earlier in the week? that they're just racially profiling Riley Moss, that refs are. Bomani's quote, in fact, Nelly, can you dig that up for me real quick? What Bomani said, what was it? I think it was back on Monday about Riley Moss and him getting these phantom pass interference flags. And he goes, I can only come to the conclusion that it's straight racial profiling. Let's listen.
I find that when there is a Caucasian brother playing quarterback, white people treat him like they treat white basketball players with startling levels of skepticism. The crab in a barrel phenomenon tend to come up. And that's how I felt when they called that pass interference on Riley Moss. I was like, come on, man, it's just profiling. I didn't think that was no penalty. Y'all just don't believe that man was capable of playing defense. That's all it is.
Surtan said the same thing on his podcast, that he thinks he's being treated tongue-in-cheek, treated unfairly because of that. I don't think that Riley Moss is going to be the target that people are going to try and take advantage of. It's going to be one of the newer guys. And so this is going to be that rare occasion. Hey, offense, the defense has bailed you out in multiple stops already this season. It's already happened. And you can point to specific examples, not just over the course of 4 quarters, but even if it's 3 or 2 or whatever. The reason you won the Titans game is because the defense kept you in it. The reason you won the Eagles game, as much as we give the offense this credit for this fourth quarter, 18 points scored, comeback win in Philly, that's great. You got to hold the Eagles to 17 points to give yourself a shot. The Jets game in London was a mess. And in that game, the defense put up points for you. And, had to for you to win that game. You know, it's the Giants game. We act like the score was 32-0, and then the Broncos offense scored 33 unanswered. It was 19-0 going in the fourth quarter. Is that good? No. But is that, if I just told you that a random defense in the NFL entered the fourth quarter giving up 19 points, your reaction would be, oh, that sounds normal. Not like they played poorly, especially when you're getting no help from your offense. So they've done this on multiple occasions where they've bailed you out. Are you capable of doing the same? If you are, then I think you're a team that should be taken very seriously as competing for very high levels of championship football, whether it's division, conference, or whatever. If not, then there's going to be the same question marks that there's been around here for years when you feel like you got a decent football team. It's the same sort of thing you'd feel from last year. Yeah, this team's good. They're playing okay. Oh, we got the Bills in the playoffs? Well, that's a loss. We all felt it. We all knew it. And it's why this place wasn't on fire the Monday after that playoff game. You knew the team wasn't quite good enough. I think this is a real indicator this weekend. You know, it's not some sort of must-win or anything like that, but I do think it's an indicator of what your team is capable of being. So, a reminder to you guys, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. The keyword for this hour, as we have one every hour on the 20s, is Kings. So text Kings in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It gets you entered for a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Kings and Nuggets game Monday night, as it's the return of Russell Westbrook. But the keyword is Kings and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Couple texts coming through here. Texter says, Sean's play calling is what scares me. I've had issues with the game plan at times with Sean Payton. I still think it's way more of a balance, at least this year. The last couple of years have been different. I think this year he's made a real commitment to running the football because he trusts his running back in J.K. Dobbins.
Just it, man.
And I think he has. I mean, How much can you really complain about a run-pass split when your team is third in the league in rushing yards per game? They're doing that. The next thing becomes executing the play call. And I think at times there's been bad play calls that you should have done something different. The bubble screens drive me as nuts as everybody else. But I also know there are times that he calls a play and a guy's wide open and you miss it. That happens too. And if those things are executed, maybe things look a lot different. Like, bottom line is, the bulk of this is going to be on Bo Nix to play well. He has to. Especially in a game like this where your defense took a little bit of a hit and you're going against the statistically best defense in the league. So we'll get back to this a little bit later. Want to remind you guys of something else that's going on, that it's November is Hockey Fights Cancer Month. And the Avalanche and Vitalant are encouraging people to donate blood, and you can sign up to donate through Vitalant in November. Everyone who donates is automatically entered to win a signed Avs jersey. So you can go to any donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link, and everyone who donates is entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. So go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and schedule your blood donation today. But again, first of all, do it because people need it and it's about helping other people. Second of all, you got a chance to win a pretty cool perk for doing something nice. So go sign up again. It's vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and to schedule that appointment today. In the meantime, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. A lot more to get to back after this. You can head to Stoney's on Lincoln tonight to watch the Thursday night football between Baltimore and Miami. It's presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew, hang out with DMac, and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. See you at Stoney's at 6. And we have that game, obviously, right here on Altitude Sports Radio because, Nelly?
Do you understand the words that
I want
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
That's
tonight.
why. Yes, tonight.
Tonight.
Obviously, with us carrying all of these different games, if there's a big game in the NFL, you can pretty much guarantee that thing is going to be on right here on Altitude Sports Radio now.
And by the way, I'm really happy for you, and I'm going to let you finish, but I'm putting together the schedule of games we're going to have over the weekend, and we're figuring out we're going to have a college football game in that 10 a.m. slot on AM 950 on Saturday.
Yeah.
And I texted our boss, and I asked him which game we're gonna carry, because let's go back to August when we're probably planning out what games we want to carry. If I told you Saturday, November 1st, noon Eastern kickoff, Penn State at Ohio State, you'd probably say, yep.
Well, that's a guarantee.
Give me that game.
Uh-huh.
Now I'm sitting here on Thursday, October 30th, and going, don't know if we want to carry that game anymore. That's crazy.
Yeah, the fall off of Penn State has happened so swiftly. There's something to college football right now. It's funny that you mentioned that. Allow me to make a comparison. I'm not somebody that follows politics super closely. Now, if somebody tells you they don't follow it at all, I think they're just lying. It's life. I mean, people who make the rules of how you live your life, you have to follow, at least casually. And I would consider myself a casual political follower. But there's something that I've noticed, and I promise this will directly get back to college football in a second, is that I've known a couple of people that have been in politics in my life, and they say the thing that they hated the most is that once they get elected, it's very hard for their sole focus to be on serving their constituents because they are so concerned and everybody's always on them about you got to campaign for the next time that an election comes around. Because you're splitting your time up a lot of times, especially towards the end of their terms, so unevenly to the campaigning portion and the actual doing the work that you're trying to serve two masters and it's really hard to do. I think that college football is finding themselves in a very odd place where they're doing kind of the same thing. Recruiting has always been important, and it's always been something to where, that's where I look at it like your term limits. Your roster has a term limit. It used to be, though, 4 years of it, with an occasional guy or two that would transfer out, because the punishment for transferring, and I think incorrectly, by the way, was so severe that a lot of guys didn't want to do it. Hey, I want to get on the football field right now, and I'm not playing right now. Well, if you want to do that, you're going to have to wait 2 years now, because if you transfer, you got to sit out a year. And I've always been a fan of, I think you should get one transfer in your career for free, and then there should be a punishment after that. And I think, I don't know if it, the toothpaste is already out of the tube on that one. But I always thought, if I commit to a school as a recruit, and I committed to the school with the idea of this coach is going to be there, and he has told me that he's going to give me an opportunity right away to play, and that's a big reason why I decided to go there. And then the second I get there, you fire the coach. That doesn't seem all that fair to me. And I've been through the recruiting process at my lower level of recruiting that happened. But I took 6-7 visits. Every coach is going to tell you, don't do that, Nelly.
Did you see
these kids in my neighborhood are doing that, and I'm just like, ugh.
Dictionary.com, every year they release their word of the year.
Yeah, 6'7".
6'7" is their
But it doesn't
word
have a definition. What does the dictionary say? It doesn't have a definition.
That is their word of the year for 2025, and I think their definition was just like a goofy, silly thing that the youths do or something. It's not even a word.
But
they're numbers.
To go back to it, it's like I took 6 or 7 is how I'd say it.
Nailed it.
Different visits to JUCOs in D2 schools and one D1 school and all this different stuff. They tell you don't commit to the coach. And I'm just like, impossible. Like, you know what I had, Nelly? I had a coach on one of these visits, and he's a very nice guy. But he goes, when you get here, we wake up every morning, and at 6 in the morning, we shave our faces, and we go to the gym. And I thought he was kidding. He goes, I'm not kidding. We get up, we shave our face every day. And so I took that as, okay, what are you trying to be like the Yankees? I'm in the middle of nowhere, Iowa. This is a junior college. What are we doing? And I get that he was trying to set a discipline and run his team with an iron fist, and I'm sure a lot of people appreciated that. It just wasn't for me. So when you tell me to commit to the school and not to the coach, impossible. That guy's in charge of my life for 4 years. He dictates what time I wake up, what time I go to the gym, what classes I take, when we practice, when we go on the road, how we go on the road. Like, you're in charge of every step of my life. So when you commit to a coach and then the coach gets fired or leaves to go to another school and you tell the player who did that, hey, tough luck, buddy. Well, that doesn't seem right. But now it's gone so wildly in the other direction that I think coaches are kind of like politicians. They're focused on the job and the task at hand, but they got one eye out for their campaigning. They're always on the phone with somebody else saying, who are we going to get next year? Because half of my roster is not going to be here anymore.
And that was also crazy a few months ago when we were talking about the 3-quarterback carousel at CU, and one thing that kept coming up was, boy, if Coach Prime doesn't feed all these different quarterbacks,
if you don't play Juju's going to
hit
leave.
The portal.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or who knows how Salter will feel. You're right. It's not only just coaching X's and O's. It's egos and the portal.
It's a fundraiser.
And Gucci and Louis and all that stuff.
It's all a giant fundraiser, and it's keeping the people that are donating to your campaign happy, but it's also going to try and find new people that are going to donate to your campaign, knowing that those people are going to leave. Like, it's a really, really weird spot to be in. And I think it's affected a lot of the way that guys kind of like, you don't have time to build chemistry anymore. Everything's in a microwave. So get more into this a little bit later. 303-504-0925. Excuse me, 0925. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets outscore the Pels 69-41 in the second half and improve to 3-1 on the year. Tonight, the final from Ball Arena, Denver 122, Pels 88.
I like the old school.
I told Nelly at the beginning of the appetizer, we need to start the show with funk more. Just gets me in a better mood.
It does.
Yeah. So from my understanding, Moj is celebrating Nevada Day early. He's not going to be here today.
Who told you that?
Is he losing all of his guts?
Yeah, something like that. So get better, Moj. Secondly, hey, Vic, I have breaking news. And it's rare that we get this at 7 o'clock in the morning. You ready? The Nuggets are really good at basketball. I don't know if you guys knew that or not.
Hot take alert. Hot take alert.
This team is... Wait, who used my Chicka Pow Pow song on something else? I don't know if you know this. They're a very deep team with a bench that has legitimate players on it, and they can no longer... they don't have to play down to competition.
I knew something was different when, in the first half, the subs came in, the non-Jokic minutes, and they built a big lead, like an 18-point lead.
Yeah.
Then the starters came in, and that lead evaporated. And I found myself saying, put the subs in.
Dude, I'm not kidding, Vic. I had the same sort of reaction. It was like you have... this lead in which, it was very obvious from the beginning of the game. You were much better than New Orleans, and New Orleans just isn't that talented. Certainly not as talented as you. But when the starters come in, and that's when the lead dissipates, you're like, that one's different. Haven't seen that one before. But again, once that first half ended, I was a little bit upset. I was like, did you guys really just let them turn this into a 6-point game when you were up 14 points 2 minutes ago?
18. It was 18. A 12-0 run.
So show me what you do in the third. Just go out there and do better.
Oh, they did.
29-2 run.
Yeah, they
and
did.
The game was over.
I would love to have been in that locker room yesterday at halftime.
Yeah.
I wonder what was said. I wonder what they said to each other. Come on, guys. Let's just take care of this. And it was very clear there in the third quarter. They were just trying to pour it on so they could rest the fourth. And they did. And Joker has another triple-double in the third quarter.
Without playing a minute in the fourth. No starters did. And that's the kind of stuff. There's all this discussion about load management in the league. You know what the best load management is? Don't play a quarter of a game. How about that? Just sit on the bench the entire time.
When you earn your time off by playing extremely well. Listen, what the Nuggets did last night is exactly what you'd expect from a championship contending team. They took a lesser team, a very sub-mediocre team, and they blitzed them. And they blitzed them right off the court.
But they haven't done that for a couple of years.
Well, last year they had teams like, I'll give you an example. Washington.
Yeah.
Do you remember that late season loss to Washington?
Yeah.
They came in here and beat the Nuggets.
I try and get my parents to a game once a year. That was the game that they went to. Was that one? Washington, wasn't it Jordan Poole hit one at the buzzer or something like that?
By the way, your boy Jordan Poole last night.
He's not my boy. Don't you do that.
Minus 35.
He's a bad player, man. He's just not good.
Well, he's sort of moping around in New Orleans. He's stuck there. It sort of happens when you get stuck there.
Well, then he was moping around in Washington, and he was moping around in Golden State. Maybe he's just a moper.
Just a smooth minus 35.
Hey, can I tell you something? My biggest takeaway from the game, mine, I don't know if you agree with this or not. You very obviously have a legitimate bench with veteran players who are entirely reliable. And Tim Hardaway Jr. is a great example of that. I think he's a lot better than I thought he'd be, to be honest with you. A lot better than I thought. Do you know who's impressed me most to start this year? It's 4 games in. Jokic's 4 triple-doubles. I don't know how many of those happened through 3 quarters, but at least the last 2 have. The jump that seemingly has been made from Peyton Watson is incredibly fun. It feels like Vic, he gets it now. It felt like the last couple of years he would play well. He does things well. We saw the ability that he had, but it's kind of like he was figuring it out on the fly. It's like he's matured now, and he knows what his role is, and he knows what his game is.
He understands his role perfectly.
Yes.
And that is you saw it last night. He had 2 swats in 1 possession.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah, that was really nice.
To get that, so he gets the initial block that just trickles over to the corner, and the guy's wide open for a 3. And he's on the opposite side of the hoop, and he still gets a fingertip on the next attempted shot. Unreal.
It is a team that I can honestly say the amount of options they have coming off the bench, even in the starting lineup, it is. I can't imagine how much fun David Adelman is having right now as a mad scientist. The Nuggets last night, I asked Nikola Jokic about it, and I know Christian Brown. I don't know if we have sound from Christian Brown, but he went into detail about it. In the first half last night, not sure how closely you watched the game, the Denver Nuggets ran the exact same play 4 times in a row. They had Cam Johnson and Christian Brown at the top of the key, gave the ball to Joker, and both of those guys would wait and then cut. It was the exact same play, and it worked 4 straight times. And it resulted in 3 straight dunks by Christian Brown.
So it's funny you mentioned that because Adam Mara's DNVR had the exact same thing, and he put out a video about the tape from the previous game to New Orleans. Who are they playing again? Who they just beat? Minnesota. They did the exact same thing. They ran the same play over and over again, and it's unstoppable. And when you're a team like that, just to make a football comparison, Vic, is there any better thing in the world than when you have a team that is so physically dominant, you can telegraph, we're going to run the football, and there ain't a damn thing you can do about it. We're just going to bowl you over. You can know what play is coming, and it does not matter. We will still beat you with it. That's where the Nuggets are at right now. By the way, to the bench part of things, David Adelman has been a part of the Nuggets organization since 2017, I believe, right? It's been a long time. It's like 8 years. He was asked a question last night in the postgame that'll tell you everything. You said he's got to be having fun coaching this team. Well, how about, have you ever seen a Nuggets team when Jokic leaves the floor for 8.5 minutes that increases their lead by 9?
No. I have to be careful with it, though. Like, it's great we can do it, but I also thought he was stiff when he came back in. So there is a trade-off to all this stuff. But, yes, you're exactly right. For him to play 27 minutes tonight, I thought Jonas was great. Tim, obviously, really good. Peyton's energy. Bruce was great. And then I was really proud of Julian. I keep saying this. I'm not saying it just to sound cool or whatever. You got to stay ready. And we have a lot of good players. So when it's your chance, take advantage of it. I thought Julian did. And it's good. It's not about him making shots. It's about how he plays. His mentality of being ready, playing at the same pace, and professionalism as the other guys have been playing like. That's really important.
We're at a stage, just quickly, where we have been begging, Vic, for not just the last couple of years, even during the championship run, begging for somebody to step up and earn playing time. We're like, they need help. Somebody needs to play better. And now you're at a stage where, God, I would love to get Julian in the game more, but you know what I mean?
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yes.
That's the way it should be. And that's the way it should have been the last 2 years. And to be honest with you, maybe Michael Malone still has a job if it was that way.
I don't know if you think about this during the game.
I think about it all the time. What is Michael Malone saying to himself as he's watching this? I'm thinking about it all the time.
I can't help it. I almost tweeted out last night because I came across this GIF from Citizen Kane where he's sitting there with a scowl on his face. I don't know if it was a play or an opera. Been a while since I've seen the movie. But he's going like this. Yeah. Just a scowl, and he's clapping. And it's got to be what Michael Malone feels like. Everything that I've asked for years, you gave to the team the second that you fired me. And it's so true.
I mean, take the Minnesota game. Who wouldn't want to have a veteran come off the bench like Tim Hardaway and light up the competition in one quarter to basically win the game for you? Light him up.
Tim Hardaway, is he the most fearless player on the Nuggets?
He ain't afraid to shoot.
Yeah, is he the guy who just doesn't care, I'm going to get a shot up?
Yeah, but that's born out of, he's been there and done that. And I think everybody knows what you get. You will have games where he's like, okay, quit shooting. It's not going
yeah, but I'm saying there are guys that have been like that. Like Bones was like that.
Yeah.
When he was here. Who's the little tiny guard that always came in garbage
Isaiah
time?
Thomas?
No. Marcus Howard?
Yeah, the former Marquette guy.
That guy, whenever he stepped
would
on the
jack
floor,
it up.
I'm going to shoot.
Yeah.
I don't care what you guys think.
But, one thing I've noticed now, there are a handful of teams, and you get them in every league, but especially in the NBA, it's hard to ignore this. New Orleans is one of those teams. You look at their roster, you watch them play, and you're like, God, it's over. Like, season's over. We're 4 games in. Season's over. They're 0-4. That team is not good.
They're bad.
But what you do with a not good team is what the Nuggets did last night. And that's the difference, man. Mm-hmm. That's the maturity. That's what they've changed. They would have dabbled. They would have played with their food last year. They would have messed around. They would have, we'd be in the fourth quarter, and then Joker would have to come back off the bench to put the finishing touches. No, not anymore. Let's go.
So the beginning of that fourth quarter, the Nuggets are up 34 points to start it. It's 92-58. There's a world that we lived in where a 34-point lead, is that what I said? 34 in the fourth? At about the 7-minute mark, you'd be looking at your starters being like, guys, just go out there and clean this game up and finish it. Like, just finish the game. And that was not even a remote thought last night.
Why would it be?
I almost turned the game off. I'm like, there's no point in watching this.
Do you know how rare a 29-2 run is in the National Basketball Association?
Yeah.
It's so hard. There's one that was better by the Nuggets most recently. 2 years ago. They beat Minnesota at home, back when they were beating Minnesota consistently, on a 32-2 run.
Jeez.
Even better.
Wait, was that one of those weird, was that playoff series? Or was that the regular season?
No, that was a regular season game in 2023.
Do you remember, though, they had that playoff series where the T-Wolves won by 40, and then the next night the Nuggets won by 40, and then, but, yeah, it's just, look, everything that you've wanted to see from this team and what they do, I think you've gotten it through 4 games. I mean, with the exception of what? A little bit of a collapse at the end of the fourth quarter in the first game against the Warriors. And I think you could chalk that up to a number of different things. First of all, they just didn't play well. But second of all,
Steph Curry going nuclear.
Steph Curry went nuclear, and they had a game on you when you were just playing your first game trying to figure things out. But it's exactly what you wanted to see. Like, I don't think you could ask for, as far as indicators of what this team could be moving forward for the rest of the year. I got no complaints, Vic.
I was going to ask you, is there any area of concern?
No. I think defensively, they look great. I think three-point shooting, they look great. I think depth-wise, obviously, they look great. Like, area for concern, am I a little bit worried about maybe Cam Johnson's start to his Nuggets career? A little bit, maybe.
He only attempted 4 shots last night.
Well, I know, but it's just I still think he's in the process of figuring out how to play with this starting 5 and what exactly his role is. Because remember, he was basically the guy in Brooklyn, right?
Michael Porter Jr. is enjoying that role now.
Yeah. But he's suffering a little bit from what Aaron Gordon had. Aaron Gordon was the dude when he was in Orlando. He gets traded here, and he's like the 4th option.
Okay, but hold on a second, though, because this is not a criticism. It's an observation.
Yeah.
And tell me if I'm wrong. Everybody says, it's going to take time to mesh. Didn't take Aaron Gordon time. He meshed right away. Didn't take him much time. He came in right away, and they went on that magic run before Jamal got hurt.
Okay. Let's hang on to this for a second because
what do you want me to do with it?
I got a thought. Well, first of all, we got to get to a keyword because it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We got a pair of tickets to give away for the Kings game on Monday. But secondly, I think I have an answer to that, why it's maybe a little bit more difficult for Cam Johnson than it is when Aaron Gordon got here. So we'll get to that in a couple of minutes. Your first keyword coming your way next. Circus Sports, we have Thursday night football tonight. We have a number of different things that you could look at right now on that Circus Sports book ahead to the NFL weekend, the college football weekend. But how about this? With the Blue Jays win last night to lead this series 3-2, if you think the Dodgers win 2 straight, it's plus 200 on the Circus Sports book for LA to win the World Series. Everything you could imagine is right there in that app. And if you're in Vegas, like Moser is right now, go check out the Circus Sportsbook. It's beautiful. But the second best thing is right there in that app. So download it right now. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Every Thursday, we give away a pair of tickets on every show, so be listening for the keywords on the 20s of each hour. This hour, the keyword is capital. By the way, capital A-L, not O-L at the end, A-L. Capital in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That gets yourself in the running for a pair of tickets to see Russell Westbrook's return to Denver, with the Kings coming to town on Monday. But the keyword is capital in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Getting a lot of reaction about this shirt. They gave this away at the game last night, and I'm going to try to get a couple for our personal Twitch family that deserves some love.
What about me?
For a giveaway.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
This is a triple XL, by the way.
What about me?
No.
I have
Buenos dias.
I have a thought, by the way, on what you asked. Why was it so much easier, seemingly, for Aaron Gordon to fit in than Cam Johnson? Because they're coming from two similar situations, traded from bad teams in which they were the star to a team in which you're maybe the fourth option offensively. Yep. And I would say this. The role that Cam Johnson is being asked to play is one that I don't even know if Michael Porter Jr. was capable of filling people's expectations towards. Like if I asked everybody what is like a typical game, or how about this, averages for Cam Johnson throughout the course of the year, what should that look like? Is their answer going to be 20 points a night? Is it going to be 12? Is it going to be 15? Like, what is it? And I have a hard time trying to figure that out, too, because when you're the fourth at best option offensively for a starting five that's putting up pretty historic numbers to start this season. I just saw from Jake Coyne this morning, first team in NBA history to score at least 122 points on 50% or better from the field in each of your first four games. First team ever to do that. What's the expectation? And Aaron Gordon's was different because he wasn't expected to do things offensively. It was dunk and play good defense is what he was asked to do.
Yeah. You're providing a lot of grace here, and I admire you for that. And you're doing it because you know things are fine, and it's not a reason to panic or to get extra critical, and I get it. I mean, we're 4 games in. They're fine. He's fine. He's going to be just fine. But the numbers indicate your theory's flawed. There's no way that Cam Johnson should be the 7th leading scorer on this team. And that's where he currently stands. There's no way.
But did it look...
That's going to change. He'll move up. And there's no way that his three-point shooting should be among the lowest. There's no way. That's not why he's here.
I agree with you. No,
that's going to change. So you can't look at the current data and say, it's all good. It's not.
No. Just to hone in on this, I said at the end of last segment that I think if there is a concern that I have is that Cam Johnson doesn't look totally right yet. But I am questioning what is the numbers that he's supposed to get. What does
question.
Look right?
I don't know.
What should be his thing? Is what I'm asking.
I guess a lot of Nuggets fans would say what MPJ got you.
No, because MPJ wasn't good enough, remember? Nuggets fans, a lot of them, thought MPJ wasn't good enough. And MPJ scored 18 points a night. That's why I'm curious as to what do you think he should do then?
I think he should provide a vehicle where if you need this one night, you got it. If you need that one night, you got it.
That's fair. Totally.
What I love about his game is, and what I love about this team, here's what I love about this team. They don't care. If it's one guy, great, let him go. If it's the other guy, great, let him go. There's no sulking if you're not getting your shots. Like, some guys would sulk if they only attempted 4 shots. That's not Cam.
Well, that's exactly what I'm kind of getting at here. You said it was providing a lot of grace to him. I thought his game was fine last night because he didn't force anything.
When I say grace, I mean if you're projecting, if you think this is what it's going to end up after the season, it's not.
No, he can't. He can't finish with what is he at 5-6 points a game? Like that 8. Can't happen. But like when I just look at last night by itself,
yeah.
So you look at the box score in the morning and you go, man, this guy you traded for, Cam Johnson, had 7 points and 1 rebound and 1 assist. Yeah. And I'm like, I thought it looked totally fine. Like, that's what he should have been doing last night.
Listen, and here's the bottom line. Head-to-head, you can make the debate who the better player is. You can make that debate all day, and it's a fair debate. But it's not apples and apples. It's MPJ versus Cam Johnson, Tim Hardaway, Jonas Valanciunas, and Bruce Brown. Because his departure, his trade, allowed you to get all those other guys. They opened up the tax bracket.
Okay.
With MPJ's departure, you got all those other players.
How about this? We'll do it this way then. Who should be the leading scorer on the Nuggets this year?
I don't know.
That's
okay, the beauty of it.
Okay, how about this? Well, I'll make it easier. Your 1 and 2 is Jokic and Murray in some order. That's your 1 and 2. Who's third?
Could be Aaron Gordon. Do you know how?
Who's fourth? Who's
be
fifth?
Christian Brown.
So here's what I'm talking about. The least paid player in your starting 5 is who? It's Cam.
Is he the?
No, Christian
No,
Brown.
not this season.
I
right
guess,
now,
yes. With the
Christian Brown is still on his rookie contract.
The extension for Christian Brown, sure, but I think we all consider this. He's a $25 million a year player now. Okay. By the numbers, Cam Johnson. Yeah, Cam Johnson should be your least of your starting 5.
We just hit the era where all 5 players are making 20 plus.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Wait, what is Cam right now? Is he like 19 or something? I thought that's what he was.
Yeah, he's close to that 20 million range.
Hang on. So let me look at it right now. He is making. Come on, computer.
He's close to that 20 million
21.
range.
21. Yeah. So out of all the starting 5, if you factor in the extension for Christian Brown now, he is the least paid player in your starting 5. And I know that a lot of people, their criticisms of MPJ was, well, if you're a max player, you have to be doing X, Y, and Z.
Mm-hmm.
Well, according to that metric or that way of thinking, Cam Johnson should be the guy with the least points per game in your starting 5. And that's what I'm trying to get at is I don't know what the expectation is supposed to be for him.
I think, Scott Hastings said it best. Chris Dempsey and Scott Hastings had a great conversation about this last night. And again, what we're doing now in talk radio and in the analysis world is talking about something that really doesn't even exist yet because it's so early. However, they did mention their observation of Cam Johnson is he's such a deep thinking player. He's a deep thinker. He's overthinking some of his stuff right now.
I totally agree. Totally agree. I think that he's the kind of guy, Vic, you've heard him in those podcast interviews before this, how excited he is to be here, how excited he is to play with Jokic. I think he's like, his number one thing upon getting here is, I'm not going to rock the boat. I'm going to come in and play whatever role they need me to play, and I almost think he's being too passive.
Sometimes you can be too smart.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have that trouble all the time. It's a problem for me.
Well, to the Broncos for a second, Vic. You know what's going to be weird this weekend in playing against the Houston Texans? It might be the only time this year in which you enter a game and say the defense you're playing could be better than yours. Have you seen the numbers of Houston this year? Number one team in total yards allowed per game, number one team in points per game, and it's not close.
Where did that come from? Like
good drafting.
Yeah, but did you anticipate this? Did you say at the beginning of the season, hey, watch out for that Houston defense?
No, and I thought, Vic, like maybe they just played bad teams. Maybe that's a part of it. Do you want to know who they played this year? These are the offenses they've faced. They faced the Rams. How are they?
Pretty good.
Held them to 14. They faced the Bucks. Held them to 20. Faced the Jags. 17. Faced the Seahawks. They scored 27. And they faced the Niners last week, who scored 15 points. The other two teams are the Titans and the Ravens, and we know how those offenses are. They haven't just been beating up on bad football teams defensively. Now, remember, they're 3-4 so far this year, but they've won 3 of their last 4 games. Their defense is legitimately good. They do a lot of things really well. They got a good secondary that's led by Derek Stingley. They got a good pass rush with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson and Sheldon Rankins and a whole bunch of guys up front. And you said this yesterday, and I think it's more true this week than ever. You have for years looked at your defense and said, you need to be the number one thing that goes out and wins us a football game. And that's got to change this week. Because without Pat Surtain, it's going to put an extra stress on that defense, but points are going to be at a premium. Do you know what the over-under is for this weekend? 38.5.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
38.5.
That's got to be the lowest in the league this week.
Has to be. I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but it has to be. But that's what they're telling you about what they think these two defenses going on the field against each other are going to be doing to opposing offenses.
And that's not asking too much, by the way, to say, all right, because for the last 2 years, defense has carried most of the load. They've had occasions where they've bent, right?
Yeah.
But most of the time, the defense is doing most of the work. All right. For about a 3-game stretch, including this game, offensively, you're going to have to rescue us. There's going to be moments where you got to play above expectation, and this is one of those games.
Texter makes a good point. It doesn't hurt that Houston's coach is who?
DeMeco Ryan.
Who was seen as one of the best defensive coordinators in the league a couple years ago in San Fran. That also helps. But I really think this is a game in which you got to look at your quarterback, Bo Nix, and you got to say, hey, this is what we need from you. We need consistency. We need you to go out and move the chains. We can't have a handful of 3-and-outs in this game.
Yeah.
Because the other factor in this Houston thing, Houston has their offense struggled this year, and their numbers aren't great. But in the last month, their last 4 games, they're averaging 29 a game. They're starting to find a little bit of a groove with C.J. Stroud, who really struggled to start the year. If there's any consolation to that, probably the worst thing on the Texans team right now is their O-line. And what you do best is pass rush. So you'll be able to get pressure on him. But I do think this is one where you look at your offense and you say, this one's going to be on you. It's not going to be easy, but you got to find ways to make this work. And I think this is a good indicator for the rest of the year. What can the Broncos be? Right now, they're a division leader. They're near the top of the AFC. They're in the top 8 of everybody's power rankings. If you're truly that type of team, you'll go out and play good enough offense to get a win on the road, early time slot, all that stuff in a game like this where your defense needs you.
The difference I see between the two defenses, because Houston is first, giving up 266 yards a game. Broncos are 5th. The big difference between the two defenses, takeaways. They've forced a few more of those.
Yep.
And they get to the ball. By the way, what is the status of Joe Mixon for that team? Because not having him is a problem.
Well, they haven't had him. They've been running with Nick Chubb.
Nick Chubb, yeah.
And they're splitting between Nick Chubb and who's the other guy that they got in their backfield? Yeah, Marks. I think that he's still on IR.
That could explain them being slow out of the gate. That's a big piece of their offense.
Yeah, I was one of the guys that in the offseason, before I knew that they were getting J.K. Dobbins, I was like, maybe you go out and you try and find Nick Chubb too. But it looks like the amount of injuries he's taken over his career has really just kind of broken him down where he's not quite the same. And again, Vic, their offensive line isn't great either, which doesn't help matters. But it's one of those things where I'm not concerned that Houston's going to put up a 30-piece on you, but with how difficult their defense is, you're going to have to put together some drives in this game. And I don't think this is going to be, with how good that defense is, one of those, hey, if we're down 14 in the fourth quarter, we'll have a chance to come back. I think that's asking way too much of your defense to go out there and play well.
Also, it's I think you're going to see Mercedes Lewis in the game the week they pick him up. I think they brought him in for this game. They saw something. They saw something, right?
Well,
they said, okay, here's what we need.
There's one thing that the Broncos do well, and I want to get to some midterm grades because we're halfway through the year with the Broncos coming up a little bit later in the show, in the 8 o'clock hour. But there is one thing that they do really well. They're third in the league in rushing yards per game. They run the football well, and they've committed to it. To Sean Payton's credit, for all the question marks surrounding that question for 2 straight years, and I think my theory and my hope, more than anything else, kind of rings true. I do think it was more of a personnel problem that he just didn't trust the running backs that he had previously. There's no question that he trusts J.K. Dobbins to run the football.
Well, what about R.J. Harvey? He produced the best run I've seen all year.
I think he's gaining trust.
Yeah, but that run game is also a product of how you block it, and that whole blocking, whatever they pulled off in that pitch left
Yeah.
They pitch it left to RJ. Quinn Miners put together a highlight reel to die for.
I know. He got three people to fall down.
When you put a tape out for all the offensive linemen, like if you want to say, here's guards, here's how you do it. That one right there was amazing.
But I think you're right. I don't think that they brought in Mercedes Lewis to stash him on the practice squad.
No, he's going to play.
I think he's going to play, and he's going to effectively be an extra tackle on the offensive line.
The Palczewski role.
Yeah. And you know what they could do, Vic? They could run a Mercedes Lewis out there and bring in that eligible tackle and get really jumbo if they want to run the football like that. And that I'm honestly like, I hope they do. It's very intriguing to me, is that you would have essentially 7 offensive linemen out there at once to block for – you know what, Vic? How about this? Give me a set where it's Mercedes Lewis, it's an extra offensive lineman, and they bring in Adam Prentice in there to block from fullback too.
Let's get weird.
And just see what happens.
And then they just send somebody deep and throw it.
Yeah, and then it's just, well, I don't know if Mims is going to play this week. He's questionable.
He'll play.
Franklin on a straight go route, just like a double move, start and stop. But it would give you some options. A reminder to you guys, it is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Keyword for this hour is capital. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. A chance to win a pair of tickets to the Russell Westbrook return to Denver Monday night against the Kings. But it's capital. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Also, November is Hockey Fights Cancer Month. And the Avs and Vitalant are encouraging people to donate blood. And you can sign up to donate through Vitalant in November. Through vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. So not only are you doing something that obviously is a necessary thing in our world, it helps people out, but you also, by donating through that website, have a chance to win a signed Avs jersey on top of everything else. So again, go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and to schedule your blood donation today.
Did you watch any of the World Series?
Of course. I told you guys, in that ALCS, when it was between the Blue Jays and the Mariners, either team that emerged from that, and part of me, like, I wanted the Mariners to win the World Series, but part of me with the Blue Jays, I think it's better that they advanced if you're just looking to beat the Dodgers. They have an offensive lineup that just, they can't be stopped. They're going to find the barrel multiple times.
Their pitcher last night, what did he finish with, 12 Ks?
Yeah. 12.
He was in single A a couple months ago.
Oh, there was a great thing I just saw on that, but go ahead.
Yeah, where he fans Ohtani and starts walking off.
No, about his like come up. Yasevich, so he made $57,204 in the MLB this season as a late call up from the minors. That's how much cash he got.
My favorite pitcher is the pitcher who throws something, and before it even hits the catcher's mitt, he walks off knowing it's a strike. And he did that like 3 or 4 times last night.
I know.
You know that look like, yeah, they ain't touching that.
You know what's with him in particular? Like, we've had now, this is the second time, by the way, that we've had a pitcher do something just crazy as a rookie in the postseason. Remember when Schlittler for the Yankees had that game in which he was unhittable? Young pups going up there against good competition and just mowing through people.
I mean, he's playing Game 5 of the World Series in L.A., the immense pressure on him, what felt like a must-win for Toronto, and he puts that effort out there? That's amazing, man.
Well, and especially with, I mean, Vic, we all know the implications of a tied 2-2 series, Game 5, and how big that is. You set yourself up for as good of a shot as ever to get another World Series. You got to lose 2 in a row to not bring that thing home to Canada. And it's like you win in the way that they did it after Game 3, that emotional low that you had to feel, losing in 18 innings. To come back, win Game 4, and then take Game 5 to go back to Toronto to try and close things out is pretty incredible.
I think it's going to go 7.
I think
Yamamoto, he's going to win Game 6.
Yep. So A lot more to talk about today. 303-504-0925. Yes, Nelly.
And by the way, Brett, the key word is capital, as in they're about to play the Sacramento Kings, and Sacramento is the capital of California. A couple people missed that. We're getting some good guesses. We even got a Kappa. Someone thinks we're going Greek on the show. Capital.
So let me quiz you guys.
We got to enunciate.
If I'm telling you he's headed, this is going to be capital punishment for him, how would you spell that?
With an O.
You sure?
Nope.
Capital punishment.
How could you be so sure?
See, this is where the English language gets
is where it
really
gets
quirky.
you.
It's like principle and principle.
Uh-huh.
The principle of the thing or principle of a school. Two different things, two different spellings.
Well, principle of a school is just one spelling. And you can use that all the time. But every other principle is the other spelling. Capital
No,
goes,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but capital goes all over the place. I know, you know the capital of a city.
Yes. And a capital letter.
But a capital offense.
And the Capitol building.
Yeah, figure it out, English.
Anyway, back after this.
I don't understand anything that you said.
Tune in tomorrow night at 7 for our high school football game of the week. Mark Johnson and Tyler Polumbus will have the call for Grandview at Cherry Creek on AM 950. High school football and altitude is brought to you by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSAA.
Listen, I know that we're going to get into plenty of sports. We have a 3-hour sports show, but there are kids on the way to school right now. Parents are driving them. We might as well provide some lesson. And this is for you, too. I find this very intriguing. This is where the English language has some wrinkles to it. Capital. It's our key word. If I told you to send in the word capital, you're wondering, well, which one? Because there's two of them.
Yeah,
there's capital with an O and capital with an A.
I looked it
Correct?
up, too. Yeah.
Okay? I'm just looking at all the different uses for the word capital. And I just want to ask you and Natalie right now, if I'm referring to Capitol Hill, how would you spell that?
Capitol Hill.
Yeah.
OL.
A lot of decisions are made in Capitol Hill. Yes, OL. Exactly right. If I'm referring to the state capital, which would it be?
That's A.
Nope. OL.
I don't think that's true.
Do you mean the Capitol building?
No, I really think the only use for O, from what I found, was the Capitol building.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah, I think you got that totally wrong.
No, you're exactly right.
Yeah, you are misinforming the children.
Yeah, I am misinforming. I am not a good teacher.
Spell capital with an A at the end.
You're right.
In every instance, except when you're referring to the Capitol
Capitol
building
Hill.
in Washington. Yes.
So why are we doing that? All right, for example, here's another one. I need some capital here, dude. I am running low on funds.
That's all A.
That's an A.
Like the easiest way to remember it. The O is only for the building in Washington. That's
I need you to capitalize your letters, please.
A.
Hey, these capital ships. There's ships in the bay. Capital ships.
A. It's very easy now. I thought it was hard. It's actually very easy. It's just the O is only for the building in Washington, D.C.
All right, so in a roundabout way, even though I messed up at the beginning, we have now taught an entire generation of kids how easy this is. The only time capital is with an O is when referring to Capitol Hill. That's it. Every other capital,
I'm just
cities,
a bill.
Money,
I'm just a bill.
Everything else is with an A. See how easy this is? We should be teachers. Hey, every day we should provide a lesson plan of some sort. Look at how easy we just spelled that out.
Why do you think I looked up the origins to the phrases that we use all the time? We got to figure things out. Now,
here's another one. Dude, that guy should go to jail for life. In fact, he should suffer capital punishment.
A.
Yes.
Always the A. Now, speaking of Capitol building and politicians, allow me to make a comparison of what I think is happening in college football. So I've known a couple of people that have delved into the political realm and ran for some sort of office. Not high end, but office.
Like what? Student council?
Well, a city councilman. I knew somebody who was in the House. But they say
I was student body president. I don't want to brag about it.
They say the most annoying thing that they do is that they get elected and it's really hard to divvy up their time to actually doing the work combined with campaigning for their next term.
So they just quit doing the work?
No, but it's seriously like they spend such a huge amount of time having to campaign for their next election that it eats into the stuff that they would like to do when they're actually elected. And I thought to myself, man, that sounds like a lot of what college football is now, is that you're focused on what you need to do on the football field. At the same time, how often do you think they're on the phone with transfer portal guys and recruits and talking to guys about staying here instead of transferring out and all that different stuff? You got so many different things that you need to worry about that is not actually on the football field. And I really think that's eating into a lot of what coaches' game plan time and their time management is doing all of the other stuff. How many times do we talk about this, Vic, that when the Buffs are struggling, well, God, if they don't play Juju, then he's going to transfer. And it's like half of your battle is just trying to keep a roster intact while you're trying to coach your actual football team on the field on Saturdays.
Pretty much.
You know what I mean?
Which I find it always weird. Because all these coaches utilize social media now, and there's so much recruitment going on during the season. And, just landed. This guy's coming to town. Hey, we got this guy. And meanwhile, there's a fire burning in your backyard.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of times I see a coach saying, they always have emojis or something like that.
It's crazy to me. It's like two different worlds. One's going on while the other's. It used to be where all that stuff took place, all the announcements took place after the season.
Yeah. Now, there's recruiting in the middle of the season. That's always been a thing. But the issue is the difference. You got somebody on campus, Vic, and then for the most part, with a few exceptions, they were there for 4 years, right? Before the transfer rule changes, did guys transfer? Yeah, but the punishment was so punitive that it didn't happen at this frequency. Because if your whole goal was, hey, I don't want to stay here, I want to go play. So you're going to transfer and then sit out next year and then hope you play for the team after that. Like, that's a really big risk that you're making.
Here's the question you have to ask yourself about college sports today, especially college football. And it's a sad question because there aren't many people who are married to the school. Most of the players are married to the funds, married to the perks, married to the job, are they married to the school? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean by this?
Is there a pride that you take in your actual university, or is it just a conduit to getting NIL money and playing time?
Are you married to the school? Are you like, oh, man, I always wanted to go and play here. I'm married to this is the school. Or is it how much?
So here's a great example, Vic. I just saw a podcast with a guy in the NFL right now who's a rookie, who's having a really good rookie season. Quinshon Judkins, running back out of Cleveland. Looks to be a really, really good player.
He was part of that Ohio State 1-2 punch.
I can't remember what podcast he was on. It might have been Shannon and Ocho Cinco. And they said, dude, you're from Montgomery, Alabama, and you went to Ohio State? Why? They said Alabama recruited you. He goes, NIL money. And they all laughed.
Yeah.
But it's the truth.
It's the truth.
Like,
That's what I'm saying.
But to your point, Vic, do you think Quinshon Judkins I don't know if he was a fan of Alabama. I would imagine he was if he's from there. Do you think he would have felt something a little bit more towards Alabama if he put on a Crimson Tide uniform as opposed to a Buckeye uniform? Probably.
College football fans are 100% more loyal to their college football teams than the players who represent those teams. That is not I'm not trying to make I'm not doing a drive-by here. It's just the truth.
When did that change is my question.
It's the truth. Listen, tell me if I'm wrong about that. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm going to say it one more time. I'm going to say, and if you played college football in the past, perhaps your loyalty runs deep. College football fans are way more loyal to their institution than the players who play for those institutions.
Yeah.
You know what? The same could apply to pro sports.
Well, I think pro sports has always been a little bit different. You get some guys who are really passionate about the teams that they play for and stuff like that, but they're more motivated by the paycheck.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
That's business. And I'm not talking down to them saying that's wrong. That's business. Dude, you know, it's funny. We make this case all the time. Oh, you play for Denver. If you play for that, you should root for all the teams. And these guys are all from different places, different walks of life. Bruce Brown is from Massachusetts. He's a Boston Red Sox fan.
You know what? Bruce Brown might love Denver more than some people living in
That's
Denver
true.
love Denver.
That's a good point. He wanted to come back here. You think Jonas Valanciunas is going out of his way to root for the Rockies?
Yeah, I also think it's on that subject. Of course, they're fans of different teams. I think you got to at least pretend that you like the teams in town. It's part of the gig.
This is a story, and again, I don't mean to refer to my school all the time, but it's the truth. There was a day once when people would want to. I mean, the movie Rudy people wanted to go to Notre Dame for the tradition and the allure and the hopes and the dreams and all that stuff that came with it.
I'm very important.
Those days are gone.
Oh, yeah.
Those days are gone. Those days, what you got for me? Those days are
course.
gone, baby. You know, what? Hey, what's the Vatican going to give me?
No, part of the thing that people were sold on before all this stuff was you come here because to whatever school you want to pick, with Bama, Florida, Michigan, Notre Dame, USC, Nebraska, whatever. You buy into what that school is and what they're about.
Sure.
You buy into their tradition.
Sure.
You honor their tradition.
Yes.
You live and die by it.
How many players at the University of Colorado woke up one day and say, I want to play for CU because of the tradition of Ralphie and the Buffs? How many? How many current players there?
The walk-ons.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The walk-ons who are playing for free.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Yep.
Somebody name me a single player, one, who wanted to play there simply for the tradition of the school.
You can head to Stoney's on Lincoln to watch tonight's Thursday night football game between Baltimore and Miami. It's presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew and hang out with DMac and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. See you at Stoney's at 6. Back after this.
Dan Kaplan's Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. I saw Dan at the game last night. He must have been happy. We were all happy. Because Dan Kaplan's Law wins, just like the Nuggets. They win in record-setting ways. A serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. So, if you need Dan's help, 3 offices across the Front Range, up and down. 303-770-5551. That's the phone number, 303-770-5551. Or hit him up online. Go check out the website. See what he's all about. DanCaplisLaw.com.
All right, Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Got another keyword, and I do want to, at 8:20, and I do want to get back to the Nuggets in a second. But, Vic, I just saw something that I think is hilarious.
I saw something funny, too. I have to talk about it as well. I don't know if it's the same thing we saw. I just came across it on social media.
Okay, you go first then, real quick. Go first.
Say what you want about Anthony Edwards. Say what you want. Obviously, don't like to play against him if you're a Nuggets fan. During the Wolves-Lakers game last night, a game in which the Lakers won, Austin Reeves hit the buzzer.
Well, they were up huge, and then they allowed Minnesota to come back, and then Austin Reeves hit the buzzer.
He hit the buzzer beater to win. Early in the game, Anthony Edwards not playing. He's still hurt. He's on the bench. A Minnesota fan screams, "Who is number 12?" Playing for the Lakers. It's Jake LaRavia, who also had 27 points last night. Anthony Edwards throws his hands in the air. That's what I'm saying. I don't even know.
That's really good.
And then he busted him up for 27.
All right, that is funny. See, these are the things about Anthony Edwards. Like, I'm telling you, sometimes I think Anthony Edwards is really funny, and sometimes I can't stand the guy. That's
did
funny.
you see there was also a clip where the ref called someone for a foul, and Ant got up in his face and said, "What was that? What was that call, ref?" And then he looked up at the video board and saw the replay, and then you could read his lips. He went, "Oh, my bad. That was a good whistle. My bad. Sorry."
But could you imagine the disrespect an opposing player who is number 12, and there's I don't know. Who is it?
Here's what I saw, just real quick. There was a Browns fan that went to the official Cleveland Browns pro shop, like the one that the Broncos have outside Dove Valley, right? Where it's all Broncos gear. Whatever you could imagine, they got it in there. And so they have this wall, like 2 walls of just, it's either T-shirt jerseys or official game jerseys, right?
Well, how many colors do they have to choose from? Brown?
Well, they get their whites and the browns and whatever. Here's what blew my mind. Out of all those racks, Vic, who's the number 1 name with the most
Sanders.
jersey? Yeah, it ain't Myles Garrett. It's Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
You know what else I noticed when I was watching this guy do this walkthrough video? Do you know who there's not a single jersey of? T-shirt?
Dylan Gabriel?
Not a single one. Not a single
What is
jersey of
going
the
on,
starting
dude?
quarterback there. They are having the Shedeur ones fly off the shelves.
What is going on? Would you not love to have a book written right now in real time from Kevin Stefanski's perspective on what is happening? I'm telling you, the theory that we proposed yesterday makes more sense than all of them. They don't want to play him because they know they have to pay Deshaun Watson when he comes back, and they don't want to cause any turmoil. They got to give him his money regardless, and they don't want to start anything.
But it's kind of like you're going to pay him whether he plays or he doesn't. You're stuck. Why not see if Shedeur's any good?
It's the only thing I can make sense of.
No, but
it's
you're
the
right.
only thing.
You're right. I'm telling you, watch this video. This guy is scanning through. Vic, it is a wall and a half of Shedeur jerseys without a Dylan Gabriel thing in sight. And they won't play him. It feels like, honestly, if Shedeur sucks, can I just say this? If Shedeur is terrible, like unplayably bad, who's the worst quarterback you think you've ever seen play the sport of football? Like in the NFL, who's the worst one? Like, who was a homeboy who kept throwing picks?
Oh,
Nathan Peterman.
He threw 4 and 1 for the Raiders?
Yes.
Let's say 4 and 1/2 or 1 quarter?
Let's say it's Nathan. He is Nathan Peterman levels of bad. The grift they got going of I'm going to not play him and have these jerseys fly off the shelves as fast as I can before we're forced to play this guy and everybody will know that he's bad. It's unbelievable.
Nate, you got to hurry up, man.
Think about that, though, Vic. Let that guy keep selling jerseys as much as possible until we have to play him and everybody else finds out.
Hurry up, Nate.
But it blew my mind. A wall and a half of Shedeur jerseys without a Gabriel one in sight. Not a single one is at the official team store for the starting quarterback of your team. Anyway, to the Nuggets. Nelly, there's a play last night that I loved. Let's hear it.
Jumper's no good. Rebound Jokic. Length of the floor. Outlet pass. Peyton Watson. Kick out 3. Murray. Let's go! Nuggets lead it by 30 in the third quarter. 79-49.
Three things I loved about that play. Number one, the patented Jokic rebound, turn, throw, water polo pass, right? Mm-hmm. Secondly, Peyton Watson's ability when he was the one that hustled down floor to go get the pass. Go ahead, Nelly. You can run it. Just leave it on behind us. So, shot missed from the Pelicans. Jokic, 1 foot, water polo.
Who does
right
that?
to Peyton Watson. But that right there, Peyton Watson grabbing the ball, handling it first, and then giving the old no look over to Jamal Murray for the wide open three, who buries that. And I think at that time, was that his third or fourth straight three that he made in that short amount of time?
Before that string of threes,
he was struggling.
He couldn't make a shot, and he finally found one to go in, and they weren't going in like all net, too. They were hitting every part of the rim.
Yep.
But he finally snapped out of it by seeing one going. You're so right about the maturity of Peyton Watson there, because maybe last year he turns around and tries to dunk on somebody, but he sees his man. He knows that at that time Jamal's hot. Let's go. Dial it up. Give me another.
And then watch this. Watch where his head's at. A little no-looker on this, too, just to keep the defense.
And he's looking the wrong way. He's looking away from the hoop back towards the other direction, and he no-look passes to Jamal.
Just to make sure that one of these trailing defenders doesn't get on Jamal quick enough. Now, Jamal rattled it around for a second, but it finally falls. I love that play, and I thought it was an indicator of a few different things that happened last night, which was Jokic being Jokic, Murray finding it in the third quarter, and Peyton Watson, I think the word for him is just maturing. Maturing as a basketball player.
You know, last night was the first game of the season where Joker actually led the team in scoring. He didn't have to.
And what did he finish with, like 20, 21?
He finished with more than anybody else. He led
21
the team in
points
scoring last night.
Did you know the only person on the basketball floor last night on either team to not score a point was Hunter Tyson? He was the only one. Everybody else who played last night scored. On both
even
teams.
DeAndre Jordan, who got the ceremonial first 2 minutes of the game, poor dude. They trot him out there to start in honor of him playing for the Nuggets, then never sees the court again.
Yeah.
I mean, what? And I'm thinking to myself, why not? You guys suck.
It's kind of his point in his career, though. You know, I love DJ. I thought he was awesome when he was here as a role for, I don't know, they needed somebody like him in the locker room sort of thing. But DJ, I was surprised that he got a job, to be honest.
You know, basketball is it's such a funky business because I remember seeing, there's a guy that plays for New Orleans who only played 8 minutes last night, barely got off the bench. He had 2 points. He was 0 for 5 from the field. Do you remember the name Jordan Hawkins? Does that name ring a bell to you? Jordan Hawkins. The reason I bring it up, there was a game at Ball Arena, not last year, but the year before, where he lit it up as a rookie. Came in, could not miss. Lit it up. And I'm thinking to myself, God, I wish the Nuggets had a guy like that coming off the bench. I can light it up. What happened? Like, how is he suddenly swimming at the bottom of the pool in North? What happened?
The 7th game of his career, he went 7 of 14 from 3 and 31 points against the Nuggets.
Yes, I remember. I was at that game. I was doing sideline, and I said, this kid's going to be a player. He was a rookie, and now he can't even get on the floor.
Yeah. I don't remember that game. But it is.
Somebody said, do you remember the second game of Julian Strother's career? Look up the second game of his career. Maybe he had a similar situation. And that just goes to show you, shooting in the NBA, confidence comes and goes. It comes and goes. And the great players have that consistency to turn it on when they want to.
Well, his 6th game, he had 21 in 19 minutes. Is that what they're talking about?
Okay, probably. I thought Julian came in and provided a spark last night.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to do when you don't play at all, and then all of a sudden, hey, go in there.
Like, you know what's weird, Vic, is I thought ideally what the Nuggets would like in the offseason, because when they brought in Tim Hardaway, I'll be the first to admit, hand up, that I didn't think Hardaway was going to be doing what he's been doing the first 4 games. You know, I knew that he could shoot, but he's a very streaky shooter. And
Dude, that's a vet. That's a vet.
I'm sure we'll get the other end of that at some point, but I thought ideally what the Nuggets would want is those two to compete for playing time and Julian Strother to win that battle. And now Hardaway's like making it impossible for him to win that battle.
He's a professional shooter.
Yeah.
That's what he is. Hey, are you like me? I'm looking at the Western Conference, and we talked about all the contenders. You know, OKC's a contender. I think we can assume the Denver Nuggets are a contender.
Safe assumption.
I don't know if I don't believe in Houston. I don't.
Give that time. Give it time.
Van Vliet's out for the season. And I don't know what to think of the Clippers. Everybody's, watch out for the Clippers.
No, I'm done with them.
Golden State is old, and I know they beat the Nuggets in the opener. But over a 7-game series, I'm not worried about the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
And I hate to say this 4 games in. We're only 4 games. I think there's only one other team. I think it's Denver and OKC. Do you know there's only one other? There are 2 undefeated teams in the West. OKC's one. The Spurs are the other. Do you think the Spurs can vie?
I think that the Spurs are probably like a year away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to. You know what? The Spurs remind me a lot of what the Cavs did last year. Remember, everybody's this Cleveland team. Watch out! They started 15-0. Watch out! Once the playoffs came around, they just melted. I know they had injuries, but they melted.
I don't think they're quite good enough yet. But Wemby is he's such a miracle of a human being.
That's a genetic.
It's hard to project what that's going to look like when things get a little bit tighter in the postseason. But I do think there's a been there, done that quality to it where they got to wait for a second and deal with some of those playoff hardships that they haven't done yet. But I would just say with Houston, I think Houston could give it a couple of months for that team to gel a little bit more and with KD coming over and then make an assessment. But I'm not, Clippers, no. Golden State.
Golden State can come up and bite you if you have a classic. But I'm saying in a 7-game series.
I agree with you.
I would not be concerned about the Nuggets. The Nuggets would beat Golden State in a 7-game series, and I'm not even worried about it.
I agree with you. And the Lakers, no. Nope. Not concerned at all.
You know, the Lakers have a fascinating issue, and this happens to a lot of teams. We talk about what happens when you have LeBron, Luka, and now Austin Reeves on the court at the same time. Who gets the first shot? It's Luka, right? Who gets the second shot?
LeBron.
So Austin Reeves has been lighting up the NBA over the course of the last week. He's now relegated to third option. You could see how there's a very delicate edge there between confidence and now what do I do?
Yeah. I think their games are too similar.
Yeah, I agree. That and therein lies the difference. It's not like the Nuggets have the big fella, they have a small. They have different styles of player. These guys are all like Luka and Austin Reeves need the ball. Oh my God! If I have to see Austin Reeves do another one of those 3 things,
I know.
I don't know what it is. Why does that drive me crazy?
The reason why, just quickly here, the reason why I think Golden State worked so well back in the day is because everybody did do something different. Klay Thompson scored 20-some points per game, but how did he do it, Vic? He stood there and waited for the ball to be thrown to him or ran off a pick and then knocked down a 3. He didn't need the ball in his hands to do it because the ball was going to be in Steph's hands. Draymond Green didn't need to score for his impact to be felt. They were just a really well put together team of different types of players. And I think the Lakers are too similar. They just went with, give me the best scores. And I watched Phoenix do that. And I've watched Houston do it. And I've watched a whole bunch of teams try that strategy. It doesn't work. You need different types of players. Now we can get back to this a little bit later. You can tune in during halftime of tomorrow night's game between Cherry Creek and Grandview on AM 950. We'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Schenker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. Back after this. And it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Keywords every hour on the 20s. Your keyword for this hour is purple. Text purple in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. A chance to see Russell Westbrook and those purple Sacramento Kings come to town Monday at Ball Arena. So the keyword for this hour is purple.
Wait. And I'm not just being dramatic here. Sacramento is purple?
Yes.
It's one of their colors, yeah.
See, purple is a color that has persecuted me my entire life.
Okay, I'm going to name a few teams here. You tell me what color they are, okay? And I'm not I'm not saying these teams are purple.
Just so you know, with my disability.
Yes.
There is no distinction between purple and blue.
Okay,
it's the same color.
Perfect. So purple and blue are the same color. The Memphis Tigers college football.
The uniform behind you.
Straight up purple. Purple and black.
Everything's purple?
No, there's like black sort of mixed in with the jersey, but like the left sides here, those are purple.
Would have never guessed it.
So hang on. The Memphis Tigers college football, do you know what they're No, okay.
Just a guess. Blue. I know.
Yes,
I know their
they're
color
blue.
scheme. Okay.
Penn State.
White.
Oh, they're like a navy blue.
Okay.
Northwestern.
Blue.
Purple.
Never dawned on me that Northwestern was purple.
UCLA.
That's a cool blue. I like that blue.
Yeah.
That's that light blue. Is that light blue?
Light blue. Yeah. The Detroit Lions.
Blue.
Kansas State Wildcats.
Blue.
Purple.
No.
They're straight up purple.
No, I'm not doing that. We're not. Stop this
Kansas
game.
State's as purple as purple
You
gets.
stop this game. When I was a kid, our school colors at Holy Family were purple and gold. Unfortunately, Lakers colors. And we had to get
do the Lakers look blue to you?
Yeah, everything looks. We had to get tube socks to wear for games. Do you know how many times I showed up with blue tube socks, blue and gold? I don't know.
By the way,
I don't know colors.
If you were to take Nellie's got the Kansas State uniforms pulled up behind me. If you were to take a purple crayon, that's the color.
Did you just call it crayon?
Crayon.
Okay.
I will drop a crayon on you. I'll
purple is an evil color because it takes. Well, it is. It's just for my people, my colorblind people. There's just no reason to have it. There's no reason to go where you take all these other colors and you mix. What is purple?
Hey,
what is it?
It's Baby Jamal Kale's favorite color. You knocked that off.
Okay, but what is it? It's a combination of other colors. It's not a natural color.
It's blue and
red, right?
Blue and red, I think. Yeah.
No, we're not doing that. It's confusing enough. We ain't playing these games where you start mixing colors.
Well, that's how colors work. There's primary colors.
I don't like it.
There's red, yellow, and blue. Those are primaries. And then when you
that's all we need.
You mix red and yellow, you get orange.
That's all we need.
Red
like
and blue,
green,
you get purple.
Well, I don't like the fact that
blue and
green
yellow makes green.
I don't like the fact that green can be multiple colors. Nope. That's why I don't celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
That's why.
God, how did today's show turn into Schoolhouse Rock? We were going over capital versus capital.
Kids.
Now we're teaching primary colors.
Your primary colors are red, yellow, and blue, and you can make any color out of those colors.
Anger is born out of insecurity. It's the real reason, if you listen to me on the show, I hate art. I hate everything about art. Because when I was a kid, I couldn't do art.
No, you couldn't appreciate it. I get that.
I couldn't, not only appreciate it, I couldn't do it. They'd be like, hey, color this skin. I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. What do you mean art? I don't see the colors. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, get that.
Now that's art.
Get that off the screen immediately.
Yeah, hey, Vic, what color is that? What color's your little dinghy behind Brett there?
It's a color of money right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, there's not a cottage industry for movie theaters for blind people. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't appreciate that the same way that other people would.
I love it when people look at the sunset. Oh, look at that sunset. I'm like, yeah.
Wait, so you think the Rockies look blue?
When people look at the sunset and they look at all that, I'm like, yeah, great. Yeah, let's go. We got 2 more holes to play.
You think the Rockies are blue, though?
I don't even know. What do you mean the Rockies are blue? What does that mean? The Rockies, like the team?
They're uniforms.
I don't know.
I mean, they're purple.
Now you're belittling me. Now you're just making
I'm just
fun of
asking. I'm actually very curious about this. That's all.
What color are mountains?
What do you mean? What color are mountains?
Yeah, like the mountains when you look at the skyline.
Purple Mountain Majesty. It's there in the song.
Ain't no purple in my eyes when I see that crap.
That purple is a little.
It's a
I've
stupid
seen it,
color.
like, twice.
Thank you.
Twice.
You're on my side
No.
now. Yes. Purple's a stupid color.
When they describe that as purple, it's maybe for like 30 seconds a day. You get that like perfect time where it kind of looks purple. It's not really purple. It's not. Anyway, Chad Brown's going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. Get his thoughts on both the Broncos and the Buffs.
Hey, Chad, purple, thoughts?
Yeah, and the color purple. We'll ask him about that.
Hey, Chad Brown, thoughts?
Just quickly here, though. The Avs power play, when it works the way that it did the other night, they're unbeatable. Because that team, we know 5-on-5 hockey, there's probably not a better team in the league, 5-on-5.
Well, they've proven in 5-on-5. I mean, they would be undefeated.
Yeah. But you add in, now I'm not saying they got to go 4 of 6 on the power play, but if their power play is just your standard 25%, or they've kind of hovered the last few years, with this team healthy, I don't know what you do. And now, you're back in that weird place, and it's a good place to be, where Mackenzie Blackwood's going to play this weekend, and he's going to take over his number one job, I would assume. Coming up here pretty quick once he kind of ramps his way back to being on the ice more and more. I was looking at some numbers, though. It's hard to argue with stuff like this, Vic, when you look at, like, hey, who are the leaders in numbers throughout the course of the year? Like, Nathan McKinnon is second in points. He's got 17. Yeah, your leader in wins is Scott Wedgwood. He's the number one goalie in the league as far as just getting the dub. Hard to argue with the winning result of the guy between the pipes.
Well, he's also had a lot more opportunity. He's played a lot more games.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, are you talking about from the Avs perspective? I mean, Blackwood has yet to play.
Well, I know, but they still mixed in minor a couple of games. I mean,
Sure.
They've done that. So we'll get back to this in a little bit. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Joined as we are every week by Chad Brown. Chad, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, fellas. Happy Thursday to you.
Happy Thursday to you. So let's start with the Broncos here. So they get this blowout win over the Cowboys last week, but they might be facing, and I think it's the only time this year we can say this, perhaps a better defense, because Houston's number one in yards allowed per game. They're number one in points allowed per game. The over-under in this game is 38.5, and I only bring that up because we had our discussion last week about betting odds, but I only bring this up to say this is probably going to be a low-scoring game. What should the expectation for the offense be this week?
Well, I think if you're going to look at last week, there's certainly a bit of fool's gold in that. The Cowboys defense was awful.
Yeah.
They are literally, I would say, at maybe 5 positions on that defense, the league's worst at 5 positions. And they played like it. And so if you're going to look at Bo Nix and this Broncos offense through that lens, I think you're going to be fooled and your expectations are going to be skewed in a way that's just not realistic. The Broncos would have had a more difficult time in some of those plays going on air, like those practice periods where there's no defense out there. That's how bad the Cowboys were. They were worse than going on air. So to go from that awfulness that the Cowboys defense was last week to what they're going to see this week against the Houston Texans with a defensive-minded head coach, with a defense that's talented at all the levels, that is, instead of the league's worst, is towards the league's tops at several positions. I think to your point, yeah, to get 20 points in this game, to get 21 points in this game, that's going to be a great score. To think that suddenly we're going to be this high-flying offense and we're going to have a 100-yard rusher in the backfield and multiple receivers having great days, yeah, it's just not going to happen against the Houston Texans. They're too talented and they're too well coached.
You know what Bo Nix and the Broncos did last time they played at Houston? Do you guys remember that game? That was the game in which Bo started running the ball. He had a couple great runs down. Do you anticipate more of that perhaps to ease it up a little bit, to open things up?
Yes. We didn't see very much of that last week against the Cowboys because it wasn't needed.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessary for Bo to do that. It's going to be necessary this week. This is what you have to do when you're facing a good defense. You can't leave one stone unturned. And if your quarterback has the wheels and the legs that Bo Nix has, that puts additional pressure on the defense. That forces DeMeco Ryans and his defensive staff to not commit another guy to coverage, to keep a spy, so we can handle Bo Nix on third down, escape in the pocket. It allows Sean Payton to have one more weapon to use against this Texans defense. You need everything you can possibly do against a good defense, and this threat of Bo Nix taking off with his legs on pass situations on third down, but also some planned runs to continue to put pressure on the defense. If you want to keep the backside guy on a zone run play doing his responsibility, you've gotten to threaten him with the bootleg and the quarterback rollout. So you can't do that to a good defense unless you continue to show them that. Otherwise, they're not going to respect it.
Chad Brown, did you play against the newly signed tight end for the Broncos, Mercedes Lewis, in your career?
I believe I did when he was with Jacksonville. So he may be the last player in the league that was around when I was playing, which is pretty crazy. My last season was 2007. So, yeah, I believe we crossed paths at somewhere down the road.
Did you play with Y.A. Tittle by chance?
No, it was Red Grange. They're often confused, but it's different. Yes. So I played till I was 37. So pretty close to what Mercedes Lewis is pulling off, which is amazing to be able to play that position at that age. At this point, he's primarily a blocking tight end, but still, even the lineup on the NFL field, once you're over 30 is an accomplishment. Past 35 is like a miracle. Over 40, are you kidding me? You're like a unicorn out there.
At that position especially, man, you're taking a beating, especially because he's basically blocking. You know what's most amazing about it? He's played in all 17 games the last 4 years. He hasn't missed a game in the last 4 years. At 41.
Some people get this gift of knowing how to play the game and keep themselves safe. I certainly got good at, rather falling hard, let me fall and roll, and how to absorb impact. And so you don't last as long as he's lasted without having that particular skill set and then being genetically blessed at the same time. You need those two in combination to play that long.
Going to the Buffs with what happened last week, and this is a discussion me and Vic have had throughout, multiple times this week on college players now. It feels like there's a mercenary sort of thing to it where you're grabbing guys out of the transfer portal. And when you have a game like CU had where you just get blown out of the water, 43-0 the first half. What were the stats? Was it 386 total yards for TCU to -18 for you at halftime?
Yeah.
Do you think there's a lack, not just with the Buffs, but in college football in general, of pride within your university? Because so many guys are just, like I said, they're mercenaries that just go from school to school looking to make a paycheck.
A couple thoughts on that. How can we blame the kids? It's our fault. It ain't their fault. It's our fault. So we, as the adults in the room, we allowed this transfer thing to happen and allowed it, the free transfer. Heck, your coach gets fired. You get a 30-day window to transfer in season. Crazy. So once we've created this environment, how could you possibly have this loyalty? How could you have this deep sense of pride that, that generations before had? I spent 5 years at the University of Colorado. I bled and sweat with those guys that I won a national championship with. There was a brotherhood. There was a bond. It mattered to me what the uniform said, who I represented, what the university was. These kids now, it's almost impossible for them to have that same experience. So to answer your question, I've been calling the CU program, but also college football in general, a group of mercenaries for years now, because that's what they are. They come for the social media handles on the back of the jersey during practice. They come for all the other stuff, but they don't come to be a Colorado Buffalo. They didn't dream about running out after Ralphie like I did. That was important to me. That mattered to me. It's just a different era in college football. So, yes, for the most part, I don't blame the kids for not desiring experience they don't even know anything about, because that's what their generation experiences. This is the situation that we as the adults in the room have set up for them.
Hold on a second, Chad, because albeit I agree with you, okay? When you were growing up in Southern California, you didn't have aspirations of playing in Boulder?
No, but there's a distinct difference. It wasn't because of me being a Southern California guy. Obviously, I watched UCLA and
SC.
USC in the Rose Bowl and teams like that. But Mark Hatcher from my high school became a Colorado Buffalo. So he was a senior when I was just coming into John Muir High School. And then we had Ron Brown a couple years before Mark Hatcher. So there was a bit of a pipeline to become a Colorado Buffalo from my high school. So unlike most guys in Southern California who hadn't heard of the program and weren't experienced with it, I actually had knowledge and thought, man, those guys went there and had a wonderful time. They got playing time. They were on the field. They played. I saw them do what they did. So I thought this could be a pretty good place for me. Ended up being actually quite correct. And as Coach Mack said, it was the springboard to the rest of my life.
Outside of, and I hate to be mean here, but outside of the scrubs, outside of walk-ons and dudes who play very little, who grew up wanting to play at CU and march into that stadium below the Flatirons, how many dudes up there do you think right now are married to the CU program and the tradition and are there for that reason?
If you are a transfer portal guy or even a high school recruit, I have to say less than 20%.
I'd say none. They're up there because of prime. They're up there because of prime. They're not up there because of CU's tradition. They're up there because Deion Sanders is the coach.
Just quickly, one more time for the keyword for this hour to win a pair of Nuggets tickets. It's purple, so text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. But on that subject, Chad, it's one of the things I thought about when you guys were playing because you didn't have, and I do think there had to be some sort of change, but the punishment for transferring was pretty drastic. Like you couldn't play for a year, and that kept people from doing that a lot. You did get married to your university, whether you're from the area or not. The second you committed, you're like, all right, this is my place for the most part. And I think that the transferring has eliminated that aspect of it. Because I do think, look, if you sign on the dotted line and you get Mel Tuckered, where it's like, I just committed to a school and my coach left after I committed, I think there should be some grace in like, hey, that not fair to you. But to be able to transfer like 3 or 4 different times is pretty wild.
The difficulty in this is, so you need to have standards. We're talking about, we don't know what they're supposed to be, but there should be some kind of standards, but there also should be some exceptions. Once you start allowing exceptions, just like on a football team, if your quarterback's supposed to be 6'4", 215 pounds, but you make an exception for this guy, well, suddenly you got a whole team full of exceptions.
Yeah.
And now because we've opened up the loopholes, now we've got this free transfer because we don't want anybody to be in a situation where on one hand, it could be not the ideal situation for them, but on the other hand, it serves them in a negative way because they never learn how to fight through adversity. When I showed up at University of Colorado, I had to earn my way onto the football field. What a novel concept. I wasn't just given the job. I didn't transfer because I didn't start my first year. No, I redshirted. And then my freshman year, it took, I think, 6 games till my freshman year before I was able to become a part-time player. And then it wasn't until the next year that I became a starter. In today's football, most kids would have left and gone some other place for an easier path onto the field. I think I benefited greatly from having to earn my way onto the football field. And I think the current structure that we've allowed these kids to operate on does not benefit them in the end. Is there a case of the kid who could benefit from transfers? Yes. But most of these kids would actually have much more benefit from staying on campus, earning their way onto the football field, fighting through adversity, and showing us what kind of football heart and football character and football passion they have.
We sound like a bunch of grumpy boomers this morning.
Don't we?
Doesn't mean you're not right. Boomer. Doesn't mean you're not right. You can be grumpy and right. That's Chad Brown. He joins us every single week. Always appreciate the time, Chad. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Chad Brown joins us every single Thursday. You can head to Stoney's on Lincoln to watch tonight's Thursday night football game with Baltimore and Miami, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew, hang out with DMac, and enter for a chance to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. We'll see you at Stoney's at 6. Back up to this.
Dua Lipa.
It's not Dua Lipa. Now, like, I have to hear it now. I can't not. I need to hear Busta. I can't have the start to this song without hearing at least a little bit of Busta's verse. It's one of my favorite. We were just talking about this.
Because his voice is so distinct.
Well, it's so distinct that he's one of the only guys who could do it. That could rap like that. Like Twista could do it. Eminem could do it. But, I mean, he's just... This song in particular,
What about Play?
Yeah, find the clean version, Nelly. I could listen to that song all day, every day. And I was just telling Nelly, like, that era of rap, the era I grew up in, I hated. I liked the earlier rap. I liked Ice Cube and Common and guys like that. That song rules. And I need to hear Busta now. You can't do that to me. Can't tease me that way. It's unfair.
I once did a full Tone Loc.
It's not a rapper.
At a karaoke bar.
Vic, Tone Loc, who sings Funky Cold Medina, is not a rapper. I like the song. Please, Nelly, go. Turn it up. Turn it up.
This is good.
Louder. Louder. Come on, Busta. Oh, all right, that's good enough.
How do you nail that?
I mean, how great.
How do you do that?
Vic, he does it live.
That's crazy.
You would think it would take 80 takes to get that out. He does it live.
How do you control your breath to pull that off?
Well, if you heard at the beginning of it, he goes, you can hear it in the mic, the deep inhale. Now, Vitalant is teaming up with the Avs for November being hockey.
Hawkwood.
As Busta said 50 words in 2 seconds, I can't get one out. Hockey Fights Cancer Month. November is, and the Avs and Vitalant are encouraging people to donate blood. It's a really good thing. Donate blood anyway, but especially for this, because once you sign up to donate through the Vitalant website, everyone who donates is automatically entered to win a signed Avs jersey. So that's vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. Sign up today. Help them out. Get a chance to win that jersey.
I love some of the random texts we get on our text line. Just the randos, like this one. My brother is the ref for tonight's NFL game. Sweet. Let's get him on.
Yeah, somebody we got to talk to.
Let's go.
Hey, can I go through something?
You go kick. Does he have a Southern accent?
Yeah,
every ref that gets on the mic has a Southern accent.
Are you going to kick? And if he doesn't, tell him to just put one on.
Does he work specifically on buys and tries? Because every ref, you could tell refs are now going out of their way, college and pro football, to hit buys and tries.
Unless you're Brad Allen, who gets a little nudge.
That's true. Yeah.
From, who was it again? Justin Strnad.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody has to get suspended.
When I see that ref tonight, I'm going to think, hey, his brother's one of our listeners.
Texter says, looking forward to Hawker Night in America now. Yeah. Hey, can we go through these real quick? We're for all intents and purposes halfway through the year. Can we treat this like midterms? You're a teacher, Vic. The Broncos are your student.
Okay.
Let's give out some grades. What would you grade their offense halfway through the year?
The offense?
Offense.
C+.
Yeah, I had a C.
Yeah.
I think there's...
I say C+ because it's trending upward.
There's some things they do well. They certainly run the football better than last year. That's for sure. But they're way too inconsistent. The quarterback play is too up and down. Play calling's questionable at times. But I do give them credit for this. Like, I was actually thinking about giving them a worse grade, but then I had to be fair. They get the job done, Vic. It's like when they need to make some plays late in the game, they typically make the plays, right?
Yep.
So I think they get just, C. They're pretty middle of the road. I would take about 15 to 16 offenses over them. So, yeah.
I'm an easy grader. I think when you give somebody a plus, it makes them feel good. C+.
Defense.
A.
Yeah, I got an A-. Here's why.
You're sort of a jerk.
Well, you're good cop. I'll play bad cop. Obviously,
Make somebody feel good. You know what? Pissy? I didn't like A minuses. It was almost like the teacher saying, "Yeah, you got a pimple. No, either it's an A or not. What am I?
A minus. Elite pass rush. Their secondary is a lot better with Hufanga. Here's my issue. I just feel like they're penalized too much. And I don't think that they've played to their peak yet. I think there's room to grow.
You know, the penalty thing doesn't bother me because when you play an aggressive brand of defense, it comes with the territory.
That's true. That is true. Special teams.
C.
D.
Take it easy.
D.
What are they, the sweat hogs here? This team is 6-2.
The sweat hogs. I don't know what that means.
You don't know what the sweat hogs are?
No. That's
Man,
my.
What
that's
a reference.
I
wish my boy Moser weren't throwing up right now.
Hey Vic.
You don't know when I reference the sweat hogs. I forgot who I was talking to. My bad.
Phrasing.
Sweat hogs is my color purple.
There's a demographic of people out there. When I say sweat hogs, they know exactly what comes to mind. When you guys hear that, you have no idea. Your eyes rolled in the back of your head.
Vic, their special teams isn't okay. C is okay. Their special teams is bad. They make a mistake every single week. Every single one.
It cost them a game in Indy.
It cost them a game. They've had another at least once, probably twice, I think twice, where they've done a stupid thing like lined up offsides on a punt to give somebody a first down. The only thing they really do really well is Lutz. Lutz hits kicks, and their punting's okay, but they have bad coverage on kickoffs and punts.
Great.
Yeah, that's why it's not an F. Lutz gets them up full letter grade. Good for you.
So you mean to tell me you have just graded this team with 2 C's and an A, and somehow they lead the division at 6-2?
A D, and an A minus.
Holy moly. See, your grades don't add up. If I'm looking at your report card, I'm looking at some dunce that's in suspension. I'm looking at some guy that's going after school for some tutor help.
There's one more. There's one more category. Coaching.
B.
See, I'm a B plus. Now I'm nicer than you. I think their coaching's been great. Outside of, again, people get on Sean Payton for the play calling stuff. Yeah. I'm kind of tired of the bubble screens too. But he has absolutely set them up for plays that should have worked that didn't. And factor this in. Vance Joseph has been amazing. Which also matters in coaching.
Yeah. But you're the same guy who just criticized them for too many penalties. Well, a lot of that's product of coaching.
Yeah. B plus. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say your report card's all over the yard, and it doesn't add up to a 6-2 team. Your report card would reflect more of a 500 football team. It really would.
All the coaches coached and players played.
How easily could this team be 500 or less?
But that's what your report card reflects. A football team.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, outside of a couple miracles in a fourth quarter, we're probably thinking about this team a little bit differently. But they did do it. Like, they were able to get there in the fourth. But, again, you match these teams up. You play the game neutral site, who wins? I think that stacks up kind of where they're at. Right now, anyway, with a lot of room where they can improve. You want to call me a tough grader? Good. I should be grading toughly. This team should be good.
I think you have to grade with a curve because there's always that nerd that's freaking out the entire class. There's always that one score. Like, calm down, dude. Chill out. Hey, chill.
Who
is trying to survive
Go
here?
outside, nerd.
Who's the team that you think would get A's across the board? Who's that in the league?
Well, Indy would come close. Indy would come close.
Indy would come really close.
Yeah.
Really
their
close.
offense, compared to where they've been, A. Their defense may be a B.
No, you're right. It might be Indy. Kansas City's getting there, though, aren't they?
Kansas City every week you could see the train coming, right? You could feel it. You could feel the train.
They ditched their first couple of weeks of classes, but now they're in there.
Exactly. You know, they were out smoking.
Yeah.
Let's put the cigarette out and go to work here.
Mm-hmm. They're like, I already got accepted to Sanford. I'm fine.
Did you guys have a smoking section at your high school?
Outside.
It was so crazy to know that we had a smoking section.
They either banned smoking at my high school right after I graduated or like my senior year. But when I first got there, kids would smoke outside. And now nobody smokes.
No, but I mean, I remember walking out going, what the hell are you doing?
You know what? I bet more if you include vaping, I bet the amount of people actually smoking is way higher. Don't you think?
Is the vape that thing that they sneak, that they put in the palm of their hands,
Yeah.
and everybody's sneaking a puff?
Right.
Everybody thinks you're all sneaky. I didn't see that.
Dude, my brother-in-law had, I swear to God, my brother-in-law had an ex-girlfriend. They came to our house one day. And she's in a hoodie, and she's on our couch, and she goes like this. And I'm like, smoke it. Why are you hiding that? I'm not your teacher. I don't care. What are you doing?
She's talking into her sleeve, Secret Service.
Yeah, it was all just, she snuck in a plant. That's what it was. 303.
Back to your question, though. I think
Quickly.
I think the Chiefs, if you were to grade them today, would have completely different grades than if you graded them clearly after week 2.
Oh, yeah, for sure. 303-504-0925. Nuggets with a hell of a win last night. What was the most impressive thing? We'll get to it next.
Trey Murphy from just under the midcourt circle misses a three. Valanciunas in the front court over to Bruce Brown. Brown goes baseline on Murphy, goes all the way through the lane. Throws out on top, Hardaway deep three. Good! Timeout, NOLA. Nuggets lead this thing 109-73 with 7:48 to go, and this thing is over!
Nuggets blow out the Pelicans 122-88. The Pelicans are really, really bad. But more than that, the Nuggets have faced really bad teams repeatedly over the last couple of years and have not done what they just did. What's the matter, Nelly? Oh, yeah. We got Jeff Legwald joining us in just a couple of minutes here. They have not done what they just did before. And with that, the way that the Nuggets went about playing that game last night and that bench and their contributions was massive. So we'll get back to this in just a little bit, but let's go back to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. As we're joined by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com, as we are every Thursday. Hello, Leggy.
Morning, fellas.
Morning.
So how much can I take away from the Dallas game of the offense playing better with Dallas's defense being very obviously bad?
Well, I wouldn't take much going to this week because you go from one of the worst to one of the best.
Yeah.
So, totally different scenario this week. You're not going to have those kind of throwing windows. You're not going to have as many receivers cut loose because the safety in the corner don't communicate. You're not going to have much of that stuff going on. So, if the Broncos can move the ball this week, they will have earned it. They will have earned every yard.
What does Houston do so well defensively? Why are they so good?
Well, sometimes in the NFL, it's taken not as a compliment when people say, oh, they don't do much. But in their case, it is a compliment. Their defensive menu isn't huge. There's not a lot of exotic looks and pressures and coverages, and they don't do, there isn't, sort of the mix and match you see with some teams. They just are good, solid defenders, basic stuff. They cover and they rush, and they do both well, and that's been a problem for people. The only thing that's held them back is they've been so bad on offense, particularly in their offensive line, that they've got this great defense and they still aren't really playing as well as a lot of other teams. So, but their problems they've had this year, very few have been on defense.
So is this another game we can expect like a 5-sack game out of the Broncos defense again?
Yeah, this offensive line isn't good, so I don't know what that'll look like. But the advanced metric a lot of people use now is the pass block win rate. How well you're doing against the rush, and they're at 50%, which is not spectacular. If you're only winning half of your pass block scenarios, that isn't good for your quarterback. But the interesting thing is as bad as they've been up front, C.J. Stroud hasn't been sacked a ton. He's like in the middle of the pack, I think 14th or so in sacks. So he has found a way to adjust because he's good enough. But this is definitely a game where the Broncos should be able to create pressure. And they're going to have to because they don't have the best cover player in the NFL in the lineup this week. So,
yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Does that mean that Riley Moss now handles the top receiver? What do they do to make that adjustment without Patrick Surtain?
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see if they do travel anybody with the good receivers. And I think offenses will sort of kick the tires and see too. I think the big component to this is the Broncos play more man-to-man defense than anybody else in the league, and it ain't close. Mm-hmm. I think I'm 99% sure that Riley Moss has played more snaps in man coverage than any other DB in the NFL this year. And that's a big, significant difference. You take Surtain out of that equation. Can you do that as much? You know, a lot of their rush and being as aggressive as they are up front with all the simulated pressures. I mean, they turn a lot of 6-man and 5-man looks at the line of scrimmage into 4-man pressures, and they get away with it because they cover in man coverage so well. So that could be a very big adjustment. It's hard for me to believe you could still play. They're the only team in the league that plays over 60% of their coverage downs in man, and it's hard for me to believe you could keep doing that without Surtain on the other side of that.
I have a theory on that, and I'm glad you brought that up. They do play a lot of man, and they do it long enough to get to the quarterback, right? So if you play exclusively man, Jeff, and I know you've seen enough of this, it's only a matter of time before you get beat. But if you're covering the dude for the first 3 seconds and the quarterback doesn't get an open look, quarterback panics, quarterback gets sacked, quarterback does something he doesn't want to do. It's those first 3 seconds, and I think Riley Moss has been really good. When he gets in trouble is when the quarterback finds an opening, and then, after 3 seconds is up, good luck trying to stop your guy. And that's the difference. That's why I think Riley Moss has been exposed a lot. He's only been exposed at times when the quarterback has found more time to go pick on him a little bit.
Yeah, Vic, and I know it's in vogue everywhere to say, oh, bench Riley Moss, get him out of there, look at the penalties. I got news for you. If any other DB not named Surtain is in man coverage as many snaps as Riley Moss has been asked to be in man coverage, you're going to get some flags and you're going to give up some plays because in today's NFL, they don't let the DBs do anything to sustain coverage. Most of the rules cover what happens at the line of scrimmage, what happens in the 5-yard bump zone. The rules cover what happens early in the play. As the play goes on, the receiver has every advantage in the rule book, and you're going to get exposed. It's just Riley Moss has the mental capability to deal with it. I can't tell people enough. He's a rare player. I've seen very few guys who could get back up and line up and play as tough and aggressive as he does down after down. And even Surtain has said it's his best. That's Riley Moss's best quality. And he's the perfect complement to Surtain. But, it's going to be different for him now. He is suddenly the number one corner, and offenses are going to treat him that way. So this will be a spot when he's going to have to play his best and be at his, sort of competitive best play after play.
Jeff Legwald with us, ESPN.com, as he joins us every single Thursday. Do you agree with Bomani Jones's assessment of Riley Moss?
I find that when there is a Caucasian brother playing cornerback, white people treat him like they treat white basketball players with startling levels of skepticism. The crab in a barrel phenomenon tend to come up. And that's how I felt when they called that pass interference on Riley Moss. I was like, come on, man, it's just profiling. I didn't even think that was no penalty. Y'all just don't believe that man was capable of playing defense. That's all it is.
Do you agree with Bomani?
There's certainly a cultural element to this, I'll say. Yes, I do. No, I think that's institutional. You see it a lot. I hear it at the Senior Bowl all the time. I get tired of the smart, heady characterizations. Yeah. No, man, he's one of the best athletes in the NFL. I don't care how you slice it. And Pat Surtain's one of the smartest guys in the NFL. Let's get past all that. But yeah, in that case, I think a lot of flags have been from the deep official who doesn't have the best view of the play. But that's, I think PI is always going to be that way because the NFL wants points. They want offense. They don't like when the defenses are winning. And, look at how much whining goes on at the end of every season if scoring goes down at all.
Yeah.
Oh, it's boring. And, what do people tell you is a boring game? The one where the defenses were really good. And that's always been that way.
Jeff Legwald with us. I don't think, and you tell me if I'm wrong here, that the Mercedes Lewis signing was an accident when they're going against the number one defense in the league. Because what is Mercedes Lewis at this point in his career? He's basically an extra tackle that's on the field. And do you think they will utilize some more jumbo sets with him if he is active for this game this weekend against Houston to try and help the run game?
I think what they do is you can use him, and it is a jumbo set, but you're not telling the defense it is.
Right.
I think right now their concern has been, all right, that they have to go to that jumbo look to get what they want, and that's really, sort of profiling your play call for the defense. I think he gives them the option of being more diversified because he can run great routes and catch the ball, and it's phenomenal, though. I mean, I hope people understand how rare this is. You're talking about a 20-year NFL player. I can't even imagine the level of work it takes to stay in this league 20 years at a position player and be healthy enough to be in the league 20 years.
He's played 17 games the last 4 years, all 17.
No,
that's crazy.
The guy's phenomenal. And you see him, and you can see why. I mean, he don't look 41, and he's embarrassing a lot of guys at the gym. I'll tell you that.
Well, you don't look 83, but we have you anyway.
Yeah, no, Jeff, I keep that to myself. That way it always looks good.
Jeff, can you explain this to me? Because I'm trying to recollect when the Broncos were searching for a head coach. Wasn't DeMeco Ryans front and center the target before Sean Payton?
They were leaning that way, Vic. What happened was they wanted DeMeco to come back for a second interview, as you always do with the top candidates. And they had decided at that point DeMeco and Sean Payton were going to get second interviews. So after the Harbaugh thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, after the Harbaugh thing. After they went back to Ann Arbor. They flew everybody to Ann Arbor to make sure the no from Harbaugh was really still a no. So they get that, and then DeMeco and Sean Payton are going to get second interviews. And they wanted to get DeMeco in here first because when you're the richest ownership group in the league, you're going to think if you get the first crack at somebody, you're going to be able to get them. And now I don't know if they were ahead, if it's just scheduling. I can't really say that definitively. I just know that they wanted to get DeMeco's second interview before he got another one in Houston. But DeMeco's family his in-laws are from Houston. He played in Houston. I think that was always going to be a tough ask for the Broncos. If the Texans offered DeMeco Ryans the job and the Broncos offered him the job, I think he would have taken the Texans job no matter what.
Makes sense.
One other thing here, Jeff, and you're like a truffle pig for sniffing out some BS that media comes up with, doing as you accused me of a couple weeks ago, the radio thing.
The radio. You're still holding that. You're holding that.
I think
it's like a grudge.
I think it's actually great. No, I think it's actually great, and here's why. Because
I'm feeling like it's a grudge, though, man.
It's no grudge. I'm not a grudge holder. I'm not Moser.
No, you're doing the radio thing now. Look at that. It's on the.
Now he's got that queued up. Yeah, he's got it queued up. So here's my question. The Shedeur Sanders story and what's going on in Cleveland. Is there some real weird conspiratorial stuff, or is this as simple as the media is drumming up a guy who's not good enough to play and making a story out of a guy who has a name?
Well, I'll just tell you, in today's media age, there's two ways of sort of making a story. And one is you actually talk to people and you try and get as much information as possible and you frame a story. The other one is you have some information and you try to read the tea leaves and then make assumptions or conclusions. I always think that's a tough way to go, but I prefer the people method. But so I think there's always a little bit of everything in a situation like this, because, I know a lot of the reporters, doing the stories up there and just, I know some people who play for the Browns and coach for the Browns, and if a guy isn't playing right now, there are reasons for it, football reasons. And I think there are some legitimate football reasons that they haven't made the move and sort of publicly endorsed him on that level. So I think there are real football reasons, but some of the stuff I've seen, I'm not buying, but I think there are legitimate football reasons in there somewhere. And,
Yeah, but the football reasons thing, I could understand that if we didn't see him play right before our eyes for 2 years.
Yeah.
What do you mean football reasons?
I can also understand
well, I mean, I think Vic also, the numbers were good, but from an NFL scouting level, there were significant things he was going to have to address before he could play NFL quarterback on a regular basis, no matter how good those numbers were in Boulder. And I watched a lot of that as well. So there are football reasons, but it's really something how, sort of polarizing he really is to some people. And I guess that part of it, I don't understand.
Could I make the argument that there are plenty of football reasons to say that Dylan Gabriel's not good enough to play either? Yeah. You know what I mean?
And I think that's one of those situations where it makes you wonder why, and if I was there, you'd really dig into it. And I can't pretend to people. Yes, I've talked to people I know who play and coach for the Browns, but I don't have the definitive answers here. But I think there's something to why, football, why he's not playing, whether he's not working hard enough in the coach's eyes or showing up early enough or doing all those weird things, not weird things, but the things that really resonate with coaches. And, I've spoken to young quarterbacks at the Senior Bowl and all. Look, if you're the quarterback of an NFL team, you have to accept the life of that. And you have to be the first guy in the building every day, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's fair or not. None of that matters. If you want that job, you have to do it. You got to be the first one in. You got to be the last one out. You got to take all the heat. You got to cover for your teammates. You got to be accountable. You got to do all of it. And it doesn't matter.
I know that life, Jeff. I live it every day.
But, you got to do it, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's fair or not. It's just part of it. And, sometimes young quarterbacks have a tough time with that transition of what it's going to require to be really good in the NFL. It's probably Bo Nix's young quarterback superpower right now is that he understands that better than a lot of these other young guys do.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, joins us every week. Thank you, Leggy.
Thanks, fellas. See ya.
All conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. One final keyword for a chance to win Nuggets tickets next. All right, your final keyword for a chance to win a pair of tickets to Monday's game against the Kings, the return of Russell Westbrook. As it is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, every show going to have a chance for you to win a pair of tickets along with that extra entry online at altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTix. The final keyword is Lion. So text Lion and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is Lion and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Our first winner at 9:55.
And if you're going to that game Monday night and you also happen to be a Broncos fan, please make the effort to stop by the Colorado Social Club section, section 230. We will have live on set with us pregame Nick Benito. And that'll come a day after they play the Houston Texans, hopefully a win. Nick Benito's going to join us during the pregame show. Should be fun. So come on up to the Colorado Social.
I know that that's a little funsy interview because he's just making, some time.
Oh, no, it's serious. We're going to go. It's going to be extremely, very thorough and serious.
I was going to ask you something. If this is too serious of a question to ask him for the funsy interview that he's going to do in the postgame or pregame, you said. Could you ask him if he thinks about guys like Aiden Hutchinson making $45 million a year when he's on their level of production?
Darn right I'm going to ask him because he's making, $15 million more?
Aiden Hutchinson, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's Benito at, 31? What do you make, 31, 30?
I think he's at 30.
Okay. My God, I can't believe you got that much more.
I know. Well, no, I don't even think it's that. I can totally believe that Hutchinson got that contract. I can't believe that Benito's only getting what he's getting. Vic, the highest paid edge rushers in the league are making like upper 30s to $40 million.
So you want me to tell him you want me to say to him, I think you're underpaid.
So his base contract, Vic, is a 4-year, $106 million contract. That's like 26 point something a year. Now he can make up to $120 million with incentives.
So here's how I'm going to present it. I think you making $30 million a year, you're vastly underpaid. Having said that, can you buy pizza and beer for everyone here in attendance?
It's exactly right. That's how you should put it. It is just crazy to think about. Now, Thursday Night Football is going to be tonight. Ravens.
That guy's brother's the ref.
Oh, yeah. Ravens at Dolphins starting at 6 right here on 92.5.
Texter chimed in, said his brother's the ref tonight, so I'll look for that ref.
Kick.
Cool, Carl.
Remember when this game actually, at the beginning of the season, you think Ravens, Dolphins, you're like, okay,
big matchup.
Wow,
big in the ASC.
It's really changed the complexion of this game.
Well, Nelly just told me he's trying to get games set up for Saturday in college football, and he goes, if he were to tell you that he's thinking about not using Ohio State, Penn State, like that game is like not interesting anymore because Penn State stinks.
Right, because we get to carry a game in that 10 a.m. time slot.
So do you get to choose these games? Are you the guy?
No, I don't get to choose. We have options based on the satellite feeds that are available to us. But I was telling Brett, we're figuring out which game we're going to carry in that 10 a.m. slot. And I said 2 months ago, 3 months ago, if you're looking ahead, you're going, Saturday, November 1st. Oh, that's the one. Yeah. But now we're sitting here on October 30th going, Ohio State, Penn State, I don't know if that's worth it for the airwaves, man. I'm not sure about that one.
Well, what do we got this week that makes sense? I got SC at Nebraska. I know that some folks might be interested in that, others maybe not. Georgia at Florida, world's largest cocktail party. I want to go to that game someday.
Do we get Vandy, Texas?
I was saying that might be an okay option. Your boy Pavia might grace.
I think Vandy, Texas is probably the best one.
Might grace the AM airwaves.
Do you think Vandy's real?
Yeah, I do.
I don't.
Well, what do you think real is?
I don't think they're a legit contender.
If they beat Texas this weekend, they have an unranked Auburn, unranked Kentucky, and then Tennessee game left.
I know.
They have a chance to go like 11-1.
Very much so. You're exactly right.
11-1, the SEC feels pretty real to me.
I don't know what Texas is, man. Talk about disappointing.
I don't think they're good.
Overrated big time.
Well, they were all kind of built off the thought process that Arch was going to be unreal, and he just hasn't been. He's not been as bad as some people make him out to be, But certainly, Vic, it's like if you thought he was going to take college football by storm, that has not happened. And I think that's part of why, I mean, they were the number one team in the preseason rankings, and now they're barely in the top 25, I think.
If you think about it, though, right, and I get it. We're coming off a week in which CU was humbled, right, humiliated at Utah. They gave two unbeaten teams a run for their money, BYU and Georgia Tech.
Yeah, they did.
And those two teams are, correct me if I'm wrong, they're both top 15 right now. Where's BYU? I know Georgia Tech's top 10.
Oh, I think BYU's like 10. I mean, they're undefeated. Now, you want to talk about a team, you're asking, hey, teams that are ranked high or have good records that you do and don't believe in, I still don't buy the BYU stuff.
Me neither. I had a conversation with somebody about it last night.
They're a good team.
Me neither.
They're a good team, but they aren't. If they're like the representative of the Big 12, it's probably not going to end well for the Big 12. What the Big 12 needs, if the Big 12 really wants to compete with other conferences, they need Baron Morton to get healthy and Texas Tech to start rattling some games off again. Because I think Texas Tech finished last week with their third-string quarterback in the game.
Yeah, they've had some injury issues. Texas Tech is fun to watch when they got all the guys rolling.
Yeah, exactly. They need Morton back. Now, few things here as we move along. And again, the key word is lion, like the animal. Not lying, not lion the city. A lion. Roar. A big mane. Lion King lion. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. The Nuggets last night, Vic, that's a game in which the Nuggets should win and should win kind of like the way it looked, with ease.
Yeah, and it's something we haven't seen enough of.
That's the thing. They didn't do that the last couple of years. They would play up and down to competition. But now I think you have veterans that just, they're so hungry to get the minutes that they're getting that they will not allow that to happen.
Eat your food.
Yes.
That's what the Nuggets did last night. Each 8. They messed around at the end of the first half. Okay, they were up 18. Listen to this. Talk about crazy runs. They were up 18 with 2 minutes and 17 seconds to go in the half. 18.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, just like that, it's down to a 6-point lead at halftime. 12-0 run by the Pelicans. So what happens, they go to the locker room, they discuss, they do whatever they do, and they come out second half and open the second half on a 29-2 run. Game over.
Yeah. That was unreal. The way that they went about that, too. Couldn't miss. A lot of turnovers that they forced, got in transition. I thought they played great. And the guy that really sticks out to me is Peyton Watson. I just think he's so much better this year than he has been in previous years. It just feels like he gets it more. And I had to remind myself, Peyton Watson looked like he was trying to figure it out his first couple of years because he's never really played a high level of basketball before. He didn't even play in college when he was at UCLA. Wasn't the stat that they brought when he was drafted in the first round by the Nuggets, wasn't it that he was
the lowest scoring first-round pick?
Yeah, the least points per game of any first-round pick in history.
Yeah.
And he just never played. He was a freshman.
Because he was on a stacked UCLA squad. I tell you what, where Peyton's really improved is he's improved his all-around game. Like, he's already shown you defensively. He had 3 swats last night, 2 on 1 possession. Okay, he can do it defensively. He can dribble better. You can see the difference in his handle. His dribble's better. But the thing that I love in that Minnesota game, let's not forget, he had 2 corner threes that it was all net. Those are big shots in clutch time.
To close the game, too.
Yes.
Like
not early in the fourth quarter.
That game was still kind of like, look, the Nuggets had the lead, but the game was still up for grabs, and those 2 threes buried it.
Yeah.
Ended it. Yeah, it just feels like mentally he's in a lot more comfortable place than he has been. The other thing with the mental part, you said something earlier, and I think that this is true. The Cam Johnson thing, it looks like he's just thinking way too much out there instead of just going out and playing. It's kind of how I feel about Bo Nix at times, too, where Bo Nix is thinking way too much when he's in the pocket as opposed to just coming what's natural to him. Cam Johnson, I think, is worried way too much about fitting in with this team as opposed to just playing his game.
You know, it's so funny, and I wish I had the the neurology degree to go along with my general doctorate. When you think about the science of the brain, the science of the mind in sports, overthinking is so much a problem. I'll give you the classic example. When your golf game goes sideways, what are you doing?
You think about every single thing you're doing.
When your golf game is shining, what are you doing? You're like a moron out there. Just, take back swing. You're not even.
You swing, I know you swing.
Being a meathead in golf is a good thing.
Exactly. Brooks Koepka.
He doesn't even warm up. He goes from the parking lot to the tee. He's just like, I'm going to bang it around a little bit. We're fine.
I'm convinced that overthinking sometimes hurts you more than anything else, more than any physical ailment in any sport, especially sports that require sudden decision-making.
Right. Overthinking, I think, has been a problem for him in these first few games. Now, last night he was fine. I mean, he ended up with 7 points, but that was the flow of what the game was. And he's not going to force anything, which I appreciate. He actually had a really nice play. He had a really nice play when he was throwing that oop by Christian Brown that was a little bit too high and far. Remember when he sort of maneuvered his way to stay in bounds and he tossed it to the corner?
Yeah.
That was a nice play. Saved a possession.
I have an overthinking problem when I go shop. I don't know what to buy. I'm overwhelmed. Too many choices. Don't give me so many choices.
I only get that way at Costco. I'm a real overthinker at Costco. I'm not kidding, because I don't know where anything's at, and it annoys me sometimes when I'm looking. My wife will say, I need this specific maple syrup, and I'm like, I don't know where the syrups are. They're next to the motor oil. What is this?
Brett's the only guy who walks out and buys the siding on the way out the door.
No, you know what's...
Yeah, I'll take siding for my house.
No, because I'm so concerned, Vic, when I put 3 things in my cart, I'm like, that's probably $100 already. How much more can I get now? Costco is an amazing place. I love it. But if you think you're leaving there without spending $150 even for 4 items, you're insane.
You realize how many times I've had to force myself not to go to the TV section because there were times where I would just go to Costco to buy milk and it come out 2 TVs.
Yeah, it's tough. Really, really tough. Don't like it.
I think that should be illegal to put the TVs first when you walk in.
I know. It's and they put the most beautiful one
the
facing
best
the entrance.
Ever.
Yeah.
And it just looks at you and says, "What's up, loser?"
Yeah,
go back to your Magnavox.
Your TV's inferior. It's just telling you immediately. You're an overthinker at the grocery store. It's a weird place to be overthinking. I'll tell you where you don't overthink is here. When you're in that room with the microphone in front of your face.
Well, we've never been accused of thinking on this show.
Yeah. Again, head to Stoney's on Lincoln tonight to watch Thursday Night Football between Baltimore and Miami. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew and hang out with DMac and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. We'll see you at Stoney's at 6. Fact checker next. I apologize if I have sounded distracted over the last 20 minutes or so, but I saw a picture.
I know the picture.
Yeah.
I know. You don't even have to.
Hey.
We're not in the same room. We're miles apart. How many miles separate me and you right now? How many miles?
A lot.
22 miles? 26 miles. 26 miles separate us. You said one. It came out of your mouth. I knew, and I knew exactly what you're referring to.
It's like it's been etched into my brain, and I can't think about anything else. It's just insane.
A lot of milk.
Okay. Let me look at the text line and see how many people just.
Oh, there's going to be a whole bunch of people that know exactly.
And that's all you have to say. Just stop. Just stop.
So I apologize. I've been distracted.
Yeah, just stop. That's all you have to say. I just want to see how many people understand. Because I did, and we didn't talk. This was not a discussion.
Didn't say a thing. I didn't. All I said was I've been distracted.
And that's all you had to say. That's all you had to say. That's it.
I know.
That's
why.
it. That's all you had to say. I mean, I can walk up to somebody and say, I've been distracted. And automatically, you know exactly what I'm referring to.
Yep, the textures they have caught on. They have caught on.
Let me see.
At least one did.
Yeah, there's a couple, yeah.
Anyway.
Way to go, Nathan.
You know. Because he's been distracted too. I'm sorry I didn't get anything done at work today. It's all I could think about.
Hey, quick one. Do you know who leads the National Football League in punt returns? Punt returning, average yards.
Average punt return yards?
Yeah.
Usually that category is Marvin Mims, but I don't know.
Former CSU player playing for the
Torrey Horton, yeah. Yeah, he's been really good in Seattle.
Yeah. I knew that guy was an NFL player. The night of the CSU game, when he just tore it up, remember? That classic game?
Yeah.
And I'm watching him, I'm like, gosh, this guy, he might be Travis Hunter was the best player on the field. He might be the second best player on the field.
What really hurt him?
He got hurt.
Is that he got hurt. And, he was going to be, probably an early day 2 pick, something like that. But he is very easily, Vic.
Yeah. Lance and Tyler joined the club. You guys are correct.
Oh, yeah. Just go on the internet for 2 seconds. You guys will figure it out. Distracted again. Way to go, Vic. I forgot where I was going. Oh, Torrey Horton.
You brought it up.
Torrey Horton. Is that Torrey Horton has become a real weapon for Seattle in a way that I wasn't really expecting initially, because I don't know about you. I didn't know what to think of the Seahawks heading into this season. I didn't know if the Seahawks would be any good. I kind of thought the Sam Darnold thing in Minnesota was a fluke because Kevin O'Connell's a wizard of a coach, and he's continued to play well. And it still feels like Seattle's flying under the radar for a lot of people, I think. A lot. That's a good team with a really good defense and effective enough offense.
That division is crazy.
Yeah. Them, the Rams and the Niners keep hanging around, and the Cardinals are the Cardinals, but they're still a difficult team. I don't know.
Jeremiah knows what's up. Amato's still struggling.
Yeah, Amato. Go on Twitter and scroll twice. I mean, here's what Amato's text looked like. Please, tell me what? Please, please. I have to know. You'll figure it out.
Hey, where's Moser?
Puking after he saw that picture.
Well, let's see. I got a text. What time did I get this text? What time did we get this?
It was 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, 1:30. Because Nelly, shame on you. Nelly's initial reaction is, yeah, Moser's just trying to get out of work because he's in Vegas. He's not in Vegas, Nelly. He's in Parker, which is Colorado's Vegas.
It is the Vegas of Colorado.
I was just going to say, he's heading out to Vegas with the Avs to celebrate Nevada Day, and all of a sudden he comes down with stomach issues in Vegas. I'm just saying, the evidence seemed pretty damning.
Moser's the kind of guy, though, he'll be puking 1 second, he'll be on that plane to Vegas.
Oh, yeah. What if Moser is responsible for giving the entire Avs group a bug?
He'll be on that plane to Vegas. I can guarantee it.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. He's not missing that.
Zero chance he misses a game.
No chance. No chance. The winner of our second chance, by the way, so this is for the Avs tickets, correct?
Oh, you're doing the second chance winner from yesterday. Or are we doing the Nuggets tickets for today? We're giving away a lot of tickets.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So let's start with the second chance winner from the Avs tickets from Tuesday. Wait, did we do this already? Why am I confused?
Well, I sent you the name yesterday, and
Kendall Bueller is who did it. I don't think we said that, so that's my bad. Kendall Bueller is the winner of that.
For the online second chance winning for the Avs tickets, yes, that's what we're talking about here.
We give away so many tickets, I lose track. So we'll announce the winner of the tickets today for the Nuggets in just a few minutes.
That winner?
No.
Please?
No.
Please, come on, let me announce one. You always get to announce winners. I want to announce just one winner.
Nelly, give him the winner. He'll
Nelly, give it to me.
In 4 minutes, you can announce that winner.
Good. Got it.
So no games locally tonight. Both teams are off, but we do have Thursday Night Football right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And you're so right, Vic. That Ravens-Dolphins game felt like, before the season, like that'd be a massive game. I don't know if it's must-watch, but certainly you'd want to watch a game like that between two pretty good offenses. Yeah. The one thing, though, can I ask you this about Baltimore? Have you given up that Baltimore's going to do anything this year?
Well, apparently they haven't, because Lamar. Did you hear what Lamar did? He demanded all the games being thrown out of the locker room. No more ping pong. No more air hockey. I bet you they had a sweet foosball table in there. Gone.
So he's the one that removed all of those.
He demanded that they remove all distractions.
I always think that's like a hokey last-ditch effort.
I agree with you.
And it never works.
As soon as I heard it, I was like, yeah, whatever.
But let me tell you something. Baltimore with Lamar Jackson back, because it looks like he's playing tonight. Do you think they can win against Miami?
Yes. He changes the whole complexion of
Minnesota next week?
Yes.
Cleveland the week after that?
Yes.
The Jets the week after that?
Yeah,
Cincinnati the week after that?
Of course.
They could rattle off 5 straight wins and immediately be back in the mix. Immediately. Now, that's a matter of, is their defense going to improve enough? Because remember, when he was healthy, too, they weren't winning football games because their defense stunk. But I have not declared them dead yet, because they got a really easy schedule for like the next month and could find themselves back at 500 by December. And then who knows what happens after that. But if they don't win tonight, then it feels like done for.
What do you think if Miami continues, they'll win a couple more here and there. The end of the season for Miami is going to be they got to start over, right?
Yeah.
What do you do if you're Miami?
Yeah, I don't think there's any coming back from that.
Which is sad, because when Tyreek Hill went down, the season's, it was fun watching Miami. It wasn't fun. It wasn't fun watching him put 70 on the Broncos. That was not fun.
Yeah.
But when that offense was clicking, and that, I don't know about you, but I like fun. I like high-powered offense.
I do too. I want to figure this out, if this is true or not. Because a texter said Vegas still has them winning their division, and that can't be true. Oh my God!
Why wouldn't it be? That division could be had.
They're 1-5.
Yeah, but look at the division. Do you believe in Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh's fake.
No, I don't.
Pittsburgh's fake. If Cincinnati is Flacco alive? He's questionable this week.
If you had to put money down on any of those teams to win the division, would your money go to Baltimore first at 1-5 right now?
If they're 2-5.
Or 2-5, I'm sorry, yes.
With a healthy Lamar Jackson? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good bet.
Yes. I didn't even think about it. That's nuts. Nuts. Still winning the division. Think about how much that one went sideways. Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Cleveland. And it stinks. All right, Vic. You want to do it? You want to give away these Nuggets tickets?
Yeah. And the winner Sydney Sweeney.
She is a winner.
No, it's David Zotti. David Zotti with a Z.
Congratulations, David. Congratulations. Nuggets tickets to Monday's game against the Kings, and each show has a pair of those to give away along with that second chance to win on altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTix. Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
We've played the clip a few times of Bomani Jones saying that he thinks Riley Moss is getting profiled because a white corner couldn't make those plays, so it would have to be pass interference. Well, Bomani's not the only one who thinks that way. Here's PS2 on the latest episode of his podcast, Closed on Sundays.
Nah, Riley balling, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I think they racial profiling my dog, though, man. They calling all these flags on my boy, man. I ain't gonna lie, the flags is egregious, bro. You don't understand, bro. He had a rep against CD. They ran fade. He was in perfect position, played the ball, played his hands. They called a flag on my dog. I'm like, I don't know what it is, what they got against him.
You think they profiling your boy?
Yeah, they profiling him, bro. It gotta be, bro.
He did throw in an egregious instead of egregious, but I get it. He's right.
He gets to be right.
He's so cool. Is there anybody cooler than Patrick Surtain?
You know what's funny? When they said he had a podcast, so it's him and Terrion Arnold, the corner out of Detroit. Yeah. I guess I just haven't heard Surtain speak enough to think like, oh, he could carry a podcast. It's good.
He's a cool dude.
It's really good.
I love him because he doesn't say too much. Like some of these dudes say too much. He says just enough.
Yes. Yep.
I am just so bewildered that you and I connected today without even saying.
We said a sentence. We
said one sentence.
Connected. We said one sentence that was, I was distracted.
And that's it.
I get it. There could have been 8 billion reasons. I could have been distracted, Vic, because my leg hurts today. No.
Could have been anything.
You knew it right away.
The show stopped. Everything stopped. You know what? We're friends.
It's chemistry.
We're friends.
Don't open Twitter at work today. You won't get anything done. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Meanwhile, Nelly's looking at Bandcamp.
Got to find these different reeds for my saxophone. Texture says, I almost fainted when I saw it. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
A lot of milk.
Inbound goes over to Jokic on the elbow. He puts it on the floor, throws out of it over to Murray, back over to Joker, spin move on Emisi, wide open three, Murray. 3 in a row, Jamal! 34-point lead for Denver, their big lead of the year. Trey Murphy from just under the midcourt circle misses a three. Valanciunas in the front court over to Bruce Brown. Brown goes baseline on Murphy, goes all the way through the lane. Throws out on top, Hardaway deep three. Good! Timeout, NOLA. Nuggets lead this thing 109-73 with 7:48 to go, and this thing is over!
Nuggets are a problem, people. Nuggets are trouble. They are going to mollywop some teams this season like they did last night to the Pelicans.
Is a 29-2 run is that a good run in basketball?
It was stupid. It was stupid. That third quarter was, me and KJ were sitting here during that third quarter going, what I was doing this because you know who I am. I'm an idiot. And I was like, NBA championship, here we come. This is amazing. Like, the Nuggets had 10 players who had scored in the first half of this game. That's insane to me.
We all know what the word Bertinoli translates from Italian into English as. Prisoner of the moment.
Yes, absolutely. Prisoner of the moment. Right. Right now, I'm like, the Denver Nuggets are the greatest basketball team ever.
And then after the Avs hung up an 8 spot and won 8-4, right?
Yeah.
You're probably like, and then the Denver Broncos dropped a 44 spot.
Right.
So you're like, this is going to be the first time in history where the NFL team, the Major League Baseball, sorry. Easy. Slow down.
Whoa, yeah, you get way over
the National Basketball Association team and the NHLer.
Yeah.
All three.
All of them are rolling.
Parades.
Yes.
Parades.
Yes. So it would mean so when's the Super Bowl in San Francisco, KJ? Is it the end of January or is it actually the first week of February?
I think it's the second weekend of February.
Second weekend of February.
Yeah.
So when would
get that football season going as long as possible?
So when will we have the Broncos
Super Bowl's
parade?
going to be like in April in 5 years.
No, right. When we go to 18 regular season games.
It's going to be bad. It's going to be in March.
Like the NHL Players Association is trying to negotiate another bye week for these teams if they have to go 18. So all of a sudden we'd go from an 18-week schedule with the 17-game regular season to a 19-week schedule with 2 bye weeks and an 18-game regular season, something like that. Yeah,
it would go to a total of 20 regular season.
Oh man, weeks.
Because with an extra game and an extra bye week. So
you're right. Yeah.
Which means they would have to start the first week of September, which means college football will have to start the last week of August.
Man, they do that almost
too much,
already.
Man.
Anyway,
it would be too much.
They're almost doing that already. But yeah, so now so when would we have the Broncos parade? The end of February? So you win that, yeah. So the end of February, right around Valentine's Day, right? Wait, am I right? Valentine's Day? We're having a parade for the Broncos. And then the problem with the Avs and the Nuggs is you're going to have those parades like the same week, basically, because that's about when they'll be hitting in June. We'll have to have 2 more parades in June. Yeah.
Parades everywhere.
Yeah! Seriously, last night, listen, let me ask you guys this question. Like, I've spent a large chunk of my life, like almost half my life, staring at Denver Nugget box scores every night. And this team, the team we have right now, right here in this city, why in the previous years of Joker's career haven't they done this? Where you're like, let's just get a deep bench so we can rest. But like Joker is so happy right now, he has to take 15 shots max, and he's just going triple-double, 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 triple-double.
Chilling.
He's having a good time. The bench is going nuts. That third quarter run, a lot of that was part of the bench.
Tim Hardaway Jr., where have you been all my life?
Yeah, man. We love some Tim. Like Jonas put up 10 points last night.
It's kind of simple, right? It's almost as if you just needed somebody that can shoot 3-pointers off the bench.
Yeah. You just need some veteran help off the bench. Man, last year's playoff run would have been so much different if you had this kind of help. But yeah, I don't know what to say other than the Nuggets mollywop the Pelicans. Like, the Pelicans are bad, right? The Pelicans are bad.
Stink.
But, man, that's the second game in a row. The Nuggets have put together just a stupid, ridiculous third quarter run. And it's not like Jamal Murray cooked in that third, but it's not like he had to put up 43. Like he scored 17, and a chunk of it came in that third quarter when he was making. KJ, who impressed you most in that game?
I would have to go with Tim Hardaway Jr.
Okay.
I just think his consistency, his shooting, just the ability to do multiple things, and he always has his head up, man. Like he just has such a veteran presence on the court. He doesn't mind competing. And I want to give credit. I heard Kaz and Baca kind of going back and forth about this during the break last night. He gives us J.R. Smith vibes, where he is just an absolute heater, and he can turn it on, and you don't know when that heater will turn off, and you're grateful for it.
Yeah, I get it. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a pro's pro, and J.R. Smith is one of my favorite Nugget players, but he's psycho.
I
crazy.
love 14 minutes of Jonas Valanciunas too, just giving us a 10 spot and 6 boards in 14 minutes.
Yeah,
like
really efficient 10 points. Matter of fact, he's been efficient in all 4 of these games for the Nuggets.
Look at
except for one.
I love the minute distribution from Adelman is just awesome.
Yeah. Joker was talking about it yesterday in the post-game show when he was asked, about Adelman's rotation, and he said the same thing. He's like, with Adelman, he has a more European vibe to the way he coaches, where he's just like, somebody's hot, I'm not going to take him out just because that doesn't go to my pre-planned rotation.
It feels free-flowing. Does it not?
Yeah.
It's a free-flowing rotation. My wife and I were watching the post-game press conference after the game. Obviously, the post-game press conference typically follows the game.
Locked in.
Yeah. And my wife, she's like, can you believe that's the head coach of the Nuggets? Just because his disposition is so, I don't know. Just,
so much different from Malone.
He's a normal cat. He's just a dude. He's kind of a little bit nerdy, right?
Yeah.
But awesome and so bright and so well thought. Like he's thoughtful. He gives really honest answers. It's a breath of fresh air in sport, man. And I've been saying that for a while. I love the authenticity and just thoughtfulness and just overall intellectual horsepower of a David Adelman.
Yeah.
Big fan.
All right, let's hear from Joker.
Yeah, of course. I trust DA. I trust the players. I think it's good, to play the guy who is get going or to try some newer lineups or to try new players, try new rotations, units on the floor. So I think it seems like a little bit like European style of when whoever get going, he's gonna play. Whoever gonna have a good game, he's gonna continue to play.
You know what? I want to shout out Peyton Watson. Because, and I asked Kaz about this yesterday, because obviously the Nuggets locked up Christian Brown and was like, yeah, here you go. Here's your $125 million contract. And with Peyton Watson, they were like, yeah, we know you're on the last year of your rookie deal, but you prove it. And man, he has. So far, he blocked 3 shots last night. That man was a plus 28 off the bench for the Nuggets. So shout out to Peyton Watson. But it is amazing how not only did they played like 12 guys in the first half of that game, but 10 of them scored. 10 of them got on the board. And it is amazing to me. I think Altitude TV had a stat midway through that fourth quarter where they throw the Nuggets bench up there, and the Nuggets bench had 43 points and was shooting 68% from the field while doing it. And I was like, man, I haven't seen this in half a decade. This is crazy. Matter of fact, I might have never seen a bench this good for your Denver Nuggets. So it's, yeah, I got all the good vibes right now. I don't really have anything negative to say about the Nuggets right now. Can you think of one? Can you think of something?
No,
a weakness right now for the Nuggets?
11 players got double-digit minutes.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Gosh, yeah,
that is awesome.
Now it was a massive blowout.
Still, but even the distribution to get 11 players double-digit minutes, it wasn't just. You ended up having Hunter Tyson, Zeke Naji, and Spencer Jones were the only ones that got single-digit minutes.
Right, and they went in there real late, like the final
but
5 minutes.
P. Watt getting 23. P. Watt had as many minutes as starter Aaron Gordon did. Brucey B, he was great. He was a plus-minus 13. He's a plus 13 on that.
Yeah,
4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals. It's wild that Bruce Brown is back. Really the beloved son of Denver. And that's not even the biggest storyline. He's playing great.
No.
He's doing great stuff. Yeah. Like Jonas Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway Jr., even Peyton Watson and Julian Strawther being able to contribute off the bench, but not being asked nor depended upon to be beyond where they're at in their development.
KG, do you remember who it was last night? They were talking to one of the players, and he
he was comparing this year's team to years past, and he was like, you know that run that the Pelicans went on in like the second quarter and cut the lead down to 6? He was like, normally, in years past, we might have let that 6-point lead get all the way down to 0 or let the Pelicans take the lead. He's like, not this team.
Or it just kind of lingers.
Yeah.
It would linger longer.
They were like, oh, they're going on a run. Guess what? Here we go. We're going to go on a run of our own, and just threw the hammer down. And that was, they blew the Pelicans out. And the Pelicans, what was it, KJ? They made the last 12 shots they took of the second quarter or something? Or they scored the last 12 points?
Yeah, they scored the last 12 points. And the player you were referencing was Christian Brown.
Okay, it was Christian Brown, who was like, yeah, normally you get that. We fold with that 6-point lead, but instead now we're like, nah, we're going to push it right back up to 20. How do you like them apples, Gilmore? So
the other thing I like too about last night's game is that if you want to call it special teams in basketball, it really, the two things is fast break points and points in the paint. And the Denver Nuggets won those two battles a combined 83-55.
The Nuggets are going to be a problem for some teams. The Nuggets, especially at home where the bench always plays better than when they're on the road, they are going to absolutely smash some teams who come in near this season. The Nuggets' home record this year is going to be something stupid, ridiculous. Like they might break that home record where they only lost 3 games at home one season under George Karl, I believe. They might break that record. They might lose just 2 times at home. They might win 40 at home.
Conversely, will that New Orleans Pelican team win a game this year? Are they going to go 0-82?
Their head coach called them out for getting blown out and lacking effort last game. That was before the Nuggets just handled them last night. Willie Green's got to be, he's got to be less.
Hey, was I right though? Was I right on new look DeAndre Jordan? Did he not look like Boys in the Hood?
Yeah.
Morris Chestnut.
Yes, he did.
What did you see it? Did you see the vision there, KJ?
I did.
He got a lot of love. Obviously
he's so awesome.
They had the video for him and everything, and he got the standing ovation. But after the game, every single one of those Nugget players were talking about DJ and how much they love him and they miss him and they hope. But man, he's going to have a long season in New Orleans. But once again, the Pelicans they started DeAndre Jordan last night. That's what their roster's at right now. You're starting DJ, man. Matter of fact, DJ played, 15 minutes? Something like that?
Well, they got two rookies that they can't trust right now, so that's a huge problem.
Derek Queen better be the real deal because you gave up an unprotected first round to go up there at 13 to get him, right?
Exactly. And let me ask you this. So last year coming out of the season, Willie Green's seat was hot, and I thought he was going to get fired this offseason, but he didn't. How long do the Pelicans wait before they got to pull the plug?
Does it matter? How much better if you bring in the greatest coach in the history of the NBA? Matter of fact, if you bring in the greatest coach in Nuggets history, if the Pelicans fire Willie Green and bring in Michael Malone, what's he going to do with this roster? Nothing. He's going to catch L after L too, right? If as a coach, how much can you improve a roster if it's like a bottom 3 in the league?
How bad of a fit would Michael Malone be with the New Orleans Pelicans and Zion Williamson and all the things?
Jordan Poole and Michael Malone could not get along, right?
What about
Jordan
Zion?
Poole and Michael Malone couldn't get along.
Put that in a pipe and smoke it.
You're right.
And even just the overall vibe and feel of New Orleans, Louisiana, and Michael Malone just doesn't feel like a fit, does it?
No, I can't imagine Michael Malone coaching Jordan Poole.
Especially with that governor right there in the state of Louisiana, Jeff Landry.
We gonna talk about that.
That was AI. It had to be AI. It was artificial intelligence. There's no way that a governor that was elected by an entire population of a state is going to speak so insanely unintelligently.
No. We're going to talk about that because he has an idea about what coaches' contracts are supposed to look like.
He's on Pat McAfee live right now.
Yes.
This guy's doing
listen, I think politicians are
unhinged.
Crazy. Yeah. But this guy's super unhinged. Matter of fact, I want to get to that. I want to talk about what he had to say yesterday because it impacts you as a head coach. Head to Stoney's on Lincoln to watch tonight's Thursday night football game with Baltimore and Miami, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew, hang out with DMac, and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. See you at number 38 at 6. It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and your first keyword of the morning sprint is coming up next. playing a lot of Michael Jackson on the morning sprint. Not that I disagree with it, but I'm just saying, like, this is the most Michael Jackson I've heard in a while. And I mean, MJ ain't nothing wrong with
You
MJ.
want to know why, though?
Why?
Why did he play this?
What? Oh, because you're dangerous? Because the Nuggets are dangerous? Because the Avs are dangerous?
No, because the Nuggets got a lot more dangerous since they got rid of Russ. Just like the Broncos have gotten a lot more dangerous in the absence of a Russ.
Yeah. It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Every Thursday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on each show, so be listening for the keywords on the 20s. Your 10-20 keyword is...
What's a tinny?
Russ. It's Russ.
Wait, what?
Text Russ.
Russ?
Yes, text Russ with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter win a pair of tickets to see Russell Westbrook and the Sacramento Kings on Monday. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your 10-20 keyword is Russ. Text Russ along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered to win. We will announce our winner at 11:55 if KJ remembers, and I'm sure he will. All right, people. I want to talk. I do want to talk Denver Broncos. I don't want to do that right now. But first, I have to ask you, since we just saw the governor of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, talking to Pat McAfee and the crazy things that are happening at LSU. You can bring up all kinds of weird stuff but here's what the governor says. The governor wants to hire the newest coach for LSU. But he wants to put metrics on he's like, we're giving these coaches all this money, and then they come out here and lose. So he wants to hire the coach and say, hey, if you win 5 games, you only get $5,000. If you win 10 games, you get $10 million. So he wants to put metrics on the head coach when he hires him. Like, you have to win so many games each season or you don't get your money.
Okay, dummy.
And I was like, I don't think you can do that. I mean,
does
who's
this
going to come and coach your
dummy
team?
not understand that every single Division I head coaching contract has incentives built into them?
But he wants to say, like, you don't get your money.
Good
if you
luck
don't
finding
win.
somebody
that's
that's competent, you moron.
That's what I said. I was like,
or as Brian Kelly would call you, hey, poop for brains.
Hey, moron.
Hey, bleep for brains. What are you doing? What's this moron doing?
So, to me, that is kind of crazy. Like, listen, you don't get your money unless you win a certain amount of games. Like, I don't think that's not viable in the college app. Is that viable?
Okay, but let's talk honestly here, Jeff Landry, you moron. Jeff, what would be an acceptable number of games for you to be even able to get paid?
At LSU, like, it seemed like he was trying to say, like, if you don't get into the college football playoffs,
you're working for free.
Yes, you're working for free.
Yeah, good idea, Jeff.
That's crazy, right?
Hey, listen. I'm a high school coach right now in Colorado. If he offered me that gig, I wouldn't take it. I'm telling you, hey, Jeff.
I wouldn't either.
Jeff,
I don't even coach.
I'm telling you right now, if I have to go and deal with your stupid entire state population of people that think that LSU, they win 13 games every year, guess what? They don't.
What happens
they've had some of the most talent in all of football. Look at the NFL. It's littered with LSU guys.
Yeah, Bayou Bengals all over the place.
And they've had, what, 3 really good seasons in the last 30 years?
And I mean, it's like, what would you
Nick
say?
Saban wanted to get the heck out of that place.
If Jared Polis was like, I'm firing Deion Sanders and I'm hiring a new coach for CU, how do you think this state would react? Just like, what the hell's the governor telling CU who they should and shouldn't?
Wouldn't that be something, though?
Yeah, Polis is like, I'm done with Deion, man.
I'm completely over Louis Vuitton. Do not love the brand Louis Vuitton. Gosh, what are we doing?
This is crazy.
And then the craziest thing about what Jeff Landry did, he's got an athletic director in Scott Woodward that's making well over $1 million himself, and he says that he's not able to make the hire.
That's right.
He said he's more likely to have Donald Trump hire the next head football coach.
Can you imagine if Jared Polis did that?
And
then Deion's out.
Yeah, what if Jared Polis is like, Kamala's hiring the next football coach here in the state of Colorado?
See, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Oh
it's crazy.
God.
But I mean, if you're LSU, what do? You tell the governor to kick rocks?
Could you imagine though the matchup of LSU with their newly appointed head coach from the Donald Trump, the office of Donald Trump versus the Buffs? and Kamala Harris is appointed head coach. That'd be wild.
Listen, that'd be a highly rated football game. That would be the nation would tune
do you think do you think there would be some semblance of a political riot and unrest that would take place between those two?
Do you even have that power as a governor? Can you even do that? Like, I don't even know. Right?
Jeff Landry apparently thinks he does.
That's crazy, man.
Okay, so here's the other piece that he said. I think this might be even wilder than what he talked about. This is a publicly funded position at LSU for the athletic director.
Yeah.
That's making over, I'm guessing he's making 1.5 to 2.5.
Yeah.
And Scott Woodward. Not only did he say he's not going to be anywhere near the hiring process of the next football coach, he actually accused him of collusion by way of having the same agent as Brian Kelly or whoever else. Like, I'm like sitting there, he is currently funded by state dollars.
Don't let the crazy politicians into my sport, man. Don't let them mess with my sport. It is.
And now he's on Pat McAfee. Yeah. What else? Is he gonna be the pick 'em on College Game Day?
Maybe.
Probably.
Maybe. Oh, what is this?
Matt Rule.
I didn't know that Matt Rule signed. Did he sign it because they were scared that LSU was going to come and steal him?
Yep. They added a $15 million buyout. Ooh. It's really because of Penn State.
Yeah, they don't want to. Yeah. Well, and I just saw. Is James Franklin going to Virginia Tech? Or he's talking to Vatek right now?
There's some smoke there. I think that's a good hire, actually.
Yeah, that's the kind of school that he'd be great at.
James Franklin, a lot of his recruiting ties were all built into that Maryland, D.C., Virginia.
Yeah.
That DMV, they call it, that district.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very strong recruiting area. And if you can tap into that Tidewater, I think James Franklin would actually do a great job at Virginia Tech.
But there's no possible way that the governor of Louisiana is going to be able to fill the head coaching position at LSU with a guy who's making like $200,000 a year.
No,
right?
So I just turned the job down verbally.
Yeah, you just said
hypothetically.
Kick rocks, Jeff.
A high school coach from Colorado
just said hell no.
That's 7-2 right now. I'm not an undefeated head coach from Colorado. I'm a 7-2 head coach in Colorado, and I just turned the LSU job down, Jeff. Okay, Jeff?
It would be, nobody wants that job. Nobody wants that
Looks like you're
job.
stuck with me for a little while longer there, KJ.
Glad to have you there, coach.
So weird, man. But yeah. Good luck, LSU, figuring out what is going on there. And I guess we should mention, if you're just tuning in, that it is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. So during this hour, we have a keyword for you that you can text into 303-504-0925. Send your first and last name, and we'll try to hook you up with some tickets to the Nuggs Kings. Speaking of, that's another team that the Nuggets are absolutely going mollywop, right? The Kings.
Oh, well, you know what? We finally get a Russ back in the building, competing and playing on the field of play.
Yeah.
Russ is going to be back in the building, man.
I know. He's starting for that team, too.
Oh, he's so bad.
He's starting for the Kings, man. I guess
that is the keyword, though.
Yeah,
that is the keyword.
The keyword is Russ. Text Russ and your first and last name to
303-504-09. Or Russ Westbrook.
Yeah, good old Russell Wilson, man. I'm sure he's going to pack it in after this year, right? There's no other team that's going to be getting it done. All right, you know what? We want to hear a little something here from Sean Payton as we get you ready for the Broncos.
Well, he apparently knows the pronunciation better than all of us of his new 41-year-old tight end.
Mercedes?
Yeah, he went with Mercedes.
Yeah.
And I did a little investigative journalism.
And
I looked at the pronunciation guide from UCLA back when Mercedes Lewis played there, and it is MAR hyphen, SAY hyphen, and then believe it or not, you want to know how UCLA had their pronunciation guide for the end?
How?
DEEZ.
D's?
Mercedes.
Oh, like D's
yeah,
nuts?
like Nick Saban's favorite line of joking.
Oh, yes.
Do you know Nick Saban's a big D's nuts guy?
Is he? He's
huge
like,
D's nuts guy.
Hey, KJ, D's. It's like, D's what? D's nuts. That's Nick Saban.
You never heard this?
No.
I got to find it. KJ's got to find this, man.
Now I got to see it, man. Yeah.
It was somebody was interviewed. It wasn't Pat Surtain,
I would have lost my mind if Mr. Serious Nick Saban hit me with a D's nuts joke.
That's like his thing. And because he's so serious and never has any fun, it makes it even more wild, the fact that he would just drop one.
Yes, it would blow my mind if he hit
Josh Allen, also big
D's
proponent.
nuts?
Yeah, big.
Really?
Yeah, big Room 40 guy.
Okay,
That's
man.
his favorite. It's his favorite Buffalo wing joint in the city of Buffalo is Room 40.
These nuts?
Room 40's nuts.
I was like, I know you're going somewhere, man.
He pulled that one off on the Pardon My Take guys or whatever they are, the Bussing with the Boys or whatever those.
All right, man, Josh. Way to go. Way to go. Way to go, Josh. All right, so you know what? Let's hear a little bit from the Broncos head coach.
Coach, with the 11 a.m. games, I know it's noon there in Houston.
So you ready? You know, Saturday they turn the clocks back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're playing 12 noon our time.
Oh, yeah.
And every day we come out here at 12 noon. So unusually, it's a great question, but we fall back Saturday night, and so 12 noon. Well, an early kick would be the Philly, but this doesn't become an early kick. The Philly was challenging because it's early kick coming off Monday. I mean, there were a number, but this one works out where, we'll be playing a 12 noon start.
Because Washington is a night game, Kansas City.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I used to concern myself with a lot of that. I look at the travel, and so when the schedule came out this year, we thought we were going to get a London game. We wanted an East Coast prior, and we weren't necessarily wanting to play a Monday night. But those are the logistics you look at.
I don't know. 12 is still pretty early for you, boy, especially just depending on what you did
but
Saturday night.
They are a morning. They're a morning practice outfit, as is the rest of the National Football League. Their body clocks are completely conditioned to this type of start. Sean Payton proving to everybody once again that he has a plan and that his plan is better than anyone that you could ever imagine yourself. He loves to Sean-splain it, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know who is responsible for feeding Sean all this, tactical information that he wants, where he's like, find out what the record of teams are in the week after they come back from London, and find out what the record of the teams are after when it's like 11 o'clock kickoff on the East.
What I've found in football environments, especially when there's, we'll call it a very confident single leader of the franchise and or university setting football program, is that they all have a guy that just loves being the, hey, coach, guess what?
I got something.
I got something for you. You're going to like this.
You believe this?
And then
9 times out of the last 12.
And what I find is if that guy does it in private, then that, we'll call him a narcissistic leader, typically takes that idea and then presents it to the team and the coaches as if it was his own idea.
Yeah. He was like, witness my genius and celebrate it or whatever.
But then that guy, that nerdy kind of glazer that's like, coach, I got something for you. He gets tired of not getting credit for it.
Yeah.
Because he watches it in real time. Guess what he starts doing? He starts going in when there's an offensive staff meeting and does it in front of 7 or 8 other people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and then that leader, that narcissistic, egomaniacal leader has to then show, hey, that's my guy. I wish all of you guys were like my guy. So one of those people in my life was working for Jim Harbaugh.
Oh.
And it was a computer nerd that had all of these things, that his name was Matt Weiss. Matt Weiss ended up riding those coattails all the way to the position from what he was an ex-walk-on punter at Vanderbilt, had never played any meaningful physical snaps of football. And he ends up being the offensive coordinator and quarterback coach for the University of Michigan Wolverines.
Wow.
The year before, I believe, they won the national championship. And guess what he is doing now?
Is he?
He's being investigated by the federal government for insane levels of computer hacking and indecent crimes. We'll call them.
No!
Listen, so yeah, that guy's the guy in the football environment isn't always. He's not always a great guy. He's always not. He's a guy that if you check their browsing history, you're going to see some things that you probably can't unsee.
Right. It's crazy to me that, listen, I love competitive people, and I've been around, competitive professional athletes for a good chunk of my life. But man, when you get to the point where you're like, I'm going to hack into the opposing team's website.
That was Matt Weiss.
It's like, man, you're extra, but I get it, man. In sports, I'm sure there's people who love that guy. Just like, yeah. Do it, man. Break all the laws. Get me all the information. We got to win this game this weekend.
Speaking of which, Nick Saban probably had a guy like that, I'm guessing.
Listen, I'm sure. Listen.
Do you think that Nick Saban was actually being fed jokes of the D's variety? Because Josh Jacobs of the Green Bay Packers, he's got the story for you right here.
Saban just he likes to do a lot of these nuts jokes. It's funny because I haven't heard one of them since middle school, and then Saban, when I went to college, Saban used to do it a lot. So
Wait, give me one here.
All right, so one day I caught 5 passes in a row, and he was like, hey Josh, if you want to hold all the balls, hold these. I said, what? So I just sat there. I sat there for a second. I was like, did he really just say that?
He was doing D's nuts to you?
Yeah. I was like, Coach, I ain't heard that since middle school.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff, man. I want video evidence of one time of Saban doing that. That has to be absolutely bonkers. Somebody hit you, somebody like that. That's I can't even think of somebody around here who's super serious that would suddenly hit you with a D's nuts jokes, man. Like that. But I'm here for it one way or the other. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One, including Thursday Night Football. Don't miss the Ravens at the Dolphins starting at 6 on 92.5. Tonight, we've got the Broncos and Texans injury report next.
Do you consider Pat Surtain a candidate for IR at all?
Yeah, we've discussed, obviously, we've had all those discussions.
Okay, we've had all those discussions. There you go. That's your answer from Sean Payton. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Mark Bertinoli, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson. Who knows what Alex Reinham is doing right now. And we're coming to you live from the Baxter Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice. And it's time right now. Take a look at the Broncos Texans injury report. The injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. And for the Bronx, it's once again, it's not a long list. Dre Greenlaw was full yesterday. PJ Locke was limited. Nate Atkins, Marvin Mims, and Pat Surtain, obviously DNPs. For the Houston Texans, Barrios, Collins, Jacob Johnson, Christian Kirk, Petrie, all limited.
Dalton Schultz, DNP, right?
Yeah, Schultz was a DNP, knee shoulder.
Lakin Tomlinson, DNP.
DNP. And Dylan Horton, DNP. Autry with DNP. But, yeah, Nico Collins would probably be a...
He got a concussion,
Yeah, he's got a concussion. So, he's going to have to clear protocol before this week. Or when would he have to clear protocol? Tomorrow? No, Friday? If he was going to be able to play against the Broncos on Sunday morning. But, obviously, we already knew about Patrick Surtain, so... And I keep forgetting about Greenlaw and his suspension being over, and he'll be back. So that's a huge help for the Bronx. Coach, what do you think a successful outing against this Houston's Texans defense looks like for that Broncos offense?
24 points.
24 points.
That's what I want.
It's more than enough to get the win.
That would be nearly 10 points more than what the Texans are giving up right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Broncos are a good enough team and will play good enough defensive football to acquit themselves.
I often ask McGahee I was like, wave your magic wand, and if you could have one Avalanche player have a great night, who would it be? If you could wave your magic wand and have one Bronco player just have a breakout game against the Houston Texans, who would it be?
Dre Greenlaw.
Okay.
I'd love to see Dre Greenlaw all over the
just
place.
Just cause havoc.
Everybody keeps talking about, hey, let's take our time with getting this player back. Dude, it's been 5 months, it feels like.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's not like he's a rookie or a second.
No.
Man, that dude knows what's
up. It's time
up.
for him to play.
Yeah, just throw him out.
It's time for him to start and not be on a stupid pitch count because he is one of your better defensive players. And he's had so much time to get healthy and get right. He even came back for a game in which he had a pitch count, and then he got himself suspended. So you add basically 14 days to your recovery cycle. It's time for Dre Greenlaw to go play.
Okay.
And make an impact.
And he could make a huge impact in this game. You know, one of the things I saw somebody point out that they were like, listen, there's not too many holes in this Broncos defense. There's not too many weaknesses. But one thing that teams have been trying to do against the Broncos is to get running backs out into a position where they can catch those short passes and run.
Well,
and that seems to be a little successful.
CJ Stroud's turned into check down Charlie.
Well, is that what they're going to do? Is they're just going to give Nick Chubb chances to...
Chubb chances?
Chubb chances.
Did we go get Chubb chance? How far away is Joe Mixon from playing ball?
Oh, I don't even know, but we can certainly find out. I'm sure it's I would have heard, right? If he was going to...
It's called a mysterious injury when you Google him. He was awesome. Man, he was awesome last year, wasn't he?
This is weird. When he'll play... Yeah, it doesn't even say. It's just nothing but speculation.
Non-football-related injury during the offseason, which kept him sidelined throughout all of training camp, the entire preseason.
So, they said in mid-October that, hey, we'll take it one day at a time. We'll evaluate the player after 4 weeks. And that was, that's mid-October. So we're talking, who knows? Who knows when Mixon's going to be back? And they're just not saying what the injury is or how it happened or anything.
Remember when the Broncos were considering Nick Chubb? At least he was a free agent running back around the time where you ended up getting J.K. Dobbins. I was more of a Dobbins guy. I think most everybody was because of the injury history of Nick Chubb's not great. And I know J.K. Dobbins has had some injuries, but they haven't been like where his knee blows up and he's out for 10 plus months multiple times throughout his career.
He's got, right now he's ranked 28th in carries, 29th in yards. He's tied for 32nd when it comes to touchdowns from the running back position. So Nick Chubb is not having himself a great year. But then, the Houston Texans started slow, right? And they're just, they lost a bunch of games early, and they've won 3 of their last 4, right? And now they're facing a Broncos team that is hot and ready to rock. So what about the Texans offense? Because I have no faith that they can put up more than. Is there a comparable offense to one of the teams the Broncos have already faced so far when it comes to what the Texans can do offensively and what kind of quarterback C.J. Stroud is? I
don't know. I think they're a little bit different because C.J. Stroud, he does have boomer bust capabilities. He was the offensive rookie of the year just a mere 2 years ago. He's won playoff games. He's done some things that, frankly, in your first 2 years of being an NFL starting quarterback don't happen very often.
Mm-hmm.
But on the flip side of this, the Houston Texans statistically, just about every stat they have are about somewhere between 16 and 22 offensively.
Mm-hmm.
They're the definition of mid to just slightly below mid. Where they are good and where they do play complementary football, somehow, some way, because they're 31st in the NFL on third down, which is crazy.
Yeah, wow.
But their time of possession is actually in the top 3 in the NFL.
Oh, yeah, I would not have guessed that.
Yeah, and so they're playing smart, good, sound, field position-based special teams football. And then I think they do go for it. I think they use a lot of that analytical garb that Dan, who's my guy from Dan Campbell uses.
Mm-hmm.
So they stay on the field. They're very good in terms of time of possession. The Broncos actually aren't. They're right dead smack in the middle of time of possession. So that's one area that the Denver Broncos need to stay on the field offensively and get off the field defensively, because right now that's one of the superpowers of the Houston Texans. It's why they've been in just about every contest that they've played.
I've heard the Houston Texans described by Texans fans as a roller coaster ride, or you never know. Like a Texan fan hit me with the quote from that Tom Hanks movie where he's like, the Texans are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Oh, Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump. There you go,
not
Coach.
it wasn't a big movie.
Right.
Not a popular movie. Not a huge part of our childhoods.
Forrest Gump.
Or for
But
you,
yeah.
was that college era for you or high school?
That's high school. Like,
Okay.
I went to high school and college both in the 90s. I was a kid in the 80s and went to high school and college in the 90s. So that's like the 90s is my vibe, bro.
90s are sick. Gosh, I love the 90s.
That's my whole vibe. But so that's what Texas fans say. Like, it's so frustrating cheering for the team because you never know what you're going to get from day to day. Sometimes you look completely awful, and sometimes you look like a team that's going to make the playoffs.
Interesting. You ready for this one?
Yeah.
Third down conversions, 32 of 91.
Is Houston?
Houston. That's bad. 32 of 91. That's hovering around 1/3 of the time you convert a third down.
Where the Bronx at? Where the Bronx?
You ready for this one?
Yeah.
Fourth down conversions, 8 of 12.
Wow.
75% conversion.
You know what? They've gone for it 12 times and they've got 3 wins on the season, and they're going for it. Man, you're right. They are analytical. They're just like, let's go. What is
Andy
it?
Campbell.
It's
Be ready
4-2.
for that.
Let's go for it.
You heard it here first, man. You heard it here from the Sprinters. Sprinter Nation.
How many times are the Houston Texans going to go for it on fourth down against the Denver Broncos? Let's see. You don't. If the analytics say you go for it with that number, you also have to consider who's playing you on the other side. Like, if it's 4th and 1, do you really want to go for it against this Broncos defense, man? Like, I get it. If you're playing the Dallas Cowboys or somebody like that, somebody with just. But even if the analytics say, yeah, you go for it at this when you're at this point of the field and this down in distance.
Okay, so the top 4 teams in the National Football League this year in terms of how many times they've gone for it on a fourth down are all horrific football teams.
Are they really? What are they? Who are they?
Browns are number 1. They've gone for it 19 times.
Stefanski is throwing out.
Stop it. The Jets have gone for it also 19 times. Stop it. The Panthers have gone for it 19 times.
Man, that's a lot of.
And the Giants have gone for it 17 times, and they're tied.
Wow. Does it say how many times the Broncos have gone for it on fourth down? Do you have that information at your fingertips?
God, they don't go for it on
I was
fourth
about to
down.
say,
Like, ever.
Sean Payton is, you'd think with somebody who, because
Holy
Sean Payton, I would
cow.
not call Sean Payton a conservative head coach, right? But maybe he still has that OG feel when it comes to this analytics when you're trying to push fourth down. Once again, I don't know. And maybe you can't get cocky when you're playing home games here in the Mile High City because field position is even more important when your punter can blast a 70-yard field goal at any given moment. I don't know. What's it say for the Broncos? How many times do they go? I mean, I have
So
no.
it's funny because this website I'm doing right now, StatMuse or whatever, you have to unlock more data at the bottom. Fourth down percentage conversion. The Broncos, gosh, they're in the bottom 7. Okay, here it is. The Denver Broncos have gone for it just 8 times.
Wow.
And they're 4 of 8.
Wow.
So they're exactly 50%. The Houston Texans.
Oh, I started to Google how many times have the Broncos gone for it on fourth down this season. And what popped up was how many times have the Rockies made the playoffs? Who's Googling about the Rockies? Who's in here Googling about the Rockies playoffs? Let me tell you, it's not that many times. It's not that many times. Let me just tell you that. Somebody also Googled how many times the Broncos have played in London.
DMac had to be the one.
Who's Googling how many times have crabs evolved? Is that a DMac? Is DMac's like, I'm interested in crabs?
My math was horrific, by the way.
Oh, was it? Listen,
I said 8 of 12 was 75%. It's 67%. Oh my gosh.
That's close enough for government work, man. You know what I mean? 75 to 67, that's good enough.
Doesn't 8 of 12, wait, is that? Yeah, 4, 8, 12. Yeah, it's 3 yeah, 2 out of 3.
I mean, don't talk to me. I'll just nod my hand like I know
so
what you're
9
talking
out
about.
of 12 would be 75%.
How about this question? Who's the best quarterback the Broncos have played this season? What's the best opposing quarterback the Broncos have faced so far?
Indiana Jones, baby.
Because I was like, is it Indiana Jones or is it Justin Herbert? And I was like, it's Indiana, isn't it?
No, it's
It
is, man.
You know what? Those movies are bangers.
They're
dude.
so good.
I haven't seen like Temple of Doom in forever.
Gosh.
That thing goes hard.
Do you remember just some of the times where like real living people would just turn into quickly turn into a skeleton, an aged, decrepit skeleton, and then, or when he just reached his hand in somebody's chest and pulled out a heart.
I can't remember what he was saying. Kulima or what? He's just ripping hearts out. I need more movies where people just rip hearts out. That's what. There you go. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, prime Harrison Ford just punching Nazis in the face.
My question for you, is when wasn't Harrison Ford prime?
No, he still is prime.
And also, when wasn't Sean Connery prime?
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about it. Sean Connery's good.
Dude, Sean Connery was
so
good.
The legend.
Is he dead? Did Sean Connery die?
Yeah, he passed, man.
You're really bad with who's alive and who's dead.
I thought both Skip Bayless and Al Roker were passed, and both of them are still with us. But
Dude, he died 5 years ago, man.
Sean Connery's he's passed, man.
Dude, he lived long. He was a 90 banger.
Yeah, not only that,
good for
he lived a hell of a life, man. Yeah. James Bond. During halftime at tomorrow night's game between Cherry Creek and Grandview on AM 950, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Bacchus and Schenker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222.
Cherry Creek, are they good at football?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, they beat everybody by 120 points, so I think they're pretty good.
They're pretty good. Good luck, Grandview. All right, we'll be right back. We're going to talk some Bo Nix next. Oh, we got breaking sports news. And it's big news for your Colorado Avalanche. The Avs have just announced that they have extended Marty Necas for an 8-year contract.
Marty Nachos
is locked up.
Marty's going to have a party.
Necas is locked up to an 8-year contract extension. What's the report on the AAV? On the average?
$11.5 million annual average value.
Interesting.
90. Is it 90.4?
Overall on the contract on the 8-year extension?
I think it's 92 straight up.
92 straight up.
Interesting.
$92 million.
So there, Marty Necas
$1
locked
million.
down for your Colorado Avalanche. So that deal is done. Yeah, you got to feel good getting that
Marty
thing done.
Nachos he got broke off, though.
Yeah, well,
he got broke off something vicious.
He's making $1 million less per year than Connor McDavid is right now. That's a pretty good contract, right?
And he's your
third
best player?
Nate, your entire team is basically locked down except for Cale Makar, who you have to pay after this season, right? After the 2026 season. So not this upcoming off season, you're gonna have to pay Cale Makar. And if I'm Cale, man, I'm asking for a.
So it's interesting. So the Pierre LeBrun just in is that $60.4 million of that 92 is signing bonus.
Interesting. So I wonder if this is a front-loaded contract or just the front-loaded.
So Marty Necas he's one of our coworkers, right?
Yes, he is. Yes,
here at Crocky Sports and Entertainment.
Yes. Well,
why does I didn't get that signing bonus?
Well, I mean, go ahead and fire off that email. See how it works for you.
Excuse me, Mr. Crocky. I was just comparing notes with some of my fellow coworkers here.
I would love to see what Dimoff would have to say if you hit him with that text, bro.
Oh, I love it. It's so good.
So no, you know what? I had not heard anything about this. I didn't know if they were still talking with Marty's agent once the season started and everything, but obviously they did. And here we are. According to Pierre LeBrun, it's 8 by 11.5 AAV. So yeah, you're locked down. So now the only people you have to pay is Cale. And man, Cale, if I'm Cale Makar and I'm one of the greatest blue liners to ever hit the ice, I don't even know what his agent's going to ask. Is he going to ask for Kaprizov money? Is he going to ask for $16 million a year? And I mean, if you're the Avs, you pay it, right? I don't know. But it's good to have Marty locked down because now the only thing you have to juggle is Cale, Sammy G, right? Is there anybody else coming up? Like, I think Ross Colton's contract is done or will be up after this season. But everybody, like Nathan McKinnon signed through 2030. Gabe Landeskog is signed through 2028. Marty Nachos is now signed through 2032, right? Is that the right math? Or it could be the wrong math. You know what I mean? Val Nichushkin is signed through 2029. Mackenzie Blackwood is signed through 2029. Your entire roster is basically locked down now, except for whatever you're going to have to do with Cale after this season, which is, I'm sure, not going to be an issue because you pay him whatever he wants because he's Cale freaking Makar. But there you go. I mean, you know what? Text line? Let us know. The Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Keep that number in mind because here in about 15 minutes, we'll have another keyword for you to win some Nuggets tickets on a Nuggets ticket Thursday. But let us know how everybody's feeling now that Marty Necas is locked down as he signs an 8-year contract extension. So this is your entire top 6 and both goaltenders are locked down. Most of the blue line is locked down. Although the NHL does love its trade, so who knows what this roster looks like by the time the NHL Olympic break comes up and after. But yeah, you got to be pretty happy with, because I didn't know that. I mean, Marty, people were asking, like, is he happy here in Colorado? Does he want to stay here in Colorado? Yeah. Now you know. Well, now he's here.
The guru right here on the Safeway Twitch feed just said, "Oh God, what did I just walk into? 8 years?
8 years.
Dude hasn't even shown up in the playoffs.
8 years. No, I mean,
and he didn't for the Canes.
Who do you want to pay? Who do you want to give that money to? Instead of Marty, man.
I love Marty.
Have you seen the start of the season that man has had?
I love Marty. I love his pace. I love the ability for him to cover asinine amounts of ice in short order. But do you got to see it a little bit in the postseason?
I mean, it's not like, once again, it's not like this is his first deal. Like, I think we all know who Marty Natchez is, man. He's sitting up there on that top line with McKinnon getting you point after point. You guys don't, I mean, $11.5 million over 8 years. Not only is that a pretty good deal for the Avalanche and a pretty good deal for Marty, but that's an eminently tradable deal too if you don't like what you see. Am I right or am I wrong? Like he got less than what Mikko is making in Dallas. He got $1 million less than what Mikko is making in Dallas. He got $1 million less than what Connor McDavid is currently making.
All right, so the highest average annual value hockey players currently in the National Hockey League. Number 1 is Kirill Kaprizov at 17 per.
Yeah.
Leon Draisaitl's 14 mil per. Jack Eichel 13.5 per. Nathan McKinnon 12.6 per. Connor McPickles 12.5. And then you get down to where Marty Natchez would slate here.
Yeah,
and it puts him just behind Elias Pettersson and just ahead of Erik Karlsson and William Nylander.
Mm-hmm.
Igor Shesterkin's at 11.5.
I like. Well, yeah, that's a goaltender.
You make more than David Pastrnak, which is.
But maybe it's because I like Marty a whole
lot
more than
Pasternak's
some
contract
people
was
do.
signed in 23.
But I'm a big fan of Marty Natchez, and not only that, I think this could be the best statistical year of his career. He could put up some stupid numbers this year playing on that top line with Mac and Lecky right now. But all right, yeah, let's see text line. How y'all feeling? Adam says. The tradable bit is important. I like Marty, but there is a valid concern about playoff performance. Well, I mean, you're not going to trade him before the playoffs either. You're going to, you know what? Let's go to the hotline and bring in an NHL expert whose first question from me is going to be, when the hell are you coming back to your own show, brother? Welcome in Alex Ryanemi.
I'm coming home soon, boys. Don't you worry. I'm
Proof
coming home
hold
soon.
on, man. Proof of life.
Yeah, I know he's alive. I've
been texting this man for the last 17 weeks.
Yeah, and he's not been answering.
I'm playing. How's first off? How is Mama and how is Baby? That's the most important thing.
Mom and Baby are healthy and happy, although Baby is choosing not to sleep in recent days, which makes me not able to sleep. So I'm alive. I'm tired, but we're doing well. I appreciate it, Coach.
All right, man. We'll break it down for us. Marty Natchez, 8-year contract extension, man.
Yeah, I love the contract extension because, like, my answer here is what else are you going to do? Are you going to go into the trade deadline with the same situation you did last year with Mikko Rantanen? There's going to be a lot of Avs fans that look at this and go, well, why didn't you just sign Mikko for that? Or why didn't you give Mikko $500,000 more? And if people have been listening to what John Michael Lyles went on and said, it echoes a lot of what I was talking about and what McGahee was talking about a year ago, saying that Rantanen was never going to sign for $12 million here. He had to be told no by the Avalanche, had to be told no by the Hurricanes and the Toronto Maple Leafs for him to then just go to Dallas and go, all right, I guess I'll sign 12 now. I like the fact that Natchez works well with McKinnon. I think he's going to be a guy who scores like 400 points over the course of the next 4 seasons, because when you're playing with Nate, he just puts you in great positions. I totally understand the fan base that goes, show it to me in the playoffs. And I agree with you, right? At 11.5, you're a top 15 paid player in the league right now. You're paid as much as William Nylander. Talk about show it to me in the playoffs. He hasn't done so in Toronto as well. He's going to be a great regular season performer. He works wonderfully with McKinnon. You just have to bet on the data set that says a guy who plays with the puck that often and is that successful with the puck that often, eventually it works in the playoffs. I think it's going to.
All right. Oh, well, let me ask you how it's going, because in 66 playoff games, Marty's got 35 points.
Yeah, not enough. Not enough.
What
right?
is enough? What is enough at $11.5 million a season playing on the top line?
I don't know if I can ask for point per game, because that's getting into like Hall of Fame territory for players, but I need him to be north of like 3/4 of a point per game. I need him to be at 0.8, 0.9, touching on 1 point per game if he's going to be out there on the top power play unit and playing 20, 24 minutes with McKinnon. Yeah, he's got to get that up there. I don't know if he'll ever get up to being a career point per game because he's already shy by like 30, 35 points or whatever it was that you just mentioned. He's not going to be Rantanen, right? He's not going to be Nate. Those are shoe-in Hall of Famers, but he's got to be close to it.
Raj, we haven't had a chance to catch up just on what we've seen from the Avs thus far. How do you like what you're seeing out there on the ice and how this team is comprised? And what do you think about the youngsters and some of the production that you're seeing out of some of the Bardakov and what's my guy's name? Drawing a blank.
The little dude, Gavin Brindley.
Brindley.
My homie.
Yeah, no. Raj loves Brindley because Brindley's 5'9", and
I love
Raj
myself
is
some Brindley.
right. Like Raj, do you see yourself in Gavin Brindley? You're like, that could have been me, man, if I dedicated myself to hockey when I was younger.
If I took those Tyler Polumbus meds.
Boys, that's such a slap in the face of Gavin Brindley to put me in the same sentence as him. No, I don't see myself in him at all. I do love a young, small player who plays the right way. Like, he's a 200-foot player who's difficult to play against defensively, gets pucks out, and he goes into crappy areas. He goes into really hard areas all the time, and he's relatively successful as a young guy out of Michigan. I like the young talent. Bardakov's fun. I don't know if he's like a full-time NHLer yet, but there's no energy like Russian who loves scoring goal energy. Like, I was talking with Springer about it on the postgame show a couple of nights ago. The only thing that comes close to that is a Dominican hitting a home run, and it's infectious.
Especially if it's a free-swinging Dominican that took it off the shoe tops. I love that.
Yeah, I like the young talent. I think at 5-on-5, they may be the best team in the league. The power play is an issue, and it got back on track against the number 1 penalty kill in the league the last 2 games, which were the New Jersey Devils. They were operating at like a 94% kill clip. That needs to be fixed. And it starts with getting Val Nichushkin back out in the power play like they did a couple of nights ago. I'd like to see Gabe Landeskog sprinkled in there a little bit. The movement has to be continuous on the power play for me to be okay with them. But at 5-on-5, man, and that's where the majority of hockey is played, is 5-on-5. If you're the best team in the league, I'm going to go back to data sets, right? More often than not, if you have that massive piece of data, it will win out eventually. I'd rather them be excellent at 5-on-5 than them be terrible at 5-on-5 and excellent on the power play. I think most of these numbers are going to come back to the mean, much like we've started to see them happen over the past half week.
Outside of injury, can you give me a reason why you don't think Marty Necas won't have the best season of his career this year with the Avalanche?
No, that's it. That's it. The only time is that he doesn't play. Or if like he's so bad and so porous defensively that Bednar has to demote him to the second or third line. But I haven't seen that out of him yet this year. Outside of like 3-on-3 overtime. He and Nate together suck at 3-on-3 overtime. Don't put them together ever again. And that's okay. Like, they can be awesome at 5-on-5 and not great at 3-on-3 because there's too much space. I just see good things with Marty. He's a really good fit alongside Nathan McKinnon. You now have 2 of the top 3 2 of the top 5 fastest players on planet Earth right now playing 22 minutes a game together.
Raj, one of the things that I've argued with you probably the most over the last couple of years has been regular season overtime hockey. And you just continue to tell me, hey, stop worrying about it. It's okay. Who cares about the
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Do you still feel that way after the beginning of the season?
Yep. I sure do.
God, it's so un-American.
Because the Avalanche are what? Are they 1 in the West right now, or like 2 in the West?
Yeah, now that Utah caught that loss the other day, they might be.
They're up to 1 now.
Yeah, Utah
all right,
lost
so
that.
they're right there. My answer is still the same. Just get a point. I think I've gone over this a few times. Like, you could lose like 60 games in a season, and as long as you get a point and you win the other 22 games, you're like the best team in your conference. Just get a point. I don't care about 3-on-3. It's fake hockey. So is the shootout. I care about how you are 5-on-5. I'm going to do a deeper dive before I get back on the show because I assume the Avs are going to lose some more games in overtime and shootout before I get back onto the show. I'm going to do a deep dive into just how important the extra point is. I did it a few years ago. I found out that like there's 3 instances that kept teams out of the playoffs. Most of the time, if you just get to the extra session and guarantee yourself a point, it's all that matters over the course of an 82-game season.
Marty's already got 13 points through 11 games played, and now this whole contract situation is off his mind. You know what I mean? Now it was the owner of the Utah Mammoth, because Logan Cooley just signed it. You know what, Raj? Do you know what Logan's AAV was when he signed with Utah?
8 by 10.
8 by 10. Okay. So and Utah was saying, like, we love these 8-year contracts, because now they're like, yo, Logan, buy a house. You're here for a decade. You're in the city for the head. And now Marty, it's like, yo, Marty, you're here, man. You're here. You're part of this team. You're here for 8 more years on this extension. So, like, he started hot. I mean, 13 points through 11 games played is good. He's got 7 goals scored already on the season. How much more talent do you think this Avs team can possibly handle once the NHL trade deadline comes? I know you have your eye on it, even though it's 4 months away, man. So how much more talent can this Avs team possibly add?
I don't know. How bad do the Calgary Flames suck right now?
Yeah, what's up, Nas?
That's my answer to that.
What's up, Nas? They're bad. They're bad.
The Avs don't have a first-round pick to trade this year, or a second, or a third. You can trade your 2027 and 2028 firsts if you want to do that. It would take a first-round pick and likely another player to get Calgary to not only give you Kadri, but to retain salary, and that's what you would need salary retention. I would love to see Kadri back here. I think he would be a wonderful fit as a third-line center. Imagine Naz Kadri, your third-line center, or it gives you the ability to flip-flop him and Brock Nelson, depending on how well those two guys are playing. I have a sneaking feeling that that Barry Zito and the Florida Panthers are going to swoop in and grab Kadri from the Flames, but they also don't have a first-round pick to trade this year, next year, or the following season. So it'd be a kind of a punt down the road for the Flames. They've got a little bit of room, but I said this after the Devils game. With the roster currently comprised today, and how's this? On Friday, I assume that Mackenzie Blackwood plays at 2 p.m. on Friday. With that roster, I'm comfortable with them going to the playoffs as they sit today. I wouldn't be upset if they didn't make a move. Maybe another defenseman, like a big defenseman, if they come on the market, but those guys don't come on the market all that often, right? Like the Seth Jones trades of the world aren't there every season, but if one happens to pop up, like if Brandon Carlo's available at the deadline this year because Toronto's floundering, I would take it, but I think they're good enough as it stands right now to win a cup.
How about this? You now have the majority of your top 6 and all your best players locked up, except for one, Raj. What are they going to have to pay Cale Makar next offseason? What do you have to pay? This is exactly what I'm talking about. But if you're Cale, I would pay that man $20 million. I would make him the highest paid player in the NHL. But is that what he's gonna? Are you gonna have to give him Kirill the 3-year-old money? $17 million a year, $16 million a year?
I don't think he's gonna break down the door backing in a Brinks truck, man. I think he's
but why
gonna
shouldn't he?
There's no reason why he shouldn't, right? He's already taken a team-friendly bridge deal. He is the best defenseman on planet Earth. The guy's going to win like 5-6 Norris trophies by the time it's all done. He's already got a Conn Smythe, a Calder Trophy, a Stanley Cup championship to his name. If he wanted to go in and demand $17 million, he can, and I think the Avs would pay it because they'd be dumb not to. I don't think he's going to do it. Like, I don't think he's going to hamstring the team. I think you look at what Florida's doing and seeing all of these, they're still paying their players. Like, don't get me wrong, but you see a lot of these deals where they're taking just a little bit less. And I think that the Natchez deal at 11.5 allows them a little bit of wiggle room, especially with the cap skyrocketing over the next couple of seasons. I don't know, 15?
Really? Do you think there's a team that would come over the top? Like a truly sucktastic team like the Sharks or the Blues or somebody like that, or the Minnesota Wild who already spent a ton of money and just say, hey, Cale, we'll give you $23 million a year or something like that.
If he gets to market, I wouldn't put it out of the equation, but I highly doubt Cale Makar ever gets to market.
Yeah.
Chris McFarland and Sakic and Bednar won't allow that to happen. He is a generational player. Like, he is when you think about best defenseman in the history of the game, by the time Cale's 40 years old, he's going to be up there with Bork and Lidstrom and Orr. He'll be up there on that Mount Rushmore if he continues to play as consistently as he has, be an excellent two-way defender. And I still think he's going to score 100 points this year. He's got 15 points as a defenseman, 5 clear of the next best. He's a freak.
All right, man. We're done with you, bro. Unless you want to do the keyword real quick, you can go back to not working, brother. You can go back to chilling out, man. I hope everything's been going all right for you. Say what's up to Camille for me, will you?
I will. Cammy says hi. She's screaming upstairs.
Ooh, I like Cammy.
I will be
awesome.
back. I will be back sooner than you guys think. Birdo, thanks for holding down the fort,
no
Coach.
problem, brother.
KJ, I miss you guys.
No,
Miss
brother.
you too, brother.
All right, man, Raj, take it easy, brother.
Take care of that mama.
Easy. All right, you know what we're going to do? We're going to give away the keyword right now. We're going to do the keyword right now. It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Every Thursday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on each show, so be listening for keywords on the 20s. Your 1120 keyword is Bibby. Text Bibby with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Mike Bibby?
Henry Bibby?
Swole Bibby? Remember when Mike Bibby got hella swole? Do you guys remember this?
Yeah.
He was
Swole Bibby.
Swole Bibby, yeah. So text in Bibby, 303-504.
Is he the head coach of the Kings?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Sacramento State.
Oh, he's the head coach of Sacramento
right.
State?
He got all the sack talent.
I had no idea.
Bibby.
No clue. Yeah. Text that in 303-504-0925. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options. The concession stands for $5. Text in Bibby, and we'll be right back. Head to Stoney's on Lincoln to watch tonight's Thursday night football game with Baltimore and Miami, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Do It a Brew, hang out with Darren McKee, and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. See it number 38 at 6. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. We just spent a good chunk of time talking about Marty Natchez and his 8-year extension with the Colorado Avalanche. If you missed that, our keyword of the day to get you some Nuggets tickets. Matter of fact, it's the Nuggets and Kings next week here at Ball Arena. The keyword is Bibby. Like Mike Bibby, like the player, like Bibby, not like whatever weird stuff.
And his dad was Henry Bibby.
Was his dad Henry Bibby?
Yeah.
I don't like. I'm old enough to remember Mike Bibby winning a national title in Arizona. Right? That was at the Arizona Wildcats. He won it like sometime in the 2000s or something like that. And then he went straight Tyler Polumbus when he retired and got hella swole, just massive jacked. But Bibby, text in the keyword.
You don't remember Henry Bibby?
Bibby. No, I don't think so.
He had a pretty long, fairly influential coaching career.
Oh, interesting.
Henry Bibby was the head basketball coach for the University of Southern California Trojans from 96 to 2004. And then the head coach for one season of the Los Angeles Sparks of the WNBA.
Oh, I did not know that
So
either.
the key word is Bibby, as in Henry Bibby.
Yeah, Bibby.
Bibby.
All right.
It's kind of like a BBL.
Listen, Dion was dropping BBLs yesterday, right? Or the
hey,
day
I wonder
before?
what was on his mind. His press conference was proof of what his search history was.
Just a setup.
All right, KJ, you got some NFL news and notes for us?
All right, as we get here into story number 1, we're going to lead off with Broncos franchise quarterback Bo Nix. As you guys have come to see here over the recent weeks, Bo Nix has been absolutely blitzed, but his numbers are starting to pick up as his QBR is going higher and higher as he faces the blitz. Here's Bo Nix kind of talking about what that looks like and why he appears to be so good against the blitz here recently.
Well, I didn't know that, but that's good. That's probably a sign of efficiency, but I think it's all about just the awareness, knowing, your hots, knowing your outlets, knowing how to protect yourself. Usually when they blitz, they're bringing one more and not having as many in coverage, so there's a few more windows out there. But also you got to have guys like myself that are finding windows, finding the alleys in the defense that are getting open, catching the ball, and then getting yards after the catch. So it's kind of a group thing. It's picking up the pressure. It's running good routes. It's catching it. It's completing passes, and it's good to work against the blitz. Maybe you'll teams won't blitz us as much, and then play more straight up coverage. But I think you go into a game and you probably get the same amount of pressures, and sometimes it's a little bit more, and it's just usually a flavor of the week, and different DCs do different things, but it's good that we've prepared well for the blitz and we're ready for it.
How do you balance that as a coach with your quarterbacks between don't take a sack, get rid of the ball, and listen, man, you might have to hold on to it for a little bit to make some plays? Like, where's the importance? Where does don't take a sack fit on your list?
The one thing that Bo Nix he's proven to be is really proficient at getting the ball out of his hands in response to pressure looks.
Mm-hmm.
And DeMeco Ryans and the Houston Texans do come from the San Francisco 49ers, Robert Saleh, Vic Fangio tree of defensive ideology, it's a lot of simulated pressures, which means it might appear that 5 or 6 total blitzers are coming, but they drop 1 or 2, and therefore they're actually just bringing 4. But you can understand that essentially all blitzers and defenders behind the blitzers are on a string, and it can bring you to the spot where your eyes and your decision-making replaces said blitzers with the football. And Bo's very good at that.
Okay.
So I think this is what he naturally does.
Are they, so, when quarterbacks are picking out the mic, they're like, 54's the mic, 54's the mic, or whatever.
Yeah, you're directing the offensive line towards the interior linebacker or potentially on the edge that to be blitzing.
Okay.
Based off of indicators, based off of the front, and predominantly it's based off safety rotation. So the way that those two high safeties, if they start tilting one way, and then you give them a fake cadence. Oh, they were trying to deke you and actually do it the opposite. Oh, hey, I'm gonna mic this backer here. 57's the mic. 57's the mic. That's gonna ultimately take the oftentimes like the center, the left guard, and the left tackle to those two down linemen plus that backer. And now your running back should be freed to get out and protect, not have to protect because you're picking up the fifth known rusher with the O-line.
All right, KJ, what's next?
We've had all those discussions.
Coach, you talked about it yesterday in regards to getting to C.J. Stroud. The Broncos have to do what?
You got to get after his tailpipe.
Got to unleash.
You got to unleash the hounds.
Got to unleash them hounds, baby. And I think it's going to be more than possible. PFF, they were ranking the offensive lines last week, and Houston is ranked 29th in the NFL, obviously out of 32. Here is DeMeco Ryans from yesterday, kind of talking about what he expects from the Broncos D-line and how they're going to try to defend the pass rush.
The Broncos rush group is a really good group. All 5 guys they have are really good. On the edges, I'd say Benito is a really good speed rusher. So, there's not many guys like that in the league who has the explosiveness and the first step quickness that he has, which has allowed him, to get a few sacks. So it's going to take a ton of effort, ton of work to get it done, but we just have to play our technique. Don't overthink it. Just play our technique. Really strain to get them blocked up front, knowing that they're a really solid group and really solid in the inside as well. They'll play a 5 down front. It's just everybody across the board is going to have to win their one-on-one matchup.
That's on the mind of the Texans' offensive front is the 5 down front, which means a bear front. And what a bear front really is, it's actually the old 1985 Chicago Bear front, the 5'2" stack monster bear, which really what it means is that the interior offensive line are all covered by down linemen. So you kick your front down and you end up getting a 3-0-3 front. A 3 technique means an outside shade on a guard. An O or a 0 technique means the head up shade on the center by a down lineman, and then the opposite 3 technique would be away from also covering the other guard. And so a 3-0-3 front, it does conjure up some different checks, and you can really mess with a team when they're really overly conscientious about a bear front. What you typically are able to do is isolate your linebackers in blitz on one-on-one matchups versus running backs.
Okay, yeah.
So think Dre Greenlaw against
Nick Chubb.
The Chubb.
Do you have to limit your play as a play caller? Do you have to limit what you're going to call when you know that you're playing against a team that
bear front? Yep.
Yeah, you're just
so bear front.
Can't do
a lot of your zone outside zone schemes are not great because you take away the ability to get double teams because everybody's essentially blocking a one-on-one block in the run game. And then really in the pass pro game too, you're also conjuring up one-on-one. So you have to either use your running back to chip, but he's got to have eyes on that second level of those linebackers because once you make a 5-0 call as the offensive line, you a lot of times you'll see a center or a tackle hold up 5 fingers. That's telling the running back, we've got as offensive linemen these down 5. You've got anybody else.
Anybody else that's coming, that's you.
Any other mug is yours. And that's part of the reason why the Broncos have been so good. Now, typically the bear front, that 5-man front, that 5 down front goes hand in hand with man coverage. So you have to use man coverage beaters, slants, fades, meshers, quarterback-driven run game.
Oh, I like it.
Do we get a little ball talk right there?
Yeah, I like that, man. Let's little booger eating football information right there. All right, KJ, what's next?
We've had all those discussions.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. And they offer every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. Before we move on to our next story, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention here in NFL Notes that Will Lutz was named the AFC Special Teams Player of the Month. So congratulations to Will Lutz.
Yeah, go get it, Will.
And
Big butts, Will Lutz.
RJ Harvey was named Rookie of the Week. So congratulations to him as well. So
you better.
Broncos, they crushing it, man.
3 touchdowns. You better get that Rookie of the Week, man. You know what I mean?
And that's what I'm saying.
All right, what else is next?
Well, last story here. Coming up at this time next week, we will be preparing on this exact day for Broncos Raiders.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, we're a week away.
Thursday?
Yeah, Thursday Night Football.
I want to go to that. I want to go to that one and watch Ashton Genty against this defensive front. See how that thing goes, man.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, are we giving out Nuggets tickets on this here Nuggets Ticket Thursday giveaway?
Yeah. Yes, we are.
So is the keyword Bibby?
Yes, it is.
As in Mike Bibby?
Michael
B-I-B-B-Y?
Yeah. Are they getting it right? Is the text line getting it right? Because the first time we were like Bibby, text line was throwing out
we were
crazy.
Getting a lot of bad things. It's just simply Bibby.
Bibby, right? Like I don't know.
It's not Bobby. It's not Bubby. It's not Baby.
Bibby.
It's as in Mike Bibby.
Yeah.
Get yourself some free Nuggets tickets.
That's what we got going on.
303-504-0925.
That's right.
Keep them coming hot.
KJ, is that it? You got it? Is that's all you got, man?
Oh,
you got nothing else?
Well, I wanted to bring up with that story. Not only will you guys have the chance to see Ashton Genty, but it appears that Brock Bowers is, quote, ready to roll.
Oh, he's going to be back,
As he stepped up to the podium and he said, quote, the first part of the season was tough, not feeling 100%, but I'm closer now. And then Pete Carroll, he also said he's back. Last week, he looked good every day, particularly on Monday's practice, and he kind of stole the show a little bit, so we're thrilled to have him back, end quote. I want to bring this question to Coach real quick here before we get out. Coach, earlier this week, you said Tucker Kraft is the best tight end in football.
Yes, sir.
Where does Brock Bowers rank if Tucker Kraft is number one?
I ain't heard about you, Brock, because you've been hurt.
Mm-hmm.
The best ability is availability. All right, Brock? So I forgot about you. I've been watching Tucker Kraft go ham for the Green Bay Packers. So I'll believe it when I see it, you receding hairline 23-year-old.
Nah, it's not even receding anymore. He shaved that thing, right?
He got rid of that thing?
Yeah, I think people are giving him so much grief. He's like, I'm done with it. I mean, Brock Bowers is a bad man.
He's a Brock Bowers. To be fair, I love Brock Bowers. But it needs to be stated that when you're out there doing big things like Tucker Kraft is doing on a weekly, you have to recognize the game.
Yeah, game recognized game. You got to respect what he's doing.
Yeah, just like you got to recognize that Bibby is the key word.
Text it in, people. We'll try to get you some Nuggets tickets. We'll talk a little Nuggets and Thursday Night Football next.
What is going on, Colorado? Coach Mike Sanford, and I want to tell you about Circa Sports Colorado, and it is sports betting the way that you've always wanted it to be, the way that it should be, with tight money line splits and customer service that treats you like the VIP that you are. I'm looking right now at my app on Circa Sports Colorado, and there's some games tonight. Yes, college football. I'm not talking about the terrible Dolphins playing against the Ravens. I'm talking about Tulane at the Alamo Dome facing Owen McCown, former CU Buff quarterback, and the UTSA Roadrunners. Tulane, might they be distracted by their head coach, who's rumored to be a top candidate for LSU? Well, Tulane is a 5.5-point favorite. I like the Roadrunners and Jeff Traylor's squad as 5.5-point underdogs. So make sure you download the Circa Sports of Colorado app wherever you get your apps, or you can check out circasports.com. And just as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. And if you have any issues whatsoever with the gambling problem, make sure you reach out or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Natchez has it back in the corner. Short angle shot. He scores! It's a Marty party! No angle, no problem for Marty Nachos. He has points in every single game this season. And for Natchez, it is his third goal in his last 5. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
What's up on I-City? That's right, Marty Nachos. Marty Natchez is locked down. He signs an 8-year contract extension with your Colorado Avalanche. Reportedly, the AAV is 11.5 per season. So Marty's locked down. Now you have almost your entire team locked down. You know, other than a couple of decisions you have to make next off season, man, your entire club is locked down, and I love me some Marty Nachos. The text line is, I don't know, Coach, what would you say? The text
positive
line,
vibes.
Pretty positive.
Positive vibes on Marty the Party.
Yeah, people are pretty happy about it.
There's a lot of people that like processed cheese nachos. They love Marty
I love
nachos.
That. You know that liquid nacho sauce? You can get it in the can, like this, like a big old can.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's really good for you, too.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
You can get it for like $5 at Ballerina now. They have them $5 nachos now.
What?
Yeah, they got $5 nachos at Ballerina, baby.
I can afford Marty nachos now.
Oh, yeah.
Are they going to change them, the name of them, to Marty nachos?
Should. Like a smart business person would start selling some Marty nachos. You know what I'm talking about? So, yeah, welcome back to the Morning Sprint in this final segment as the Avs lock down Marty Natchez to an 8-year contract. And we're getting you set for, well, both the Avs and Nuggs play tomorrow. Tonight here on the station, we got ourselves an NFL football game. The Ravens and the Dolphins, Coach.
All right.
You going with it? Well,
I like the Ravens. Lamar Jackson's back. I'm coaching a ball game tonight. 6:30 p.m.
6:30 kickoff?
Yeah, if you want to go and hang out, watch some good old high school football, come down to Valor Stadium tonight as we take on Rock Canyon, the Jaguars.
Are they going to be
senior night, baby?
Is it senior night?
Senior night.
All right.
It's our final home game, man. Our final regular season game.
Are you going to get a little emotional, get a little choked up with the seniors on there?
I might, man.
Might
play There's Something Unpredictable, and then there's right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Seriously, man. Yeah, go ahead. Do that. Start singing some Green Day out there on the field before things get going.
Should I just do it a cappella on the mic?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just be like this. Hey, I'd like to say just a little something. And then you'd be like, actually, I want to sing a little something. And you go straight into Green Day.
This song here reminds me of all of you. This song is dedicated to class of 2026.
No, the lamest way to do it is just by yourself with an acoustic guitar, right?
Oh, yeah. I can play some chords. I can strum some chords now. I had myself a Taylor guitar. A nice little acoustic.
No. Bad idea. Ravens, Dolphins tonight. The Miami Dolphins in their last gasp. And the Baltimore Ravens.
They're going to get the buns.
They are.
There we go. Don't make me cry. Don't make me cry, KJ, here on senior night.
There is not a single senior who is attending Valor who knows who the hell Green Day is.
Oh, yes, they do.
Do you think so?
Yeah, they're going to know, especially after I sing this. Hold on. Go ahead and turn that up there when it hits that bridge, baby. Yeah, right there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm misty-eyed over here. It must be is there some type of grass or tree allergy
just a lot of dust in the air. They are
dusty.
doing construction next door at the podcasting studio, Coach. They're putting a podcasting studio in here.
I'm
for
excited,
us.
man.
You know what? This has nothing to do with anything. But have you seen the chairs the podcasting studio has? They look like lazy boys. I want one of those, man. They use that podcast studio 30 minutes a day. We're in here 10 hours a day or whatever. I want one of them fancy lazy boy chairs in here, man. That's just a rant for no reason, just for no reason whatsoever. I'm just pointing it out. But Mike Bibby walking in right now. Mike Bibby is in the building.
Oh, there he is.
There he is, right
Mike
there.
Mike Bibby on his human growth hormones.
See, he's going straight to the bacon, though.
Yeah, he is.
Tyler Polumbus is going straight to the bacon.
Let's see what he's doing here.
Is he going to the fruit?
He's going in on some Le Peep cinnamon swirl pancakes.
Oh, he's going with the pancakes, Tyler.
I think Tyler might be. Is he
pregnant? Is that when you go nothing? Is that what they eat?
Is he emotionally eating right now?
Maybe. You know what? Get him.
Do you think he heard that Green Day song and he got emotional?
He will start crying. Load him up on some of them heavy pancakes and start playing some Green Day.
Should I wear that? I should play that song, the graduation song about wear your sunscreen. You remember that one?
Yes, I do. I remember that one.
Yeah,
right.
That'd be a good one too.
Because they took it from somebody gave that speech at University of Chicago or something, like a graduation speech, and like that was amazing.
Let's make it an EDM song ish. Let's make it new wave.
Yeah, seriously, man, Green Day. I haven't heard Green Day in forever.
You're not a Green Day guy?
No, they did a musical, Green Day the musical. Like you could go to Broadway and watch.
What my favorite thing is the fact that when that era, that genre of punk music, predominantly Blink and Green Day, the fictitious British accents.
Okay.
It was like power stance, big chest.
Yeah.
And no matter what, you're like, I hope you have the time of your life.
No, you make a good point, because the opposite is also true, where every single British band sounds like they're American. You know what I mean? And
like
you got
the Spice Girls, man.
Yeah, listen.
So I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Like, bro, you're royalty, man. You're hanging out with princesses and princes and
I'm down with Spice Girls. Yeah. Spice Girls are great.
Big sporty guy.
All right, yeah. Drop some of that tonight at Valor too.
Yeah.
See how they groove to Green Day. And
now here's a story. Okay.
All right, you know what?
I did get some. Okay, I did. Oh, speaking of music on the loudspeaker.
Yeah.
I tried to convince my 15-year-old daughter and my wife. I'm not going to give her age because she would be mad at me. And she would punch me right where the sun doesn't shine. To watch K-pop and the Demon Hunters.
Yes.
My 8 and 11-year-old boy's like, yes.
See?
And my daughter's like, are you serious?
Really?
Yeah. And then I brought. Okay, so then they wouldn't let me watch it at home. I thought it was going to be a great Halloween movie.
Right.
No, they weren't feeling it. So I couldn't play it. Right now we have one television in the entirety of the house because we're still in.
And who's running that?
transit.
The kids run it?
Mama.
Mama runs it?
Yeah, there's a lot of Real Housewives of X, Y, and Z, right? So I ended up playing the soundtrack at practice.
Oh, at Valor practice?
Yeah, and there was a song called Golden that was a banger.
Great. Yeah, it is a banger.
But I had a couple of apparently K-pop the Demon Hunters not very popular with the high school kids.
Oh, they don't like it? Man,
there was
I love
one kid that was like, "Oh yeah, I like this."
No, man, I jammed it.
And everybody else like, "Who's in charge of the aux today?" I am. You got a problem with it?
Yeah, bring it to
You
the
like
head
running
coach.
half gassers, Chief?
No, man, I love me some K-pop Demon Hunters. Yeah, get some class. Get some style. Who doesn't love K-pop? All right. Dolphins, Ravens, you already think Baltimore's going to roll in this, right? Because of Lamar. Because Lamar's back. And, man, I don't even – what's Miami Dolphins going to do with Tua Tagovailoa? What are you going to do with that contract? How do you handle a massively overpaid quarterback who's not winning for you? I don't even – right.
Hope that he gets this way one more time.
See, that's harsh, man. That's harsh, man.
Hope he gets that T-Rex hands going.
So I hope you suffer a career-ending injury. Man, that's a rough one.
They got to get rid of everybody.
Bad spot. They're in a Deshaun Watson position right now, right?
They might be worse.
Where they're just like, we're paying him so much money, and he's not good at what we're paying him for.
At least the Browns have Shador. They just
for
won't
now,
play him.
right? Unless you got a second-round pick, then you can go get Shador out of Cleveland. I don't know. It's crazy talk. But either way, that's the show for today. I do not know what we accomplished, but for the head coach, Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, we saw Alex Ryanemi today. I saw his face.
Proof of life.
First time I've seen him in like 2 months.
You know why?
He's alive. He's alive.
There was something unpredictable, and in the end, it's right.
Stop it.
I hope you have the time of your life.
Hold on. Before we go, we don't want to get KJ. Do you have the winner? I about walked out the studio without giving the winner for the second day.
I about did the same thing. The winner today for the morning sprint and the Nuggets ticket Thursday is John Markley.
All right, John. Congratulations.
Markley.
Go see you some Nuggets basketball.
John, have the time of your life.
Have the time of your life. All right, PhD is next.
Hockey news, huh? Marty Nachos. How about that?
Whole lot of money. 8-year deals, man. That's pretty wild. I know it's common in hockey, but it's still wild to me. 8-year deals.
That's what the NHL does. I mean, it's 8, 9, 10-year deals. It's pretty standard. So 11.5. I might have to go to Dan Tanner here just for a second. What was Mikko offered again? Like, what was...
Well, I don't remember specifically what he was offered, but I know what he ended up signing for. That was an 8-year, $12 million per, so an extra $500,000 per year for Mikko.
Okay.
That's what he ends up signing the deal for out there
What'd you
in
forget,
Dallas.
Berto? What'd you forget?
You
Headphones.
just want to do a little bit more radio? you want to do a little more radio, Berto?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. You like the deal for Natchez, Berto? Yeah. Good.
8 years, 11.5.
Yeah. Okay. All right. He's going to end up with 100 points. Yeah, you're right. He's going to be great. Love Berto. So, okay, help me out then. Mikko ended up signing for what, 12? Did he like?
Yeah, so he signed basically, it was almost the exact same deal plus an extra $500,000 per year. He signed an 8-year, $96 million deal. And Marty was 8-year, 11.5 per. What's that work out to? 92?
What did Mikko actually want though? Like, I'm going to guess if it was just 12, the Avs could have had him. Like, what did he want? All right, anyway, I don't know. It's revisionist history. We happy with this? Is this a good deal?
I think it's a great deal.
You know?
I mean, financially, it's a lot of money, and it's easy to compare and contrast it to Mikko for sure. And I think there's probably still a contingent of fans out there that would rather have Mikko at 12 per rather than Marty at 11.5. But listen, this team is locked up. I mean, everybody is done. What issues do the Avalanche have moving into the future here?
Nothing. I was listening to the Morning Sprint. They had Raj, who's a hockey savant, on, and he was just saying the next up is Kale. And for Kale, I mean, I don't know. He'll be the highest paid hockey player of all time.
Well, that one's easy. I mean, it's going to be it's going to be a stupid amount of money, but it's easy. You're not going to let Cale Makar taste free agency.
No.
He's not going to get there. You'll get him locked up long before that ever happens, and it's really a simple deal. What's the most amount of money you can give me? Okay, we're going to do that.
Yeah, I think that's just the way it'll go. I don't even know who the highest paid guy is in the NHL, but once it's time to sign Cale, he'll become that person, and that will kind of be that. I mean, it won't be, much of a debate. It'll be similar to, with Jokic. It's just, what's the most that you can possibly be paid, and that's what you'll be paid.
Yeah.
And, either you'll be happier being the highest paid player ever, or you won't, I guess. For some perspective, driving to the airport is our own Scott Hastings. First road trip missing, sort of on the show road trip of the year, Scott. Wow, here we are. We're at this moment.
It has started, hasn't it?
I guess so. Beautiful day. Hopefully you're having a nice drive out there to the friendly skies to go out with probably a pretty, happy Nuggets team after last night, I would think.
Yeah, you sent us that clip of Adelman. I don't know if we've said it, but you know what I've gotten the feeling of? He's going to be one of those coaches, because we hear it preached all the time. Never too high, never too low.
Yeah.
Right? I mean that was a blowout, unbelievable, job. The starters the third quarter, the bench in the second quarter. I mean it was phenomenal. Like the bench in the third quarter too. But matter of fact, we got things got cleaned up. Blah, blah, blah. He doesn't jump through hoops and have people throw water all over him or anything like that. And I think when they get beat, he's not going to sit there and moan and whine. In fact, he said that on Tuesday, right? It's a long season. You can't just grind and stew over losses.
Yeah, well, I don't know how many losses they're going to have to stew over. Last night they played with their food.
That was easy.
As the expression goes in the first half. They gave up a bunch of buckets late. From what we understand, AG got a little ticked off in the locker room at halftime. They held themselves accountable, and they went on one of the more ridiculous runs you'll ever see. I mean, a 29-2 run. I mean, or however you want to call it.
I've never seen it. I've been in the NBA, including my playing times, 40 years, and I don't think I've ever seen a 29-2 run.
I was sitting there and like they were just scoring, and I wasn't even looking at the scoreboard. And then there was like a timeout, like I think with 5 minutes to go, and I just looked up. But I was just like, oh, they got a big lead. I look up and I'm like, is that 29-2? Like, wait a second, what? And because they did it so effortlessly, Scott, they did it so smoothly. It was remarkable, actually. It was really amazing.
Well, listen, the biggest stat. Well, I mean, and there was a couple. 62 points in the paint is pretty good, but they made 48 field goals, and they had 40 assists. Think of that. Think of that percentage and that ratio. To have 40 assists in a game, first of all, is phenomenal. Denver, I think, if you go back over the last handful of years, when Denver, is at 30 or beyond, they usually win games. But to have 40 assists and you only made 48 field goals,
crazy.
That to me is like the stat of the year almost.
Well, I think what's pretty cool is, and obviously this game isn't necessarily the biggest tell in the world, but I think it's pretty cool. We're getting pretty quick affirmation about how deep this bench feels, Scott.
Man.
Well, I went and saw the two-headed monster front office after the game. I went up and talked to him, and I'd said this on the broadcast, and neither one of these guys, when I repeated it to them, disagreed. And I'll throw this out to you guys, and I'll even throw it out to the listeners. I'm not sure the bench couldn't start on a handful of other NBA teams and be better than those teams. Think about that. Like, if you took four of Denver's bench guys and added, take that young point guard, Fears, and you added Valanciunas and Peyton Watson and Tim Hardaway Jr. and Bruce Brown, would that not be a better five than the five they were putting out there?
I think that would have been a better competition for the Nuggets than the Pelicans with Zion, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got a great point. My favorite, there's a lot of great moments, obviously, in that game. But my favorite moment was when Peyton Watson came baseline to block a shot. Then in transition, Hardaway drills a three. And I'm not going to say it's a turning point moment, but the roof blew off the joint. And when I look at the athleticism and the movement of the Nuggets, you want to talk about, exciting Nuggets basketball, Scott? Put that in a time capsule right there with two guys off the bench.
Well, and listen, if it's the same play you're thinking about, Peyton kind of got beat on the drive, but then he blocks, and I think it was Poole. Blocks Poole's shot from behind, ball kicks out the corner. He keeps running, blocks the jump shot. Denver gets it, goes down and scores. I don't know if that was the transition three or if they whatever. If they went right down and scored, the place. I thought that right there in the second quarter set the entire tone for the second unit. And listen, when the starters came back in, New Orleans went on a 12-0 run, and that's probably what AG was upset about at halftime. But when the bench left the game in that second quarter, Denver had an 18-point lead then.
Crazy.
They expanded the lead then. So it's going to be interesting. You got to keep doing it. It's really going to be a test for David. How do you keep, and this sounds stupid, how do you keep everybody interested in games 40, 50, and 60 if games become as easy as they become the last couple games?
That's interesting. Post-game in the locker room, one thing they're trying to do right now is keep Julian Strawther engaged. It's funny, guys, to see who they're trying to keep engaged and who apparently they don't really care about keeping engaged. So I won't cast aspersions, but I'll tell you they want to keep Julian Strawther engaged. That means they got a plan for him. They do see Strawther as a meaningful player for them. And others, maybe not so much.
Well, Strawther's one of the few guys they got that has the ability to get to the rim and get a shot, whether it's a floater or whatever. He's got a quickness about him. He's still young in the league. And he's also a guy that, all of a sudden, if he's, go back to game 6 against OKC, he sees that thing go in, and all of a sudden it might go in 3 or 4 more times. So I do think they are hopeful for him. And I'm going to tell you what, man, I really don't think it hurts that now Julian Strother gets to hang around instead of Russell Westbrook, and no knocking Russ.
Yeah.
But now he's hanging around Tim Hardaway Jr., which to me, I've always thought this, and now you can see it firsthand. That guy's a pro's pro. That is a pro's pro. Let me come in here and do my job. And Bruce Brown, who all he does is play hard every single game, right? And then because he is so athletic, you know, he can make a twist, a dunk, a rebound. I thought his defense on the ball was unbelievable at times. So now that's the guy Julian's competing time for. And what better mentors really to have than those two guys right there.
Tyler, did you see what they did at the very beginning of the game with DeAndre Jordan and Scott?
I did.
Yeah, cool moment.
I mean, he was hugging up everybody.
Yeah,
it was cool. You know, he had his little handshakes and everything that was going on. He looks weird with he looks different.
Short hair.
Obviously with the short hair.
Yeah, but I thought
it looks good.
I thought it was a cool moment that they had him take the tip. You know, a little nod right there.
Yeah.
You know, he only played 12 minutes, but it was pretty cool having DJ back in the building, Scott.
Yeah, I know the guys love him. Didn't play tons of minutes here, but I think he was a positive force in the locker room. I talked to him a little bit before the game. I said, "Dog," I said, "that hair makes you look 10 years younger."
It does.
He goes, I got to keep fooling him, Scott. I got to keep fooling him.
Scott, did you prepare for your trip to Portland by not showering for the last week and placing a few inside wagers?
Oh, wow. Wow, man.
I was just wondering if
Holy
you did.
cow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Like you took 2 shots on one take.
Damn.
Man. That was strong right there.
Tyler was like, "This is the top rope. Give me the cage.
Yeah,
I'm going up there."
Listen, I too like to not shower.
Okay. Well, it is a cup game, an Emirates Cup game on Friday, Scott. So I mean, it's this one matters. This one matters. By the way, I don't know. I bet you guys did not mention this on the broadcast. I bet you didn't. But it's one of the weirder stats I think you'll see in any NBA game ever. There's 14 guys on the Pelicans and 14 guys on the Nuggets. Everybody played on both teams. Only one player had 0 points. So 27 out of 28 players scored, and only one player, and he was on the Nuggets, had 0 points. Can you guess who it was?
Hunter Tyson.
It was Hunter Tyson. I don't know if you'll ever see a score sheet that there's 28 guys that played. And I'm not talking about a small amount of minutes either. I'm talking minimum at least 5 minutes for every single guy on the court. And Hunter didn't get a bucket.
He did get a weird box out foul at the end, though.
I will say this, though. He didn't score not because of lack of trying.
No, that's for sure. No doubt about it. So, there you go. Our salute to Hunter Tyson. Took a couple of three-pointers, didn't make them. That's it.
Well, and look, it's kind of like the Broncos game. You're going to play a better team, at least defensively. I don't think you're going to play a better offensive team, but you're going to play a better defensive team. But you kind of handily just dismantled Dallas. I always get nervous, and at least the Broncos are in mid-season, right? This is when the old adage, mid-season form starts adding up a little bit. But I always say big, easy games, and then you go play somebody. And in the Nuggets case, if we're being honest, the team you're supposed to beat.
Yeah.
So these games always frighten me. And listen, Portland always plays well against Denver and Portland.
Okay. Well, there you go. It'll be interesting to see what the vibe is about Chauncey up there, too. So we look forward to talking to you tomorrow from Portland, Oregon, Scott. And happy Halloween when we see you tomorrow.
Yep, I already packed for my Bro Tank Friday via Zoom, so
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks, Scott.
See you, boys.
Tune in tomorrow night at 7. Tyler's on the call with Mark Johnson for your alma mater, Creek, going against Grandview on AM 950. Speaking of Grandview, Kevin Gossman takes the ball for the Blue Jays to try to wrap up the World Series. So, yeah, come on, Wolves, represent. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio brought to you by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSAA. And don't forget, at halftime, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week. That's presented by Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. We have our keyword of the day for Nuggets Ticket Thursday. That's next.
Hey, if you're out there in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. I think relationships matter in life. That's why I recommend Phil Long Ford. I've been going over there since my rookie year. The only dealership that I ever need to deal with because I know these guys, I love these guys, I trust these guys. I know it's easy to drive all over the state looking for a new vehicle, but you don't have to do that. Just go to Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking new, you're looking pre-owned, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Guys, Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, remember to keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
It's a Nuggets ticket Thursday. So every Thursday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on each show. on the 20s. Your 1220 keyword is Weber. Text Weber, like Chris Weber, so 2 B's. Weber. First and last name, 303-504-0925. To see Russell Westbrook and the Kings. Wow, Russell Westbrook in town on Monday?
He back.
That's kind of fun, huh?
DJ and Russ got back real quick.
Yeah. I don't know if the emotion... Oh, boy, does Russ get a video?
Oh, how was the video?
That's good. That was funny. Like, the highlight video for DJ mostly included him on the bench.
Yeah. He has a pretty cool pregame routine, though.
There were a couple of dunks mixed in there, but seriously, at least half the video was just like him cheering from the bench.
Being a player coach?
Yeah. It was kind of funny. I've never seen that before, where a highlight video is just like, yay! But that's, everybody loves him. Russell Westbrook, wow. What kind of welcoming will Russell Westbrook get from the fans and from his
I think it'll be good.
Former players? It'll be interesting to see who doesn't approach Westbrook. You know what I'm saying?
I bet they all do.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying it's going to look necessarily as lovey-dovey as DJ did.
Oh, no.
But I bet they all have got some sort of interaction with him.
All right, well, hey, listen, be there on Monday, right? See it for yourself. Don't miss all the fan-friendly options at the concession stands, $5 buckaroonies. So Weber, as in Chris Weber, Sacramento, I get it. Along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Okay. Mercedes Lewis. Interesting dude. Interesting guy, Mercedes Lewis. Didn't really know much about him.
I learned a fun fact about him that I find fascinating. He's 41 years old. This is his 20th year in the NFL. And unlike every other NFL player, he has not had a single surgery. How is that possible? How is it possible to play 20 years in the NFL and not have had a single surgery?
That's pretty damn cool. Well, he is a body health mind guy. So, and then we can get into some fun conversation theoretically about like gym bros. What kind of gym bros are there? Because I don't think he's like a meathead gym bro, but he's into like MMA, obviously in the gym, staying in shape, but not like in a meathead way, sort of in a more like spiritual Zen sort of way.
Yeah.
For him. So different sort of approach. He was at the Joshua Tree. And I mean, I'll just play it. He was at Joshua Tree when he got the call.
Intentional about, just my life going forward. And obviously I was in a position of I could sign to potentially get a 20th season, or it would be time now to whatever I want to do after that. And so what I will say is I was at peace the whole entire time, and it did feel good to get the call. I happened to be in the sauna at the time, and they were like, hey, I saw a number pop up on my phone. It was a Denver number. Obviously, I don't have it saved, so I didn't answer it first. I thought it was spam. And then I got another call, and then, GM left a message. I called him back. He's like, can you hop on the plane tonight? I was like, of course, I'm there. So I probably got here around 11:30 p.m., got to the hotel, did my workout, physical, and everything like that, and it happened that fast within a day.
How important is it to not just...
Tyler, it's going to be by Joshua Tree.
Well, it's convenient timing because when you're doing peyote at Joshua Tree,
right, exactly,
you do hit your Zen mode relatively quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Think to yourself, I've gone 19 years.
Yeah.
I've never had a surgery.
Yeah.
20th, the season's already halfway over.
No.
Got to go out there about 10 times per game. I'm going to collect, about half of my 1.5 league minimum contract, so I'll get about $800,000.
What will you collect an inner piece, though?
$800,000.
I mean, maybe some serenity.
$800,000.
How are you in the gym? Are you a serenity Zen looking for your inner peace, or are you about how much weight can I just move from point A to point B?
I've gone through them all.
Yeah.
I've gone through my my hot yoga Zen phase, which was my post-retirement.
Yeah.
Lost about 50 pounds doing only hot yoga. Namaste.
Yeah. Okay. And?
Let the peace be within you.
Yeah, okay.
And you too.
Yes. And now?
Currently more in a, well, little Slipknot and heavy metal as I pound away the iron.
And angrily stalk around the gym between reps?
Take laps with as mean of a face as I possibly could look. Intimidate folks.
Uh-huh.
I had somebody tell me yesterday at the gym that I'm really intimidating.
You are really intimidating.
So why am I intimidating? Just say hi.
You're 6'8" and yoked up beyond compare with a growl on your face. That's intimidating.
And listen, after a shot or two of smelling salts, bang your head against the barbell, bleed a little bit.
Yeah. So would you say you're more in a caveman meathead stage than a Zen stage right now in your body process?
But then I go home
and
I meditate.
There you go.
And I breathe.
Find yourself.
I do a breathing app. I really do.
I believe you. I know you're getting outside. I know you're doing a whole thing. I know it's a whole thing.
I got a breathing app. It's great.
I'm just saying when you're in the gym, I mean, it's caveman time. Have you ever found? Thank you, Dan. That music's perfect for. So that could be the theme music for Mercedes Lewis. Oh, by the way, do you have the back and forth with Sean, Dan, about how to say his name? Oh my God, Slim Shawnee. Just, I think he's wrong on this one, by the way. But our guy Parker Sledgehammer Gabriel, Hammer time. Tyler Marcedes. How do you say it?
Mercedes.
Say it again slower.
No, you don't overemphasize it. You just say Mercedes.
Mercedes or Marcedes?
That's right. You heard me. You don't overemphasize the A. You just say Mercedes.
All right. Here's.
I actually have not heard this from Sean, so I don't know which side of that. I could tell by your gasps that you're frustrated. That I feel like you're saying I'm saying it the same way as Sean has said it. I've not heard this audio.
Here we go.
Sean, with Mercedes, just given how long he's played.
Mercedes.
Yeah.
I have not heard that.
We'll play it one more time for people just listening. Go ahead.
Sean, with Mercedes, just given how long he's played.
Mercedes.
Yeah.
Okay. It's so funny that Sean has to be right about something like that. Parker's just saying it the way, by the way, we looked it up. We did look it up. UCLA pronunciation guide from 1912 when he was a freshman. Marcaydes. Mercedes.
Exactly. Mercedes.
Okay. Sean, one more time.
Sean, with Mercedes, just given how long he's played.
Mercedes.
Yeah.
So there you go. I'm sure Sean's right.
I mean, common sense says it's Mercedes.
Hey, I don't care. What do I care? I just thought it was funny that Sean had to be the correction police about it, because that's Sean. He had a little tic-tacky back and forth, too. I think with our guy, who is it with? Luca from the Post. Luca's a really nice guy, but he doesn't have the strongest of personalities. He's a great guy, but Sean's just man, Sean, he's up.
Sean, you said vision for Friday is inside and outside flex. Is this a week where the flex comes into play with Pat? Or
we'll see. We'll see.
Limit responsibility?
We'll see. We'll see. Not going to tell you if he's playing outside or inside. Why would I do that?
You stupid idiot. Shut up.
It really is a stupid question. I mean, why would you ask me such a thing?
You stupid muggle. The question, if you couldn't hear it, is about Jade Barron and inside, outside. What's he going to do? Chris Abrams, I actually agree with Sean on that. Why in the world would any football coach let the opponent know exactly what he was going to do with the position that's up in the air? I feel you on that one. It's just funny that Sean is so eager to cut him off.
I mean, I really don't expect to see him playing outside, though.
You know?
No. I mean, you know who the guy is. It's Chris Abrams-Drain.
Mm-hmm.
They've been very complimentary of him. Matter of fact, yesterday, Sean Payton said Chris Abrams-Drain has the best hands on the football team. Cortland Sutton was like, "Oh, I guess coach was right. Yeah, I guess he must have the best hands." But they're setting up Chris to be the guy, and you saw it unfold in the game.
Yeah, that's cool. Whatever you want to do, I don't care. I mean, again, it's you know your team. I trust Sean. I trust VJ. It is funny, Sertan. Man, Sertan said, by the way, on his podcast, we're just going to watch his podcast now for more information. that he's rehabbing and he'll be okay and he's looking forward to getting back and all that. So I think these are all positive signs with Surtain, right? Like, he didn't get put on IR. He's feeling good to talk about it at least. You know what I mean? Like, okay, cool. So what is that? Is that 2 games, 3 games? Probably not 4 games. I mean, highly unlikely it's 4 games.
In an amazing world, you get him back for the Chiefs game.
Yeah, that'd be
that
awesome.
would be an amazing world. That seems relatively quick. If they were considering putting him on the IR, basically that's they're telling you that it's about a 4-week injury. You've got the bye week after that Chiefs game, so you certainly would think you'd get him back before the 4th game.
Yeah.
But it would be beautiful we could get him back for the Chiefs because to be honest, I really don't know if you could beat the Chiefs without Pat Surtain. They've got too much talent with their wide receivers right now.
Yeah. Riley Moss, I'm looking at my guy, Zach Stevens from DNVR. According to Next Gen Stats, has the lowest catch percentage in the entire NFL.
Yeah.
Teams only complete a pass when throwing his way 46% of the time. That is best in the NFL. So, wow, those are impressive numbers considering how much he's actually targeted.
Well, it's insane. I mean, you would think somebody that's leading the NFL in that category would only be targeted half as much as everybody else, right?
Right.
'Cause all I had to do was defend half as many passes.
Right.
But Riley Moss is up there. Now, what isn't factored into the equation that is frustrating fans right now are all the pass interference calls. But they've been some tough calls, man. They've been some really tough calls. Coaches are going to have his back. Pat Surtain's got his back. Pat Surtain's called the refs racist. I mean,
it's the racial. Let me play it for you. The racial profiling continues.
Pat, we was talking about your boy today too, Riley.
I
ain't gonna lie, go kill on the tape with Riley, boy.
Yeah, he been hooping.
Riley hard.
Nah, Riley balling, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I think they racial profiling my dog, though, man. They calling all these flags on my boy, man. I ain't gonna lie, the flags is egregious, bro. You don't understand, bro. He had a rep against CD. They ran fade. He was in perfect position, played the ball, played his hands. They called a flag on my dog. I'm like, I don't know what it is, what they got against him.
You think they profiling your boy?
Yeah, they profiling him, bro. It got to be, bro. I don't know what it is.
Oh, my God. That's so funny. The penalties is egregious.
They are.
That's hysterical, Dan. That's a clip right there. The penalties is egregious.
I can't believe how many people
awesome.
out there are frustrated with Riley Moss. I cannot believe it. It's all over X. It's all over the place. People are like, "Oh, we got a Riley Moss problem." You don't have a Riley Moss problem. You should be singing this dude's praises.
The guy's doing great. He's doing great. He's the least of the problems right now. That's for sure.
Now we'll see though. I don't know how much different it's really going to be for Riley Moss in terms of targets because he can't get targeted any more than he already has been.
Mm-hmm.
But now he's going up against the number 1 guy. So he'll get targeted equally as often, but now he's going up against number 1 wide receiver instead of number 2.
Okay, but what are we talking about? We're talking about the Texans, whose best receivers are banged up, and the Raiders, who are, I don't know, the Raiders. I mean, they're pro football teams. They're talented guys. I get it. But holy cow, I went back and watched the Texans-Seahawks game, Tyler, because I was like, how are you plus 3? The Texans were plus 3 against the Seahawks and lost. And really, they did go for it on 4th down on their side of the field and got stuffed. So, I mean, you really could say that's a turnover, right? Like, if you want to. So, even plus 2. And, boy, was C.J. Stroud, like, he's okay. He's underwhelming, though, Tyler. I don't see anything special with C.J. Stroud. He makes a good throw here and there, that sort of thing. Doesn't really run all that great. Sort of moves okay in the pocket. But, boy, he has some mechanic issues that are erratic. It causes some just bad misses, like out of nowhere. Like he'll be doing okay, and then he'll just be like, well, I guess I can't make that pass, which is relatively easy.
Well, he's more or less having the same season that Bo Nix is having. He's got a few less touchdowns. But, yards, he's got 1,600 yards. Bo Nix has got 1,803 yards. Pretty much the same in that. Touchdowns, C.J. Stroud's got 11. Bo Nix has got 15. So Bo's got a couple more touchdowns. Interceptions, they've got the same. They've each thrown 5 interceptions on the season. Nearly identical stats across the board. Technically speaking, C.J. Stroud has a slightly better passer rating of 93.7 to Bo Nix's 91. I don't know what the hell that means anyway, so I don't care. But I do think that C.J. Stroud is a very capable quarterback in the NFL. I don't think he's a bad quarterback at all. I think he's right in the same category as Bo Nix. For the most part, he is a very worthy starter that belongs in the NFL.
He's fine. I mean, B minus.
Is that how you feel about Bo?
I think Bo is on the rise. I think Bo is just sort of figuring out what he's all about and improving as he goes. I think this is just who C.J. Stroud is. I don't see a huge, bigger upside to C.J. Stroud than we're seeing right now. I mean, unless he can fix his mechanics and get to work in the offseason and straighten things out. If he
Bo's got a lot of mechanical issues going on as well this year, though. I mean, his footwork's been bad. I think they're in the same ballpark. I do. I don't think there's a tangible difference between either one of them.
I'll tell you what the difference is, a big difference. The Broncos' offensive line is far superior to the Texans' offensive line.
Yep. Texans have given up 15 sacks. They got offensive line issues coming out the wazoo.
Yeah, the rotating left guards. They give up pressures all the time. And I think that essentially will be the difference in the game. So I had the Broncos winning something like 20-16, and now it feels like, I don't know, man. They may get a turnover. Things may go their way, 24-27. I don't think it's crazy. I do not know how a team like the Texans, who cannot finish in the red zone, they suck in the red zone for whatever reason. And they don't really have a ton of incredible playmakers on that team. I really don't know how they scored touchdowns against the Broncos. They didn't against the Seahawks. They got one. But their big touchdown of the game was Will Anderson with a strip sack, fumble recovery in the end zone. Talk about a sack, fumble, recover, touchdown, like the huge trifecta on Sam Darnold. Other than that, they were pedestrian as pedestrian could be against the Seahawks. Sam Darnold's okay, Tyler. He's all right. He's good. I don't think he's spectacular either.
I think Sam's pretty damn good. I think Sam Darnold's pretty damn special.
He's all right. They're a good team.
I think he's well out of the all right category. That's a good QB.
I think the Broncos are going to handle the Texans here, man. And I think it's going to be relatively easy.
I don't think it's going to be like when you say handled. First off, I agree. I think the Broncos are going to win the game. And we're about to be on a 6-game winning streak that is going to feel fantastic.
Yep.
You're talking about a special season when you've got a 6-game winning streak. So they win the game, but I don't think it feels handled the way that you're describing it. I bet this game comes down to 3 to 6 points max. Because the defense for the Texans is really good. And when you've got a really good defense, that's going to keep you in the game.
Sam Darnold was picking them apart. The only reason the Seahawks didn't score more than 35 points in that game is they turned the ball over 4 times. I mean, they made some dumb mistakes. And the Niners got behind and just, health caught up to the Niners. The Niners have been playing on, borrowed time anyways. And it just kind of caught up to him in that particular game. I think the Broncos are much more like the Seahawks. And if the Broncos don't turn the ball over, if the Seahawks hadn't turned the ball over, it would have been 35-13 or something. It would have been along those lines. But, hey, we'll see.
Also, keep in mind, though, that Texans are another one of these teams that they're just a different team when they play at home. I'm not saying they've dominated at home the way that the Cowboys did, but they are 2-1, and I think that factors into things.
Well,
I bet it's low scoring.
We both got them winning. Then you got the Raiders, and, you got to win that game. We're all going to, at the end of the day, there's always reasons to be afraid of every team. But then it is going to be hard to not look forward to that Chiefs game, man, in a couple weeks. Holy cow. So I guess I'm guilty of looking past the Texans and the Raiders at this point. Probably shouldn't be. Road games are always tough, and we'll see. But we'll figure it out. We'll spend more time talking about it.
They got a good front seven. It's not going to be easy to run the ball.
Yeah, running the ball. What are they? What is their rush defense? Really good. Yeah, 5th in the league. 4th in the league against the pass. Yeah, they're good. They're really good. They got some superstar players. Ain't no doubt about it. But Sam Darnold was picking them apart, but you really like Sam Darnold. So, so we'll see. And that was in Seattle. It wasn't at Houston. It'll be a fun game. It'll be a fun game that the Broncos should win one way or the other. We have some breaking news about the Avalanche. If you haven't heard it, stick around. That's next. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment, that can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. So it's a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. If you suffer with ED, you want a good outcome. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they are there for you when the pills or herbals fail. With treatments, success rates well over 90%, some can have you last an hour or more. You are good to go with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. $99. That gets you the consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you, including a brand new spiffy location there in Castle Rock. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Marty Natchez on the end around. Near side circle, centers it blocked. He gets it back up top for McCarr. No shot yet. Now Natchez lets it go. He scores! It's a Marty party! For Marty Natchez, it's his 7th goal of the season. And power up! The power play strikes for Colorado. They lead a minute and 24 seconds into the first period.
Well, I think he's an electric top-line winger at 26, turning 27 years old. That they're hard to find. They're hard to acquire. You got to draft him, or it's a steep price to get, whether it's in free agency or trade. But I think the fit has been really good, and his speed, his skill, his talent blends in really well here. But it would blend in anywhere, to be honest. He's a very good hockey player.
Marty Natchez. 8 years, what is it, 11 and a half? Average. Dunsky.
Good deal, man.
Yeah. I mean, that was like it. That was like what was left for drama this year.
Right. And it happened pretty quick.
Yeah, it did. That didn't drag on.
8 years, $92 million. Dang.
The Mikko stuff drug on last year, didn't it? Drug on until he was gone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no.
Pretty similar contract to what Mikko ends up signing down there in Dallas. Dallas signs him for $12 million per rather than $11.5. Yeah. So I think it was a total of $95 versus $92 million over the lifetime of the contract.
I wonder if the Avs will just quietly be a monster this year. Like, they'll just kind of,
Sure, as long as we don't count overtime losses.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was listening to the Morning Sprint on the way in here today, and they were talking about that, and they were pointing out, Raj was pointing out, listen, you tie a million games the way things are, it's fine. You're okay, because just getting that point is of such high value. So that's what felt weird. Like, they were on a 4-game losing streak.
Let me ask a dumb question. Why do they even go to overtime, play 3-on-3 hockey, then play a shootout if we're just going to give a point anyways?
I don't know.
Like if the end of the game really doesn't matter, why do we even play it? Just end it in a tie at the end of regulation.
I tend to agree with you. Because
both teams get a point, let's move on.
And then you do 2 different things in the overtime to get 1 point. So you go from 60 minutes of killing yourselves playing a hockey game for 1 point. Then you have a 5-minute 3-on-3, so a fraction of your team is actually playing. And then you go to 3 guys in a shootout, and it's the same exact value as 60 minutes on the ice. It actually doesn't make sense.
And I heard Raj talking about it as well. I was listening to the boys, and he's like, I don't really care about 3-on-3. That's not real hockey. I don't care about shootouts. It's not real hockey. I care about 5-on-5. Okay, so literally, why do we play overtime?
I really, honestly don't know. And Raj's point was, just get a point. That's all that matters. And the rest of it is like, who cares? I'm like, all right. So the 4-game losing streak for the Avalanche, it really didn't feel like that because all of those 4 games, all but one, they got a 1 point in. They've only lost 1 time in regulation to the Bruins. That's it. Out of 11 games. So they're steaming right ahead, man. And they're making some changes. Subtle changes on their lines to get the best combination of all that's possible. Adelman last night, Tyler, he goes, there's no training camp. There's no preseason. This is what he said. That's not a thing. His point was, you can't determine anything until you really start playing games.
Yeah.
So with the Avalanche
it's true in every sport. I mean, yeah. that's true in the NFL, and there's no doubt. Hell of a preseason.
The first 2 games of the NFL season, you just got to kind of survive, man. Like, hopefully you don't lose both of those games. You don't.
Gosh, can we just pause for 2 seconds for everybody that's freaking out because they don't think that we know that the winner gets 2 points? Yes, I understand that. Thank you.
Hockey's not going to change. It just is what it is. There's some dumb stuff to a great sport, but whatever. I guess my bigger point is whatever. The Avalanche have signed Natchez. He was the last sort of like lingering sort of what's going to happen with this roster sort of thing. There's no doubt when Cale's contract comes up eventually, he'll become the highest paid player ever. I mean, I don't know if there's much debate about that. It was fun listening to like Flames stink. Could the Avs do a deal to get Kadri back here? I mean, that's within the realm of possibility, and he becomes your 3rd-line center. Like, that's kind of fun.
Cool.
I mean, a 3rd line where it would be like Kadri, Landeskog, and Olofsson. Hello. Anybody like that? Sounds pretty good to me. Oh, that would be sick, actually.
Is Kadri still Kadri?
I mean, was Bruce Brown still Bruce Brown?
No, well.
But now he's back here, and guess what? He is Bruce Brown again. Like, what we loved about Bruce Brown so far, through 4 games at least, bam, we're getting it right now.
Yeah.
So I don't know what was going on with Bruce with all those other teams, but Tyler, maybe some athletes just fit like a glove in certain environments and certain teams, certain cities, and that's kind of it.
Well, I mean, listen, there's something to familiarity. There's something to a comfort zone that absolutely can help an athlete to thrive.
Yeah, is Kadri? I don't know. He probably would be if he was back here on the Avalanche. I think Kadri on the Avalanche would have the exact same impact that Bruce Brown has on the Nuggets. So whatever in Calgary. He got some money. They didn't really do anything with him there. And they probably are looking to deal. So I don't know. I'd love to have Kadri back here. That'd be a fun piece of the puzzle. And
What's Kadri? Isn't he making like 9?
I don't no clue.
I think he is.
Yeah, but you get him back here and, like, I don't know, you don't necessarily keep him forever. I mean, we're just talking about trade deadline and making the team a little bit better starting in, like, January or something. Just keep your eyes on it. That's all I'm saying. Hey, it's good news. It's good news for everybody. The Broncos are playing great. The Avalanche are playing great. Don't forget Nevada Day tomorrow. Game's at 2 o'clock here on 9:50.
Kadri's at 7, by the way.
7?
7 per.
Nuggets, Avs, Broncos, baseball. I sat next to Patrick Saunders of the Post, who's he was doing a little basketball coverage, and he said it's down to 2 candidates for the Rockies, Tyler.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, it's PhD here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Congratulations to the Toronto Blue Jays being the Dodgers. Another kind of boring game. But the reason I'm mentioning it more than anything is that Grandview High School's own Kevin Gossman, Tyler, will be starting in Game 6.
I love that. That's pretty awesome, man.
So that is...
Local boy in the big show, the biggest of the big.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that is a pretty awesome moment for a local athlete here. It gives me the chills just thinking about it. And I've always thought Colorado baseball was a kind of underrated. I think there's a lot of talented, players here that come from the state of Colorado, and he's definitely one of them. So, be exciting. Pulling for the Blue Jays, man. I'm not like, and he's going against Yamamoto, who is like, he's thrown.
You're pulling for the local kid over your favorite team.
On this one, I am for sure.
How can you not?
Yamamoto too.
All right, is it amazing how much sports is fun? But when you've got even a loose connection to anybody that's playing in the game, doesn't it just take it to a new level?
This has been a really confusing World Series for me because our family actually loves the Blue Jays. My older son, because he was a big Tulo fan when he was a little kid, and just kept being a Tulo fan because that's what little kids do. They just like their guys. That's it. They don't worry about all sorts of other BS. They just like their guys, which is kind of cool, right? Sports. We took a family vacation, Tyler, because of his love for the Blue Jays to Toronto, which was great. We had a great time up there, and we caught a Blue Jays game and did the CN Tower and the whole thing. So my like for the Blue Jays, and what's not to like? Dante Bichette's kid's there. Vlad Jr.'s there. Kevin Gossman is there. Jeff Hoffman, who was nothing while he was with the Rockies. He's one of their better pitchers. He's there. So, yeah, there's a lot of reasons being from Colorado to pull for the Blue Jays. That being said, I love Shohei Ohtani. I love Mookie Betts. Dave Roberts I have good memories of. I'm not sure how you don't like Freddie Freeman. And it feels like a very un-Dodgers-like team aside from the fact financially they manipulate everything to get things their way. But on this one, and then you go against Yamamoto, and if you don't know much about this guy, he's thrown complete games in the National League Championship Series and Game 2 of the World Series. He's done things. That being said, the game last night was actually relatively boring, but there was a pretty awesome moment. I don't know if you caught it, but the dad, I'm blanking on his name. Oh, Schneider, Davis Schneider. So George Springer, the leadoff hitter for the Blue Jays, is hurt. So Davis Schneider is leading off. I mean, he's a Major League Baseball player, Tyler, right? I mean, he's at the top level of his game. He hits a home run, Tyler, on the first pitch of the game.
Let's go.
His dad was filming it on his iPhone in the stands with the rest of the Schneiders. You want to talk about just think about how many cameras and video are on the World Series. But there's dad, like you're 12 years old, right?
Yeah.
Up with the camera. Okay, son, good luck. First pitch, hits a home run. So, I mean, his reaction is priceless. And he posted his reaction. He's jumping around, and the family's all, It's just a moment, Tyler, of you know what? With all this gambling and all this other BS, you just got to enjoy some of the moments of sports that are just, that are cool.
Oh, nothing beats it, dude. Nothing. I love family connections. I love it when they're able to show parents in the stands. I love it when they're able to show family. All that, when you got a big moment like that and you can tie it in, especially those moments when you shoot to the family right before something amazing happens, and then you shoot right back to them.
It's just funny.
That gets you all in your feels.
How about the fact that nothing really changes for parents with kids in sport at any age? It's the same exact feeling you had, watching your kid play sports at every single level.
Man, I was pretty fortunate throughout my career. Fortunate that not every family can afford to do this, and I recognize that. But, from the time I played at the University of Colorado, my parents came to every game.
That's awesome.
Came to every road game. I make it to the NFL, and at least when I was starting, for sure, there was not a single game that they missed. Road, home, all of the above. Now, they didn't always travel. Matter of fact, they didn't if I was not starting in the game.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to ask you, what about the year that you did take one? Nobody got hurt. Remember that? What was that year?
That happened to be here in Denver, so that one was easy. So I mean, they came to those games, at least the home games.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you didn't get on the field because.
No, I mean,
special teams at all. But
special teams, but yeah, for all intents and purposes, I didn't play.
Right. It's great. It's awesome. And then on the third pitch of the game, Vlad Jr. hits a home run. So we're 3 pitches in, and it's 2-0 Blue Jays, and that was it. They never trailed the rest of the way. They just kind of won the game relatively easily. So we wish the best of the Gossman family and his baseball community. And, I mean, you're a native son trying to finish out the World Series in Toronto. Whew. We'll see how it goes. I have the injury report for you, Tyler, which is brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Broncos. For the Broncos, Atkins and Surtain, they didn't go on IR. We know they're not playing, but they didn't go on IR, so that's hopeful. Marvin Mims did not participate yesterday, Tyler, because of the concussion. What is your vibe on Mims' concussion, not participating today, likely to miss? What'd you think?
Yeah, so today is Thursday, and you have, the way the concussion protocol works is the first thing you got to do is you got to have no headaches, right? Next thing you got to do is you got to be able to get on a treadmill, and you got to go through a slight workout and not have a headache after that. Then you've got like a no contact day out there on the field. There's a whole process that you got to go through. I've seen guys get through that in a matter of 48 hours sometimes. But it would feel at this point unlikely that Mims is in the game.
Okay. PJ Locke, limited neck injury, and Dre Greenlaw, of course, coming off the suspension, so he should be good to go. But he's officially on the practice injury report. Meanwhile, for the Texans, Petrie, who is a fantastic safety, he was limited with a foot injury. Christian Kirk, starting receiver, missed last game. He was limited, dealing with a hamstring injury. Nico Collins, who missed the last game, he was limited, recovering from concussion. Braxton Berrios, who was, their inside slot guy, he's got some sort of chest thing. He was limited. Not participating because of rest is Laken Tomlinson. Tyler, he's that left guard that rotates with Scruggs, which is kind of interesting. So maybe Scruggs plays the whole game. I don't know. Dalton Schultz out, Dylan Horton out, and Danico Autry out as well. So the Texans are a little banged up, man.
They are banged up, but it would appear that their trio of wide receivers that are on the injury report between Nico and Christian and Braxton Berrios, it looks like they're all on track to play in the game.
Okay. Because after them, it's rookies Jalen Higgins and Jalen Noel, both from Iowa State. In fact, Xavier Hutchinson is from Iowa State. Very weird that there's 3 dudes, receivers, that are all from Iowa State. Go Cyclones.
I'm trying to think about how many Iowa State teammates I ever had.
Well, there's 3 on the offense alone.
Not many.
At one point, all 3.
Remember Seneca Wallace?
Okay.
Seneca Wallace. That dude, that was a bad man.
Okay.
That was a bad man for a
Seneca.
minute there.
Yep. So there you go. Any other thoughts here on the Texans as you kind of look at them and you have some thoughts or some observations?
I think this game is going to be tricky. It's going to have a much different vibe than the Cowboys game, which we assumed was going to be a shootout, but we thought it was going to be a shootout in both directions. This game, I really do think that the Texans can be streaky on offense. I wouldn't call them dangerous on offense, but they've had streaky moments throughout the season. They're pretty good at home, and they've just got a fantastic defense. So my gut tells me that defense is good enough to probably keep this Broncos offense to 24 points or less. And I think the game probably gets decided by a touchdown or less.
What kind of player is Will Anderson Jr.?
Really good. Will Anderson is a guy that you game plan for. He's a guy that when you get to the line of scrimmage, you give your offensive line freedom to send the slide to one individual guy. See, you don't always do that, but sometimes when you've got a defensive line that it's got one dude that is clearly in a different category, you say, okay, every time we go empty protection, we're going to send the slide to this guy so we get our tackle a little bit of help, right?
Okay.
So you come up with ways to game plan for him. I think that the Texans front 7 is a really talented group as a whole. They can get after the QB, and they're really, really solid in their rush defense as well. I believe they're number 5 in total rush defense, maybe number 4, something like that.
You got it? 5, yeah.
Number 5?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe they're number 5 in total defense as well.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. They don't have that broken down exactly like that. I mean, they have fifth, just what I'm looking at, fifth in rushing yards, fourth in passing yards, first in points per game. I mean, really good. Net yards per game first.
Will Anderson is not a guy like Nick Bonito, who is lighting the world on fire, statistically speaking, with his sacks. I don't know where Bonito stands over the last couple of weeks. It seems like it's been a little bit slower. I bet he's still number 3, number 4 in the NFL in total sacks, though. Whereas Anderson's got like 5 on the season. That's enough that you just say, okay, he's good. Nick Bonito's actually got 8. So, he's really not trailing him by all too much.
Why? All right, they put Anderson, at least the 2 games that I looked at, which were the Seahawks game and last week against the Niners. They put him over the right tackle, not the left tackle. What goes into that decision, like where to put your pass rushers, why they fit on one side rather than the other side?
Well, oftentimes it's game plan. It's situational based off the game plan, which tackle you feel like you've got the best opportunity at. It was about during my career that there was a big shift in what teams were doing with their best pass rushers.
Okay.
For years, for decades and decades, the best pass rusher just went over the left tackle.
Right.
And then at some point they're like, well, this is stupid. Why are we doing that? Why don't we put our best guy up against the weaker link?
Mm-hmm.
And in my career, in the NFC East, all the Pro Bowlers, all the best pass rushers, they all started lining up over the right tackle.
Okay.
So there's some teams that just philosophically do believe that let's put him up against the weaker of the 2 tackles, the dude that's making less money. That seems to make the most sense to get the most sacks.
How does McGlinchey do against rushers like Will Anderson?
Mike had a pretty good game. The whole offensive line had a pretty good game. I've broken down all the film. I watched it, broke it down, did the X's and O's, all 22. And Mike has got, in any given game, 2 to 3 pass reps that you got to hold your breath. Hold your breath and hope the Bo Nix gets rid of the ball.
Okay.
He got beat on back-to-back reps last week against the Cowboys. One was on that deep ball to Cortland Sutton that it was like that diving catch, the 37-yarder.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Nix, he had like 0.02 seconds to get rid of that ball, and if he held on to that ball 0.02 seconds longer, he was getting crushed. He still got crushed, but it would have been a strip sack. It would have been a dangerous moment. The very next play, he got beat on 2 different types of moves. He got beat on a Von Miller kind of ghost move where you act like you're coming in for the bull rush. You dip your shoulder. You get as low to the ground as you possibly can. Just hope that the offensive tackle misses you with this punch. That's exactly what happened. So point being is that I think Mike McGlinchey's a good tackle.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a lot better than most people think. But like the majority of right tackles that are in the NFL, there's going to be 2 or 3 reps per game when you're going up against like Will Anderson that you better hold your breath and hope the Bo gets rid of the ball.
Will Mercedes Lewis be used at all to help out in that department, or too hard to predict?
I doubt it.
Okay.
First off, matching up a tight end and pass protection, a lot of people think that's the solution. Like when you've got a dude that is getting beat, well, let's go full slide. Let's put the tight end over the right tackle's hip, and let's put the tight end in there. We know what ends up happening. If you go full slide, you're sending your right tackle away from him. All of a sudden, you're putting a tight end on the best pass rusher on the team, and that don't make sense. Why are we putting a tight end on the best pass rusher on the team? Now, what you can do to help out is use chip presence. Formationally, you can line him up right off the shoulder in the backfield. There's things that you could do to corral him, but I would not expect in terms of like any one-on-one reps. I would imagine you're looking for 0 one-on-one reps.
It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We'll have another keyword coming up next. Adam Schefter joins us at 1:40. PhD here on 92.5.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Our 120 keyword on a Nuggets ticket Thursday is Oscar. Text Oscar, first and last name, to 303-504-0925 to win a pair of tickets. See Russell Westbrook and the Kings on Monday. Wow, that's fantastic. 120 keyword Oscar. Oscar to 303-504-0925. We'll announce the winner at 2:55. Best of luck. With Adam Schefter coming up in about 20 minutes. Time for No Dumb Questions. More of an observation right off the bat, and we can get to questions. But Tyler, Will Lutz was named the AFC Special Teams Player of the Month.
Okay.
So, way to go, Will Lutz. Maybe it did not dawn on everybody during their undefeated month, because we know how good Sean Payton is in October. Lutz made all 15 kick attempts, 6 field goals, 9-point afters for 27 points. He was the only AFC kicker to record at least 2 field goals of at least 55 yards, 55-yard against Philadelphia and a 57-yarder against the Jets. In the month of October, Lutz was one of 7 kickers to attempt 5 field goals and convert on all of his chances, while his 2 game-winning field goals led the NFL. No dumb question. Do we not talk enough about Will Lutz being a really good part of this pretty good team?
I don't know. It's funny. I guess I don't really think of his last few weeks as like that good.
I guess.
There's been some stuff going on. There's been some good offense, and Will Lutz has not really kind of been at the top of my brain of dudes that have been balling out.
How about that, huh?
Yeah.
Kind of quiet. When I saw that this morning, I was like, oh, yeah, Will Lutz is really good too.
I've got 2 real world scenarios.
All right, hit me.
Real life scenarios to throw past you.
Yeah.
Okay. First one. Had an Amazon package delivery I was waiting on. Okay. Checked I was like, why isn't this here? I know this thing is supposed to be here. So check the email. They take a photo of where the package is left. They said it's delivered, right? And they send that to your email. So I look at the photo. I'm like, there's just no package on my doorstep. Look at the photo. I realized they put it on my neighbor's doorstep. Okay. So put it on the neighbor's doorstep. Don't know the neighbor. Never met the neighbor. Okay. I go across the street. Package is sitting outside their door. There's a Ring doorbell camera, right? That does one of those chirps whenever like a body gets in front of it.
Right.
Your package get delivered to someone else's door.
Right.
You're on camera.
Right.
Do you just grab that package and go? Or do you feel the obligation to leave some sort of message to the video recording device?
Yeah, that's a really I don't know. I've never been in that situation. I mean, I don't know because I haven't done it, but I would say just hearing that, and you said you knew you were on camera.
I knew I was on camera because it gave a little chirp.
You probably, I guess, should take the package and hold up the address to prove that it's your package. I think if you grabbed it,
you look like a package thief, right?
I think.
They don't know that was your package.
They don't.
They think it's their package.
I would think the proper etiquette is to pick it up and be like, "Hey, this is mine. There's my name. Thank you, whatever, that sort of thing."
That's what I chose to do. I didn't actually show the package itself, but I was just like, hey, I'm your neighbor. My package got delivered to your door.
Oh, but you didn't prove it? You didn't lift it up?
I didn't feel the need to prove it by showing my name.
Yeah, but how did they know you're telling the truth? What's the difference?
Well, I don't know. I thought that they would believe a guy that was like, hey, I'm your neighbor. I live across the street.
Did you give your address?
No, but I said I live right across the street.
Well, how many other houses are across the street?
Well, I suppose it depends. I mean, there's quite a few.
I mean, if you're gonna steal a package, which I don't endorse, wouldn't that be the way to do it?
I guess. I don't know. I felt like I did enough. I was just like, I didn't leave my name. I didn't leave my address.
Why didn't you?
That was a lot of information.
Why didn't you just take the package and just go like, hey, there I am?
It felt unnecessary. I just didn't feel the need to do that. But I felt like I did acknowledge on video that I'm not stealing from you. This is my package.
I think the people are going to think you stole their package.
It was my package.
Yeah, but they don't know that. I mean, who doesn't order things from Amazon, by the way?
Yeah. Well, that's right. That's true.
Everybody does. So
Everybody does.
I would just, I don't know. That's a weird situation. I never even thought of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I've picked up things that are dry, you know what? I hadn't even thought about the camera, in all honesty. I guess I have done it.
Yeah.
I just haven't thought that I was on camera. I probably was.
Yeah.
I just go and get it. Hey, let me follow that up on something. When you get a package dropped off at your house, but it's for a neighbor.
Okay. I deliver it.
Okay. What time frame or should you ethically take to actually deliver that package?
I mean, generally speaking, the second I pick it up, I walk it over to their house.
Fine. Keep going, though. Like, how long can you wait and it's still okay to drop it off?
Oh, you got to do it same day. Same day delivery.
Same day.
Same day delivery.
So hours, like 6-7 hours is
I mean,
okay?
I'm trying to think of the scenario that would prevent me from picking up the package and just walking to their door.
I got you.
What scenario is going on in my life that I've got to go back inside for 5 hours?
So my wife orders cat food through Chewy. So the box is actually kind of heavy. She thought it got, whatever, stolen, didn't get dropped off, whatever. Didn't. It got dropped off at a neighbor 2 days. 2 days it did not get dropped. The neighbor didn't bring it over to our house.
Yeah, that's a long time.
For 2 days. To the degree that my wife was like calling the company about getting another box.
They didn't leave any photo evidence of where they delivered the package?
No, they did. But it didn't matter. Like we weren't sure where it was because the whoever took it inside. They didn't leave it on their doorstep.
Okay.
They actually took it inside.
But I mean, my
held on
point
to it
is,
for
did
2
you
days.
know the address it went to?
No, we did not.
Okay.
We did not. I know what you're saying about the photograph, but there was just like, I guess that would make sense. We could have tracked it down.
You couldn't have put 2 and 2 together.
No,
on the front porch
you're probably right. Listen, this is what my wife's issue. I wasn't really dealing with that. That actually, what you're saying actually, she could look at the 4 houses and say which one's got the purple
like which
door.
one's got the flower pot next to the door.
Actually, you make actually a great point. It's my wife. What can I tell you? Well, not exactly Inspector Clouseau over there.
Yeah.
But I thought 2 days was,
Yeah, it's a long time.
What's your other?
My other real world one, dog park scenario. Dog park park etiquette. What do you let your dogs get away with?
I don't know what happens in those dog parks. It just looks like a bunch of brown, just dirt to me. I every time you see a dog park on TV, it's green and lush. But every time I go past one, it's just a bunch of dirt and a fence.
My dog is generally speaking a proper gentleman. He doesn't take advantage of the females at the dog park.
Is he fixed or not?
He is fixed.
Oh.
He is fixed.
All
right. But I've had fixed dogs that Red Rocket is out 24/7.
Is that
all
right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And with the Mastiff, that's a big Red Rocket.
Hey
now.
now.
Okay. My dog, generally speaking, is like proper gentleman, likes to introduce himself to the ladies, make sure that they're into it before he's into it, right? I'm at the dog park. I made friends with somebody else that was there. I was chatting. I knew whose dog belonged to who. And this person eventually just gets on their phone and they're scrolling away. I take a look out at the dog park. My dog is enjoying their dog.
Hey now.
There you go. Was enjoying the pheromones of their dog.
Gotcha.
Right? Other owner is not paying attention.
Yeah.
Doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Do you let your dog enjoy the moment because you know the other owner isn't paying attention? Or do you yank your dog off?
I'm the wrong person to ask. We got to put that on the text line. Because I don't have dogs. I have no idea what the etiquette is. Dan, are you a dog guy?
I mean, generally speaking, you would get angry if somebody pulled you off in the middle, right?
Oh, that would be kinky. That'd be interesting.
Right? I mean, but you would generally be angry about that.
In general. I mean, the 2 or 3 times it happened was weird.
I felt like it would have been a little bit rude to my dog to just yank him off.
But your dog's fixed.
He is fixed.
All right, so when does your dog know he's done?
I don't really know the science on that.
Because it might be never.
Yeah, I don't know the science on that.
I mean, I mean, when are we done?
But keep in mind, my dog really doesn't do this a lot. Like I've had other dogs that do this a lot, and it was like a problem. And when I saw my dog doing this, I was like, man, he must be in love.
Yeah,
like this must be the real deal. He's in love.
With the caveat, I know nothing about dogs, and it ain't my deal. On the surface, Tyler, I would say, let dogs be dogs.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. It looks all right.
I don't know.
You know your dog's fixed. If your dog wasn't fixed, that'd be different. If your dog wasn't fixed.
I thought it was true love. I wasn't going to get in the way.
I don't blame you. Why? So what happened? How did it resolve itself?
Well, they stopped at some point.
Oh, so the guy never got guy?
It was a guy. It was another guy.
He never got out of his phone.
No, he didn't. He wasn't even aware. He was just scrolling on his phone. I kept peeking at him just to see.
Dude,
you know?
you okay with
like
this?
if he picked his eyes up, I'd be like, hey, Samson, knock it off.
Dude, it would have been funny if you did say to him, bro, is this cool?
Is your dog enjoying it?
Bro, hey, bro. I mean,
It looks like your dog likes it
I
too.
mean, are we all right here, or what's up? You know, Samson's fixed, but I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what the etiquette is. Of course, DMac wouldn't be a dog guy. Okay. All right. Gotta yank your dog. Yank him good. Okay.
No thanks.
Dogs will be dogs.
I don't want to yank my dog.
We take them to the dog park so they can be dogs. But
Right.
it's your responsibility to control your dog to some extent. You have to make an effort. Okay. The female dog shouldn't be at the dog park if she wasn't fixed either. Oh, see? That's me not knowing the etiquette. So female dogs that aren't fixed shouldn't be at dog parks.
Well, that's true.
Is that right?
Yeah, that is
Oh,
true.
all right.
If
See,
your dog is not fixed, you should not go to a dog park.
Tyler, the only thing you did wrong is not giving him a cigarette. Adam Schefter's next. Well, clearly this does not apply to Tyler's dog. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you, whether it's low T or erectile dysfunction. Again, not for your dog, Tyler. But with you, if that's just not, if you ain't got the same juice as Tyler's dog going on these days, all right, maybe it's just low T. Sometimes you put on weight, you're not as productive in the gym. You just, you're not barking at the dog park, if you know what I'm saying. Well, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. They'll draw your blood, have your results within 30 minutes. Woof! A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and you can figure it out. Cost is only 99 buckaroonies. You get that consult, T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So don't wait. Don't wait. 5 locations. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
A lot of passion on the dog conversation.
Oh, you can never go wrong with dog talk. I know that. I remember.
The other aspect of it, you were just asking me how old my dog is.
Yeah,
he's 10. Okay, but he's doing great. He's got a lot of life in him.
That's awesome.
And I was kind of thinking in my head, well, in dog years, that's 70. Like I was just proud of him that he,
definitely
he's still rolling.
That's awesome, man. That's yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm 56, and
yeah, got to get a pill for that.
You got to get a willing partner too. I'm finding out.
Turns out
it's like it's kind
not if you're Samson.
Okay. Adam Schefter will join us here shortly. He'll be brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. And I'm not that impressed with the Texans. I thought they were going to be much better. They lost their first 3 games. They have won 3 out of 4. It's kind of a stinker against the Seahawks where they were +3 and still really didn't get all that close. They did beat the Niners, but that Niners team is Kyle Shanahan really does deserve some consideration for Coach of the Year.
Oh, he's killing it this year.
But I could see that ship like sinking as well the rest of the season. So we'll see. I don't think the Texans are as good of a team as we thought they were going to be going into the season. But hey, man, that's just my take on it.
I find myself a little bit different. I think that they are almost exactly who we thought they were. Like meaning it's going to take a really good effort, right? Is it a game that you should win? Yep, it's a game that you should win. Is it a game that you're going to have to earn to win it? Yeah, it is. This is not going to be a game that is going to come easy. The defense is just too freaking good for the Texans. And they're a weird team that can get streaky. If you let them get streaky, it can get dangerous.
All right, well, let's talk with the expert.
Adam Schefter.
Denver is in my soul.
This just now breaking in the NFL.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents America's #1 sports reporter, our pro football insider,
Adam Schefter.
Adam Schefter.
Brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza.
The power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
And by Colorado Credit Union. Visit ccu.org to learn more.
We always encourage you to listen, of course, but you can also watch us on Twitch and on YouTube. Like and subscribe. And with that, Adam, you've got a tie on. You usually don't have a tie on for these. What you cooking on that you got to be all dressed up for?
You know what? I wore a tie to the studio today, and I have to do NFL Live here in 20 minutes, and so I just I don't know, just a little change up.
All right. You look great as always. Before we get into the Broncos and the Texans. We do have an NFL trade that went down earlier today. So maybe some details on that particular trade and what else is kind of interesting in the world of the trades and the trade deadline that you got.
You mean the trade yesterday between the Eagles and Jets, or because I'm unaware of a trade that went down today?
Oh, the Patriots stuff, right? Was that not today? Am I wrong on that?
2 days ago.
2 days ago. My bad. Hey, Adam. Listen.
Day late, dollar short.
Adam, it's a mile long, 3 inches deep. Okay, pal. I'm in the neighborhood.
When you said there was a trade that went down today, like I'm living trades these days. And
here's what I should say. There's a trade that happened in the NFL that I became aware of today. How's that?
Well, but there have been 3 NFL trades this week. So which of the 3 did you become aware of today?
All right. You're really killing me on this.
Adam, tell us what's going on in the NFL.
Yeah.
No, hold on. You're the host. And you have to ask you have to spell out what you're seeking. I'm here to give you the answers you're looking, but help me help you, DMac.
You know what, Adam? What time is the bus crossing the street so I can step in front of it? That's what I want to know. Hey, Adam, let me start again. Adam, what's going on with trades these days? Seriously, what's happening?
Well, that would be a good way of starting it. And I would say the NFL trade deadline is Tuesday. And I think that you're going to see more trades that are made between now and then that'll come down. I don't know how many, but we've seen already in the NFL 8. There have been 8 so far in the month of October leading into the trade deadline. I would say we'll get between now and Tuesday 5 more. Just a random over-under guess, giving us 13 in the month leading up to the deadline. Maybe it'll be 7, maybe it'll be 3, but I'm going to guess 5 more. Just a guess.
All right. Denver Broncos going to be one of those involved with one of those trades? What do you think?
They've called around. I wouldn't shock me. I don't know of anything that they're close to right now, but I think you're always listening. And here's the amazing thing. Here's where I think sometimes it's hard to predict these things. Aiden Hutchinson and the Lions were talking about a deal. I was checking in on that deal all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have told you it's not getting done. And then all of a sudden, it turned over the last couple of days and they got it done.
Mm-hmm.
So I could say, I don't think Denver's getting a deal done. I think they're making calls. I really don't know whether they will or they won't. My point is things change. There'll be teams on Sunday that win or lose that pull back players if they win, that lose, that make players available. Maybe there's a phone conversation between the Broncos GM, George Payton, on Monday with somebody that we're not even thinking right now, and a team is in more of a sell mode than they would have been because they lost. There's a lot of circumstances that change. It changes week to week. So my guess is Denver's going to be making calls. Every team will, especially if you're winning, and you just see if anything can get done off that.
Yeah, I thought I saw in one of your million hits you do that you'd mentioned the Broncos had made some phone calls about wide receivers. But like you said, things change quick. The Broncos tried to claim 2 tight ends this week. They didn't get them because they weren't high enough on the waiver wire. Now they signed Mercedes Lewis. Do you still think wide receiver, even though there's a couple other positions, tight end, maybe left guard, would make the most sense for the Broncos if they did make a move?
By the way, and what I would say to that would be, they were calling a wide receiver earlier in the month, and then all of a sudden Pat Bryant steps up and Troy Franklin steps up. It's a perfect example. Bill Parcells used to say that if you trade for a veteran, sometimes they become progress stoppers to the young guys.
Right.
And so if you trade for a wide receiver that you could use, would that hinder the development this season of some of their young? I don't know. That's up for them to determine. But I could see them potentially making calls again on wide receiver. I could see them making calls on a tight end. Clearly, they are in search of one, unless they feel like the 41-year-old Mercedes Lewis is a marvel.
How about that, though?
That guy, first of all, you don't play to the age of 41 on talent. You play because you're a stellar person with a stellar mind, and that guy's always – I don't know if you guys have had a chance. Tyler probably played with him, but he's an impressive guy.
Yeah.
Actually, we haven't even asked you that. You ever block Mercedes Lewis? You ever go against him?
Well, that would be tough for us to do,
for a tight end,
considering
he's
the
a
fact
pass
that
rusher.
I played tackle and he played tight end.
Maybe you just were fooling around in the locker room.
Again, what time's the bus come?
Yeah, seriously. Just point me in that direction.
Good Lord, man. Have I ever block a tight end? Is that what you just asked
All right,
me?
you know what? The two of you. I've kind of...
What's going on? What's going on in the league with quarterbacks? Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy. Are we getting all these guys back?
Lamar is going to play tonight. He is going to play for the first time in 4 games. Missed the last 3 with a hamstring injury. Lamar's not going to miss going back to Florida, where he's from. No way. That's. I'm not going to tell you that. And then Jaden Daniels has been practicing in full. I expect that he's going to play on Sunday night against Seattle. Their season's kind of on the line. Kyler Murray, they said, is preparing him to start today, so I expect him to start Monday night against Dallas. I expect Bryce Young to start against the Packers. I think Michael Penix will start against the Patriots. Don't know that yet, but I think that. Joe Flacco up in the air still, though he was back at practice today, which is a good sign for the Bengals.
Do you think that Baltimore can still win the North?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Well,
they're 2-5 right now. I think they're 2-5. Pittsburgh is. What is Pittsburgh's record? I don't even know off the top of my head. 4-4.
Is that what it is?
No, they're better than that. I think.
5-3.
I can look it up here in a second. Steelers 4-3. 4-3.
Okay, so they're 4-3, and Baltimore's 2-5, and they have to play 2 more times.
Yeah.
And if you look at Baltimore's schedule is very favorable. Now, here's the deal: if you're not playing good football, and Baltimore hasn't early in the year, you're not going to win. But if you're playing better, get some guys back, then you'll have a chance to win. You'll have a chance to win the division too.
Only 1% of teams, reading from ESPN.com, only 1% of teams in NFL history have started 1-5 or worse and rebounded to make the playoffs. So that is 4 teams ever.
I wonder if anybody's ever rebounded. I got to check on this. If anybody's ever rebounded from 1-5 to win the division.
How about that? Hey, but check. That's funny you say that. Keep reading. ESPN Analytics give the Ravens a 43.2% chance of winning the AFC North. How about that?
At 2-5.
Right. So despite how terrible they are because of the division itself, they still have analytically a 43% chance of winning the division.
I won the NFC West with the losing record one year.
That is pretty wild.
It's and by the way, like, do you feel confident that Pittsburgh is going to win that division?
No. I think they're on the precipice of like falling apart. Like I don't believe in what's going on in there at all, Adam. Do you?
I have. I mean, their defense has not played well. They're an older team. I would think they're going to get. My guess would be that they'll fade a little bit more. I don't know if they'll get stronger as the later the season goes. I don't know if they're built like that. I will say they might. I mean, a lot of highly accomplished players with great resumes, but they've been around for a while.
All right. We've got the. Hold on a second. I got you here.
Breaking news.
Yes, hold on. Yeah, an NFL team has started 1-5 and won its division. It's the 2020 Washington football team. But they finished 7-9 to win the AFC East.
Adam's trying to give us breaking news.
Oh, sorry, Adam. Go ahead. Sorry.
Prince Andrew has been stripped of his royal title.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
What time is the bus? I mean, we can make that. Prince Andrew. Well, okay. I mean, that's an Epstein thing. So.
Yep.
Politics. Fun.
Just passing it along.
I appreciate. Hey, what would we do without you? That we would have never figured that one out. We appreciate it. The Texans. Who are the Texans, Adam? What is this team?
Good question. They have a really good defense. The offense is underachieved. They don't have a running game much right now, although Woody Marks, their rookie, is making a play to be more involved. Joe Mixon hasn't played all year. We don't know when and if he'll play again for them. Certainly can't count on that. You know, I think what's disappointing about them is that 2 years ago, they were like the young darlings of the NFL.
Yes.
And then,
And
then this year they've been okay. They've been okay this year. Like they beat the 49ers at home last week. Like they're okay, but they've been a 500 team or so this year. What's their record right now?
They're 3-4. They're 3-4. They lost their first 3, but they've won 3 out of their 4. They did beat the Niners, but they put up a turd game against the Seahawks where they were +3 and still lost the game. Like, to me, they're a very 6-7 sort of team, Adam.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Like, until they prove otherwise. I think they win 7-8 games this year, 7, 8, 9 games maybe if it goes their way. They have some great defensive players. Are
the Broncos a hot new team to talk about, by the way? Are people like kind of looking at 77 points on offense in the last 2 weeks and like, something there?
DMac, that's this week. They're coming up for a resounding victory over the Dallas Cowboys. But the previous 2 weeks, they struggled to beat the Jets. They struggled to beat the Giants. Right. So we're saying, what's wrong with Broncos? Now you're asking me if they're this team that's a darling where people are talking about them. Like, it's a week-to-week league. If they lose, you'll be ripping them next week. If they win this week, then all good. So it's just, that's how it is always, right? Like that's just the way it goes.
All right. Got anything else for Adam? I don't want to leave any meat on the table.
Please.
If there's anything, I mean, we Prince Andrew, that's cool. How's Taylor Swift doing? She doing all right? Hey, how do you like your new coworkers there on the NBA broadcast? How do you think how's all that fitting in there?
Well, they're working out of a studio in Atlanta, so they're my coworkers, but it's not like our paths cross. I did do a discussion with Charles Barkley in New York City about a month ago on a Friday night. He and I entertained a small, intimate corporate gathering.
That's cool.
And Charles was incredible. Like he really was something else to spend time with. In fact, I texted my former colleague and good friend, Adrian Wojnarowski. I said, "Hey, Charles Barkley loves you." And he goes, I mean, I could read you this text. Like, I don't think, I go, he said, "Charles is the best. He always has time for everybody." And I'm like, that's exactly who he is. Like, I'm at this event tonight And no matter who comes over, no matter what it is, like he's sitting there talking. Like he is very impressive the way he handles himself with everybody.
That's awesome.
Hey, tell Will Compton I'm old enough to remember when he used to hide his teeth before he got the veneers.
Oh, wow.
And I
Wow.
do, and I do, and I do miss our cold tub sessions.
And what?
And I do miss our cold tub sessions.
I am definitely going to use that on air next week. So do me a favor. Text me of some Will, and then I'm going to say on the start of Get Up next week.
I love it.
That's a riot. Hold on. Tyler, do you have Adam's phone number?
I do have Adam's. Well, we DM. I don't know if I got his phone number, but we've DM'd before.
All right, Adam.
Yeah.
DMac got my number. Send me a reminder like on Wednesday night. Hey, whatever it is that Will C used to hide his teeth and whatever other dirt you got on the guy.
I will.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
On national TV and blow his mind.
I love it.
Morning.
All right, Adam, I got a bus to catch. I'll talk to you later. We'll see you.
Hey, DMac,
Yeah.
the trade deadline Tuesday. It might be busy. Be ready to ask me about it next Thursday, okay?
I'm making a note. I appreciate it, Adam. Thank you. Hey, by the way, how many innings are in the Super Bowl? You know what? Never mind. I'll talk to you later. We'll see you, Adam Schefter. Brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. CCU, helping Coloradans achieve their financial goals. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Time for Sports, Not Sports. We got a doozy here.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
I thought this was AI, Tyler. I thought it was AI.
No, this is the real deal.
Dude.
Isn't this awesome?
Did you think it was AI when you first saw it, though?
No, I didn't. I knew that this one was real. I knew it was real. That's why I sent it into the group text.
You want to explain?
Well, so this is the Louisiana governor.
Yeah.
Talking about what's going on with LSU football right now.
Big press conference, though.
Saying, I'll be damned if I let the athletic director make the next pick for the head coach of LSU. But, and as wild as it sounds, that you've got a governor who's now trying to insert himself into college athletics, if you listen to the message, this dude has got a freaking point.
He does.
This governor has got a freaking point.
He does, but it is so hard to get over the fact he sounds like Bobby Boucher.
Yeah, he's straight out of Louisiana.
All right, so this is in a couple of parts. So this is a real thing.
Absolutely correct. We are not going down a failed path. And I wanted to tell you something. This is a pattern. The guy that's here now that wrote that contract cost Texas A&M $70-something million. Right now, we got a $53 million liability. We are not doing that again. And you know what? I believe that we're going to find a great coach. I mean, maybe we'll let President Trump pick it. He loves winners. You know, I'm not going to be picking the next coach. But I can promise you, we're going to pick a coach, and we're going to make sure that that coach is successful. And we're going to make sure that he's compensated properly. And we're going to put metrics on it. Because I'm tired of rewarding failure in this country.
But is he going to be able to coach that foosball? Listen, man, so the genesis, you let go of Brian Kelly, who will soon be coaching at some Catholic school somewhere. Get ready, Boston College, for your next coach. How much money, Tyler?
They owe him $52 billion.
And when you say they, the state University of Louisiana.
Like the taxpayers owe him $52 million.
Right?
Right.
So this is where this is coming from.
And that's where it's going. But then he also goes into, all these freaking coaches are represented by the same 2 agents. And there's only 2 or 3 of them that represent all of them. And they're all just taking money from these universities.
I can tell you right now, Scott Woodward is not selecting the next coach. Hell, I'll let Donald Trump select it before I let him do it. I don't know, but the Board of Supervisors is going to come up with a committee, and they're going to go find us a coach. Hold on. One real quick thing on that. Because here's what y'all reporters need to do. Y'all need to start looking at who represents all these people. Like these agents. You know what's interesting? If I'm not mistaken, Woodward's agent, Kelly's agent, the Texas A&M, they're all the same agent. Like you realize if I would be, I don't know how many sports writers we got here today? Just you. We should have a bunch, okay? Like, this is ridiculous. Lawyers would be disbarred for the way these agents act and the way they're able to represent. In fact, there's no doubt, they may even represent some of the players now. Like, it's really time for the NCAA to put on some guardrails in college sports. Because, and it's fine. We don't need the guardrails. If big billionaires want to spend all that kind of money, no problem. But if I got to go find $53 million from Kevin, it's not going to be a pleasant conversation. I
don't know what's wrong with that medulla oblongata. Foosball. All right. Aside from the wow accent, does he got a point?
I think so. I mean, it seems like there's a moral issue with having an athletic director who's got the same agent as the coach he's about to hire. There does seem like a conflict of interest going on there.
So should state universities that take public funding use a different hiring system aside from the athletic director just figuring it out?
Probably not. I mean, I don't want to go that far.
That's what he's saying.
I know that's what he's saying. I'm not smart enough to know the answers, but I can at least acknowledge that it does feel like there's a major conflict of interest going on here. And maybe like you need to be licensed in different ways as agents. Like you could represent coaches, but you can't represent ADs. Mm-hmm. You can represent players, but you can't represent coaches. Maybe there needs to be a separation of church and state between some of these guys.
Gosh, I'm forgetting his name, and my bad. But Herm Edwards' agent became the athletic director of Arizona State. They're both gone now because they violated all sorts of recruiting rules during COVID, but it's kind of an interesting situation.
Can I just bring up something else that's pretty crazy? Like if you just think about it on the surface. So Scott Woodward, who's the AD for LSU, if you cost your company $52 million,
right,
like they have a $52 million deficit because of a mistake that you made.
Uh-huh.
You surviving that?
Hey,
do you get another crack at this thing? Hey, maybe it'll go better in the next quarter.
I've been working here in Denver radio for 26 years. When I saw George Payton on the stage with Greg Penner after they fired Nathaniel Hackett and the Russell Wilson deal, and I'm looking at Penner and I'm looking at George Payton, you don't think I'm thinking, how the hell is that guy on the stage? He brought in Wilson and Hackett, and look what's happened. And you can make the argument, as good as George Payton has done, look what he financially cost them with the decision with Russell Wilson. Now, he did survive it. And I guess this athletic director surviving it. But I couldn't agree with you more.
I mean,
I don't know how
he cost his employer $52 million.
What did George Payton do? No,
it wasn't that much, but it was a lot.
I don't get it. I don't know how he keeps his job. But I do wonder, too, how about this for a little? Do you think Brian Kelly was trying to get fired, Tyler, knowing what he had guaranteed?
No. I don't think he was trying to get fired.
It's such a sweetheart deal, though.
Ed Orgeron might have.
I mean, if things are just going south or not really going your way and you just don't really feel like you fit in, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know I got this on the other side of the door if they blow me out. It really is college football, Tyler. I don't even know what to say. But there you go. I mean, LSU's not having a... I mean, okay, they lost a couple of games, but is it really that bad? Really, seriously, it's that bad that you got to get out of what's going on and pay him that much money? It's that bad?
Yeah.
Should take a peek at the CU Utah film. It's PhD on 92.5. Let's go. We got. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Just what are you feeling right now?
Yeah, super excited and happy that we got this done, and I'm excited for the times ahead now, and now I can just focus on playing hockey, winning hockey games, and do whatever it takes to bring a cup back here to Colorado.
How much does it mean to you to be able to stay in Colorado, call this place home?
Yeah, I think it's great, and it's going to be nice to finally settle in somewhere and have a long-term contract and just focus on winning and nothing else. So I'm super excited, happy that I can call this place home now, and Yeah, it's a dream.
That is Marty Natchez from earlier today. Nachos for everybody. It is an 8-year, $11.5 million average deal. Way to go. And locks down Natchez as, top line partner for Nathan McKinnon for the foreseeable future. That's for sure. At least a top 6 guy, depending on how Bedsy wants to use the lines. What's your reaction to Natchez deal getting done?
Well, I think it's unbelievable to have a team as talented as this Colorado Avalanche roster and to go down the list and be like, who you got to worry about? No one. Nobody. There's nobody left to worry about. We knew that Natchez was going to get a new deal. This happened relatively quick. There was zero drama that was involved in it. I guess he wants to be here now. Yeah. He wants to be here now.
I guess he figured out.
We don't have to convince ourselves that he's happy in Colorado anymore.
Cherry Creek Mall's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it, actually.
The Rocky Mountains are awfully rocky.
Look at that. That's pretty nice out there.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, that's cool.
$92 million makes me pretty happy to be in a place.
I-25 traffic's not that bad.
Yeah. I'm glad they got it done. I think it's cool. They got it done without any drama. And, as you brought up a couple times on the show already today, the next deal that will get done was going to be Cale Makar, but there's not going to be any drama involved in that.
Nope.
He's not going to hit free agency. He's not going to taste free agency. You're going to get him locked up long before then, and it's really going to be pretty simple. Okay, what's the most amount of money we can pay you? Here's what it is.
You want to talk about some crazy stability, and with Blackwood back on the bench, and, I don't know if he's definitely going to start tomorrow during Nevada Day. Nevada Day? What am I supposed to say? Nevada?
It's not like you're just so not from Colorado. It just bothers me.
Why?
It's not Nevada.
I'm having a rough day here today.
Nobody said. Well, you did ask me if I've ever blocked a tight end.
Yeah, that wasn't good. That was pretty stupid.
I want to know what was going on in your head when you asked me if I've ever had to play against Mercedes Lewis.
I thought you were a pass rusher.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just lost my mind. I was staring at Adam's beautiful eyes.
Yeah, you were frazzled.
Maybe.
Hey, DMac, what's that city north of Denver that starts with an A? How do you pronounce that?
Arvada.
Oh, there you go.
So it's Nevada? I mean, I've always said Nevada, but...
Nevada.
Is it Aunt or Ant?
It's Mercedes and it's Nevada.
I think it's Mercedes and I think it's Nevada.
And it's definitely Ant.
It's definitely... Say what's T-A-U-N-T?
Tant.
Okay. All right. Listen, they're playing in Nevada Day tomorrow. The game's on AM 950 at 2 o'clock, pregame at 1:30. We went over Nevada Day yesterday. It's a state holiday that they do on Halloween. Well, they don't do it on, they do it on the last Friday of October, and it just so happens to be Halloween. So we'll see with Blackwood. But my point is, as I try to make a point, it's crazy what the depth and stability of this team is right now. Seriously. And when you think back to last year, where they lost their first 4 games, where you're dealing with 2 goalies on the team at this time that would not be on the team for the majority of the year. Like, we didn't know that at this time.
Yeah.
With Gabriel Landeskog, who knew where he was going to be at? And under the surface, probably bubbling a lot more than we really felt it, was the Mikko Rantanen situation, which kind of bubbled to the surface. But that was probably bubbling all year. And now you look at the team this year, who, yeah, these overtime losses are annoying, but in 11 games, they have 1 regulation loss. They're at the top of the standings. Their power play has apparently clicked back in against the top penalty kill unit in the Devils. Feels pretty good right now, man. It feels really good. And now this Natchez deal is done? Ooh,
yeah, very,
goodness.
very little to be concerned with Avalanche. I've heard some people discussing Gabe and whether, there's anything to be concerned with there or not. I didn't okay, if he didn't play the way that he did in the playoffs last year, this would just feel totally normal, right? But because he played the way he played in the playoffs, everybody just expected that he was going to come out the gates looking like that Gabe.
I think it's fair. I think you spend the beginning part of the NBA and NHL season and even the NFL season figuring out what the true best combination for the guys that you got. The Avs do look like a more dynamic team with Colton on the second line and Landeskog playing with Olofsson, who had a breakout game on the third line. Okay, so Is Gabe a top 6 guy? Maybe he's not, but he's an important guy and he's a productive guy. But it might not be in the same dynamic role that he once had. Doesn't mean he shouldn't be on the team. It just means the expectations are probably a little bit different for Gabe on a team this deep. So just fit your role, man. Like,
yeah,
I heard Mercedes Lewis talk about his evolution. Like, he started off as, well, in high school, he was a quarterback, played against Mike Sanford of all people, and was a very dynamic, like, pass catcher and offensive guy. Well, what's his career now, Tyler? 6'6", 270. He's there to lay some wood, do the best he can.
Sorry?
Dog park. He's just there to mix it up and be a good dude and make sense. Maybe Gabe's role is just a little bit different. Are you hearing anything different? Are people, like, disappointed?
Disappointed wouldn't be the right word, but I think there's some people that are concerned with, are you going to get him back? But here's what I would say to that. Like, get him back to previous form.
Well, probably not, actually.
Here's what I would say to that. Just having Gabe Landeskog available and on the ice is a huge thing, right? Just having his presence that is in the middle of the huddle, that is in the middle of the bench, that is in the middle of the ice, all those things. This is no longer a guy that is separated from the team and trying to be a captain by showing up into a team meeting here and there. Like, even if this were all that you got back from him, it's still going to be a huge addition to the team.
Well, let me ask you this. As a pro athlete, as you get a little bit older and your role changes, but you're still on the team, how do you take it? How do you personally feel about that? How do you mentally deal with it?
I think that depends on how realistic you are. Like, first year, it's pretty hard to be realistic. First year that you kind of you go through it, you're like, man, so I had a bad game or 3, like big whoop, you know?
Okay.
I got 8 years of evidence that says that I'm a whole lot better than this, right? Why are you guys freaking out about this?
Right.
Years 2 and 3, you kind of settle into it a little bit. I don't know where Gabe's at. I would imagine he's got to be pretty realistic. I mean, he's got to be the type of dude that's just grateful to be there, right?
I mean, I assume yes, because it was so hard to get there. But, you know, it's so funny. Like, his journey was so difficult, but at some point you are back. And at some point, that journey just isn't the most important part of the story anymore. You know, it's funny, like, he did a documentary, right? Like, where does the documentary end? Like, what is the end? Is the ending of the documentary him scoring in the playoffs? I mean, that's a pretty cool place for that to end. But the truth is, no, it did not end there. There was an off season. There's, training camp. There's this season. That story is not over. Or is it? I don't know. Hey, I'm happy to have Gabe here. It's a really deep team. He's a great dude. He probably won't be as dynamic scoring wise as he once was. I mean, at least he hasn't been through the first 11 games. The one goal he got was taken away, unfortunately. So I think he's there to play some hard-nosed hockey, mix it up, fight if he has to, be a presence physically if he has to.
Yeah.
And probably elevate the younger guys that he's around. And there's a bunch of them, Renly and Olofsson and, Bartikov. There's other guys, younger guys that he can mentor and help raise up while the veterans sort of take care of business. I think it's fine. But you got to do whatever's best for the team if you're Jared Bednar, right? Like, you can't just sit there and be like, hey, man, I'm not going to do so. I'm not going to put Colton up.
Well, that was my biggest concern in the playoffs. Like, did you even need to play him? Now, it worked out great. It worked out fantastic because you brought him back. He was great. He contributed. He was playing at such a high level that there was no drama to be had.
Well, it was great until the third period, up 2 goals against the Dallas Stars.
Yeah.
It didn't end great, did it? Didn't end great. Sure. The whole thing was listen, here's the good news. The best news. We're not dealing with any of that drama this year, Tyler. I mean, it made last year really interesting, but it also made it very stressful and just, kind of exhausting. That is not the case this year with this Avalanche team. And by the way, let me know when there's some stress with this Nuggets team. Seriously. Let me know when this season gets stressful. I mean, we may be in for a treat, bro. Like,
I hope so.
I mean, we may be into a 60-plus win season here for the Nuggets.
I know we all dismiss the odds of Nikola Jokic winning MVP. It's like next to nothing. Really?
Well,
really? I mean, you keep playing like this. You keep getting triple-double every single night. Not just triple-double, but like a monster triple-double. Like, really? We're like, you can't beat the MVP again?
Well, what's funny is he did average a triple-double last year.
I know.
So that wasn't good enough for an MVP. It was, but he didn't get it. He's got 4 triple-doubles to start the year. Nobody, Westbrook and Oscar Robertson were also up there. Nobody, Tyler, in NBA history, nobody has had 5 triple-doubles in the first 5 games of a season.
Oh, that's cool.
And he can do that on Friday night. Boo. Tomorrow night, hear the game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That game, I'm going to guess, Dan, I'm just shooting off the top of my head, probably an 8 o'clock start, probably a pregame around 7:30. It's a guess. Portland and all.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's been so exciting about the Nuggets season is we went into it like, oh, finally we solved the bench. God, it looks like you solved the bench. Like it really actually looks that way. You didn't just feel that in the offseason, like it looks that way.
It was funny. Post-game, Adelman was like, hey, man, and Straw, man, Julian Straw, they're just, way to hang in there, and, whatever. And he's kind of got his, all right, cool, thanks, coach. And I'm thinking to myself, what is Jalen Pickett and Zeke Najee thinking right now? I mean, here's the coach, kind of goes out of his way to say, hey, way to go, keep your head up there, Straw man. 11 minutes. He had, how many points did he have? I don't know. Oh, he had 6 points. Jalen Pickett actually had 8 points, but it all came in garbage time. Like, he wasn't looking around the room. Hey, Zeke, keep your head up. Jalen, you're my man. So it was like, hey, Straw, way to go.
Yeah.
Boy, that's something you know as a player, right? When the coach points out one guy and not you. I mean, good for that guy, but.
Not a great feeling.
I bet it's not. But the Nuggets are in this other world, Tyler. Other world. A 29-2 run to start the third quarter? Huh? I mean, you should have. The vibe on that game, too, yesterday was, oh, yeah, we messed around at halftime. Oh, okay, let's go win. Like, they didn't have to play hard, Tyler, for 48 minutes.
Right.
Does that scare you a little bit, that they can win NBA games relatively easily?
No, I mean, look, it's going to get tough. There's going to be stretches. You played a bad team. Zion, what do you have, about 22 or something like that?
Zion was such a non-factor. He finished with...
But it was not a productive 22.
No, dude. He finished with 11 points.
No way.
That's it, buddy.
Really?
11. 4 of 8 shooting, no threes, 3 of 4 from the line. That's it. He was a non-presence.
Yeah.
And he played 26
I just assumed he ended up
minutes.
with more than that.
11 rebounds. What do you get for rebounds here? He didn't have... Wait, is this right? This isn't possibly right. I'm going to refresh my screen to make sure I'm right. Zion Williamson had 0 rebounds last night? Dan, is that right?
That is correct.
Holy cow. I didn't even notice that one.
Jeez.
AG was boxing him out all night.
Zion had, in 26 minutes, 0 rebounds? My God, what do we have here? It's a monster, this Nuggets team. And speaking of the Nuggets, we have tickets to give away. It's a Nugget Ticket Thursday. Your next keyword, and Let's Football Go, comes up next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You will love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is they believe in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
That's funny. We're going to go behind enemy lines with Sean Pendergast coming up in 7 minutes, who's on Sports Talk, Sports Radio, or whatever they call themselves, 610 in Houston. So he's part of the Payne and Pendergast show. By the way, did you catch our pal Armin Williams just became the head of programming for Westwood One?
I did not. No.
How about that?
Getting
move?
back into radio, huh?
Yeah, our guy Armin, way to go. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One, including Thursday Night Football. It's the Ravens and Dolphins starting at 6. A reminder, I'll be at Stoney's on Lincoln. So if you want to have a Tullamore Dew and a brew and have some fun, we have always have cool prizes to give away. Join us there. All right, our keyword for this hour, final keyword, and we'll give this away at 2:55 is Mitch. M-I-T-C-H. Just add the Mitch in. You have a couple of chances here to 303-504-0925. Actually, go for it. Text Mitch with your first and last name. And it's tickets to go see Russell Westbrook coming up on Monday. 303-504-0925. That is Mitch. All right, let's football go. Dan Butts, Quinn Tanner. Let's hit it.
All right, let's hear from Bo Nix. He spoke yesterday. Number 1 ranked defense in the NFL, fellas, is not the Broncos. It's their opponent, the Houston Texans. Here's Bo if there's a little extra juice facing the number 1 defense in the NFL.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit more that we got to bring. We got to execute at a higher level. They're not going to give us much, so we have to literally go out there and be aggressive and, take the things that we're going to be able to get. But, they're one of the top defenses for a reason. They do a good job of limiting you to points, and they force some turnovers, and so we got to do a good job with the ball and move the chains and, create some longer drives and then score when we have the opportunity.
So the Broncos go against the worst defense in the NFL last week against the Dallas Cowboys. The following week, they play the best defense in the NFL. If the Broncos offense is able to produce at a significant rate against the number 1 ranked defense in the NFL, will that make you guys more optimistic about this offense moving forward for the rest of the season?
Sometimes you've got a performance that is just so good. You just say, I don't care who you were playing. It was just good. And that's what you had against the Dallas Cowboys. So I guess my answer to you is that the Cowboys game already made me feel optimistic. I realize how bad that defense is. I realize you did what you're supposed to do. I get it. I still feel great about it. I thought Sean was in a rhythm. Boy, after watching the film, gosh, it's so funny. Sean really identifies something and calls it over and over and over. Last week, it was the bubble screens. This week, they ran the same 2 running plays about 10 times each. I'm telling you, after breaking down the film, they pulled out this tackle pole. They must have ran that thing about 10 times. They must have ran duo about 10 times. They love running duo anyways. They do that a lot. But my point is, I think that Sean is getting into rhythm. I think they're feeling comfortable. And despite this Texans defense being elite, I still would expect this Broncos offense to put up 24 points-ish.
Okay. I'm right there with you, and we'll talk to Sean there in Houston and see what their vibe on their team is. My guess is they're very 6-7 on their own team.
You got to stop that.
Yeah, I probably do. Next story, Dan.
All right, no.
You don't
Pat
even have
Surtain.
kids.
Yeah, I know. It gets more sad if you want to.
What are you doing?
Oh no! If you want to break down TikTok with your boy DMac,
Please no.
No, it gets really pathetic. Actually, go ahead, Dan.
Guys, Pat Surtain will miss some time. We don't know the exact timeline yet, but we know he's not playing this week. So we just heard the clip there from Sean Payton, Luca Evans from the Post asking him if Jahdae Barron's going to play on the outside with Pat Surtain being out. Well, if he doesn't, Chris Abrams-Drain will be out there. How does Sean feel about how Chris Abrams-Drains played against the Cowboys?
Well, I think 2 things that stand out, and I'm looking at him right now. He's extremely intelligent, and I would say he might have the best hands on this team. He's got elite ball skills, and so now he's quiet. Real good football instincts and really good ball skills.
Do you guys think VJ will have to switch up the Broncos scheme on defense with Pat Surtain out, or do you think they're going to be able to run their same stuff that they normally do with inserting Chris Abrams-Drain into the mix?
Yeah, I absolutely think you got to change it up. Nobody runs more man-to-man coverage than Denver Broncos. You've now got Riley Moss transitioning from covering the number 2 wide receiver to having to cover the number 1 wide receiver, and you got to play Chris Abrams-Drain in a starting position. You are not going to want to call as much man coverage as they have historically. If you had to pick out Chris Abrams-Drain in a lineup, could you do it?
I could not. Nope, couldn't do it.
I just Google imaged him just out of curiosity. In my head, I'm like, why don't I know what this guy looks like? I know who he is.
Hey, listen, it's just tricky for us, in all honesty, because we're here. We're doing a show. Like, we're not in the locker room. We're not on the practice field. We training camp. But there's a lot of dudes out there in training camp, so no. By the way, if Riley Moss walked past me in the mall, I wouldn't know who Riley Moss was. I don't know if you get more average looking than like Riley Moss.
Does he have a little Josh Grismer vibe?
I don't think he's good looking as Josh.
Okay.
You know who's another guy like that? Will Lutz. Good luck picking Will Lutz out if he's walking down the street.
Nah, I could do that one.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have no clue. And I've talked to Will like a dozen times. I would have no idea. He'd have to have a sign, "Hi, I'm the AFC Special Teams Player of the Month." And then I'd be like, And then it had to say on the badge, Will Lutz. I did see a guy at the game at Empower Field, Tyler. He did have a shirt, a jersey, a football jersey, and it said, "Big Nuts Lutz."
Big Nuts Lutz, let's go.
I was like, guys representing the kicker, and I did laugh.
That's what the name on the back said?
It was Lutz. You know, it was a Lutz jersey, and he, with a little piece of paper, had inserted Big Nuts in front of the Lutz.
Got it.
I don't know. I'm stupid because that made me laugh.
That's pretty good.
Sean Pendergast is the star of Payne and Pendergast. It really should be Pendergast and Payne, but that's another topic. On Sports Radio 610 in Houston. Sean, how are you today?
I'm doing good. You know what's funny about that is that Nick Caserio, the general manager of the Texans, went on the Pat McAfee show and actually called it Pendergast and Payne.
There you go.
Yeah,
that is fantastic.
So I've been validated as I'm the A-lister on the show. Yeah, that's right.
Here's my guess on you guys in Houston. Yep. Some of you guys like Stroud. Some of you guys don't like Stroud because he's a tricky guy to figure out. Because on one hand, pretty good. On another hand, can't hit a barn door standing 10 feet in front of it. Am I right on that?
I don't know. I think I would say that a majority of Houston people are in CJ's corner. You have to have watched how badly beaten up CJ Stroud has gotten over the last year and a half to be able to appreciate just like the punishment he's taken. So I think most of the people are still in CJ's corner.
Okay.
And he hasn't been rookie level CJ where, you know, he's offensive rookie of the year and he's got some throws that he sails. But then, man, if you guys go watch, like the throw he made to Xavier Hutchinson in the Niners game for the touchdown looked like it was computer generated on Madden. So I think most people are still in CJ's corner. But, you know, look, this is a big crossroads game for the Texans and CJ on Sunday against the Broncos.
You know, the Niners are banged up, but that still was a good win for the Texans. And offensively, you know, CJ, he threw for over 300 yards in that game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and it was a legit you know, sometimes guys throw for, like Justin Herbert threw for 420 yards against the Colts, and it was all phony yards because they're down by 2 touchdowns. This is like a legit 318 that he threw for. Like, he was the catalyst of that game.
What else stood out offensively for the Texans in that game?
I would say, well, the big thing was 0 sacks, which I don't know that they're going to be able to replicate against the Broncos on Sunday. They went with a lot of heavy formations on the offensive line on Sunday for the first time. Blake Fisher, who's a tackle they drafted out of Notre Dame a couple of years ago, who's not been able to crack the starting lineup. They used him as a 6th offensive lineman, you know, kind of that number 57 is eligible kind of thing that you hear when a big tackle reports in. They did that 26 times against the Niners on Sunday. They'd done it 30 times all year before that. So if there's something the Broncos are probably looking for this Sunday, I would be willing to bet that they're going to see a lot of heavy formations to help out the Texans rookie tackle on the left side, Ariante Ursary out of Minnesota. So I would say that's the big thing to me. 0 sacks. They didn't allow a sack against the Niners. I think that's going to be obviously a tall order against Nick Benito and the Broncos this weekend.
Yeah, and your offensive line situation is quirky to say the least. It's just been a bit of a mystery and a left guard rotation. And I know you had Tomlinson yesterday. I don't know what his status is today, but I know yesterday he just took the day off because, I don't know, he's old or something.
He's old.
Yeah.
He's old. That's why. Yeah, he's old.
So how would you evaluate that? And is that what you're the most nervous about going into this game, going against obviously an elite pass rushing defense?
Yes. I mean, there's 0 on the defensive side of the ball for the Texans that I'm nervous about. Their defense is amazing.
Yeah.
So anything I'm nervous about, and their special teams are really good too. Anything I'm nervous about is going to be on the offensive side of the football. And, yeah, it's not the offensive line, but specifically the left side of the offensive line where, yeah, they're rotating left guards, which they've kind of brushed off as like no big deal. They're like, hey, man, nothing to see here. This is how we get the best out of 2 really crappy guards.
Yeah.
Like that was funny. That was DeMeco Ryan's answer. Like, we get the best version of both of these guys when we rotate them. And I'm like, neither of them are good.
Yeah.
Like, what's the best version of them? So, yeah, that's what we're nervous about is the offensive line. They've played – in the 3 wins, they've played really well. The problem is that the 3 wins have been against Tennessee and then super banged-up versions of the Niners and the Ravens. So that's why I say this is really a crossroads game, like a fork-in-the-road game for the Texans because the Broncos are a really good all-around football team.
Yeah. What else? How do you guys view the Broncos? Tell me when you look at them. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a team that's really good defensively, but missing Patrick Surtain is a real opportunity for the Texans. I think because a lot of what they like to do, the Broncos in their blitz packages and things like that, are predicated on being able to leave your secondary guys, your corners out there on an island with guys, and the Texans are going to get Nico Collins back this week from concussion protocol.
Okay.
So he's going to be back. So I think that's good news for the Texans. But it's still a really good defensive team, the Broncos. And then I think on the offensive side of the football, it's if you can force Bo Nix into some mistakes, then you got a real opportunity there. The Texans at home last year they forced some really good quarterbacks, honestly better quarterbacks than Bo Nix, into their worst games of the season. And in the case of Josh Allen, who then ended up being the MVP of the league, they forced him into the worst game of his career at home last year. He was 9 for 30 against the Texans. Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions against the Texans. Justin Herbert threw 4 interceptions in a playoff game, which was more than he threw in the entire regular season against the Texans. NRG Stadium's not Arrowhead Stadium or anything like that when it comes to the sheer noise of the crowd and people being in their seat early. But for whatever reason, by and large, other than Christmas Day last year against Lamar Jackson, the Texans defense under DeMeco Ryans plays excellent in that stadium. And I think that's the hope, is that you force Bo Nix into some mistakes and you shut down that run game. The Texans have been just excellent. Other than against Tampa in week 2, they've been excellent against the run. They held Christian McCaffrey to 25 yards last week.
Yeah, it's it's a tough test. The Broncos are the number 1 team in protecting the quarterback. They've given up the least amount of sacks in the NFL. Bo Nix just has an ability to scramble and just get rid of the ball. We're seeing that here. So it's a tough test for any defense. If you get Bo on the ground at all, you're doing well. In fact, if you get the Broncos to turn the ball over, you're doing well. I will say, here's another guess on my part about what's frustrating you guys about your team.
Yep.
You move the ball kind of okay, but you can't finish. I mean, and it's just like you finish +3 against the Seahawks and lose? Yep. Really?
Yeah.
So what is going on in the red zone with your team?
Ineffectiveness. That's the thing. Like even in that Niners game last week, they played the Texans up until the last minute of the first half, where they had a bust on special teams and allowed a long return and then a touchdown to George Kittle. They played a perfect first half. They literally had allowed until 29 minutes into the first half, they'd allowed 10 plays on offense for the Niners, and they scored on every single one of their possessions. The problem was 3 of them were field goals.
Right.
So you're absolutely right. Like the red zone has been a huge issue for this team. this year. Yeah, they absolutely. They've got to finish on drives. They've got to do better. And and that Seattle game was definitely an example of that as well. Like they for whatever reason, they move the ball sometimes between the 20s, but they got to be able to punch it in. I think getting Nico Collins back this week will help. He's obviously a huge target in the red zone for those guys.
Yeah, here's the problem you guys have. The stupid Colts. Like, who expected them to be so good? So, I mean, winning the division is next to impossible. And then you stare down the barrel of, well, what's it going to take to be a wild card team? And it starts to get pretty scary if you lose this game, right?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. 3-5 if they lose this game. And then, and obviously winning, you go 4-4. Now, they haven't played the Colts yet this year. They've still got their 2 games against the Colts coming up this year. So you still got that opportunity. But, yeah, nobody anticipated the Colts running away and hiding this year.
All right, man, my man. Are you picking the your Texans, or are you going to nod towards our Broncos? We're picking our Broncos because, it's what we do.
Yeah, I've got the Broncos. I've got the Broncos in this one. I think in a tight one, like 23-21, something like that. Yeah,
right.
So I've got the Broncos. I need to see the Texans win a game against a team like this before I can pick them. I've been burned too many times in the first 4 weeks of the season.
All right, well, kick some butt tomorrow morning on Pendergast and Payne on 610 there in Houston.
Yes, my man.
We appreciate you being on. Thank you, Sean.
You got it. All right, take care, fellas.
Man, I tell you what, Tyler, it feels good to be like on the other side of certain football things in the NFL.
I think this Texans team is better than you're giving them credit for.
I'm just listening to him too. They got the same concerns.
Concerns, but he's higher on CJ Stroud than you are. Most people in Texas are.
Finishing, though, is a big deal, and they can't finish for whatever reason on drives.
Yeah, I can't tell you the amount of teams I was on, though, that was the story. You move the ball between the 20s relatively well. You get down in the red zone and you stall out.
Giving away points, it's rough. Listen, this is it for them. Seriously. They win this game, their entire season could be different.
Yeah.
They lose this game, there's no way they're going to catch.
They're right in the thick of things. They win it.
It's so funny because, like, the Ravens, 2-5, because that division is what it is, I don't know. We're still kind of okay. But and who would have known the AFC South would be like what it is? Because it's traditionally been, so soft. But nobody thought the Colts were going to be this good. And did you think the Jags would actually have a winning record at this point?
I did.
Did you really?
I didn't think that they would be dominating, but I thought that they would have a plus 500 season.
All right. When we come back, there's something that's been going on today that you don't even know about, but it's kind of funny, and it's not going to reflect very well on me.
I love this.
Details next. All right, Ticket Thursday. We'll announce our winner here in 8 minutes. Nate and Andy are going to have John McClain on, legend, at 3 o'clock. But they're also going to have Moose Johnston on.
Nice.
Daryl Moose Johnston, who, and I was just talking to Spring. Oh, yeah, of course. I love Moose. Oh, you know Moose? I go, well, there was a time at Syracuse. We had an undefeated season my freshman year. And the only time I ever ran onto a field, ever, was a 2-point conversion against West Virginia at home in the Carrier Dome when Syracuse secured an 11-0 regular season record. And on a 2-point conversion where Michael Owens, the brother of Billy Owens for you basketball heads out there, rushed the ball in with Moose Johnston blocking for him.
Wow.
And this was with, you remember Don McPherson, the quarterback?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Don McPherson was the quarterback. We're going way back here, you know. And Dick McPherson, I don't know if you remember Coach Mack, Dick McPherson, the other Coach Mack, he was the coach of the team. Tyler, can you believe there was a time, a serious time where Syracuse football was like a national contender? But in the Sugar Bowl, there was a coach for Auburn. His name was Pat Dye. And the game was meaningless to Auburn. They'd already lost a game or two or whatever, but they were in the Sugar Bowl. This coach, can you believe this? With no overtime rules whatsoever, instead of going for it, he kicked like a short field goal as time ran out to end the game in a tie rather than trying to have his team like win the game.
Yeah, he probably had some sort of personal beef. I'm being serious. Like, those are the type of decisions you make when you got personal beef.
Yeah.
You just want to screw over the other team.
Yeah.
You're like, we're just going to screw you over with your national
Right.
title hopes.
So, listen, they could have tried to win, and if you won the game, you win the game. But what coach goes for a tie in a bowl game when the team that you're playing, if they win, could really be a contender for a national championship? Because of that tie, Syracuse finished 11-0-1. And they finished number 4 in the country. I mean, a great season. Best season they've ever had, I believe, since going back to like the Jim Brown days in the 60s. But I'll never forget there was a gutless coach from Auburn who went for a tie rather than a win in a bowl game that really did cost my school a chance for a national championship. But that's when they voted on stuff.
Real lesson is you're old enough that they had ties during bowl games.
That's part of the story, too. Ties. Can you imagine there were ties during bowl games? I mean,
and bowl games meant more back then.
Oh, bowl games were on the Sugar Bowl was like, oh, dude, it was something. It was a. Anyways, by the way, what's been going on today that you're not aware of, but it doesn't reflect well on me, is that last night on a Zoom call, I was asked to speak to a media class at the University of Colorado.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. 12, hippie,
This came from your son, or who set this up?
My son. Okay. Professor Hank reached out to me, has, been listening over the years and thought
Hank?
This was a good idea. Their assignment, after I spoke, was to listen to this show.
Hell yeah.
And do a report on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
This show where I said to you.
This is how you hit your brakes on time, kids.
This show where I said to you.
Every day when it gets to about 2:18, DMac's going to ignore it, and he's going to go to 2:22 because that's what he really wants to do, even though we've just said every now and then if you want to go to 2:22, you can.
Yeah.
But DMac wants to go to 2:22, so if you do that long enough, you'll eventually get a podcast studio that nobody else wants.
I believe that was a permission slip.
How did I do on that, Dan? Did those all tie together really well, the break to the podcast studio? How did I do on that? Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot in there.
I was really sad today.
There was a lot of stuff to keep track of.
I was really sad today.
Why are you sad?
When I went into the green room and there's nowhere to be and there's nobody in there.
How much time do you spend in the green room a day?
Dan, every day I come in about 20 to 30 minutes early.
20 to 30?
Yes.
Dan?
Call me a liar.
Sometimes it's an hour. Sometimes it's 5.
I mean, 5's an exaggeration, but I do come in about 11 o'clock every now and then. That's not unusual. I sit in there every single day, as does Andy, as does Nate, as does every other person in this station. But now we no longer get to have a nice, comfy room of our own because DMac goes to 2:22 and he got a podcast studio out of it.
Is the couch? Yeah, seriously. World's smallest violin here. Guess what? talk show hosts don't have the same place to sit. Is the couch still in there?
Not for long.
Is it still in there?
Not for long.
Are they moving the couch?
I don't know. All I know is now we get to go sit in a little closet. They put the beanbag in the closet.
Do you
They
sit in the...
They literally
Wait.
put the beanbag in the closet.
Do you sit on the beanbag?
No.
If you sat on the beanbag, I don't think you could get off of it.
Only Mike Sanford's kids sit on the beanbag. Other people that use the green room. Mike Sanford's kids.
That's right. We have really done a disservice to Mike Sanford's children.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are they going to play video games now?
Who's going to use the podcast studio?
I don't know.
Are you going to use the podcast studio?
I have no idea who's going to use the podcast studio. I got no clue. I'm just telling you, you spend like 10 minutes a day in there. And the couch is still there. You can still sit in there if you want.
Are you going to try to distance yourself from this podcast studio like you do with every other idea?
I got nothing to do with the podcast
studio.
studio.
You got nothing to do with the podcast studio. I was there when you suggested the podcast studio.
They're putting it in the right spot.
I was there when you made that decision.
It makes the most sense to put it where they're putting it.
It wasn't a suggestion. You made a decision.
All I can do is suggest things. The right things, but that's all I can do. Anyways.
I heard there was a big boss complaining about the amount of work that you make him do.
Really?
Just saying.
Well, that's the road for me getting fired. That's how that road chugs on down. Yeah. Well,
boy, I got to do a lot of work for DMac.
Yeah. That's your boy's been fired more than once, pal. So, I'll check that off the list. I was talking to the kids and I go, yeah, I've been fired like 12 times. One of the students were like, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
You've been, I'm sorry. Huh?
Yeah, come get into radio, kids. You get fired every 2 to 3 years. But the good news is there's only 4 or 5 of us in the market that do the job.
That's right.
And so the next station will hire you.
Best of luck.
It's very incestuous. Just move from one station to the next.
Anyways, this was the class.
And if you're an athlete, just hope that nobody of a bigger name retires.
Right. Like every year that goes by, it's like,
because every now and then they'll do a wrestling entrance.
Oh man. Okay. Now it's not fun anymore. Now it's not fun.
Can I tell?
It was fun, but now it's not fun.
Can I tell my dream story from the other night?
No.
Can I tell that?
No.
I really want to tell my dream story.
Now you're literally making me feel bad.
No, but I really I actually
fun.
think that's an interesting story.
I just want to congratulate
Who cares? I don't know why I'm asking for permission to tell about my own dream.
Darnell Mills from Fort Collins won our Nuggets tickets. Way to go, Darnell. From Fort Collins. You can tell it's just like another sad story.
No, I'm not.
That is a story that I'm going to feel guilty about.
By the way, I just found out inside information. Information. The couch is gone tomorrow. The couch will be gone by tomorrow.
Where's it going?
I don't know, but the couch will be gone tomorrow.
Why can't you just sit in the other room?
Because it's a closet. Nobody wants to sit in a closet.
Why not?
Because nobody sits in a closet. People sit in a big room.
So you need to sit in a. So it's not that you won't have a place to sit. You will have a place to sit.
And there's only a beanbag in there. That room's not going to fit the couch.
So Dan, again, well, you want to talk about us being like whiny Mitches here. The issue isn't that you won't have a place to sit, because you will.
No, if I want to sit in a kid's beanbag, I can go sit in that closet.
You just said the couch is being moved.
I just said the couch is going to be gone. I didn't say it was going into the closet.
Well, why don't we just stick the couch in the closet?
Because it doesn't fit in the closet.
I bet, Dan, if we move the couch into the closet, it would stay there. Nobody's going to touch it. We should just do that after the show. Just move the couch in the closet.
Nobody wants to sit in the closet.
It's cold in there.
You're complaining? What the hell is going on?
Hey, Dan, did you have access to your computer the other day?
It took a second, but we worked it out. Look.
What, you're concerned about that?
When the computer used to be in another room, the computer used to be in another room, everybody knew that was for the next producer that was coming up. But now people just go sit in the closet and they claim the computer.
Really? After all these years, you're sticking up for the producers now for their workspace?
I've always loved Dan 1 day a week.
Okay. Yeah, the next moment that you're concerned about what happens to Dan and how he works will be the first moment.
I was worried about his computer usage.
I'm sure
Tyler,
you were.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
For the record, you still have a place to sit, but the room isn't big enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
You ever heard of a fat guy in a little coat?
You're not a fat guy.
Yeah. You ever heard of a tall guy in a small closet?
You're a guy that could be trying out for the NFL next Tuesday.
Yeah.
You're not a fat guy anymore.
I know. Andy doesn't want to go sit in the closet.
You think Andy gives a rip about who sits
Andy
where?
used to sit in our beautiful green room every single day. I know this for a fact. He enjoyed. Andy, do you know that couch is going to be gone tomorrow?
I learned now.
Yeah, couch is gone tomorrow.
Are you all pissed off?
Listen, DMac.
Oh, shut up with that. You can pound sand on that.
Oh, can I?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah. No, let's. This is the area of the grievances. Go ahead.
Oh, we got him.
Yeah.
We got to do this quick. We got John McClain
Yeah, I
coming
know.
at 3.
We can say goodbye right now.
We got John McClain coming at 3.
I'm ready to go. You tell me when to go. Say go.
You want to do the thing?
I
Because you're pulling the phone out?
I know. I gotta. You'd think I would know it by this point.
You think we'd remember it? We hear it daily.
I know. You would think all of us are more smart than we are, but we're
I
idiots.
just don't remember the cities.
I know.
Although the one day I had to
And you
do
want
it,
to-
I gave me and Tyler's old station. All of a sudden, we were the zone.
Do you want to just take a shot at it?
I can't.
Longmont, Denver,
KKSC,
Boulder.
Longmont, Boulder, Denver?
Nope.
No.
Thornton, Denver?
That was our old one.
Oh, yeah, just give me the 3. There's 3 cities. Give me the 3 cities.
Is Longmont
None of this is gonna
involved?
count.
No Longmont.
No
Denver,
Longmont.
Boulder.
That's 2. There's one
So
more.
there's one left.
Yeah.
Broomfield.
Broomfield, Denver, Boulder?
KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Hey, you got to be a little bit proud of me there. Like, that was deductive reasoning.
I wouldn't have got it.
Yeah.
I would not have got it.
That took 3 of us.
So can we go?
Yeah, I guess. Nate's on his way in.
You want us to stick around and wait for that? I know there's
No, we got John McClain. You knew
No,
John is?
I of course
Everybody knows
How
John.
do we not know who John
is
McClain
John
is?
is the leggy of. Matter of fact, they're buddies.
He's like the Leggy's dad. It's as if Leggy had a dad who was also doing the same thing as Leggy.
What?
John McClain. Leggy.
What weird
Hold on.
southern incestuous thing did you just get?
Leggy hasn't been doing what John.
That's what happens when you
Leggy-
sit in that closet.
McClain's in for 49 years, Andy.
I know, we're going to mention it today.
That's
so hilarious that you brought it up. We're going to mention it's his 49th year covering the NFL.
How long has Leggy been doing things?
God, I don't even know.
Right.
It's Johnny was a pup or whatever they say. No, don't go there. See? This
No,
is
but
why I
hold
hate
on
this.
real quick. I just found out that my children don't have a place to spend time when their father is slaving for 2 hours on the radio.
I think your children are wonderful.
Thus ends the entitlement hour right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Okay, everybody be pissed off.
I'm entitled to a couch.
Yeah, the couch is still there.
What happened to the green room?
Hey, look, Jake Jabs really wanted to give us a couch, and now it's all screwed up. We got no place for a couch. Jake Jabs and his Tigers. I don't know what we'll do.
Take the couch into the other room and just, why don't we put the couch in the hallway?
The couch won't fit. He gave us a nice, beautiful couch. And now
it won't fit
we only
where?
got room for a love seat.
Couch doesn't go in the closet.
Oh, my God.
Wait, why don't we have a couch anymore?
D-Mac turned it into a podcast studio.
No, it's not. It's not
with it.
D-Mac's. Guys, it's not D-Mac's podcast studio.
It's not.
It's his own office.
If he says one more time he had nothing to do with this, I swear to God,
Nothing to
I
do
was
with it.
literally standing there as he said, you know
By
what
the
you should do? You should turn that room into a podcast
Well, just
studio.
because I said you should do it doesn't mean I get to, authorize
you had
it.
nothing to do with it.
I suggested something that was smart.
It
By the
does
way,
feel like
you
your
know
suggestions come out of the suggestion box and become
and what?
reality.
Because what? They're good suggestions, and you know my office is upstairs.
What I do with my headphones?
With my bike, John McClain. That's what
All
we're
I know
saying.
is
John
you have
McClain
to
is
tell
here.
Jake Jabs why he can't give us a couch.
Yeah. In the meantime, PD Mac has to go do more
You know what?
redecorating.
You guys can all.
At least you know we all listen to your show.
I guess so. I'll see you at Stoney's tonight.
Yeah, go see D-Mac at Stoney's. He can't go meet with Kevin. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We today are with you until 6 p.m. But right now, in his 49th year covering the NFL in Houston, we are pleased to be joined by the Dean, John McClain, joins us here to talk Texans today. John, welcome to the show.
Guys, it's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And congratulations on year 49, John. Very well done. My question is, in 49 years, have you ever covered a more porous and underperforming offensive line than what the Houston Texans are running out there right now?
Well, actually, they're not. They were last year, and they've had 2 bad games. And I just looked this up. They've given up 16 sacks. And there's like 12 teams that have given more, but they've had 2 really bad games against 2 teams that embarrassed them. They last year they were the worst
pass blockers I've seen. The coach was fired. They brought in at each position is a new starter, and they got off to a terrible start. The most C.J. Stroud's been sacked has been 3, but 2 weeks ago at Seattle, they were just awful on national TV. And then the 49ers, they beat up the 49ers, didn't give up a sack, and now they go against the best pass rush in the league. They also go up against a team that's given up the fewest sacks, and the Broncos, of course, are doing a tremendous job. What I can't wait to see about this game are several things. Texans' red zone offense is awful. It was terrible against the 49ers, or it would have been a blowout. And the only time they've looked really good on offense is when they played the Titans, who are pathetic, and then they played the Ravens and Niners, whose defenses had been annihilated by injuries, and now they go up like Seattle against a defense that's really good. If the Texans win this game, then I'll buy in, but I've been wrong on them. Every time they've won, I've picked them to lose other than against Tennessee. And they struggle in a lot of areas, but they're coming off a game that was very impressive, but injuries had a lot to do with that. I think it's very interesting. The Broncos and the Texans have only beaten one team with a winning record. The Broncos are 1-2. The Texans are 1-4 against teams with winning records. That one victory was Sunday against the 49ers.
So what game do you expect, John? Are we going to get a good game? Are we going to get any scoring in this game based on the two defenses? Because I honestly, I don't know what to expect.
Well, it's interesting. The Broncos have that impressive double of the most sacks and allowing the few. Texans have a good double. They're number one in defense, and they're allowed the fewest points per game. So you would think it would be a field goal game. But the Texans, I still think, unless C.J. Stroud gets rid of the ball really fast, he's going to be under pressure most of the game from the Broncos. You know, they want to run the ball. They ran for 157 yards, control it for almost 42 minutes against the 49ers, and the Texans' defense was great. They gave up 2 touchdowns, but only one was because of special teams. I didn't put that on the defense, but I would suspect Stroud is going to be under an intense pass rush, and if he doesn't get rid of it quick, he's going to get hammered. He's not been sacked more than 3 times, 16 on the season, but he's not going against the pass rush like the Broncos have under Vance Joseph. I remember when Vance was here for 3 seasons as a defensive backs coach in 11, 12, and 13, and they won their first 2 AFC South titles and playoff games with Vance under Wade Phillips, the defensive coordinator, and, of course, Gary Kubiak as the head coach. And those were fun times. That's when J.J. Watt was a rookie, and Vance had been given a lot of talent. And I know first year Sean Payton, everybody wanted to run him out of town, especially after that Miami game. So I'm really happy that Vance is doing so well.
John, this is a Broncos defense that's facing another first-time offensive coordinator. The last one to do that was Kevin Patullo, much maligned first-year offensive coordinator. You look at Nick Caley and the offensive coordinator position with the Texans. Bobby Slowick was the toast of football, and then he wasn't. What do you make of Nick Caley thus far as it relates to the overall flow and operation of the offense?
It has been very inconsistent after the Seattle game, and it's interesting. The Texans have lost 4 games by 1 score, and I know the Broncos, with those 2 they lost to winning teams, were by a total of 4 points. But Caley, he was at New England when Josh McDaniels was the offensive coordinator, and then he was at the Rams when Sean McVay was the play caller. And so he was in demand, but Bobby Slowick was in demand too, coming from Kyle Shanahan. And I thought Bobby Slowick was unfairly fired after 2 seasons, but he was one of DeMeco Ryans' closest friends. You don't see offensive coordinators and play callers get fired after you finish 10-7 for the second year in a row, win your second consecutive division champion, and win your second consecutive wild card game. They blew out Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers here before losing by 9 to Kansas City. So Slowick gets fired. He goes to Miami, where he's likely to be fired again in the Mike McDaniel purge. And then they bring in Cayley. And we couldn't write and broadcast enough negative things about the offense and Cayley after that Seattle game. And ultimately, they lost it by 8 points, but the play calling was awful, and execution was awful, and we thought they were beyond that. And we had been lulled into a false sense of confidence because they put 44 on the Ravens in Baltimore when their defense was decimated. But I'll say this about Cayley. After not running quarterback sneak from the 1 yard line 2 times, he ran it against the 49ers. It worked every time, so you can't say he doesn't learn. But they've only had 3 rushing touchdowns. They don't have their starting back, Joe Mixon. I tell people he's in a witness protection program. We haven't seen him. We haven't heard from him. Non-football injury. So they signed Nick Chubb and draft a rookie, Woody Marks, and they've been sharing the load. And it's been good at times, but certainly not like J.K. Dobbins, who they could have signed too. And he was out there when they signed Chubb. And I think this, if Cayley wants to be respected locally and nationally, he's got to avoid a performance like they had in Seattle when they were utterly pathetic when they play the Broncos. Get rid of the ball quick, foot hits the back step, ball has got to come out. They've got their 2 starting receivers back, Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, although they spread the ball around really well, had 5 players catch at least 4 passes against the 49ers. But it's all about the offensive line and the tight ends and the running backs. Can they slow at all the Broncos pass rush? It's the best in the NFL for the 2nd year in a row.
Yeah. It's a matchup that certainly favors the Broncos. John McClain, the Texas Sports Hall of Famer, his 49th year covering the Houston Texans. John, let's talk about that Texans defense. Break it down for us, because I'm looking at this group, and obviously Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, the headliners up front. Derek Stingley is one of the finest corners in the game back in the secondary. The other thing that stands out to me about this defense is it's just speed on every single level. These guys can absolutely fly around. When you look at this matchup of Sean Payton and Bo Nix against this Houston defense, what do you think Denver has to do to successfully move the ball against these guys?
They got to run the ball better than the 49ers did. They totally shut down Christian McCaffrey, 25 yards, 3.1 per carry. And it's interesting. The Texans control the ball for almost 42 minutes, so you can't do much on offense when you have the ball as little as the 49ers did. And J.K. Dobbins, who's from LaGrange, which is about 40 miles from Houston, he's had some big games against them before. In Baltimore, they know what he's capable of. Great success story after 2 major injuries. So they want to do that. Obviously, they got to keep Bo Nix from running for first downs. The outside guys have been good pass rushers. The inside guys, while they've done a good job against the run, they have not done a good job of collapsing the pocket. And they're fast. They're lighter. But it's because DeMeco Ryans wants guys who can run. Their secondary is very good. People ask me, you guys are my 5th show today, and I've got 2 more, and they've already asked me about Surtain. I said, hey, you take Derek Stingley Jr. out of this defense, and you know exactly how the Broncos are affected. You lose the reigning NFL Defensive Player of the Year, but Vance Joseph's got a defense, and they got enough talent, and they're coached well enough that they can overcome it. Stroud only has 11 touchdown passes. He's had a couple of good games. He's coming off a really good game, but he's been under so much pressure so often. In that Seattle game, he was like a dog expecting to be kicked. He was just ready for the rush. But they bounced back, and he's throwing with confidence, pinpoint passes against the 49ers, but the 49ers only hit him twice. I'd bet the Broncos hit him twice on the first drive.
Yeah, this pass rush is absolutely ferocious. He's John McClain, everybody. He's been covering the Houston Texans, since they had a team called the Houston Oilers. John, excellent work, man. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show, and enjoy the game coming up here on Sunday, and continued success, man.
Guys, thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
All right, John McClain. What do you say we were show number 5?
Of 7.
Of 7.
So we got his 4 o'clock hour. I wonder if they get a 5, and then there's a 6.
We got an in-demand guest today.
Well, whip-de-frickin' do, huh?
He is, though.
John McClain's a big deal.
He is the guy.
Well,
he was actually
He
awesome.
saved Tawaharka Plaza. What was it?
He did. And it is a Christmas movie.
Well, what the hell was the name of the damn thing?
Takanaga.
There we go. Yeah.
He was able to walk across
I
the
made that
broken
up.
glass.
Sold me.
It was of the Japanese variety. For sure.
He's a tremendous American hero and a Texas Sports Hall of Famer.
Crawled in the vets. We should have asked him. Did he cover Bum Phillips? He must have covered Bum.
Without a doubt.
Well, when you said that he covered the Houston Texans for 49 years, my mind was blown.
No, he's an Oilers guy.
Yeah, because it goes
He's been
back
there forever.
So how many years was there no Houston football? Was it 5? Or was it?
Ooh, good question. Okay, now I need to know.
No Houston football?
No Houston NFL football.
Between them and Texans?
So Oilers,
The Oilers became the Titans,
Right.
which that happened in what year?
Nakatomi Plaza. I've upset some people. I'm sorry. I'll get it right.
We've done that this week on the show.
Shoot, we've done plenty.
The fanboys get real mad at us for stuff this week. Let's see. They were the Tennessee Oilers starting in 97. They were the Tennessee Oilers for 2 years. The Houston Oilers from 60 to 96. And then the Houston Texans rolled in as an expansion team, by the way. Classic expansion team.
I'm going to guess 7 years.
The Houston Texans established themselves. This is really fun to listen to me Google things live on the air. They showed up in 02.
5 years.
So 6 years, from 96 to 02.
How long the Browns go with that? How long Cleveland go without a team?
Was that like 3 years, I want to say?
Well,
roughly.
Hey, some says they're still waiting.
You know what I could go for? I could go for a good old-fashioned expansion team.
Really?
Yes.
Where should we have it?
Great question. I more was just interested in like the process of the expansion draft and who do you protect. I always think that process is so much fun.
Because you're a draft guy.
Yeah,
you like
for
to
sure.
draft
I love a draft.
See, they're kind of out of the city to hold people hostage with. Feels like they've decided London's just going to be a rotating stop. We're not really going to try to put a team there anymore.
The other thing, too, is like it's 32.
Yeah.
14
you gotta go
divisions.
To 34.
It's perfect right now. Like the symmetry is too good.
I would go back to San Diego.
That's where my head went immediately.
Because I think it's a fantastic place to host a Super Bowl.
They do not want to build a stadium.
That's fine. You know what?
Is it
NFL,
just a city?
Yeah, that's because they have had this battle. This is a 50-year battle.
I love that city a lot. That's where we regularly vacation, as you know. There's just too many. There's like you don't have the kumbaya. I grew up here, and I'm not letting it leave. You've got a lot of military there that spend some time there, then they're out of there. Like I don't think you have an entrenched group like in Denver, and I know because I was one of them. We were going to vote for the stadium because hell no, you're not taking our football team away. Do you know what I mean? But I don't think there's a lot of that in San Diego when it comes to a lot of stuff. And again, they deal with it, I think, tenfold of what we deal with here. It's always nice outside. You don't need sports on TV to watch. We'll go to the beach. We'll go do this. We'll go do that.
But the Padres do phenomenal attendance.
They do.
They do great attendance. Well,
but
the Padres
threaten to.
The other thing the Padres have going for them, this is a crazy concept in baseball. Follow me on this.
Good players.
They try.
Well, don't you bring that in here.
I know.
You keep that outside.
It's weird. They like spend money and they try and like develop players. And
they're bad at trying, though.
They put in.
Would you agree that they're bad at trying?
They go to the playoffs every year.
For how large that payroll has been for the last 5 years?
They win
and
every
they got
year.
Essentially nothing to show for it.
They went to an NLCS.
All right.
They win.
Look here,
I
guy.
mean, here's the thing about the baseball playoffs you got to remember is it's a freaking crapshoot. Okay? Once you shrink the sample size and you get into the postseason, goofy things can happen. all you can ask for as a baseball fan is, does my team win 95-plus games on an annual basis? And that's exactly what the Padres do.
Sorry, see, Jeff Hall has said what I agree with. The NFL should build the stadium, own it, run it. I guess you can let Spanos back there or not. I mean, who cares? Sooner or later, Spanos is going to sell the dang team because they got their own family turmoil going on inside there, if you remember.
Yeah, but the other owners don't want to do that.
I get it.
Like,
but
why
it's
are
a
the
place,
other owners
because
going
it's
to
the
foot
place
the bill?
For you to host. To me, the Super Bowl should be like 5 places, tops. New Orleans, San Diego. Vegas is fine. But a fun.
No, Vegas is perfect for a Super Bowl.
You're right. But just a fun place to be.
Yeah.
You know, just a place you want to go.
You don't
need to rotate it.
You don't want a Super Bowl in Cleveland?
Miami's another one.
Miami's
I ain't
perfect.
looking for Cleveland.
Right.
I'm not looking for Cleveland. Who else is about to build a stadium? Cleveland's building the stadium, right?
Buffalo.
So then Denver will get in line.
Although Buffalo can't get a Super Bowl. They're not putting a roof on it.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Because I don't want it there.
You remember
Austin, Texas would be a good place?
No. They said if there was another Texas city, it'd be San Antonio.
Yeah, San Antonio's massive.
That's the one they've talked about.
Yeah, San Antonio's the one they always use as the threat of we'll move our team to San Antonio.
What would be the cool city to go to?
Boise, Idaho.
Perfect place. Cool.
Yeah,
put your
Boise
listening.
is the coolest
Put
place
your
ever.
listening ears on.
If you like,
I said cool.
Andy, if you like India Pale Ales,
I don't,
and you like really crunchy things, Boise's the place to be.
Boise is cool.
Really cool.
I like
because you
Boise.
like India Pale Ales and crunchy things.
I do like an IPA. Yes.
Should Oregon get a team?
Dude,
you can put a team
Portland
in
is
Portland?
Gross right now. Have you been to Portland in the last 3 years?
How about Vancouver?
Probably not. I don't know.
I like
5
Vancouver.
years ago.
Vancouver's
Portland's cool.
Dude, Vancouver would be a sweet
just
NFL
keep moving
city.
up the coast.
Well, they already got the
Seattle's
Lions.
so close, too.
Are already there.
Right. Who doesn't want the Lions?
The BC Lions.
Sure.
What do they call it? BC Place is the stadium?
You can't infringe on that. It's nice.
Does Toronto need a team?
No. No, they don't.
Really quickly.
They got the Argos, man.
Exactly.
They got the Argonauts.
They've already got their own goofy version of the
How
sport.
about Winnipeg? What other just brutally cold?
Calgary.
What other brutally cold cities?
I think
can we
the
go try to
NFL
play? And then Mose will be all into it.
Manitoba, eh?
He'll go get a couple tasty sticks and go to the Winnipeg game.
The NFL should just go straight Quebec and go with the exact
The
logo
French
and
don't want it
everything.
there. I don't know, Lloyd.
They are a bunch of assholes.
Snake Kreckman, it's Andy Lindahl, it's Sean Hannity. We're here with you
Listen,
today until
hey,
6
by the way, I
o'clock.
want to know how Coach feels when they tell Coach that his playoffs wasn't good enough. As he just said, they're not good. No, we made the playoffs. Not good enough. Well, hey, Valor parents, now you know the bar.
Well, I chose a place where just going to the playoffs is clearly not good enough.
It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We're giving away a pair of tickets, so be listening on the 20s. Your 320 keyword is cake. Cake.
Why?
Let them eat cake.
Where did we get cake from?
Text cake with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered for a pair of tickets to see Russell Westbrook and the Sacramento Kings on Monday. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your 320 keyword cake.
Cake.
So
like
text
bunt.
cake along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We will announce our winner today at 5:55. Buena suerte. It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Your keyword this hour is cake, so text cake with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That enters you to get a pair of tickets to see the Nuggets and Sacramento on Monday. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your 320 keyword is cake, so text cake along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. We'll announce a winner today at 5:55. Andy, the band Cake is from Sacramento, California. That is the connection. Cake from Sacramento.
They got a lot of great songs. Looking at it, you and I went Let Me Go. You went Never There. There's Rock and Roll Lifestyle.
They had a trumpet player, by the way.
They did.
In the band. Not a ska band, but had a trumpet player.
Yeah, Vince DiFiore
was the name of the trumpet player?
But not from Sacramento.
Did you go to high school with this guy?
Yeah, he's a Los Alamitos High School Griffin.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because it's the birthplace of ska.
Yeah.
Any brass, you have to be from that area.
You're from that area. You know everybody from Orange County, don't you?
I am the mayor.
Yes.
Short skirt, mayor. Long jacket.
Who do you guys who do you play tonight, by the way?
Got the Rock Canyon Jaguars.
The Jaguars of Rock Canyon. Okay. Homer, I'm assuming you're home.
It's only our fourth home contest, but our last game of the year.
Oh.
You guys all just walk to the stadium since that's literally about the same neighborhood?
Yeah.
Everyone just
right
walks to the game.
What is the deal with the imbalanced schedule, by the way? Why do you guys only have 4 home games this year?
Because I appeased the masses by scheduling an out-of-state trip. Because it was supposed to be a return trip from Salt Lake City East High School. The famous Jalen Warren is an alum of Salt Lake City East, but they refused to make the return trip to Valor. So then I scheduled the trip to Vegas to play my dad's old
So
team.
apparently these contracts don't hold up quite as strong
They're
at the
a
high
little
school
different.
level.
A little different.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's different.
I couldn't figure out if can I even take somebody to court? I just can't get anybody to return my call from Salt Lake City East.
Yeah, you can't sue somebody if you can't get them on the phone there, huh?
If you can't reach them, you cannot sue them, I would say.
Hey, I want to ask Mike a question real quick.
Make it fast.
Is that Mike? We were talking to Chad Brown the other day, and I floated the idea by him of Dion, Coach Prime needs to maybe get him some more college-based coordinators if we're going to continue this this journey. Why are the 2 games so different right now? I had a few people text in. I've had a couple people since then, 'cause when we talked to him Tuesday. What is so different? It's all football. And I thought one of the great points I thought Chad made that kind of stuck in my mind was they're getting killed by the running quarterback. And then I was talking to another buddy last night, and I literally thought about the second play of the game. The kid ran for 50 yards. What is so different about coordinating both offense and defense at the college level compared to the NFL?
You did just point it out, especially for Robert Livingston that spent majority of his life in the pro game as a assistant secondary coach, a DB coach. A lot of the schemes that you're employing at CU right now are strictly man coverage, extra guy in the box. And really the answer schematically for offenses to combat what Robert Livingston's been doing the last 2 years is to run your quarterback. When you activate your quarterback as a viable run threat, you get one number back in the box, right? Because you're going to read somebody and not have to block them. And so that's part of it. Now, I would say that on the Pat Shurmur side of things, if you want to know the difference between like the current National Football League coordinator and the current high-level college coordinator, I don't think they're all that different. Because I think a lot of modern college concepts have actually trickled uphill to the college, to the pro game. I mean, we watch some of Sean Payton's stuff that he's adapted to make it work with Bo Nix, stuff that is very college-y. The problem is that I don't think Pat Shurmur himself is really from this modern today NFL game that has had the uphill trickle effect from the college game. So a lot of what his ethos is really old school 10, 15 year ago pro football. Now he is running the quarterback. He's doing everything he can to try to make chicken salad out of chicken doo-doo as it relates to the QB position and run Caden Salter. But it doesn't seem like that's inherently in his DNA as a coordinator.
Follow up. Why did your parents hate us when the Regis parents found us delightful?
We got far fewer dirty
Are you talking
looks
about Mullen?
from the
No,
Regis
your
parents.
Valor parents did not enjoy our broadcast, whereas the Regis
'cause we
parents
played
could not
awful.
have been. Well, it ain't our
They were in a
fault.
bad. I
We're
know.
calling the game you gave us.
Well, I mean, they're just in a bad mood.
And you know
They're
what
grumpy.
happened?
The Regis Pine Creek game gave us a game all the way through. It was in doubt with 5 minutes left, and then Regis decided they didn't need timeouts, and that ended up being the fatal flaw. We had a sweet lamp.
We had a lamp.
We had a lamp.
It was
It
glorious.
was a classy deal.
Where'd you guys call this game at?
Regis.
It was at Regis.
I love
Literally
that.
in the
I like that
bleachers.
setup.
Right
and they gave us
next
a
to-
lamp.
Right
Regis,
next to
cool
the
spot.
Missy Franklin pool.
Mr.
That's
West
pretty neat.
said,
Yeah.
you need a lamp? I got you a lamp. Boom.
We had a lamp.
right there.
Uh-huh.
I thought about taking it home to my house.
Early season Regis student section, chef's kiss, as good as it gets.
That's what actually sucked about that game was the Regis kids. They didn't have school that day.
So a lot of them decided it was too cold to show up.
They just didn't come.
Which
to
it
the
did
game.
get a little chilly.
It was cold.
Regis played Creek, then us, and we went to the Creek game because we had played Pine Creek.
Yeah.
On a Thursday, so we all went to the Cherry Creek versus Regis game. That was arguably one of the best student sections I've ever seen in my life.
It is cool that they got that area in the end zone for them.
It's really cool.
We had 5 people there because I kept counting. Also, Nate was incredibly impressed. I called a kid puking in the trash can.
He did. He gave
Was it just, you think it was the old stomach bug?
No. He got hit really good. I had to
Oh,
puke
football
too.
That kid got folded.
He made it to the sideline and waited for the trainer
Yeah.
to grab said trash can
Yeah.
before it happened.
Yeah.
I probably would have given all the cookies away to the field.
That kid got rocked.
He got, yeah.
Finished the catch, hung onto the ball, did
Yeah.
his job.
Hey, move the chains.
That's all you can ask. Also in that game, Jack Manthe made a 51-yard field goal. Fellas, speaking of kickers, professional radio segue, Will Lutz is your AFC Special Teams Player of the Month.
You know
Can I
why?
ask you a
You want to know why?
question?
Lutzy.
You know
Tell
why?
me. Tell me.
He hasn't missed anything.
He hadn't missed a kick.
Doesn't miss anything.
15 for 15. Yes, he's made all 6 of his field
Wow,
goals.
I didn't realize he had 15 field goals in the month of October.
6 field goals, 9 PATs.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which PATs in the NFL aren't a given anymore.
They're not the easiest kick in the world anymore.
But it's
Had a
feeling less cool.
walk-off 39-yarder against the Giants, had a winning kick against the Jets. Will Lutz, Special Teams Player of the Month. Congratulations to Lutzy. Pretty good month. Perfect October.
And yet, did you have anything when you saw that? Like, was there a signature moment that made you go, "Oh yeah, I felt AFC Player of the Month"?
Because the winner was a 39-yarder.
Right. That was one where you better not miss it.
I was scared it was going to get blocked.
Oh, we all were.
Yeah.
But listen, nothing has been more stupid than a Bronco field goal this year. Right?
Also,
we've had leveraging. We've had
can we just make sure that Darren Rizzi doesn't get to touch this plaque or
I was actually gonna ask the
trophy
exact question.
or whatever it is?
Does this end up on the Riz Masters?
Does it go on his resume?
It's going to be on the Riz Masters resume
Because
next year.
it should also be noted that the All-Pro returner is in concussion protocol because Darren Rizzi doesn't know how to run his substitutions
Hold on,
properly.
real quick. Let me look at the
late into games.
This is the Darren Rizzi LinkedIn page, and yep, it's been added. Oversaw offense or special teams player of the month in October
2025.
2025.
Don't pay attention to anything else my special teams did that month.
Nope.
My kicker has been tremendous.
It's wild, right? Okay, after listening to John McClain, and you know what, PhD did have on a guest as well.
Way to go, guys.
It feels like Houston maybe is not very good. And yet they've got the defensive ranking. I mean, what are we dealing with here?
Okay, so this is Andy. I'm glad you asked this.
Did
all
I
right?
ask it at a wrong time?
No, you did well. I know what's going to happen on Sunday. I don't like the Broncos in this game.
Really?
I love the Broncos in this game.
Yeah, look at him.
Hey, you got you with the hook.
Hey, like a chop toast right there.
That's
Thank
right.
you very much. No, I love the Broncos in this game, and let me tell you why, okay? This game to me comes down to the trenches. Flat out, this game is just about the trenches. And the battle between Denver's offensive line and Houston's front and the speed that they have, to me, is a wash. Okay, talent-wise, I'll call it a wash, but I think that Sean Payton can win it with good play calling. I'll get back to that in a second. On the other side of the football, Denver's front against that Houston offensive line, good night. Okay, C.J. Stroud is going to be under pressure a lot in this game. And I think this is a game, and this is something that I think helps because Houston's offensive line is so mediocre. I don't think that VJ's got to draw up a bunch of pressure this week. I think he can rush 4 and win a lot of the time in this game, which is only going to help out Chris Abrams-Drain and the secondary that is without Patrick Surtain. Simply because of the matchup of that front seven against Houston's offensive line, I love Denver in that matchup. Let's flip back to the other side of the football really quickly, okay? I don't think Bo Nix is going to have a AFC Offensive Player of the Week kind of game against the Houston Texans. I think it's a bad matchup for Bo Nix, all right? Flip it, though. How do you beat these guys? Give the ball to J.K. Dobbins. If you run the ball aggressively in this game and you let your offensive line get physical against a group, and John McClain said it right there, they're speedy, but they're smaller in the middle. Run the ball up the gut, kind of like we were talking about with the college offense stuff. Let's see a Bo Nix run game a little bit in this matchup right here.
Talk dirty to me there.
That's where I think the Broncos win this game. I think the trench battle is a wash on the one side, but on the other side, Denver's front kills these dudes. Broncos win this game. They probably win it by 10 points on the road.
Wow.
Yeah.
A confident Nate Kreckman.
I'm confident. Like I said, I love the Broncos
You're
in this game.
not afraid of the 11 a.m. boogeyman?
Sean already dispelled that notion because of fall. What is it? Spring forward. It's fall back.
We're falling back.
We're
so
falling
it's noon.
back.
Yeah.
It's a nooner.
It's a nooner.
He's good with the old high nooner. That's when they practice here in Denver.
That's right.
Also, Sean's really good at that
Yeah,
time
they have
change
not
crap.
sucked at 11 o'clock under him.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
They're
Remember,
pretty
they
good
went and
at
got
it.
the Jets last year?
He's the king of the Jedi mind trick, I believe.
He's big into the science of it all, man. He talks to his guys about the pitfalls. By the way, we had Kosmiter on yesterday, and he was breaking down how Paul Chesky flipped sides from right to left, and like they
by saying it's like wiping with your left
like
hand.
wiping with his left hand, but like Paul Cho's kind of figured it out a little bit, and what they've used, they got the what is that, the motion system thing? What the hell's that thing called, Sandman?
GPS catapult.
It's whatever that thing that the quarterbacks use and like the pitchers use. Apparently the Broncos, and I read it in Cosmiter's piece, they just use it on their O-linemen. And they're just like, here's where your technique sucks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is how you fix it.
You know, I've done the same.
How so?
I've switched from right to left.
As a wiper?
Yeah.
Really?
Tore up my shoulder in a face-off.
Is that the worst thing that's ever happened in your life?
Had to go to left.
And you never went back?
I can't. I don't know what's going on. I've tried.
Wait, you're a lefty wiper?
Ooh, stop short.
I just told you. Tore up the shoulder.
Is your shoulder okay right now?
Yeah.
And you didn't go back?
But I can't. It doesn't feel like it stretches
so
far
that
enough all of a
motion,
sudden.
You must have healed. You probably have a bunch of scar tissue in there.
Probably,
and
yeah.
Wow.
So how many years has
I go
it been?
left.
How long has it been?
Well, I think a decade.
I would have gone. Yeah. Honestly, I would have taken a loan to get enough physical therapy to get back to the
fix?
right. I would have.
No doubt.
I would have gone to my orthopedic surgeon and demanded a procedure to be able to fix that.
So the day that I did it, because I'm playing old man lacrosse, the GM of the Mammoth is out there, Steve Govett, who I know pretty well, right? And he comes over to me and he starts looking at it. He's like, "What happened to you?" So I tell him, and it was another taste of why you're not a pro athlete, right? Because he goes, "That kind of hurts, doesn't it?" I go, "Yeah, it kind of sucks."
Yeah.
He goes, "Yeah, we'd do something to numb you, and you'd be going back in, just so you know."
Sure.
He goes, "The next time you will get all high and mighty in your booth about, oh, this guy's hurt. I just want you to know right now, the pain that you're in is not enough for us to make you quit playing."
That's awesome.
I was like, noted.
I'm
changing how I wipe, and you're going to make me go back in. Thanks, guy.
That most basic of human functions.
It's just a tear. It's not all the way ripped.
You're like fully amphibious back there. That's impressive.
Amphibious?
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
I'm not going snorkeling.
Daryl Moose, who was the guy that said he was amphibious? I can't remember now. Daryl Moose Johnston joins us today at 4 o'clock. Your keyword on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday is cake. Right now, text cake to 303-504-0925. Text that in right now. That's Cake, and that enters you to win a pair of tickets to see the Nuggets and the Kings coming up on Monday out there at Ball Arena. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your keyword right now, Cake. So text Cake along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Sandman, keys to victory tonight for the Eagles against the Jaguars.
He's afraid to tell anybody.
I was thinking an NFL matchup.
No, this is your team.
This
is your game.
Key to victory.
The Dolphins play the Ravens tonight.
The key to victory against the Jaguars of Rock Canyon, not Jacksonville, not of Duval County.
Yeah.
Run the ball.
Gonna run the
with
rock.
3 exclamation points on my call sheet.
Okay. He's
the Cons and the Jags tonight.
Wait, is it written on there? I don't.
Don't look.
I don't see it.
It's going to be written up there very shortly.
He's going to forget. Sean Payton over here is calling 45 passes tonight. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. Head to Stoney's on Lincoln tonight to watch Thursday Night Football with Baltimore and Miami. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a dew and a brew. Hang out with DMac and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. See you at number 38 at 6. You got that, Andy? Hall of Fame, commemorative, and autographed. It commemorates, and it is signed. And it is a Hall of Fame football. Signed by TD. So get out to number 38. Actually, wait a minute.
Stoney's. Isn't it Stoney's?
Hold on. All right.
Okay, yep.
Okay.
We have the wrong watch party?
Okay,
He's
Ron
still
Burgundy.
out there tonight.
Ron Burgundy reading the copy here. Spring, the copy has two different bars. In the first words are head to Stoney's, and at the end it says see you at number 38.
No, it's at Stoney's.
Okay. I mean, I could also see you at number 38 too. Just you wouldn't be able to hang out with DMac, and there would be no Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. Spring is digging through his email furiously.
I don't know beyond the copy I was sent.
Andy.
Which was sent by Steve Nelson. I'll throw him
tweets.
directly under the bus. Our boss is also in New Zealand.
Wow.
He is. He's hanging with the Kiwis right now. So he's not here. And
I'm kind of jealous.
I think it's Stoney's.
It's Stoney's. I saw the tweet.
Well, how can you trust the tweet? What can be trusted right now, Andy? What can be trusted?
The Nuggets, Nate. The Denver Nuggets and their bench are the most trustworthy thing in sports. Maybe.
I like the starters, too. I think those guys are pretty good. So, last night, 29-2 run to open the third.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We'll take that every single time. Third quarter ends up 39-11. Andy, let me give you let me give you numbers here. I like numbers. Let's do numbers. This is the third quarter last night. This is in 12 minutes of basketball of the third quarter last night. The New Orleans Pelicans were 5 of 20 from the field.
Yes.
Nikola Jokic was 5 of 7 from the field.
That's pretty good.
In the third quarter, the New Orleans Pelicans scored 11 points. This is all the New Orleans Pelicans. They scored 11. Jokic scored 10. All of the New Orleans Pelicans had 3 assists in the third quarter. Jokic had 4. All of the Pelicans had 5 rebounds in the third quarter. Jokic had 6. Nikola Jokic was better than all of the Pelicans combined in one quarter of basketball.
Not shocking. Not shocking. The big man was kind of feeling it last night.
He was.
Did you also see Hastings was dropping this stat on me? Do you notice? I believe it was they had 40 assists on 48 buckets.
The ball was moving last night. It was popping out there, Andy. And right now they are running so many different options off of when Jokic catches the ball in the high post, whether it's at the nail or at the elbow, wherever it is. The movement that they are running, they're running some of that like Golden State split action thing. And Christian Brown is getting downhill and going to the bucket. God, he's making floaters last night. Okay, we'll take that. Jamal Murray just continues to be active and awesome. And this is a Nuggets team right now where like just everybody's playing awesome right now.
Yeah, and that I feel like they're still just revving up.
Right.
That should scare the league.
This is new. This is new when they're already kind of cranking like this.
Did you hear, I guess, I think DMac said it. Somebody said that, I think it was DMac, that Aaron Gordon had a little something to say at halftime after the starters let a lead go. That was the weird thing. You had like a great, 10-minute stretch, 8-minute stretch of bench, and then the starters came back in. I was like, well, what is happening here? What weird world are we in?
So
it felt like the Avs giving up 4 goals in 4 minutes or whatever it was to the Devils the other night.
Here's what I think happened. I have never seen, and when I say I have never seen, none of us have ever seen Nikola Jokic not check back into the game until there was 3:30 left in the half. And Adelman, to his credit, I think number one, I think Adelman was looking at the matchup and he was just like, I know I'm not going to lose this game.
Yeah. How about your rest, big fella?
And so
here's a window.
I don't even know if it was about rest. I think he just liked what the second unit was doing, and he was just like, I want to give them minutes together. I want to give them leverage minutes together in the second quarter, and they were up 17-8, so they were +9. Valanciunas was a +9. The starters went back in and gave up a 12-0 run. Here's where number one, I don't think it's a big deal. Especially the third quarter made it not a big deal. But also, like, they never sit that long. That's kind of new. That's a lot of time to sit there and get cold on the bench.
Okay, so I told you I was going to bring this up, and we can revisit it later if we need to. But I just wanted to let you know. This is what I thought was wild. So Adelman did admit I shouldn't have let Nikola in particular sit that long. I think he gets a little stiff.
Yeah.
Meaning guys get warmed up, muscles are ready to go, and then all of a sudden you're resting longer than he's used to. He's out of his rhythm.
Yeah.
Is that where, because I'm dying to see the Valanciunas-Nikola pairing, is that where maybe you think about that a little bit more so Nikola doesn't necessarily go through that long a stretch without playing, but you keep Val engaged? Because I thought Val looked good last night.
He
Val
played really
said
well.
after the game he was having a lot of fun.
Yeah. No, he played great last night.
I don't know how you don't have fun playing that game if you're a Nugget.
I mean, a part of it, too, is, like, we came to see it over the years, is that Jokic pretty much decides when he's going to go back in, you know? And it's not as though the coach is going to be like, oh, I'm sorry, best basketball player on the planet, you will stay on the bench. We are married to our rotations. Like, it's kind of Jokic's call. And last night, I'm sure him and Adelman probably looked over at each other and just said, let him go. It's working.
Well, I think it was a nice, refreshing change for everybody.
Yeah, I think what's awesome is you can go with the second unit longer now. We talked about it yesterday. They're even Steven. You know, the second unit's doing great. 3.5 left in the second quarter is probably a bit much.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah, I think they'll kind of learn from that a little bit, but they come out in the third quarter and everything worked. Also, the Pelicans,
what are they doing?
A more professional effort, please.
Well, but they're just, aren't they a weird team? They pointed out how Big Val was there a few years ago. They were actually a pretty good, but they were an interesting team. They were at least an interesting concept once upon a time. Who did they have? Who's grown up Urkel that used to play for the Blazers that played for them?
McCollum.
Yeah, McCollum played for them.
They traded him for Jordan
They
Poole.
ended up going to the playoffs.
Yeah, they had him.
That?
They had Brandon Ingram. Like they kind of had it going for a minute, and then Brandon Ingram got moved and McCollum got moved, and it kind of became Zion's team, and Zion sometimes just plays like he did last night, which is like, I'm just here to run up and down the floor and dunk a few times.
Somebody up north says we've got two Big Vals in Colorado. Does Big Val, the hockey player, have to default to the bigger Val, Valanciunas?
Larger Val.
Yeah, because he's really, if we're going to stay true to the name,
one of them is Greater
the
Val.
The bigger Val lies on the Nuggets.
He's a very big Val.
So can Nichushkin be the big consonant?
They're both of the Eastern Bloc, but both ex-Soviets, so they've got that going for them. It's a good point right there. Yes, there's two big Vals. There is a bigger Val. I had not considered this. Let me give it some thought.
Nichushkin is the big consonant. Huh?
There
you
you
didn't
go.
like that? I said it twice. That's a Nate Kreckman joke. That is, if Nate Kreckman doesn't like it, that joke sucks. I won't use it again. If it ain't going to work on you, there ain't a place in the world for it.
I was lukewarm on it. How about Peyton Watson just running around blocking shots, throwing perfect outlet passes to Christian Brown in transition? Did you realize he scored 5 points last night? I couldn't believe that when I looked at the box score. I was like, Peyton Watson was everywhere doing everything last night. He had 5 points.
Something Scotty always talks about. He's now in a proper role.
Yep.
You're not asking too much of him.
Yep. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. It's a veteran-laden team. Everything is good. Everyone is playing well. The vibes are tremendous right now with this basketball team. And look out Portland. Coming up here tomorrow night. bet that one's going to be a good win for the Nuggets. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We'll talk to Daryl Moose Johnston ahead of Broncos Texans next. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your next keyword on a Nuggets Ticket Tuesday is coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. So make sure you are listening in then, and we will give you our next keyword to text in, and you can win tickets to the Nuggets and the Sacramento Kings on Monday.
Monday. So we're efforting connecting with Moose Johnston. I'm looking forward to this. Hopefully we can get everything worked out there.
Efforting connecting. Connecting.
Yeah, we're
hoping.
hoping.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
It already came in handy. I got to be honest with you. He was one of my favorite players. I love those mid-90s Cowboys teams.
Mm-hmm.
I did. And he had the big face mask, like the 5-bar face mask.
Number 48,
blasting guys out of the hole and running for Emmitt Smith. And I just thought those teams were fun because, unfortunately, by that point, the Broncos were going through the Wade Phillips era, and they were just not as fun. It just wasn't a lot of great football. Have you ever had a team that because I don't know that I've adopted another team like that. Like, it was just a 2 or 3 year thing. Kind of didn't care about the Cowboys ever since. But did you ever, like, a team that you didn't one in your city or whatever that you kind of adopted for a couple years because they were just a fun team?
I mean, you know me, Andy. I don't get worked up about teams. But I do I will find myself enamored with players.
Okay.
And then be like, if this guy's on my television, I'm watching him. Like no matter what. I will say, like, the Stephen Curry death lineup, Golden State Warriors, and they were on national TV, 65 games a year. But when they were on, it was like, yep, I'm watching it because this is the best basketball team I've ever seen in my life. Those guys were a big part of it. Prime Aaron Rodgers. And I mean, I grew up as somebody that certifiably hated the Green Bay Packers. I was a Bears fan when I was a kid. But Prime Rodgers. I mean, like, when he was ripping off the MVP awards, like in the mid 2010s, quarterback play has never been done at a more elite level. Some have done it as elite. I certainly think of, like, 2013 Peyton Manning. But those Aaron Rodgers teams were unbelievable. I couldn't get enough of those guys.
Yeah, they were a lot of fun. I like some of the Favre teams, too. There have been a few Packer teams, actually, that I've liked, and all these teams are easier for me to root for.
What about Don Majkowski Packer teams?
Nah, I didn't go that far. I didn't like that. Didn't Majkowski... How did he get hurt? Was he hurt against the Bears when Favre ultimately usurped him?
I don't remember how it happened.
I also remember your guy against the Packers, your guy Jim McMahon, just getting body slammed for no good reason. You remember that?
Probably.
Like, some Packer was after the Super Bowl year, some Packer just decided he'd body slam Jim McMahon because it was 80s NFL football.
The irony of the punky QB known as McMahon is wasn't that good.
I know, it's wild. When I kind of look back at some of it, that defense was so good.
The 85 Bears defense is tremendous.
And so is Walter Payton.
It's still, like, to this day, by the way, Andy, the 85 Bears are still the one that people bring up, Like, it's kind of like if someone's talking about, I got a job to do, it's going to be tough. It ain't brain surgery, And if you're like, that defense is pretty good. They're no 85 Bears. They're the standard bearer of NFL football. They always will be. Isn't that crazy?
It is because
the 2000 Ravens, you could put them on that list. The Legion of Boom, certainly the 15 Broncos.
Here's where
no-fly zone. We've seen those teams that have won Super Bowls on great defenses, but the 85 Bears are always the standard bearer.
Here's where I feel like the Legion of Boom started it. I feel like the Broncos no-fly zone has a claim to it too. What you're allowed to do to receivers now compared to what you were allowed to do receivers then, it's pretty dang amazing.
Well,
the difference.
The 85 Bears also had the thing where they shut out both of their opponents in the playoffs. Like, they didn't allow a point in the NFC playoffs, and then they destroyed the Patriots. Speaking of that, you're a good Andy, you're kind of my ambassador to football fan because I'm dead on the inside. So I'm looking at this New England Patriots team, and Vrabel's coaching them now, which is very different. Drake May is super fun, and just making plays all over the place. Do you feel like currently, do you feel a hatred for the Patriots? As soon as you see that laundry, do you hate it? Or is it different because Belichick and Brady are gone?
Yeah, it's unfortunately like the Red Wings and Avs without, without Waugh, without Vernon, without the guy that followed him, Chris. What was it? Who followed him? The goalie, that guy. Osgood, yeah, Osgood.
Yeah.
Scotty Bowman. All those guys are gone. So it made it fun.
Yeah,
they hated each other's guts. It was a blood feud.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter when the Avalanche play the Red Wings now.
It really doesn't.
Yeah.
Let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah.
I mean, I get, you get more fired up for the Stars and
the rivalry
Wild
was about
and
the
Vegas
players
and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there hasn't been a game of circumstance between the Patriots and Broncos since Manning left. Let's be honest about it.
There was Bailey Zappi beating Patrick Surtain.
Sure, that was a weird deal. But at the end of the day,
was
we
that
all
to
kind of
Devontae Parker? Was that the touchdown?
Was that what it was?
Could have been. I don't remember. God, I hated those Broncos teams.
Well, it was just 2 years ago they hated that Bronco team. That's what's wild about it.
And I hated them.
I don't hate the Patriots right now. I don't care. Again, with Belichick gone, I nothing them. I don't mind Mike Vrabel. I feel like it's going to get back there. I suppose I should hate them because of Josh McDaniels, but honestly, I haven't seen a lot of Patriot games to grow the hate again.
And Drake May's fun. Now, eventually, Drake May will start winning games of consequence, and then you can start to hate him again. But right now, without the people, that's because the thing about it is even Boston sports fans, Brady leaves, and then the Belichick thing ends in disaster, and then he gets fired, and they get a weird year of Gerard Mayo, and then they give it to Vrabel. Kind of just feels like Boston sports fans just went back to being mad about the Red Sox and worried about Jason Tatum's Achilles tendon in the Celtics.
Yeah.
The Patriots kind of they became just an also-ran for a minute, and that's people don't realize this, but basically outside of the Belichick-Brady era, that's what the Patriots have always been.
Yeah, you're right. And again, you've not lost. See, the fatigue lies with the Chiefs, let's be honest.
Okay. Yeah, good call.
I think that's where the national fatigue lies. We'll see if Philly sneaks into that conversation because of the tush push. I feel like it's funny with the Broncos. I nothing again the tush push because they
didn't run
really
it against
get a chance
the Broncos.
to do it against the Broncos, and we don't see them a bunch. So who cares? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The guy that's the constant just specter, the Blair Witch of the division is Patrick Mahomes, and that's the guy I'm sick of. Nobody has taken his place yet.
Yeah, right now I'd say Chiefs, Chargers.
Because again, the Chiefs are doing that thing where you're worried that. Are they pulling the stupid thing together? Are they going to show up? Is this going to be another bad Bond movie where I thought you were dead and somehow you're alive again?
What is the worst Bond movie? And why is it Octopussy?
Boy, we've got a few Bronco fans saying they still hate the Patriots, but that's because of the Boston thing, right?
Probably.
I get it if you don't like Boston and you don't like yourself a good loudmouth East Coaster. I get that stuff. But,
sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Again, they've been so irrelevant and not on my TV and not causing me consternation. I don't love Baltimore, but Baltimore can't seem to get their act together. Baltimore was the bully that used to, remember, they ended the old 6-0 run with Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
Baltimore's really kind of physically beat the smack out of the Broncos quite often. They had the playoff deal we don't need to talk about for any length of time.
Did you realize the Ravens are still the betting favorite to win the AFC North?
I'm not shocked.
They should be.
Or anybody, I know you aren't. Has anybody completely bought in on the Steelers if you're not a Steelers fan?
The Steelers, I think the Steelers are frauds. Their defense, and this is a weird thing, but go look at the numbers. The Steelers' defense is awful. It's putrid.
Yeah, it's wild, too, to think a Mike Tomlin team is not that great.
It's not it's not quite Cowboys bad, but it's not very good.
But they'd like a word.
Yes. It's not a good defense in the slightest bit. And Aaron Rodgers is, again, he's fine at the age of 42. It's dink and dunk and
it's not the same Aaron Rodgers we're used to.
Yeah.
And it's just weird because he just what I think is funny is he tries to laugh off all the time what goes on. Like, we're catching you in full rage on the field, and you want to act like it was no big deal. Bro, you had the psycho eyes at your offensive line. I get it.
He tackled
Don't
you.
tackle me, bro. Okay? Like
I'm
you
so
said,
old.
I'm old, and I don't want to crack. I'm the oldest guy in the NFL. Again, you got a reason, but you gave him like the crazy googly eyes, dude.
Yeah.
You can't do that. And you should, of all people, should know there's cameras on your face constantly.
I'll break a hip.
Do you not watch the games back, Aaron? The minute the touchdown scored, they shoot to the face of the quarterback to get your reaction in the moment. Is there anybody, are you, I mean, you, like you said, you're not dialed in that way, so you're not bothered by the Patriots. But isn't there a small party, especially after you've predicted their untimely end, that's a little annoyed the Chiefs are not wanting to die as quickly as you thought?
Oh,
aren't you slowly coming over to our group?
No.
We've got the gate open for you. Come on in. We're having a barbecue.
They're fine.
There's a nice spread.
They're defensively, they've been very good. But they're not going to win the AFC West. Denver is well on their way to doing that. The Broncos defense will overwhelm, especially the front seven, will overwhelm Mahomes and company. Now, it's not ideal. You have to play that game without Surtain necessarily, but no, I still love the Broncos in that game. I still love the Broncos to win this division. I'm not deviating from my pick or my take.
But isn't it annoying you that they're not quite gone the way you hoped?
I enjoyed an 0-2 start as much as anybody else, but it's like, sure enough, that
Listen,
guy
you like your take more than you like a team.
I do.
So just admit to me you're annoyed that the damn Chiefs are not chiefing the way you wanted them to.
No, they
Is chiefing the opposite of charging? Because they just seem to come back. By the way, classic Kreckman and Lindahl segment here. We've got texts on everything, and I think the most interesting one is people do want to weigh in on worst Bond flick.
Oh, okay.
Now, one person said the one that he goes to
What are the
space,
votes?
and it's followed by
Oh,
the
that's
world.
Moonraker when they go to.
Moonraker,
That's
okay.
a Roger Moore. Yeah.
Teddy Baseball throws in the world is not enough.
Here's the problem with hating Moonraker is Moonraker had Jaws, a.k.a. Richard Keel. Remember him from Happy Gilmore? I have a soft spot for all the movies that have Jaws in them.
Okay.
And especially in Moonraker, there's a line from Roger Moore where, he's with the hot chick and they were on like a big like gondola.
Yeah.
And Jaws he's biting the cable to break it. And I just always like this line. She's like, "Who is that?" And Roger Moore just goes, "His name's Jaws. He kills people." Just always thought that was a good line.
Hey, quit looking at him. He's a murderer.
Kills
you
people.
focus on me in this gondola.
What else do we got?
Those are the main votes so far. I'm trying to remember, what was the last
The
one?
World Is Not Enough. That one, that's Denise Richards. That's an all-time bad.
Betty said it nearly killed the series.
She did she win a Razzie for like the worst actress for that movie? She was. I mean, they cast Denise Richards to play. That was a Pierce Brosnan.
Okay.
They cast Denise Richards to play like a nuclear physicist.
Okay.
And it just didn't work.
I mean, come on.
World Is Not Enough was not good. I think it was the next one after that, the one with Halle Berry, where they were like in the ice castle and the guy had all the diamonds blown into his face. That one also was not a particular. GoldenEye, the first Pierce Brosnan, was very good. They did the one with Terry Hatcher. That one was okay. That's Tomorrow Never Dies. And then the Pierce Brosnan ones got really bad.
I like, who was our current Bond?
Daniel Craig.
I like most of the Craig ones, but the last one where he's got the old lady, who's she?
That's Dame Judi Dench.
No, I know, but who's her character?
She played the part of M.
M.
Yes.
He's got M in his house. Weird old man shows up. He's taking on what an Old Country from No Men guy? Isn't he the villain that shows up trying to kill him?
Okay,
and he keeps running in tunnels and pops up. Is it Die Another Day? Is that what that's called?
No, that was you're talking about Skyfall.
Skyfall,
which I will I will push back. Skyfall's amazing. The flaw with Skyfall is, and this is why Casino Royale is the best of the Daniel Craigs. The flaw with Skyfall is that they stole the plot of Home Alone. Go back.
Where he goes back home and weapons up.
He's in his old house.
Booby traps his house.
Exactly.
Is that his dad? Who the hell's the guy that's in the house? I've always watched it, And you know me.
Yeah.
I waver in and out of attention, and
attention.
I've never really found out. I'm like, who's the old guy? Is that the dad?
He was like the
he was the Albert. He was the butler.
He was like the keeper of the property.
He's Albert.
Yeah. Well put. Yeah, kind of the butler of the gang in that movie.
Every rich guy's got a sneaky butler. You know, if I've learned anything from the movies, don't trust the butler.
But Javier Bardem, you mentioned him there. He was a great villain in that movie.
That's No Country for Old Men.
No Country for Old Men. Yes. Great movie. I loved Skyfall, but it is a Home Alone ripoff. That's the one flaw.
The one that's the toughest to watch is Casino Royale, right? Isn't that where we get the chair involved?
The movie is so good.
It is, but that scene is unnecessary.
Yeah, it's...
You want to talk about unnecessary violence? Listen, the Friday the 13th series has nothing on that scene. Just gratuitous sock tennis ball thing going on.
I will tell you this. Go back and watch some of the Sean Connerys sometimes. And this is, by the way, this is my time of year. Like Thanksgiving.
Right.
Like we watch Bond flicks.
Okay.
And like they put them all back on Prime. You know, that's like tonight. I'm going to open up Prime and I'm going to be like, Ravens, Dolphins. I'm going to be like, ooh, I'll be like looking down and like, ooh, Goldfinger's right there.
Goldfinger's just begging me to show up.
Yeah, I could do this instead. But no, this Thanksgiving is the time of year. But the Connery, man, those movies didn't age well.
Well, one of them's named after an octopus, and I'm not even sure I can say.
Well, that's a Roger Moore.
I don't care.
Yeah.
How'd you get away with that?
No, that was the one I brought up earlier. I think that is the worst Bond movie. It's not
but
good.
You didn't say the name, did you?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Well, again, I was trying to think of Bond movies. Sorry.
Yeah.
You did say it?
I did.
I did. We're all clear?
Yeah. I don't know. I can say it in regards to a cat.
I got to be honest with you. I
Can't I?
haven't seen that one.
You never? Oh, you haven't?
No, I've not really. I tried to get through a few of the early ones, and I'm just like, I got it. You kill people, you score with everybody.
He's like battling clowns. You know, here's what's so funny. This is one of the key differences between you and me is you just described Bond movies as, and this is boring to you, you kill people and you score with chicks. And to me, that is the biggest selling point of the Bond flicks.
What do I need to see? I just need what more of my life doesn't have? Huh?
Plus, your watch doesn't even do anything cool.
I'm like, oh, you're better than me. Huh? Just another movie character better than me. Great. I did try to Dick Tracy you on the watch the other day, and it didn't work. You were like, wait a minute, you can talk to me on your watch?
James Bond just makes Andy feel inadequate.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have a good car. My job doesn't pay this well. I don't have people.
Andy, I think...
every woman you walk in the room with somehow ends up interested.
2 segments today that we'll be getting in the next programming meeting. It's the Nuggets Ticket
This
Thursday.
one we were waiting for the guest.
We were. Your keyword this hour is Arnold. Text Arnold with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 Arnold to 303-504-0925 to enter for a pair of tickets to see Russell Westbrook and the Sacramento Kings on Monday. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stand for $5. Again, your keyword right now is Arnold, so text Arnold along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered. We will announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck.
Oh, great job, bro. You want to hear great job, bro, in the gym, but are you having trouble with the workouts lately? Maybe your energy isn't where it used to be. It is the time of year where you got a lot going on. I don't have to tell you got to get things ready if you're doing the old Halloween thing tomorrow. Got to get the pumpkins carved. Then there's leaves to clean up. I got a whole backyard full of them. Then there's the holidays to worry about. All this requires great energy and great sleep and no brain fog and keeping things together. But if you're dealing with all this kind of stuff, it could be a sign of low testosterone. So maybe you want to go get those T levels checked. The place to do it is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've been serving the Front Range of Colorado for a long time. nearly a decade now, and they've helped tens of thousands of men, and you could be the next one. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can go through your options with you as far as testosterone treatment. You can even go take a quiz if you want to look a little bit further into figuring out if maybe this is what you're dealing with. Just find it at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Simple 10 questions, yes or no answers, takes about 2 minutes. When you go into your first visit and you want to learn about your testosterone levels, they draw your blood and have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll review those results with you, and you can discuss the decision of making the decision, I should say, of starting on testosterone with your medical team there. Cost of the appointment is $99. It does include a medical consult, a T, and a PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone the day of your treatment, the appointment is free. So no need to put this off. This is something guys put off, and a lot of them are left wondering, why did I wait so long? Don't let that be you. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs, also in North and Central Denver. But they have a revamped location in Castle Rock they can't wait for you to check out. 720-440-7900. That number will get you to any of the 5 locations in Colorado, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Your keyword right now is Arnold. Text Arnold with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. That enters you for a pair of tickets to see Russ and the Kings on Monday taking on the Nuggets. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your keyword right now, Arnold. So text Arnold.
Arnold.
Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered. By the way, was this a fever dream or is this actually happening? Can anyone confirm? Speaking of Arnold.
Yeah.
And we went with Arnold because it's Sacramento, and Arnold used to be the governor, so he lived in Sacramento.
These are all Sacramento things. Cake was a Sacramento band.
Yes. Apparently we didn't want to go with the West Sacramento A's. I guess not. Anyway.
We could have gone Kavnar.
Are they remaking Running Man?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not a fever dream.
Okay.
Again, another just handsome fellow with nothing to do. Who's our guy? He was in Top Gun.
Who is in Running Man?
The star is he's playing Chad Reynolds, or is that the guy from the Omaha Productions, Peyton and Eli's little knockoff quarterback guy?
Glenn Powell?
Glenn Powell is the Running Man.
Wait, what name did you give me?
Who's the quarterback? He plays Chad Reynolds or Chad Powers, maybe?
Chad Kelly?
Chad Power. Isn't it Chad Power? Have you not seen the knockoff dumb, like, Eli did it, or was it Jared Goff? Somebody did it as a bit.
Okay.
Baker just recreated it a little while ago, but I want to say it was Jared Goff a couple years ago, went to some camp.
Okay.
In a doofy wig and all that stuff, and tried to act like... tried to act like you, and then went out there and was awesome after looking like, Uncle Rico showed up to your tryout.
This
he smoked everybody.
Sound like something, yes.
But
Sounds
I think
like
it's
something.
like Chad Powers, and then they made it a movie or a Netflix something. The Peyton and Eli company is doing the show because Glenn Powell was just on the Manning cast a little while ago.
And Glenn Powell is going to be
he's the Running Man, I believe.
A remake of Running Man.
Again, super handsome guy. I had to sit across at a Super Bowl.
Hot take.
They're all better looking than me. Got it.
Running Man is Arnold's second best movie.
Second best?
Yeah. I loved Running Man.
What are you putting at the top?
Total Recall.
You like you an extra set of...
It's not an extra set, Andy.
That's a couple of them. You like you a good half dozen, you're telling me?
Half dozen?
Yeah. You don't have that many hands, Nate.
That's exactly the line from the movie. Total Recall is a perfect movie. Yeah, I might put Running Man too. Running Man is here's where Running Man excels so much. Arnold one-liners. The Arnold one-liners in Running Man are unbelievable. He nails them all.
No Kindergarten Cop.
Kindergarten
no
Cop
Predator.
is very good. Predator.
No Conan.
Predator might be third.
Jingle All the Way.
Jingle All the Way.
Junior.
Yeah. Twins. Now, this one's Kevin's fault.
Terminator 2. Man, T2 is phenomenal.
Yeah, I was going to say Terminator's probably got to be number one. What's going on?
No, I'd go Total Recall. God, that movie is so good.
I want to go see the modern Running Man. I had not seen the original Running
You never saw Running Man?
I haven't seen Total Recall.
Oh.
Are we just going to go through the list of 80s movies Andy skipped? You want to do that again? I still haven't seen Caddyshack, and I'm not going to.
I loved Arnold movies. Yeah, I'm a big Arnold guy. Anyway, text Arnold to 303-504-0925.
Now we're getting more Bond things. All right, seriously.
Arnold was never in a Bond movie.
No.
He wasn't a Batman movie, but he was never in a Bond movie.
He can't be Austrian and pull off the English accent. I'd like to see him try.
He could have been a bad guy.
They could have had to go back. Did you see his original movie where they had to dub all his lines in because he couldn't speak any English? They just needed him for his hefty body.
In Pumping Iron?
Oh yeah, and they got like a DMac voice to do his voice.
Oh.
It just isn't. Yeah, imagine that voice for Arnold.
All right. Speaking of cool accents.
We just extended the meeting 20 minutes.
He's in New Zealand. It's fine.
Yeah, somehow I feel like he won't be.
If he's in a different hemisphere.
We have an app.
Marty Natchez.
Marty Natchez
got paid.
Speaking of the Europeans.
8 years, $92 million, $11.5 million per. He and the Avalanche will be in action tomorrow afternoon against the Vegas Golden Knights. 2:00 on AM 950.
Yeah, so it's a holiday in Vegas. Can you educate me on this? This is why they're playing this game at 2:00. It's apparently some holiday in Vegas.
It's Nevada Day.
Really?
So apparently it's a holiday in the entire state.
The Battleborn state.
So now hold on. Is everybody off? Is that why we can do this
I
at
think they
2?
get work off on this day.
That's cool.
Well, all of us, what?
You know what we had?
We don't got a Colorado Day?
When I was a kid, because I grew up in Illinois, we had Casimir Pulaski Day. And we got it off school.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, who?
Casimir Pulaski.
What'd he do?
He was
Sausage King of Illinois.
That was Abe Froman. He was Polish, and he helped the Americans in the Revolutionary War. Kazimierz Pulaski.
All right. What's Nevada Day about? We got a guy that started Nevada Day. He help anybody in the Revolution?
I know they had a cannon because when UNLV plays Nevada every year, it's the battle for the Fremont Cannon.
Okay.
Yeah, the battle-born state.
Is it a real cannon?
Also the Silver State.
Is it like a big cannon you got to lug around?
It's a very big cannon, and whoever wins the game, they get to paint it their color. So it's like red when UNLV wins, and it's blue when the Wolfpack wins.
Does the cannon go different places,
It
or
does.
you just get to paint it?
No, you get to have it for the year, and you paint it in your colors. It's a rivalry. It's one of them college football
but it also
rivalries.
sounds like a really
It's
kind of a
big.
pain.
Yeah,
He's
it's
dragging a cannon around.
Yeah, I think you got
a tank to pull that thing.
I think it requires a trailer.
You need the G.I. Joe Jeep. Anyway, Marty Natchez.
I don't care what anybody says. This is my favorite show we've done this year. Text Arnold to 303-504-0925.
Arnold is the key word.
It is the key word.
To get you
Nuggets and Kings tickets.
No plays in Ball Arena where the Nuggets do. Marty Natchez.
Let's listen to Marty Natchez about getting a whole lot of money. Let's have it.
Yeah, super excited and happy that we got this done. And, I'm excited for the times ahead now. And, now I can just focus on playing hockey, winning hockey games, and do whatever it takes to bring a cup back here to Colorado.
All right, so Andy, explain this to me like I'm dumb, because when it comes to hockey, I am. Okay? The Avalanche gave Marty Natchez 8 years and $92 million.
Yep.
They traded Mikko Rantanen to Carolina. He was eventually retraded to the Dallas Stars, where he was given an 8-year, $96 million contract with Dallas. Why is it better to have Marty Natchez for $11.5 million a year than Mikko Rantanen for $12 million a year?
I think there is a little bit of taste there when it comes to the player. Listen, so I watched John Michael Lyles. I'm going to steal some of his thoughts. I almost thought about having you book him, but I don't know where he's at today. But I saw some of his appearance on Spittin' Chicklets. Okay? And what he was telling the guys, and again, JML made it very clear, this side of the story comes from the Avalanche end of things because that's who he's talked to. He said he golfed with Mikko over the summer, but obviously they weren't talking about his contract. They were just they were
talking.
They're having a friendly round of golf. Okay. He claims that the number was much higher that was asked for by the Rantanen camp. He didn't give the specifics of the number, but that it was much higher than even the $12 million he settled for Dallas. Thus, again, and we heard all the he said, she said after this stuff went down. Avs just
like
did
Limp
not,
Bizkit.
Just like, yeah. R.I.P. to their bassist.
I didn't know that.
Yes, and Fred Durst is broken up about it. Check in on social media every now and again. There's other things. You don't have to get depressed.
I'm good.
Although that's not a happy story. Anyway, so Rantanen had a number. After talking to Rantanen, apparently most of last summer and into whatever, whenever he got traded, the Avs just simply felt like they weren't going to find a middle ground with this number because they wanted him at the 11.5 that ultimately Natchez took.
Yes.
Okay. So apparently and again, this is the story as JML told it on the Spittin' Chicklets podcast just a couple, 3 days ago. So according to what he was told, Carolina didn't love the number that was being forwarded by the Rantanen camp either, which is ultimately why they decided we are going to trade him as well.
So he settled for
because
less
there were two teams,
with
whatever
Dallas.
the number was, whether it was 13, 14, there's been rumored, but nothing confirmed. Two teams decided that's just a little too rich for our blood.
Which makes sense. Like a player is gauging the market,
right?
Has a number. The market has told him, no, you're not going to get that. And eventually, with a different team, he comes down on his demand.
And I don't want to speak for Mikko, but Spring, I think you'd even heard this too. There were whispers that maybe the new zip code wasn't the kind of city he saw himself in
Carolina?
long term. Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't seem like he was wild
He's
about
not a
Raleigh
kind of guy,
right.
if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I'm a big Cal Raleigh guy.
Sure. Yes, we all are. Wish Toronto 1 game away. So anyway, he goes to Dallas, and I think, again, as JML told the story, and I'm paraphrasing it, basically they decide $12 million is going to be the number. I think his camp just probably decided we're probably not going to get the number we're looking for. We like it here in Dallas. This is a competitor. Because, again, Miko's not looking to lose, right?
Sure.
So that's why they took the $12 million.
Funny part is he was in a really good team in Carolina, too.
Sure.
Yeah.
But, again, just whatever the fit wasn't the fit.
Yeah.
So I am curious. Again, what we'd all love to know is, did the number 12 million ever come up and seemingly be to the liking of both the Avs and Miko?
Was that offer,
seems to be never the number discussed.
Yeah.
Therefore, here we are.
With Marty Natchez for 8 years and $11.5 million.
And listen, Marty Natchez has been spectacular.
Good
He's
player.
a sniper. Now, again, I think at some point you may miss the size of Mikko Rantanen.
Andy, I will go out on a limb and say I would prefer to have Mikko Rantanen than Marty Natchez, although I think Marty Natchez is a very good player, and it seems as though he's helping this. They had a good power play night the other night. That certainly was good, and Natchez was a part of that. And then he and McKinnon are a good pairing, although I will also say McKinnon and Rantanen paired up to some good results over the years.
They did as well. I also think, now again, the Avs are trying to keep their salary structure in line because not only do you still have to pay McCarr's next, and that's pretty much going to be a name your number contract. You're probably hoping to get one more out of McKinnon too, right?
I did see this today. This is interesting. This is the last 8-year contract the Avalanche will ever give out.
Really?
Yes.
CBA change?
It is changing it, and 7 years will be the max, I believe, starting, relatively soon. I do think Kale can still get 8 years, but there's like a hard deadline on it. There's a good chance, though, this is the last one they do.
Well, and Spring had sent us a post early about the contract that says it is it's a front-loaded deal for him. They are going to pay some upfront money to Natchez. So we'll see how that all works
all that really
out.
matters is the AAV.
The annual, yes. So this is from Elliot Friedman.
For cap purposes?
Exactly.
Because it's not like the NFL where they just move a bunch of money around, do they?
Yeah.
But Elliot Friedman says $60 million in signing bonuses, full no movement clause for 7 years of the new deal. So most of that deal, he gets, all that means is he gets a choice of where he goes.
Okay.
But I would also say this. Here's what I think is going to be interesting. They got Olofsson this year. Obviously, he had the hat trick the other night. He's got that natural left side shot that was on display the other night on the power play. If they can unlock that, then all of a sudden I think, you know what, you're probably not lamenting too much. What has been frustrating for me in the power play experiment with both Nate and Natchez thus far is I don't feel like you have the big bomb from that left side where Nate used to love. He'd try to hit that cross-ice pass, and Mikko would just put it wherever he needed to put in, you get a goal. But Olofsson did one of those to get that hat trick the other night. So again, if that continues to evolve, you know what? You got what you needed. And Natchez has been a lot of fun. 5-on-5, McKinnon and Natchez have been a lot of fun. I still wouldn't be opposed if you maybe broke them up and spread out the well throughout the lines. But again, you know what? You made the trade. Everyone's keeping their people. I wonder how Carolina feels about things. Because Stankoven was doing his thing the other night.
And it wasn't just Mika for Natchez. You got Jack Drury, too.
Got Jack Drury.
And Jack Drury has been very good.
He has
a 3C, and he's won a ton of faceoffs.
Okay.
He's a guy I'd like to see resign.
13 points in 11 games for Natchez so far.
And what was Mikko? I think, what'd you put out there?
12.
4 goals?
Oh, yeah, 4 goals only.
Compared to what, 7 for Marty?
Yes.
Yeah. Take that, Dallas.
What do you think of that, Dallas?
Hey, it helps playing with Nathan McKinnon.
It does. And guess what?
I feel like Dallas kind of still has a scoreboard thing on the Avalanche.
They do. But you know what? The Nuggets aren't suing the Avs, so we got that.
We've got that going for us.
Whereas the Stars, who is it? The Mavs are suing the Stars, or the Stars are suing the Mavs? Which was it?
Somebody's suing somebody.
I think the Stars are suing the Mavs.
Yeah, because the Mavs went out to build their own building. They don't want to pay for upgrades. They want to just build their own building.
Also, isn't it going to be funny when the Mavericks build their new arena combined to a super casino down there in
That's going to be,
Metroplex?
I wonder if they'll offer poker.
That's yet another one of those places. By the way, man, The Athletic has done some reporting on some of Chauncey's alleged associates. Woo! Yeah. Uh-huh.
When you've got a group of guys that with the interesting nicknames that they have, I think the most interesting nickname guy I know is Stink, and that's it. I don't even see Scooty. Who's afraid of a Scooty? Scooty ain't rolling up and bankrolling nothing.
He's too friendly.
He's Scooty.
He's a gentle giant.
Crackers. Spring.
Triple X.
I got no Albanian Dan or whoever that guy was.
Are you down to a single X yet?
I mean, will I ever allow it to be? We'll see. Could I fit in one? We're on our way.
Will you treat yourself to one outfit of clothes that fit you?
I doubt it. I like me some room.
You do.
I'm cold all the time, though, so I might need to.
Looks like you're wearing tarps.
Hey, I bought a big blanket.
Yeah.
I bought a wearable blanket.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah.
A slanket?
No, it's the Big Blanket Company, and they make these sweatshirts, but they're made out of blankets. They're extremely warm. I'm debating whether I just
Have you worn it out of the house yet?
No, I haven't. I might. They'll pull it out tomorrow night.
Is it like a poncho?
It's literally a Sherpa blanket that you wear. It's got it's got pockets. It's got a hood. It's extremely warm. It's like a big Sherpa hug.
It's like a sleeping bag that they made into clothes.
I'll send you a picture tonight. I could show you the website. You'd probably find it lovely.
It does sound nice, I gotta say.
My son got looking at it. He's like, no. He just left the room. It's the first time where I can visibly see the disappointment on my teenage son's face. Where he's like, do not wear that when my friends are over. Old man, I will lock you in the room.
It is a Nuggets ticket Thursday.
It's a forest green.
Like,
I'm not wearing for the trick-or-treaters
Come
tomorrow.
on, son. Invite your friends over. They'll
Hey,
all
don't
fit
go
in
to that blanket guy. I don't trust blanket guy. What the hell's he wearing?
Your keyword is Arnold. Text Arnold with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and that enters you for a pair of tickets to see Russell Westbrook and the Sacramento Kings on Monday. Again, your keyword is Arnold. Arnold. 303-504-0925. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Andy will be back. Andy, the Broncos are better than the Texans. I told you earlier I love Denver this week. And to me, again, the biggest advantage here is Denver's front against that Houston offensive line. Nico Collins is expected to be back this week. Christian Kirk is expected to be back this week. The update on the Houston injury report, by the way, let's see. Today, Dalton Schultz was yet another DNP.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. That would also help them.
Woody Marks, the rookie running back Woody Marks, did not practice yesterday. He was limited today. I will say this, watch out for him in the passing game.
Okay.
And Denver has had, as we know, Andy, they've had their problems stopping running backs catching the ball out of the backfield. So that's something to kind of watch out for here. But in some respects, Andy, these two teams, and I know one of them's 3-4, and the other one is 6-2 and rolling. But like, there's a lot of similarities between these two teams. Follow me on this. First off, these are probably the two best defenses in football,
no doubt.
The Broncos largely do it on the strength of their pass rush. Houston largely does it on the strength of just freaking speed everywhere, man. Those guys can fly at all three levels. Two young quarterbacks in C.J. Stroud and Bo Nix that both just played their best games of the season, but did so against bad, banged-up defenses. Bo got rolling against Dallas, and Stroud had a huge game against San Francisco, which they could have started you and me out there. They're so banged up right now on the defensive side of the ball. But he had his best game of the year by far this past week. I get why the spread is what it is. Texans are 1.5 favorites at home. Sharp bettors have been all over Houston this year. They love him because of the defense. I get all of that. But again, I think the Broncos pass rush will make life tough enough that guys just will not have the time to get open, and C.J. Stroud's going to be under duress all day. I think that's the matchup where the Broncos win this game.
Yeah, I mean, again, the more we hear from people in Houston about how this has basically been a bit of a mirage where it comes to – it feels like it's been a bit of a mirage as far as the wins they've gotten, and it also feels like simply this team is just they're not – the defense maybe is not as good as the ranking. Like, could the Broncos it's probably too tall.
I don't agree with that sentiment.
You do think the defense is legit?
I think they are. Oh, they're legit. Yeah, like right. I mean, Will Anderson is as good as any pass rusher in the game, and Stingley is as good as any corner in the game.
Fair enough.
Now, if you were asking me who would you rather have, Benito and Surtain or Anderson and Stingley, I'll take Benito and Surtain, but like
not by much.
By the slightest of leans. I will say that. I do think this defense really is legit. What I need to see out of Denver in this game is a firm commitment to the run game.
Well, and here's the other thing. Let me make one more note about the Texans. One of the reasons why I think they were so good against the Niners is those guys know each other. I always find it interesting when you get a DC that has intimate knowledge of the OC. And remember, D'Amico Ryans came from San Francisco.
He's a good coach.
And was trying to get that same system. They're trying to run that same system there in Houston. He is a good coach. But I also think that, he also has a little bit of an advantage sometimes. We used to see this when Kubiak would play Shanahan. And I know Kubiak wasn't a defensive guy, but he just knew the system. He knew what keys to give his guys defensively. And the Broncos haven't gone full West Coast like that yet. So hopefully they present a bigger challenge. Do you believe that Sean Payton is in the mood to commit to a full run game? Because I think that's what this will take.
I think he's going to have to be because I don't love this matchup for Bo. This is number one, a defense with a ton of speed, which that makes all that play action boot stuff just harder to do. Because they will close on you quickly and they will not give you a whole ton of space. And they will zone you up and they will run that cover 4 in a zone that just we've seen Bo struggle with that so far this season. I don't think this is a huge Bo Nix throwing the football game. I think they're going to have a tough time getting anything going over the top. This has to be a good run game. And I said this before with Sanford. I want to see Bo run the ball this week. Let's do some of that, run some of that RPO stuff and have Bo hang on to the football. And I wouldn't mind it if by the time this game was all said and done, we were looking up and saying, oh man, Bo Nix had, 6, 7, 8 designed runs in this game. And I'm not just talking about scrambles. I'm talking about design runs and him making plays with his feet. One of the reasons why I don't get that concerned about Bo doing that, his sense of...
He doesn't take hits.
He doesn't. He's really good at that.
He gets what he can get, and he gets down.
I don't know if anyone's ever heard. He did start 61 games at the college level, but like his just in general, his awareness, his spatial awareness out on the field is really, really good. It's the same with oncoming rushers. He almost never gets hit hard. He almost never doesn't see a pass rush coming his way. He'll self-sack before he takes a big hit. And you know what? I'm fine with that. Live to see another day, man. Pump the football away.
You don't need to be out there acting like Dante Culpepper trying to run people over. That's not your game. You're not big like that. And I'm with you. I love how smart he is. It's that Peyton Manning type sense of, you know what? You know, whether he gets the 5 yards or whatever, I'll go down. Like, I was surprised who got him clean the other day. Was it the Giants game where they just laid the big hit on him because he waited? Like you could see he was waiting for the crosser to come over and almost did not see the linebacker bearing down on him that popped him pretty good. Was that the Giants game or was that the Cowboys?
I mean, in the Dallas game, the only time he got hit the entire game was a pretty good shot, but that was the deep ball to Sutton. And
that's right. So it was the Giants game when he did that.
That's also like that. Well, that's what he's paid to do. You know,
yeah.
That's why he makes the big bucks, because sometimes you just got to stand in and take a shot. But when it comes to, like, you know, if it's just him as a ball carrier or him knowing like the rush is bearing down on him, he knows how to preserve his health, man. I give him a ton of credit.
No Mims practicing today. Does that worry you at all?
Yeah, that's not ideal. We have got the full injury report brought to you by Ramos Law and the 4 other biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. That's next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We've got your next keyword on a Nuggets ticket Thursday ahead at 5:20. Plus, tune in at 5:20 to find out, did we get Daryl Moose Johnston on the show?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
The cough. I can't unhear the cough. Right now, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, what do we have on this lovely Thursday afternoon on All Hallows Eve?
Hey, the Broncos injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Dre Greenlaw, full participant in practice for a second straight day with a quad injury. He's playing. He's just coming off a suspension. That's all. PJ Locke was limited for the second straight day with a neck injury. Popping up on the injury report today, center Alex Forsythe, he who got trucked on that Chiefs field goal block. He was limited today with an ankle injury. Nate Atkins did not practice. He's not playing. Mercedes Lewis might play in his place. Marvin Mims Jr. did not practice for the second straight day with a concussion injury.
Not good.
Yeah, that's not good. And Pat Surtain did not practice. He's not playing.
Yeah, obviously we know Surtain's not going. The Mims thing, he's in the protocol right now. 2 consecutive days of not practicing. I don't know, Andy. That's just you touch and go, man. That's all you can do when it comes to that concussion stuff. We'll see if he's on the practice field tomorrow. I'd say if he's anything less than full, it doesn't feel terribly likely that he would play on Sunday.
And remember, you got the quick turnaround for the Raiders because you play them a week from tonight at
Very
Empower.
true. Yeah, very true.
So you may not see him till that Chief matchup.
Not ideal to be without your all-pro returner, who is absolutely fantastic. Riley Moss, according to the depth chart and according to what we saw in the fourth quarter the other day against Dallas, Riley Moss would handle the punt return duties. Although now here's a question for you.
Yeah, he's your top corner.
Yeah, in a world without Pat Surtain, do you want to run Riley Moss out there in a punt return duty? In which case, then does that become Troy Franklin's job?
Yeah,
would be. I'm trying to comb my memory banks back to training camp. Full disclosure, I tend to space out a little bit sometimes during the punt.
Yeah, but I try to take a look at who else is giving it a go.
I know Franklin was back there. Troy Franklin caught punts during practices. Tyler, I suppose either R.J. Harvey or Tyler Bidet could go back and do that. They're on the kick return duties. It's a very specific skill set, man. Being an NFL punt returner is no vacation.
And Mims is a Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
Again, I know. For some that only look at it from the offensive end, you probably are not thinking too much about it, but Mims is also finding that little niche role of his again as we get going week by week. But again, we're talking about 2 Pro Bowlers could be out for this game.
Not great, Bob. Niche, huh?
You like that?
Go ahead, Spring.
Would you rather do niche? What do you want to do? You a niche or you niche? You a quiche or you a...
Or
I'm a
quiche
guy.
Do you like a nice spinach quiche? Go ahead, Spring.
Texans injury report. Some receiver news for them. Last week, they did not have Nico Collins or Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk has actually been out since October 5th, but both those receivers full in practice today. So they're getting 2 receivers back. Nico Collins did not play last week in the win over the Niners. Tight end Dalton Schultz, he did play last week, but he has not practiced all week with a knee/shoulder injury. And let's see, defensive lineman Danico Autry limited with a knee injury after he did not practice yesterday.
So one quick note, the Dalton Schultz injury, I think, is probably the biggest deal that we're looking at. The likelihood of the return of Nico Collins and Christian Kirk this week for Houston is very important. I was listening to Ben Solak was on Mina Kimes' podcast, and he was talking about the Broncos' use of zone versus man and how it changes when Surtain is out. Last year, Surtain, the game that he missed entirely was the New Orleans game, if you remember. And their man coverage rate is like over 40% basically on a weekly basis. The one game last year where they played the Saints without Surtain out there, it dropped to like 19%.
Yeah, but I wonder if there isn't more confidence in a Riley Moss and even more importantly, a Chris Abrams drain now that they've got a better look at him.
Well, follow me on this. I don't think so, and I'll tell you why. Watch the way they tend to play with Abrams drain, and this is what they did in the second half last week. Surtain, when he's got that 1.5 yard, 2 yard cushion on receivers and just erases them off the field, like that's what starts everything that they do. Abrams Drain, he's a good player. I like him a lot, but that's like an 8 to 10 yard cushion.
No, I don't disagree with you. I mean, we saw he had to back off a lot more than what they were doing prior to that.
It changes what you are. This is one of those where, like, I don't want to minimize Surtain being out. Like, it changes your entire defensive identity.
Yeah, again, everybody loves to text in, he's just a corner. So I'll remember this next time.
Guys, we gave you the numbers earlier this week on number one wide receivers, but also, like, what Surtain does allows VJ to just get into his bag and start. It's first off, man on everything, blitzing the hell out of teams, bringing guys from every direction, every which way. That's the way that he wants to be able to do things. I don't think the Broncos blitz a lot in this game. I really don't. I think they'll look at it and.
Well, their offensive line is a mess. Again, the guest, one of the talk show hosts they had on PhD, he was saying the left guards are a mess. And I guess they're rotating them because somehow D'Amico Ryans thinks that makes them both better, even though the guys said they're both horrible. And this is where I'd be curious to know, why did you trade Laramie Tunsil? Remember that? They traded him to the Commanders.
Yeah.
Pretty good left tackle.
Yeah.
They apparently don't have a replacement.
Yeah.
So to your point, they may not need to blitz, Nate. They may be able to get it done without having to bring extra pressure because their O-line's a mess.
I think you can win with 4. And even, like, this Broncos defense is so good. Like, they can rush 5, and it's not really a blitz. Now, I say that, and in a world with Surtain, you can't really do that as much. So, yeah, I think the Broncos are just going to zone C.J. Stroud up a lot in this game.
Well,
I think that'll mostly be the and they'll just look at Benito and Cooper and say, all right, man, and Zach Allen,
go do your thing.
JFM, like, just go win, man.
Well, listen, if you got a guy, and there's been mixed reviews on how
other thing about the Texans,
Stroud has played.
They can't run the ball.
Well, there you go.
They have no run.
So let him be confused and uncomfortable with what he's looking at.
Yeah. Now, if Stroud has time, and you look back at the Niners game last week, he still does his thing, man. Like, he's still super accurate downfield, really good quarterback. He has no time, and the Broncos have to make sure he has no time. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, a couple of Broncos players getting honored by the NFL this week. First, Will Lutz is your AFC Special Teams Player of the Month for the month of October in the AFC.
I got to be honest with you. Like, it didn't occur to me while it was happening that Will Lutz was having an unbelievable month. But he didn't miss a single kick. 6 for 6 on field goals, 9 for 9 on PATs, made a couple of game-winning field goals, including a 39-yarder at the buzzer against the Giants. Yeah, I guess he had a great month.
Well, and the Broncos were undefeated in October, right?
That helps.
Was a 4-0 month for Sean, right?
Good kicking.
His magic in October continues. He probably wishes that they could get 2 more days out of this month. Let's just call it October 33rd on Sunday.
Did the guy that decides on this, does he have Lutz as his fantasy kicker? And
Could
he was
be.
just like, oh, man, people haven't been talking about Will Lutz
15
enough.
points, baby.
Right.
Or 50, what was it? 15?
15 for 15.
Points.
Yeah.
6 field goals?
15 points out of a kicker. That's a great week, man. You'll take that every single time.
Every day.
Every single time.
I'd take 15 points out of a quarterback right now. How bad my team
out of your
sucks.
roster.
I saw you pick someone up today.
Who'd you get?
Yeah, Geno Smith. You kidding me? I've got every.
You're back, though. You're trying
You're back.
again.
Oh, I don't know if it's called trying.
You're setting your lineup.
I hate them all. I want to cut everybody. I may let Burrow off IR. I'm so mad at him for this.
That reminds me, I have not set my lineup. All right, you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm setting my lineup. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Hey, RJ Harvey is your NFL Rookie of the Week.
Yeah, three tutties will do that.
Do you guys think I should put Jahmyr Gibbs back in my lineup this week? Would that be smart?
I'm trying to catch you.
That's a good question. Who am I playing? Who is Taste My Pigskin?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
I don't know who that is.
I was worried you were going to Ron Burgundy that thing again.
Do you guys think I should put Kyron Williams back in my lineup?
Probably.
Nah, you shouldn't do that.
Do you know I started Kyle Monangai of the Bears last week? All my running backs were on bye. All right, continue.
Hey, that's it. That's your
it.
That's your Broncos.
That's it.
That's
what that's it means.
Okay.
Awards news.
I don't think I should go with the Chiefs defense in Buffalo this week.
Probably not the best.
Should probably
call.
stream a better defense. All right.
How big is is that where you're going to lose all your sanity for the Chiefs.
What's that?
If they beat the Bills
Well-
after just fooling around this first half of the year, if they go and steal the home field possibilities from the Bills, you won't be a little upset?
No, it's because they're still going to go 0-2 against the Broncos. I have played the Chiefs' defense in fantasy the last 2 weeks because they played the Manders with Mariota, and then they played the Raiders the week before that. They've given up like 7 total points in 2 weeks.
Okay, you're playing Moser, says John, so definitely put all the good guys in.
Okay. Because his second-round kicker is going to take me out.
We can't both lose to him.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, the Raiders are 2-5. They are hosting the Jaguars. They will travel from Duval to Las Vegas. Max Crosby limited in practice today. He left that Chiefs game before their bye. Looks like Brock Bowers is going to play. Andy, he could help your fantasy team. It's dead, but Brock Bowers could be back to full strength after dealing with, what was it, Andy? Lower body injury that he was.
It was a knee. He's got a banged up knee.
And he was a shell of his former self, but maybe Bowers helps him beat the Jags. Yesterday, Liam Cohen was asked, look, all the gambling stuff in sports, you're going to Las Vegas. Are you talking to your team about this?
Oh, yeah. That was Monday, and we will readdress on Friday in the team meetings. That is, I know, something that we're all taking seriously. This is a business trip. We should have absolutely zero issues with that.
Just cut off this cut right now. This is so stupid, okay? They can go play blackjack. They can go to the roulette wheel. Just don't call up the mafia and tell them who on your team is injured before you play, and you're going to be fine. We don't have to be idiots about this.
I mean, look,
God.
If you end up in a room with Albanian Jim or whoever, maybe get on out
That's
of
what
there.
I'm saying. Like, do not watch out for the Lucchese and the whatever crime family that is out there that was hanging out with the NBA players. But let's not be idiots about this whole thing. They're allowed to go play cards if they want to.
Just go to the strip club like you used to.
Or you could do that as well. Yes, just don't bet on the Jaguars game. It's not that hard. Anyway, is that it, Spring?
Mad.
That's it.
That's it.
Just everybody turns into idiots about this whole thing. Like, look, if you're involving the FBI and X-ray card tables and calling up Albanian Bruce to let him know I'm not going with 4 of my starters tonight against the Bulls, then yes, that's a problem. All right, but if you want to go down and play Keno with the Blue Hairs, by all means, you can still go to Las Vegas.
Resorts World had a horse track simulation. Go hit that.
You know, I was at Resorts World.
Did you see the big cool horse track thing that horses run around it?
I literally saw the front desk, my room, and the ballroom where the media event I was in, and that was it.
Oh, and that's why you were gone Thursday, huh? Nobody's buying it, Kreckman.
I was gone for 14 hours, and I was out of there.
Yeah, you came home early.
I really did. It was a quick trip. Daryl Moose Johnston.
Some people call him the Moose.
He will be on the call along with Kevin Kugler of the Broncos Texans game on Sunday, and we'll talk to Moose Johnston, we believe, possibly next. Sunday, 11 a.m., CBS affair. The Broncos will. Oh, excuse me, Fox affair. Excuse me, you're right about
Fox
that.
Sports!
This is a Fox Sports affair.
It's a different world
I know,
where
the
everybody
AFC.
gets all the conferences.
Everybody gets everybody now.
Yes.
Yes. Broncos will take on the Houston Texans. Our guest, who works for Fox, he is Daryl Moose Johnston, legendary Dallas Cowboys, and he'll be on the call along with, this is a Kevin Kugler affair, Daryl Moose Johnston. Moose, welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm great. Thank you so much for doing this. Moose, give us a little breakdown on this matchup between Denver and Houston. Two outstanding defenses going head-to-head and two offenses that have, been a little up and down as the season has gone on. Kind of compare and contrast these two teams and the seasons they're having.
Yeah, that's a great summation. I think one of the big things that we've seen through the course of the first 8 weeks of the season in our group has been that chase of complementary football. And I think it's hard at the beginning of a season, especially for Houston. Nick Caley is their new offensive coordinator, so that always takes a little bit of time. Bronco fans know that from the transition to Sean Payton a couple of years ago and, getting that up to speed. So there's been a little bit of change, and with change comes a little bit of patience from the fan base. But I don't know why defenses always seem to be ahead of the curve. We always felt that way going into training camp. The defense was always a step ahead of us. When the season started, the defenses were always a step ahead of the offenses. So I think we're starting to see, both of these offenses finally kind of getting the details of everything. This is only the second year with Bo Nix in Denver, and it sounds like there was, some substantial change, coming into year three. So for Sean's offense, year two with Bo Nix. So, I thought he played very, very well against Dallas last week. CJ played his best game of the season by far against San Francisco last week. So that other part of the matchup that I think is going to be really exciting, because these are two really, really good defenses, is which offense is going to be able to break through. So I think both of them coming off, their best performance of the season so far. So it should be very fun. It should be entertaining.
As an analyst, obviously, you've been breaking down the film all week. We make such a big deal about the sophomore season for a quarterback. We saw it with C.J. Stroud last year. Now Bo Nix is in that boat right now. What are you seeing out of Bo Nix right now in terms of his evolution as a quarterback and of what Sean Payton is asking him to do?
Well, our group was very impressed with Bo last season. We got to do everybody but J.J. McCarthy, who came out of that really, really strong rookie class last season. And, we were obviously Jaden Daniels, won the offensive rookie of the year. But we walked away from our visits with Bo. We did the Broncos versus the Raiders. We did the Broncos versus the Falcons. The Raider prep, you got to see kind of that first moment in Tampa Bay when he kind of stepped out and had a really good game and could start to build that confidence. So our group really felt that Bo Nix was kind of under the radar when everybody was talking about that rookie class and what was going to be like for season two. So it has been a little bit up and down, and we actually had the opportunity to visit with Bo earlier today during our production meetings, and we asked him that question directly, because everybody always talks about that year two is probably the biggest jump that a good quarterback makes. Things just start to click. You start to understand things. And he was very, he's very composed. He's very confident. You can tell he's a man of very strong faith. And I think that's one of the unique things about both of these quarterbacks. They both have very, very strong faiths. And when you talk to them, they're so composed. They're very mature. And they don't really get rattled. So, I'm waiting for Bo to kind of get into that point where everything kind of clicks and the light bulb goes off and you really start to see the way he played last week. You start to see that more consistently because I think we've been a little bit up and down through the course of the season this year. And it's very similar to what we saw last year as well.
All right, so I'm trying to look it up because I want to ask you about Sean Payton. Did you have any connection to Sean during your Dallas days? Did you guys miss each other? I know you went to 99. When did Sean get there? Do you know him well?
Yeah, I do. I know Sean more from, broadcasting, having the opportunity to visit with him as an offensive coordinator for a number of years, then the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. So I've gotten to know Sean, very well, based on our jobs and when we would get to sit down and visit. And then because he was in the Dallas area, for a while, he obviously worked with the Dallas Cowboys for a little bit, but then, towards the end of his time in New Orleans, he had a residence here in the DFW area. So, we would see each other. So, yeah, I've always been a big fan. And you could tell he's one of those guys. He was probably, our Sean McVay back in that era. Him and John Gruden, together, working, grinding. You could tell right away he was going to be, a head coach at some point very, very close in the near future and have a lot of success. He was just, he's got that mix of being demanding, can make it fun, but be accountable. There's a lot of things in his coaching style that I think are very unique. And they really kind of, work in every era, where you're working with young men. So, yeah, we knew Sean was going to be, he was going to be a heck of a football coach.
All right, so let me ask you this: because he's old school. Frankly, I think all of us are of the age. It's the kind of coach we remember where there's more yelling than maybe loving up. So, were you surprised by the Super Bowl proclamations he made over the summer?
That's probably from his time in Dallas, being around Jerry and Jerry making his Super Bowl proclamations that he learned that. You have to fill me in exactly what he said.
Well, he just said he thought this team could be. He said he had what was the number, Nate? 4 teams in his history that could go to the Super Bowl. Obviously, some did, some didn't, but he thought this team could be one. And look, if you don't mind us calling you Moose, this is a team that got kind of smoked in the playoffs, but we were just happy they made it there, right? It was a bad 8-year stretch after Manning left, so Denver's just excited to be back in the dance. I just was surprised the coach would be so open with so many of the media members that he thought that it would be a jump to the Super Bowl versus maybe the next step.
Based on his personality, I can see how he would phrase it the way he phrased it. This is a team that has the potential to go to a Super Bowl, so it's buffered, right? Jerry would just flat out and come out and say in training camp, "We're going to the Super Bowl." It's the Super Bowl or bust. What Sean is saying is as much for the players as it is for anybody else.
Yeah.
For them to hear that from him as somebody that they respect and who has seen a lot of football and been around a lot of great players and been a part of a lot of great teams, for him to come out and say this group has the same ability that I've seen with 4 other teams that I've been a part of that had that potential to go to a Super Bowl. It's amazing how something that's said, and it could be just a flippant comment, really resonates with a player. And it could be something that somebody says that they don't even remember saying it, but to the person they said it to, it meant the world to them. That's kind of one of those comments in a larger scale. That gets everybody's attention in the off season and is like, "Ooh, hey, let's make sure that we're focused here." I think one of the big things for me is understanding the Super Bowl window when it opens, and usually they open when you find that young quarterback, and you have the opportunity for 5 years to be able to play with a really, really good quarterback and put all the key pieces around him and take a shot. I think that is the one that really sold me on the whole window of opportunity to win a championship. And, that's just Sean Payton watching Bo Nix play last season, understanding he's got 4 years. He's going to throw everything he can at this over the next 4 years, to have a shot at winning a Super Bowl championship. And he knows, obviously, how to do it. He knows what it looks like. And so for me, I would say that that's not really kind of inflating everything. I think it's more getting the players' attention that we're closer than you guys think.
Yeah, get a pressure going and let them know that what they're capable of doing if they put in the work. Daryl Moose Johnston is our guest. He'll be calling the game for Fox coming up on Sunday, Broncos and Texans. Moose, how do you think the absence of Patrick Surtain impacts the Denver defense? And how do you think, number one, how do you think that Vance Joseph will adjust? And number two, how does this maybe alter the way that Houston will attack?
Yeah, I think the big thing is, the health of Nico Collins. That it sounds like Nico's going to be back. He had the concussion last week. He missed the San Francisco game. I think if he's not there, it's a completely different mindset for Vance and how he's going to roll out his defense. But with Nico being back in the lineup, I think you do have that, what he refers to as that alpha wide receiver that we would normally put Patrick on. And that allows us to be able to, work our pressures in a way that are very, very unique because of Patrick's skill set, to be able to take that one player and really close him down on one half of the field. So you're not able to do that. I'm excited to watch Riley Moss. You got a couple of really nice young players that are out there that have had playing time. I know sometimes, people talk about the nickel corner and the guy that comes in the dime packages, and, that's a little bit different than playing on the outside. But I think what you'll see him do is, try to roll everybody in. When you have somebody as good as Patrick, you don't want to put all that pressure on one player and ask him to be the guy that has to go out and stand on that island all by himself all day long. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a mix of a couple of guys kind of holding down the fort out there for Patrick. But it will always be a huge adjustment. He is so talented. I'm not going to say it's the equivalent of losing a quarterback on the offensive side of the ball, but I don't know as good as Patrick is. I think it's fair to say that that's like the San Francisco 49ers without Nick Bosa. It's, the Cleveland Browns without Myles Garrett.
Moose, it's the best player on their team. It alters what they are completely. You're talking about taking the defensive player of the year off the field, and that's where Vance, and you're absolutely right, man. The Nico Collins matchup and whether or not he goes is kind of everything in this game. We were running it down before. The Broncos have not given up a touchdown, Moose, all season long to a number one wide receiver, to an opposing number one wide receiver. Like, that's the impact Surtain has.
Yeah, it's whether it's, Jamar Chase with the Bengals, what he did last week with CD and George Pickens, it's been amazing, the guys that he's run up against and just the confidence he has. It's a huge luxury because it does allow Vance Joseph, who is very, very creative. I love watching, the film, pre-snap on third down and watching the offense try to sort through everything and just how creative he can get, how he can make things look exactly the same but be completely different once that football is snapped. So that's a lot of that credit goes to the fact that Patrick is out there on the edge.
All right, we'll wrap it up on this, but we got to get your opinion because it's kind of been the topic of the week. And Pat said it on his podcast. Aqib Talib has mentioned it. Bomani Jones said something. They're all talking about Riley Moss getting profiled. Do you think he's getting a tougher whistle because he's a white corner? I don't know how else to say it other than that.
We were actually on a call this week where we had some people that I felt comfortable asking the question, and it is one of those really good timing things, and I took advantage of it and brought that up. And the consensus was with a number of talented people that have played the position, with a number of people who are in the rules environment for the NFL, saying that he needs to get his head around sooner. That's his biggest flaw right now, and it's not so much the hands as it is the head. And if he can be a little bit better with his eyes and recognize when that ball's coming in and get that head turned around, maybe some of that incidental contact is not looked upon as pass interference because you're making the attempt to get back and track the football. I think it deserves conversation because it seems like every time you're watching a film, there's a couple that are there. And then when you have some where, like the Giants game, where it's kind of tough to find that, that just adds fuel to the fire. So I hope the one thing for Riley is he continues to play the way he's playing, because I don't think people understand how hard it is to be the opposite guy away from a guy like Patrick Surtain and have all that pressure. There is a lot, and you'll talk to a lot of people that will say, we would love to be able to travel our corner with their number one receiver, but I don't feel comfortable with some of the matchups that will occur outside of that. And to have somebody like Riley there for Vance Joseph to be able to kind of ease those concerns is a huge plus. So I hope he continues to play aggressive like he has played all season, and really go to Vance Joseph and sit down and watch some tape. And where can I start to eliminate these pass interference penalties that are being called on me. And I think one of the good places to start from people who I respect that have played the position is just getting that head turned around a little bit more and not always having your focus on the receiver at the point of the catch.
So the problem is the white of the eyes, not the white of the skin. There you go. Daryl Moose Johnston, everybody. He'll be on the call coming up Sunday, 11 a.m. Mountain Time on Fox down there in Houston as the Broncos will take on the Texans. Kevin Kugler, Daryl Moose Johnston. Daryl Johnston, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have fun, guys.
All right. Good stuff right there. Hey, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Hey, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and the Kings on Monday, Andy. Your keyword is Deftones.
Where are they from?
Sacramento. Deftones. Deftones. Text.
Were they big Kings fans?
Maybe. I assume everybody that lives there is, right? They have nothing else. Well, they got the A's.
Well, watching Sacramento could be what influenced the Deftones the most to be so angry.
Text Deftones with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and that enters you for a pair of tickets to see Russell Westbrook and the Kings take on the Nuggets on Monday. Hey, don't miss all the great family-friendly options at the concession stand for $5. By the way, I took advantage of that last night.
Yeah, you said you had fun.
Had the $5 dog, had the $5 nachos. It was delightful, man. I was saving money and getting nourished watching some buckets. A 39-11 third quarter last night. So there you go, everybody. Deftones, like the band.
Spell it
D-E-F.
T-O-N-E-S.
T-O-N-E-S.
No space.
Text Deftones along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. So there you go, everybody. Daryl Moose Johnston right there. I miss when he was on the crew with Siragusa and Kenny Albert because it was Kenny, Moose, and Goose.
Yeah.
That was fun.
R.I.P. Goose.
I know, right?
But it was, it was kind of cool with Goose on the sideline, being the on-field analyst.
Yeah, it was. And, they'd give him a monitor down there. He was a good analyst,
He really was.
I thought that crew, I really liked those guys.
I liked Moose the player. I like Moose the analyst.
Yeah. I like him. I like Moose, the radio guest. He was delightful.
I no longer like Moose, the hockey player.
You don't like Mikko Rantanen?
I ain't rooting for him. I'm not wishing poor on him.
He won you a Stanley Cup.
Oh,
he's an Avalanche.
Eyes.
He's an Avalanche legend.
Yeah, but you know what? You're dead for a while.
Wow.
Then you come back.
Wow.
You know what you are? You're shadowy Ben Kenobi. You're blue light Ben Kenobi now.
Alec Guinness walking around all glowy. Why did they change from the weird old guy to then putting Hayden Christensen in there at the end of Return of the Jedi?
Together in their big craptacular wrap-up of the series.
But it made no sense because then it's like, well, why didn't you get Ewan McGregor? It was still Alec Guinness playing Obi-Wan Kenobi.
That's a great call.
The continuity of it was terrible. Why not just give us the old guy?
Because the other dude was rando totally.
Yeah, I don't know who he was, but we just saw his face 5 minutes ago on screen.
Yeah, he's missing half his head. The guy just probably had lovely hair. That guy was probably, let's be honest, he probably was a friend that Lucas owed a favor to. He was like, here, go be Vader.
That's
2 seconds.
That's what Harrison Ford was.
A friend?
Yeah. Harrison Ford was a carpenter on American Graffiti. And Lucas was kind of like, this guy's got charisma.
Have you ever watched American Graffiti? It was on the other night. I had nothing to do, maybe like a month ago. So I sat through it.
I think I saw it when I was 10.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, a whole lot of driving in this thing.
I think isn't that the whole point? Isn't the movie about cars?
Hey,
isn't that kind of what it is?
Is anyone going to make out? What are you going to do? You're all just driving to rando spots. One guy's in with the bad kids. He's going to get in trouble.
Did they all think they were better than you, too?
No, they all had better cars than me.
I don't know. You got a sweet Stang. You could have fit in.
Joe Dirt's the only movie where they don't think they're better than me.
Oh, trust me, David Spade thinks he's better than you.
Yeah, I'm convinced of that. There's a Grown Up 3 coming out. How does Sandler be like, hey, we're going to go hang out, but we'll make it a movie? We're going to get you to book me a posh space.
Yep.
We're going to make a movie.
He's got the best gig in the world.
I swear we're making a movie.
Yeah. It won't be funny. You won't laugh once.
Now,
but we're making it.
Have we done it before? Sure. But it's number 3.
The word is Deftones. Like
DEFTONES, all one word.
Like the rock and roll band, the Deftones. Text
Literally
Deftones
the rock and roll band.
to 303-504-0925 Deftones, along with your first and last name, and you are entered to win Nuggets and Sacramento Kings tickets for Monday. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck to you. We'll announce our winner of the Nuggets tickets at 5:55. 10 minutes from now. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jays are a win away, Andy.
Are you surprised? All right. You know
I'm
what?
not.
I'm glad you brought this up.
I'm truly not.
I'm glad you brought this up.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to look back at the Dodger dynasty because again, it feels a little bit like the Braves dynasty. I don't know that a lot of people remember it because it was during my whole life. The Braves absolutely ruled the 90s of baseball.
Yeah.
They owned the National League. Went to what, 10 straight World Series or 9 of 10 or something like that?
No, the Braves went to, they won the NL East 15 consecutive times. They went to the World Series, I don't know, 4 or 5 times in there.
It just felt like, though, they were the team.
Yeah.
And did not have ever the World Series to show for it.
Yeah. They won in 95. Got a World Series title that year.
Okay, but are the Dodgers going to be that?
Well, they've got 2.
I know, but let's be honest. There's a few people. It was a COVID World Series where, again, you were not visiting.
They didn't. The COVID World Series, they only had to play 60 games. That's it. That's the only thing that matters right there. You will probably disagree with me on this. Many will probably disagree with me on this. The baseball postseason is such a freaking crapshoot.
Okay.
It is. And teams are not because you can't build a baseball team to be good for a week. You know?
Right.
You can't do that. You build a baseball team to be good for 162. And in this case, like right now, why are the Dodgers in trouble? Because their bullpen is absolute puke. Because it doesn't matter who you run out there, whether it's Bonda or Trinan, they all suck. Last night, again, their bullpen, the moment Blake Snell leaves the game, they just start getting hitting hard out there. Like, I think what was it, Henriquez who was in there last night? Yeah, their bullpen is just, they're having a bad bullpen stretch.
Not the time for it.
It's not the time for it. Their starting pitching has continued to be quite good. I mean, Blake Snell had a terrible start last night. He gave up home runs, 2 home runs on the first 3 pitches yesterday, but like he settled in and then he pitched quite well. And to me, the story of that game last night was that Trey Savage, who's, a kid basically, went out there and just shut down the mighty Dodger lineup.
What did I see? He's made like $56,000 in his professional career because he was a late call up.
I know, it's wild.
And he shut down the $118 million lineup or whatever that thing is.
Yeah, he was great last night. So I don't get as worked up over that. It's really hard, especially now the amount of playoffs that there is. Like back when the Yankees in the 50s and 60s are winning. What did they win? Whatever it was, like 11 and 12 years or whatever. Like, yeah, it was just like, yeah, you just won the pennant and went to the World Series. That was it. The amount of playoff baseball that you have to play right now, it's just hard to do. The playoffs is just a crapshoot. It's whoever's hot this week wins the series. That's typically how it goes.
Well, but I feel like there's a
sometimes
theme.
The best team wins, but they don't always.
I do feel like there's sometimes a theme to that in all of them, the MLB, NHL, and NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, maybe you get a team like the Nuggets or a team like the Thunder that are just so darn good, it doesn't matter who they face.
Right.
And they rip through the playoffs. And they, they're losing 2 games a series at best. They're sweeping teams. The Avs did that.
Yeah.
But that's what always drives me nuts about those marathon sports is that sometimes, like you said, you build the team, you get through the harsh grind of whatever, 82, 164, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You
come out and you play 162, you play for 6 months, and then in that 6 months, you're going to have several weeks where you just suck.
Oh, it's like you live 3 seasons sometimes.
Exactly.
Right?
And then you get into the postseason, and one other team with a dominant pitching staff comes in and takes you out.
Or a hot goalie.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or Aaron Gordon doesn't have his hammy right for Game 7 or whatever.
In the NBA, it's almost always injuries.
Yeah.
NFL to me is all matchup dependent. It's 100% matchup dependent when they get to the postseason.
And really, who's healthy?
And that's also
who gets
massive.
hurt in the NFC Championship or AFC Championship,
right? That is also a huge part of it. So, yeah, it's every sport is, it's a huge sample size, and then you shrink it down, and you get to those huge moments, and we remember those moments as well. We should. Like that's where history is made, and that's where sports get so great, But like also, in terms of what it says in evaluating an individual club, I think postseason results are massively overrated.
See, I don't know how to say it about baseball because I do agree with you. I think in the NFL, every league gets weighed a little bit differently.
Yeah.
In the NFL, we know if you're a quarterback, you better win and you better have rings.
I think the baseball postseason's the single biggest crapshoot. If I'm ranking it by crapshoots, baseball, hockey,
I was gonna say
football, basketball.
Okay, so then do you believe as much fluky stuff can happen in a baseball postseason as happens in a hockey with the weird goal and the puck off the butt and stuff like that?
No, that sport, because it's played on ice with a little round disc flying around and everybody skating around with weapons. It's that one is more random. In the case of baseball, I guess I mean it in terms of like just bizarre underperformance.
Okay, where you just don't have it.
One crap start.
I know, man, it's crazy. Dude.
It's so funny to me of like Nolan Arenado, because he had a bad series against Milwaukee. People just like, he's not clutch. It was 3 games. He played 1,000 here. We're gonna judge him on those 3 games, and that you will make the declaration somehow that guy is not a good baseball player. What the hell are we doing? You know, it's like Smoltz the other night. He's talking about Vlad Guerrero, and he's just like, in games they win, he hits, and in games they lose, he doesn't.
I see a trend. That might be your key to the game.
There could be causation there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, like so again, like I think it's funny that the Dodgers don't always win the World Series. Like, and I have become a Blue Jays fan over the course of this series. I'd like to see them get it done, just because again, they're the underdog. They're the underdog with the $260 million payroll. Let me ask you a Nikola Jokic question really quickly. 4 triple-doubles to start the season.
Yep. You want to do this now?
Has he rendered the triple-double meaningless?
I don't think so. I think we take it for granted how great he is, and you talk about it all the time. I'm going to use your own words against you.
Mm-hmm.
Even Scotty hinted at that last night when I was watching him on the postgame show.
Yeah.
I think we get too used to consistent greatness.
But here's the thing. He has triple doubles in every game so far. Especially like look at the Golden State game. He had a triple double that night.
Right. You're going to tell me he didn't play well.
He didn't play well.
I get it.
And that's like that's a regular thing that he does. Is he puts up triple doubles and you look up at the end of the night and you're just like, he wasn't that good. You know? Like his very rare occasional off night. When it becomes his average on a nightly basis, it's not as big. It's just this weird, like, numerical marker that we get worked up about.
I get
rather than, like, are we just talking about how well he played?
I get it, but when
to excuse it with, like, wouldn't you love to have a bad game and get a triple-double? And it's almost like I don't buy that as a talking point because he has a triple-double every night.
By the way, congratulations to Matt Thau. Matt Thau.
Thau?
Wins the tickets.
Thau?
Thao. I don't know.
Matt Thau.
Or Tau. Matt Tau.
Way to go, Matt.
Matt, you know who you are.
We've got Thursday Night Football coming up tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Baltimore and Miami. I got more triple-double thoughts tomorrow here on the show. Good night.
We'll revisit.